Zhan Wuming, the spoiled young master of the Zhan family who couldn't cultivate battle energy, astonishingly crafted a miraculous pill using a large iron pot and the digestive system of a white sparrow beast. This pill could unleash the power of a battle master in ordinary people. At dawn, in the servant quarters at the foot of the divine sword peak of Taiishu sect, Zhan Wuming stared absent-mindedly at his alchemy room, which resembled a kitchen. 3 months earlier, during the spring hunt, he was pursued by a mysterious figure and fell into a deep waterfall, unexpectedly inheriting the Taiishu scripture. This scripture opened a path of cultivation entirely different from battle energy, but required substantial medicinal support. Young master, let me test the medicine. Servant Zhan stood before Zhan Wuming, looking at the red, spiky, pitted pill with a grimace before swallowing it whole. Instantly, a surge of heat erupted within him, muscles swelled, veins bulged, and with a single punch, he shattered the iron medicine rack into pieces. This pill can dramatically increase one's strength. Zhan Wuming was overjoyed but soon panicked, had given Zhan a pill with a dosage meant for magical beasts. Lady Rue rushed over upon hearing the commotion and managed to suppress the rampant medicinal power within Zhan. The news alarmed the Zhan family elders. Zhan Xinglong, Zhan Tianqiu, and others gathered in the alchemy room, marveling at the pill's effects. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuwu discovered several similar pills in the corner. Embarrassed, Zhan Wuming explained. Those were the droppings of the white sparrow beast had fed the beast a medicinal paste boiled in a large iron pot, using its vermilion bird bloodline to purify the medicine's potency. This pill shall be classified as a Zhan family secret. Zhan Tianqiu immediately decreed. Although the origin of the pill, named explosive flame pill, was peculiar, its effects were astonishing. Rather than being scorned, the family allowed Zhan Wuming unprecedented access to the medicine pavilion. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhan Wuming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gaining access to the pavilion's resources was his true goal, and the opportunity to cultivate the Taiishu scripture had finally arrived. As for those who kept their distance from the white sparrow beast's feces-derived pills, they would soon realize, in the pursuit of power, who cares if a pill is refined from droppings? The Daiyin dynasty spans 9 counties and 8 cities, covering a vast territory of tens of thousands of miles. The city of Mai is located in the southwestern corner of the dynasty, nestled against the expansive magical beast forest. To the south lies the bustling city of Wanxiang, to the north the vast wilderness of Yuyun, and to the east, Zhao County, the capital of the dynasty. Although situated on the frontier, Mai does not directly border any other country, thus avoiding the ravages of war. Its advantageous geographical location, near both the magical beast forest and the wilderness, provides abundant resources. The forest is rich with rare magical beast materials, hides, and crystal cores, while the northern wilderness is a haven for adventurers. As a result, Mai has become a crucial stop for adventurers and mercenary groups venturing into the wilderness. The daily influx of adventurers often exceeds the number of permanent residents, making commerce in the city exceptionally prosperous. The Zhan family, one of the 4 major families in Mai, has thrived for generations, prospering from the resources of the wilderness and the magical beast mountains. The Zhan family's influence in the Daiyin dynasty is significant, with some claiming that half of the dynasty's magical beast materials originate from Mai, and half of those from the Zhan family. The Chun family of Mai is renowned for its weapon forging, with nearly half of the dynasty's military weapons crafted by them, securing their unshakable status. The Long family specializes in wilderness trade, maintaining close ties with mercenary groups. Not only do they deal in rare materials distributed throughout the Songyan Empire, expanding their influence beyond the Daiyin dynasty, but the family also boasts a 5th-grade alchemy master, granting them a unique status within the dynasty. The Ji family is involved in various businesses, from inns and brothels to medicinal herbs and banks. The Ji family bank is widely respected both inside and outside the Daiyin dynasty, earning the trust of the people. Each of the 4 families operates independently, wielding influence, but remaining second-tier in the grand power structure of the Daiyin dynasty. Their distance from the capital limits their overall impact. However, this balance was soon disrupted when the Zhan family's medicine pavilion introduced a miraculous pill, the explosive flame pill. This pill can boost the combat power of warriors below the battle sect level by 30 and that of battle sect experts by 10. The pill quickly became a sensation among adventurers. The Zhan family's prominence surged, attracting interest from forces far beyond the dynasty, all eager to acquire the formula for the explosive flame pill. Although the pill is of little use to extraordinary powers, it has significant implications for wars between dynasties, as it can greatly enhance combat effectiveness at critical moments. Consequently, the Daiyin dynasty dispatched envoys to the Zhan family, with their intentions clear. Meanwhile, numerous unfamiliar and discreet forces appeared in Mai, all with a clear goal to obtain the formula for the explosive flame pill. The Zhan family suddenly found itself in the spotlight. However, These matters were of no concern to Zhan Wuming. Neither the adjustments to the Zhan family's medicine formulas nor the arrival of the dynasty's envoys involved him. His sole focus was on perfecting the 7 stars body-tempering decoction. Zhan Qinglong was perplexed by Zhan Wuming's alchemy methods, particularly his choice of ingredients. 7 stars dragon leaf grass, 5 stars begonia flower, 7 steps snake venom, iron-backed heavenly centipede claw, and golden arm heavenly ape blood, all highly toxic. Yet Zhan Wuming combined them into a single brew. Zhan Qinglong looked at the scene before him with both confusion and heartache. The Qixing Longya grass was a 5th-grade spiritual herb, worth a fortune, and the Wuxing begonia was also recognized in the alchemy world as a valuable herb. Yet, his nephew casually threw them into a pot with poison to make a soup. His brow furrowed as he wondered if this ancient recipe was truly meant to be concocted in such a way. Despite his distress over the wasted ingredients, Zhan Qinglong held his tongue. After all, Zhan Wuming had already developed the explosive flame pill, bringing great wealth to the Zhan family, with even the great Yin dynasty seeking it. What was a little wasted material compared to that? Besides, with the ancient recipe in hand, Zhan Wuming might even create something as astonishing as the explosive spirit pill. With this thought, Zhan Qinglong decided to be more tolerant of such an appalling method of alchemy. Unable to comprehend what was happening, Zhan Qinglong chose to look away. The firewood burned fiercely, filling the room with smoke. He stood by the stove for a while, his face blackened by the smoke. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming tossed all the precious herbs into the pot, as if he were cooking ordinary vegetables, feeding more wood to the fire until the flames roared high. Calling this alchemy seemed an insult to all alchemists. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhan Qinglong spoke earnestly. Minger, although the family is wealthy, you must learn to economize. This pot of herbs is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. What exactly are you making? What does it do? This isn't a pill. It's a bath soup, Zhan Wuming replied irritably, his hands continuing to stir the concoction. A bath soup. Zhan Qinglong felt a wave of dizziness. Using herbs worth tens of thousands of gold coins just to make a bath soup was sheer extravagance. His blood boiled as he sternly reprimanded. Minger, how can you be so reckless? The family worked hard to collect these herbs, and you're using them for a bath. Uncle, calm down, Zhan Wuming said without looking up, continuing to stir the medicinal soup. When have I ever squandered family resources? Didn't my dragon and tiger essence pills become wildly sought after? Even the white sparrow beast droppings are in short supply. Shut up. It's the explosive flame pill, not white sparrow beast droppings. Zhan Qinglong's forehead veins bulged, feeling he might lose his mind if he continued arguing with his nephew. How could they be from the same family, yet think so differently? Fine, explosive flame pill it is. Zhan Wuming softened his tone upon seeing his uncle's anger. This isn't just any bath soup. Let's call it the Qixing body refining liquid. It can refine the body and strengthen the blood and bones. He stopped stirring and explained seriously. Do you know why many magical beasts have skin tougher than armor? It's because their bloodline is inherently strong, refining their bodies from a young age, making their hides resistant to blades. This Qixing body refining liquid can gradually make human skin as strong as those beasts. Zhan Wuming felt a bit helpless, thinking, maybe if I gave it a fancy name, you wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Does it really have such effects? Zhan Qinglong's eyes lit up, his previous anger dissipating. If you don't believe me, uncle, why not give it a try? Zhan Wuming continued as his uncle's attitude shifted. Since I can't cultivate battle energy, I thought this soup might strengthen my body. But you mustn't tell anyone else. This should be our secret. After all, the ingredients for this soup cost over 10,000 gold coins. If the old master finds out, we'll be in trouble. Zhan Qinglong's eyes darted as he considered his nephew's words. The idea was tempting. The ingredients were indeed costly and rare. If everyone in the family tried it, they'd run out quickly. If it truly worked, it was best kept between him and his young nephew, with everyone else left out. As for my little nephew, he indeed needs to strengthen his physique. If he can't even master the basic battle energy and remains weak, it would be a waste of his natural talent for alchemy, wouldn't it? Zhan Qinglong nodded in agreement. If this potion of yours truly works, I'll keep it a secret for you. However, I'll need at least half of it. Zhan Wuming chuckled, a hint of pride in his eyes. Of course, uncle. Rest assured, I brewed this whole batch just to give you half. He paused, his tone becoming more earnest. I've been focusing on researching medicines lately, which requires a lot of herbs. I hope you can bear with me and not disturb my work. No problem, Zhan Qinglong replied after a moment of contemplation, considering his nephew's future. Since the old master entrusted him to me, I must take good care of him. Moreover, he possesses an ancient inheritance, so it's fine for him to concentrate on his cultivation. After all, under my watch, his safety is more assured. But if you do come up with any new formula, make sure to let me know first. Zhan Wuming nodded in agreement, his expression filled with trust and anticipation. From then on, the young master of the Zhan family seemed to vanish from the public eye, rarely appearing. In recent years, the rapid expansion of the Great Yin dynasty has been overwhelming. Amidst this wave, the once modest second-tier Zhan family quietly rose to prominence at an astonishing pace, even showing signs of joining the ranks of the first-tier families. This success is largely attributed to their explosive pill, which once drove countless adventurers wild and has now become essential for the Great Yin dynasty's army. The collaboration between the Zhan family and the Great Yin dynasty has deepened over time. Each year, the Zhan family introduces a new formula with remarkable effects, directly impacting the military strength of the dynasty. With these pills, the dynasty's soldiers gained a significant advantage in the multi-nation conflicts, successfully conquering lands and expanding the territory by thousands of miles. The Great Yin dynasty has grown from 9 counties and 8 cities to the present 12 counties. As the Great Yin dynasty rose, the Zhang Empire began to take notice of this emerging power. However, the empire has always been indifferent to the wars between dynasties, as long as they acknowledge the empire's dominance and pay tribute according to their land size. This policy is one reason that Zhang Empire remains vibrant and strong. As the Zhan family gained prominence, more people became aware of this rapidly rising family. Each year, they introduce a new miraculous pill, sold through the treasure pavilion, which has significantly increased the family's wealth. It's rumored that the pills have even caught the attention of the Dan sect, whose influence is so vast that the fame of the Zhan family has spread widely. Many speculate that the Zhan family has a mysterious alchemist whose reputation has surpassed that of the Long family's 5th-grade Dan sect, as many master alchemists have failed to unravel the secrets of the Zhan family's pills. The uniqueness of the Zhan family's pills lies not only in the formulas, but also in the refining techniques. Even if others know the ingredients, they cannot replicate the same effects. Some speculate that this mysterious master alchemist might be a Dan sect expert residing within the Zhan family. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed as a large wooden barrel in the Zhan family's medicine pavilion's secret chamber was shattered to pieces. Zhan Wuming stood up, his body soaked in the potion, with water droplets clinging to his bare skin. He took a deep breath, the strong scent of herbs enveloping the room. Finally, he had broken through to the bone refinement stage. Zhan Wuming looked at his body with satisfaction, his muscles firm and well-proportioned, with long, sculpted lines as if every inch of skin had been meticulously crafted. These 5 years of arduous training, from muscle refinement to tendon refinement, and finally to skin refinement, had culminated in breaking through to the first stage of life cultivation, the cherished life stage. Now, with basic means of self-preservation, all the effort had finally paid off. According to the teachings of the Taiishu divine scripture, in order to cultivate one's destiny, one must first cherish life. Cherishing life begins with tempering the body, refining the flesh, muscles, and skin to ensure a strong and disaster-free body. Once the flesh is perfected, one can refine the bones. The value of one's destiny is linked to the value of the bones, noble destiny, lowly bones, lowly destiny. Without understanding the bones, one cannot control their destiny. This stage is known as understanding destiny. Only when this is perfected can one begin the path of cultivating destiny. True cultivation of destiny involves refining the organs, marrow, and renewing blood. If one can perfect the refinement of their organs, marrow, and blood, their vitality will be long-lasting, their energy and blood will not wane, and their lifespan will be endless. Zhan Wuming calmed his mind and focused on the Taiishu divine scripture deep within his soul. At this moment, his spiritual power was still weak, preventing him from fully accessing the Taiishu divine scripture within his soul, leaving him unable to understand the methods of cultivation beyond the realm of controlling destiny. Yet, with what he already knew, he realized it was an extraordinary opportunity to defy fate. Endless memories from past lives surged into his mind like a tide, making him acutely aware of the arduous path ahead. Despite his soul's insufficiency, he had only fused fragments of his 99th life, but he unexpectedly discovered an astonishing truth was not simply reincarnating. At the moment his soul dissipated amidst the tribulation, he regained control over his destiny, igniting his soul and fighting against fate. With the assistance of the Taiishu divine scripture, his fragmented soul reassembled, reversing time and space, transcending the boundaries of space and time, and reuniting with the body of his 99th life. Now, he continued to live in the time and space he once inhabited. Some mysterious force allowed his future powerful soul to coexist with his present weaker soul, both residing in the sea of his soul. Over time, as he grew, these two souls would gradually merge into one. Zhan Wuming understood that this dual soul existence was an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. As the souls gradually fused, all experiences from past lives would vividly reappear in his mind. The possibility of returning to the pinnacle and defying fate would greatly increase as a result. The method of destiny cultivation described in the Taiishu divine scripture was entirely different from the qi and battle energy cultivation systems he was familiar with. On this continent, battle energy cultivation involved sensing the chi of heaven and earth through the soul, guiding it through inhalation and exhalation, and transforming and channeling oneself to become closer to heaven and earth. Each realm differed vastly in the degree of closeness and control over battle energy. Drawing chi into the body and cultivating it made one a warrior. Emitting chi externally and making it audible made one a fighter. Gathering chi into form to manipulate objects made one a battle master. Condensing chi into reality, with form and substance, made one a battle sect. Connecting chi to heaven and earth, solidifying like mountains, made one a battle king. Harmonizing with heaven and earth, controlling the four directions, made one a battle emperor. Permeating time and space, with divine power like a prison, made one a battle emperor. Returning to simplicity, merging with heaven and earth, accomplished battle saint. Breaking through space, gathering chi into essence, achieved battle god. After becoming a battle god, further cultivation of essence could only reach higher levels of time and space. In contrast, destiny cultivation focuses on oneself as the center, mending the innate deficiencies of life with acquired means. One must allow all energies of heaven and earth to compensate for one's deficiencies, achieving personal perfection. Battle energy speaks of using heaven and earth as a furnace, merging oneself into heaven and earth, and thereby borrowing the power of heaven and earth to achieve the supreme divine status. Zhan Wuming favored the method of destiny cultivation more. Achieving personal perfection to transcend the imperfect heaven and earth is true control over one's destiny. If one relies on heaven and earth to transcend, how can they truly transcend heaven and earth? To fight for one's destiny, one must transcend heaven and earth. To control one's destiny, one must control the destiny of heaven and earth as well, without borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Of course, the battle energy system is also an excellent supplementary cultivation method. Reflecting on memories from past lives, he clearly understood battle energy cultivation can perfect and strengthen the soul, while the path of destiny cultivation can fortify the physical body. If both are combined, the physical body and soul will achieve complete perfection, making the cultivator even stronger. Zhan Wuming took his clothes off the hanger and put them on, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he let out a long breath, murmuring to himself, "Life is so wonderful, how can it be wasted?" As he spoke, his fingers moved slightly, and a pure white battle energy gathered in his palm, gradually forming a semi-transparent large hand that gently opened the heavy stone door of the secret chamber. If any member of the Zhan family were present at that moment, they would certainly widen their eyes in astonishment and gasp in surprise. The ability to give form and substance to battle energy is a clear sign of a battle sect master, and judging by the purity and concentration of that energy, Zhan Wuming had already reached the level of a 4-star battle sect. Among the younger generation in the entire city of Mai, this level of power would undoubtedly place him among the elites. As he stepped out of the secret chamber, the intense sunlight hit him directly, causing Zhan Wuming to squint and slightly turn his face away. The seclusion had lasted far too long. If it weren't for his uncle Zhan Qinglong managing affairs outside, the family might have been in chaos by now. With this thought, Zhan Wuming decided to first report his safety to his uncle and found himself heading towards Zhan Qinglong's small building. In the Zhan family's medicine pavilion, Zhan Qinglong was the only one with a private residence. This was not a privilege, but a necessity, being the only 4th-grade alchemist in the Zhan family and currently striving to reach the 5th grade. He was an invaluable asset to the family, requiring a quiet environment to focus on alchemy. Meanwhile, the Zhan family ancestral hall presented a different scene. This solemn place, usually reserved for significant festivals or family events, was today filled with all the important elder and head figures of the Zhan family. The reason was simple: representatives from the Zhang family had arrived. The relationship between the Zhang and Zhan families was quite unique. On the surface, they were related by marriage, as the 4th wife of the family head, Zhan Qingpeng, was Zhang Ruinyang from the Zhang family. However, this alone would not warrant such a formal reception in the ancestral hall. More crucially, the Zhang family was one of the top aristocratic clans of the Dian dynasty, with deep roots and immense influence. The Zhan family, once considered an insignificant small family in the eyes of the Zhang family, was not even deemed worthy of carrying their shoes. Surprisingly, the Zhang family had married off Lady Rui to Zhan Qingpeng, albeit as the youngest concubine. This decision left the Zhan family puzzled. Why would a prestigious family like the Zhangs allow their daughter to become a concubine to a small family? Faced with such an incomprehensible situation, the Zhan family rarely wasted energy pondering it. Regardless of the Zhang family's motives, the Zhan family welcomed Lady Rui with the highest honor. To have a daughter from the illustrious Zhang family, even as a concubine, was considered a great honor. As a result, no one in the Zhan family dared to show any disrespect to Lady Rui, whose status even surpassed the main wife and other concubines of Zhan Qingpeng. Admirably, Lady Rui, despite her noble background, never considered her marriage a disgrace. Over the years, she devoted herself to managing the Zhan family's affairs and maintained harmonious relationships with the other wives, earning unanimous praise from the entire family. Although she had a son known for his eccentricity, this young master had recently become the key contributor to the Zhan family's rapid development. For this reason, when the Zhang family sent representatives, the Zhan family treated them with the utmost respect and courtesy to repay the Zhang family's favor of marrying off their daughter. It is worth noting that in the more than 20 years since Lady Rui married into the Zhan family, the Zhang family had never sent anyone to visit, as if they had completely forgotten about their daughter in my city. Lady Rui's visits to her maiden home were rare and always brief. The Zhan family sensed a distant relationship between Lady Rui and her family, and even Zhan Qingpeng felt indignant on his wife's behalf, for over the years, he had genuinely cherished Lady Rui, as she was indeed an admirable woman. This time, the Zhang family sent Lady Rui's third brother, Zhang Yufu, and her nephew, Zhang Shuro. Zhan Qingpeng gazed at his third uncle, Zhang Yufu, recalling the only time they met many years ago. Despite the years that had passed, Zhang still looked the same. Sallow complexion, cold eyes, and a habit of gently stroking his 2 strands of beard, trying to appear suave, but coming across as insincere. What was even more intolerable was that Zhang Shurong, his nephew, was even more arrogant than his father. He dared to glare at his aunt, Lady Rui, as if she were a mere country woman, a display of rudeness that stirred anger in Zhan Qingpeng's heart. "Little sister, you must come back with me," Zhang Yufu said bluntly, staring directly at Lady Rui. "Our elder brother has said, if you insist on not returning, you can give the items to me to take back, so our sibling bond can remain." He spoke as if oblivious to the dark expressions of the Zhan family, as if none of the guests were worthy of his attention. "I will not return," Lady Rui replied coldly. "I don't understand what you're saying, third brother. Since marrying into the Zhan family, I haven't taken anything from my maternal home. Is the Zhang family now so destitute that they need me to take from the Zhan family to support them?" "Humph." Zhang Yufu's face darkened. "Don't think I don't know. When second mother passed, if she didn't give the items to you, who else would she have given them to?" Zhang Shurong smirked with a hint of mockery. "I want to know, how did my mother die?" Lady Rui suddenly stood, her voice filled with long-suppressed anger. "Who was it that attacked my son in the Beast Forest 5 years ago?" At this, the Zhan family members' faces changed dramatically. 5 years ago, Zhan Wuming was ambushed in the Beast Forest and forced off a 100-foot waterfall. Though he survived by a stroke of luck, the perpetrator was never identified. Now, hearing Lady Rui's words and seeing Zhang Yufu's sudden change in expression, the truth seemed to be surfacing. "Third brother, what is going on?" Zhan Qingpeng asked in a deep voice. As Lady Rui's husband and Zhan Wuming's father, he knew he had to stand by his wife's side, even against the powerful Zhang family. "This has nothing to do with the Zhan family. It's a matter of the Zhang family," Zhang Yufu responded coldly, showing no regard for Zhan Qingpeng. "If that's the case, then please leave, third brother." Zhan Qingpeng stood abruptly, his voice carrying undeniable authority. "This is the Zhan family. Lady Rui is a daughter-in-law of the Zhan family, which makes her part of the Zhan family. I may not interfere in the Zhang family's affairs, but Lady Rui's matters concern the Zhan family." Over the past 5 years, the Zhan family had grown rapidly, nearing the status of a top-tier family in the Dine dynasty. As the head of the family, Zhan Qingpeng was no longer the son-in-law who had to rely on others. What does it matter if they're from the Zhang family? If a man can't even protect his own wife, he's not fit to be called a man, let alone the head of the Zhan family. "Young Zhang, let's discuss this calmly. The Zhan and Zhang families are connected by marriage and should support each other. Why make things difficult? Is there anything that can't be talked over? I know my limits, but if you explain the situation and it turns out Rui Yang is at fault, I will ensure she makes amends. I've always believed that what happened 5 years ago was a misunderstanding. Young Zhang, you can be straightforward and clear about it." Zhan Tianxing spoke in a gentle tone, trying to mediate. Zhang Yufu's expression suddenly changed. He always looked down on the Zhan family, considering them nothing more than rural upstarts. He didn't expect Zhan Qingpeng to be so firm today, clearly unwilling to engage in more conversation. He thought to himself, the Zhan family has always treated others with respect, yet today Zhan Qingpeng is so cold. It's truly unbearable. Moreover, the Zhan family is a century-old establishment in Muyang City and now a prominent family in the Dine dynasty. If the Zhang family can't show restraint due to their marital ties, they have no right to act arrogantly in the Zhan family's ancestral hall. Zhang Yufu sneered, ignoring Zhan Tianxing's words, and stared coldly at Zhang Ruinyang, his tone growing more sinister. "Little sister, do you really refuse to return to court with me?" he asked quietly. "Absolutely not," Zhang Ruinyang replied without hesitation. "Then won't you even hand over the items?" Zhang Yufu pressed further. "I don't know what you're talking about, third brother," Zhang Ruinyang responded coldly and succinctly. As soon as she finished speaking, a chilling aura emanated from behind Zhang Yufu, as if the air in the ancestral hall had turned to frost. Zhan Xingping's face darkened, shocked that someone would dare to show such defiance in the Zhan family's hall, especially from his wife's family. His eyes sharpened, focusing on the two elders behind Zheng Yufu, who exuded pressure. A cold, killing intent surged from within him, his anger barely contained. Even as a Zhan king, to be so brazen in my family's presence is truly intolerable. Zhan Xinglong and Zhan Tianqing simultaneously slammed the table, and the atmosphere in the hall heated up. Zhan Xinglong's purple flames flared, dispelling the chilling aura. Meanwhile, a green energy emerged above Zhan Tianqing, crashing towards Zheng Yufu like an angry dragon. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. Zheng Yufu turned pale, and the two elders behind him grunted, forced to retreat several steps, crashing into the screen behind them. A mere two-star Zhan king dares to flaunt his power in our Zhan family. Zhan Tianqing said coldly. If not for the respect for Elder Zhang, you would have met your end here today. Our Zhan family does not welcome you. Now get out. Zhan Fengxing stood, his hair and beard moving without wind, his anger unabated. Today, the Zhan family treated the Zhang family with such respect, yet they not only failed to appreciate it, but dared to threaten our daughter-in-law in the Ancestral Hall. How can that not infuriate Zhan Tianqing? If the Zhang family doesn't repent today, they'll have no place in our Zhan family again. He understood that the Zhang family was currently much stronger than the Zhan family. After all, the Zhang family was a millennium-old lineage, with martial skills and heritage far beyond the Zhan family. Although the Zhan family had grown rapidly in recent years, the gap remained significant. It's said that the Zhang family possesses high-level Earth-grade martial skills, while the Zhan family has only managed to acquire some low-level Earth-grade skills. This is the fundamental difference between the two families. Uncle Yan, let's go, Zhan Fengxing said coldly, preparing to lead everyone away. Zheng Yufu's face turned ashen. He had thought that bringing two elite warlords would be enough to crush the Zhan family, but he never anticipated that among the elderly Zhan elders, there was a hidden seven-star warlord. Such a figure was a pillar of the Zhang family, someone they could not possibly contend with. Persisting would only bring him humiliation. He had always been proud, having reached the warlord level at 40. Even if it was just a one-star, it was rare in the Dian dynasty, marking him as a key figure for the Zhang family's future. However, witnessing Zhan Xinglong's purple alchemical fire and the overwhelming aura of a one-star warlord, who was also a fifth-grade alchemist, shattered his pride instantly. This talent not only matched his own but surpassed it. Ashamed, he had no choice but to concede defeat and retreat hastily to find another way. At that moment, Zhan Wuming arrived at the Ancestral Hall, just in time to see the crowd dispersing unhappily. From afar, Zheng Yufu's group looked disheveled and hurried, like defeated roosters, which left him puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be honored guests? Why did they look like this? As he entered the hall, he sensed a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Apart from his great-uncles, who were in seclusion, all other core members of the Zhan family were present, including his mother, all with grim expressions. His curiosity piqued. What exactly happened? Wuming, you're out of seclusion? Zhan Xinglong's eyes lit up, his previous gloom disappearing, replaced with a broad smile as he looked at his nephew. He knew well that without the 7-star body-tempering liquid and series of body-tempering prescriptions from this young nephew, he wouldn't have broken through to warlord at 45, nor advanced to a 5th-grade alchemist. This child was like his lucky star, elevating his fate to a new level. Zhan Wuming was used to Zhan Xinglong's enthusiasm, but Zhan Qingpeng, Zhan Tianqing, and Zhan Qinghu were all puzzled. They had never seen their usually aloof and cold brother show such warmth, especially towards a young nephew who had only been in the medicine pavilion for a few years. It was as if they were honoring an ancestor. Yes, I was in seclusion a bit longer this time, but I've developed a new medicine. Zhan Wuming gave a sincere smile, which sent a shiver down Zhan Qinglong's spine. He was too familiar with that smile. Every time this little ancestor raided the medicine pavilion for precious herbs, he wore that exact expression. Over the years, while the Zhan family flourished publicly, the medicine pavilion's inventory had been nearly depleted by this bottomless pit, who only targeted the most expensive herbs. Seeing that signature smile again, Zhan Qinglong felt a pang of worry, his joy over becoming a 5th-grade alchemist overshadowed by concern. He imagined a terrifying scenario. If the old master ever checked the accounts and found the medicine pavilion severely lacking, he, as the master of the pavilion, would be in deep trouble. A new medicine? Zhan Tianqing perked up, and the oppressive air in the hall lifted considerably. He knew well that every new medicine Zhan Wuming developed brought significant profits to the Zhan family, elevating their status. Without this, the old master might not have been so willing to oppose the Zhang family over a daughter-in-law. But the situation was different now. The daughter-in-law was not only virtuous, but had given birth to a grandson who was like a golden goose. Who would want to push such a fortune away? That would be madness. Yes, I was planning to have uncle test its effects. Zhan Wuming replied with a smile, but then his tone turned serious. But what exactly happened? The oppressive atmosphere he felt upon entering hadn't completely lifted, and the expressions of those in the hall indicated that something significant had occurred. As soon as Zhan Qinglong saw her adorable nephew, she transformed from a medicine enthusiast into a chatterbox, quickly explaining the situation in a few words and expressing her disdain for Zhan Wuming's third uncle. Zhan Wuming's face turned pale as a wave of anger rose within him. He glanced at his mother, realizing his uncle hadn't lied to him. It was unbelievable that the people in the magical beast forest were sent by his maternal family, whom he had never met since birth. Even the so-called third uncle and cousin felt like strangers to him. Qinglong, what nonsense are you telling the child? Enough now, let's end this here. Zhan Tianqing interrupted Zhan Qinglong, his tone carrying an undeniable seriousness. Thank you for your concern, second uncle. Zhang Ruinyang respectfully bowed. Despite being upset today, she felt a warm sense of support from the entire Zhan family, especially from her husband's protection, which made her realize her importance within the family. Rest assured, second uncle, the Zhang family won't dare trouble us in Muyue City. I'll have someone keep an eye on them, Zhan Qingpeng said gravely. That's good. Zhan Tianqing nodded, turning to leave the ancestral hall. As he passed by Zhan Wuming, he gently patted his head, his voice full of affection. You've grown taller, young man. I have high hopes for you, so listen to your uncle. Rest assured, second grandfather, I won't let you down, Zhan Wuming replied with determination and respect. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Ruinyang gently tugged on Zhan Wuming's arm. Go on, Zhan Qingpeng whispered to Zhan Wuming, sensing his wife's mood. Your mother is upset. Try to comfort her for me. A warmth filled Zhan Wuming's heart, stirring an inexplicable impulse within him. Fragmented memories surfaced in his mind, those past events lingering like a haunting nightmare. So, the Zhang family had finally come knocking. This time, he wouldn't be ensnared by them. He would make them pay for everything they had done. Zhang Ruinyang's past further validated Zhan Wuming's memories. Her mother, Qin Xiang, came from an extraordinary background, with the Qin family holding a prestigious status in the Zhongyan Empire, rivaling even the most powerful sections. Qin Xiang was a celebrated figure, admired by many suitors. Among them was Zhang Wuming's grandfather, Zhang Wuji, the former head of the Zhang family. However, Qin Xiang fell in love with someone she shouldn't have, the youngest son of the Nangong family, Nangong Wang. Despite their family's objections, they pledged themselves to each other. When the Qin family discovered this, their patriarch was furious, confining Qin Xiang and punishing Nangong Wang with a decade of confinement. Yet, the matter didn't end there. The Qin family later discovered Qin Xiang was pregnant with Nangong Wang's child, enraging the patriarch, who planned to eliminate the child. Qin Xiang threatened to take her own life, forcing a reluctant compromise. To hide the scandal, Qin Xiang was coerced into marrying Zhang Wuji, who vowed to treat the child as his own. Qin Xiang eventually agreed to the marriage, hastily arranged by the Qin family. Later, Qin Xiang bore a daughter for Zhang Wuji, Zhang Ruinyang. Zhang Wuji leveraged the marriage to rise quickly, becoming the head of the Zhang family. Due to Qin Xiang's unique identity, the Zhang family had to handle her and her daughter with great care. 30 years ago, the Qin family's conflict with the Emperor of Zhongyan drastically altered the destinies of several families. Though wary of the Qin family's powerful ancestor, the Emperor dared not annihilate them completely. Yet the Qin family's influence plummeted, and they faced constant restrictions. This upheaval also led to a radical shift in the Zhang family's attitude towards Qin Xiang. Zhang Wuji stopped doting on his daughter, Zhang Ruinyang, and became unusually harsh. 20 years ago, he even married her off to the Zhan family in the distant city of Mai, as if she were a discarded pawn, severing all ties with Qin Xiang. 10 years ago, fate struck the Qin family once more. The Qin family's ancestor failed in his tribulation, and the Emperor of Zhongyan seized the opportunity to launch a devastating attack, completely destroying the Qin family. At that time, no one remembered that the Qin family had a daughter married far away. The Zhang family not only kept this a secret from outsiders, but also confined Qin Xiang in a hidden chamber for over a decade, fearing exposure of their connection to the Qin family. Consequently, Zhang Wuji stepped down from his position as head of the family. 7 years ago, Qin Xiang suddenly died from an illness, ending the last bloodline of the Qin family. However, an unexpected piece of news reached the Zhang family. The Emperor of Zhongyan had not discovered the Qin family's unparalleled combat technique, the Cold Emperor technique, after their annihilation. This top-tier technique was said to be extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic. The Zhang family learned that the Qin family's ancestor had foreseen disaster and secretly entrusted the Cold Emperor technique to Qin Xiang. Yet, even after Qin Xiang's death, the whereabouts of this technique remained unknown. The Zhang family suspected that Zhang Ruinyang had it, but they could not find concrete evidence. When Zhan Wuming learned that the incident in the Beast Forest 5 years ago was orchestrated by the Zhang family, he was furious. The Zhang family intended to capture him alive to coerce Zhang Ruinyang into handing over the Cold Emperor technique, revealing their vile intentions. How could Qin Xiang, a peak-level combat king, die so easily? There must be more to the story. No wonder his mother had such disdain for the Zhang family. Mother, don't worry. I will seek justice for grandmother. The Zhang family no longer needs to exist, Zhan Wuming said, feeling a weight lifted from his heart after discovering his mother had no blood relation to the Zhang family. Silly child, Zhang Ruinyang replied with a helpless smile. The Zhang family is full of experts. Even the Zhan family at full strength can't match them. I'm telling you this to be wary of them and not give them any opportunities. Mother, do you really have the cold emperor technique? Zhan Wuming asked. Zhang Ruinyang hesitated slightly, glanced around cautiously, and then nodded. I want to see what it is, Zhan Wuming said, recalling that in his previous life, it was the cold emperor technique that allowed him to break through his physical limitations and start cultivating battle energy. This eventually led to him acquiring the thunder technique, mastering both ice and thunder elements, and earning the title of Ice-Hearted Thunder Emperor. However, the Zhan family and his mother suffered due to the cold emperor technique when the Ji family conspired with external forces against them. Now that the cold emperor technique has resurfaced, Zhan Wuming is determined to prevent history from repeating itself. The only option is to strike first. Leaving the capital city felt like a bird escaping its cage for Zhang Shirong. He was eager to spread his wings. Accompanying his third uncle on this journey finally freed him from the stifling atmosphere of the capital. To him, the city of Mai was an untamed wilderness full of endless possibilities. He had long heard of the countless treasures hidden within the beast forest and the great desolate cloud, but what intrigued Zhang Shirong even more was the legendary cloud fox maidens. This mysterious race, said to be the descendants of ancient fox spirits and humans, was renowned for their enchanting beauty and rarity. Elusive as they were, even skilled hunters found them hard to capture, making each maiden worth a fortune. The Yihong courtyard in Mai had gained fame for having one such fox maiden, drawing nobles from the imperial capital. Even the great Yin emperor reportedly sent envoys in secret to find a fox maiden for his harem, yet to no avail. These stories, shared among his pleasure-seeking friends, captivated Zhang Shirong's imagination. After leaving the Zhan family, he found an excuse to part ways with his uncle and headed straight for Yihong courtyard. With the prowess of a four-star warrior at just over 20, he was a notable figure in Mai, walking with a touch of pride. Before he even reached the courtyard, a sharp-eyed madam approached him. Instantly recognizing him as a wealthy and self-assured customer, she flattered him. Ah, I can tell this gentleman is from out of town. We rarely see such a charming and distinguished guest in Mai. Zhang Shirong enjoyed the compliment and generously slipped a gold ingot into her ample cleavage, saying with a grin, You have a sweet tongue, madam. Bring me your finest girls. Beaming with delight, the madam escorted him through the door, calling out, Ladies, we have a distinguished guest. Instantly, a bevy of beautifully adorned women fluttered over like butterflies, knowing the signal meant a generous patron had arrived. When Zhang Shirong expressed his desire to meet the fox maiden, the madam hesitated briefly. However, upon seeing him produce a banknote worth 1,000 silver taels, she gleefully led him to the fox maiden's chamber. As the madam rejoiced over her day's fortune, a burly man with a full beard suddenly blocked her path. Before she could react, she felt a coolness against her chest. Another gold ingot had been slipped in. Delighted, she thought to herself, Today must be a blessing from the god of wealth. First the fair-faced gentleman, and now this bearded fellow. She found his thick beard oddly endearing. The old madam asked with a cloying laugh, Which of our girls has caught your eye, sir? I'll arrange it right away. The group of girls in bright red and green swarmed around once more. Suddenly, the bearded man's gaze turned sharp, sending a chill down their spines. The madam quickly waved them away, scolding with a smile. You silly girls, this gentleman isn't interested in you. Go back to where you came from and don't spoil his mood. The madam was inwardly anxious. This bearded gentleman was intimidating, exuding an aura that made one's heart tremble. That piercing look just now nearly scared her soul away. Although he was a wealthy patron, mishandling the situation could lead to trouble. Hesitantly, she asked, Sir, is there a particular girl you fancy here? I want little fox, the bearded man said nonchalantly. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of gleaming silver notes from his coat, but instead of handing them to the madam, he waved them enticingly in front of her. The madam's eyes lit up instantly, almost making her leap forward. This was a real man, with an air of danger and wealth, his strong presence almost irresistible. But little fox had just gone into Master Zhang's room. If they hurried, she might still be busy entertaining. If not, she might already be undressed. She made up her mind, steadied herself, and thought, Looks like we'll have to make the bearded gentleman wait. Clearing her throat, she said with a charming smile, Please wait a moment, sir. Little fox is currently putting on her makeup. Why not enjoy some tea and music while you wait? Once she's ready, she'll come to see you. The bearded man waved his hand dismissively. No need. I prefer little fox without makeup. I'll go to her room directly. Before she could respond, he was already heading upstairs. The madam panicked, thinking, How do I tell him that little fox is with another guest without causing a scene? She rushed after him, calling, Sir, Please, don't rush. His voice was low and threatening. I rarely come here. How can I not see little fox? Madam, why do you stop me? The madam stammered. Sir's time is precious. Let's not waste it. Humph. The bearded man grunted, heading straight for Zhang Shurong's VIP room. The madam felt a chill run through her and finally blurted out. Sir, little fox is with another guest. The bearded man continued upstairs, undeterred, to Zhang Shurong's room. Contrary to expectations, little fox exuded a refined elegance, reminiscent of a serene orchid in a secluded valley. Without makeup, she was as fresh and delicate as a newly bloomed lotus, enchanting and untouchable. Her ethereal beauty and those captivating blue eyes mesmerized anyone who glanced at her. Her petite, graceful figure moved with a lightness that seemed almost ethereal, like falling leaves or drifting blossoms. She sat with the poise of a gentle breeze brushing through willows, her every gesture exuding charm. Zhang Shurong found her even more alluring than the rumors suggested. Despite the fortune he spent today, he felt it was worth every penny. Calculating the silver notes he had, he sighed. Even several tens of thousands might not be enough to buy her freedom. Rumor had it that a fox girl once fetched nearly 50,000 at an auction at Lingbao Pavilion. This wasn't within Zhang's territory, and trying to exert pressure wouldn't work. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep her. Clearly, little fox was well trained, skilled in pleasing men, and even more adept at understanding their desires. Upon seeing the fox maiden for the first time, Zhang Shurong's heart surged with overwhelming desire, nearly impossible to suppress. However, the fox maiden's cool and elegant demeanor compelled him to maintain his composure, lest he lose face. So, he forcibly subdued his yearnings, adopting the guise of a cultured gentleman, as he prepared for this fateful encounter. The fox maiden sang softly, her low voice drifting through the air, ethereal and melodic, tinged with a hint of sorrow. She sat gracefully beside him, occasionally sharing a drink with Zhang Shurong and exchanging polite conversation. As the night deepened, Zhang Shurong was moved by her tragic past and the wild beauty of her homeland, his heart swelling with sympathy. His boldness mingled with compassion, and finally, as the fox maiden nestled into his embrace, he couldn't resist slipping 2,000-tael silver notes into her hand. The fox maiden smiled gently, her eyes twinkling, the atmosphere growing increasingly intense. Zhang Shurong felt their mutual affection steadily rising, on the brink of the most intimate moment, when suddenly bang! The door burst open with a crashing sound, the fallen wooden door screeching on the floor. Zhang Shurong's passion was abruptly interrupted, his anger flaring. It was utterly inexplicable. After finally getting away from the capital and arranging this meeting with the fox maiden, this unforeseen disruption was infuriating. To make matters worse, even the fox maiden was startled. His mind ablaze with fury, a murderous intent surged within him. Looking up, he saw a bearded man glaring at him and the fox maiden, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if accusing them of being adulterers. Behind him was a breathless old woman, clearly trying to prevent something. This is a business, don't do this. The little fox is entertaining a guest, don't you understand? The old woman pleaded urgently, her voice filled with supplication. Shut up! The bearded man snapped coldly, silencing the old woman, whose face turned pale, sensing the icy murderous intent. She quickly turned to the brothel keeper behind her, signaling him to fetch help. The fox maiden appeared flustered, hastily adjusting her clothing, the situation leaving her at a loss. Her job, arranged by the madam, was to ensure patrons willingly parted with their money, making sure to ask if it was enough. But the sudden intrusion by the bearded man disrupted her rhythm entirely. She compared the fair-faced Zhang Shurong with the crude, bearded man, finding the former much more appealing. In an instant, she clung to Zhang Shurong's arm, leaning on him for support. Zhang Shurong, emboldened by her gesture, shouted angrily, "You ignorant fool, daring to disturb my pleasure. Today, out of respect for the fox maiden, gouge out your eyes and roll out of my city." You, the bearded man sneered, eyes full of disdain, arrogantly declaring, "Hand over the little fox to me, and I won't hold it against you today." With that, he produced a small piece of gold from his pocket, tossing it contemptuously. Zhang Shurong's anger intensified, glaring at the bearded man. "I don't even need a reason to kill you." Boastful words. The bearded man scoffed, a hint of amusement on his face, his eyes growing colder. With a wave of his hand, the air blade was instantly destroyed, and in a blink, he vanished from sight. Zhang Shurong was caught off guard, as a fist, powerful as a mountain, came crashing down with immense force. "Who are you?" Zhang Shurong finally realized something was amiss, barely opening his mouth before a crushing pressure descended upon him. The opponent was clearly prepared, far beyond what he could easily handle. The fist rapidly enlarged, and everything before him blurred into obscurity. Zhang Shurong was a genuine fourth-rank qi practitioner, and his qi blade was as sharp as any finely forged steel sword. Yet, his opponent effortlessly shattered it, and was now attacking him with unimaginable speed. Ah! Zhang Shirong roared in anger, his muscles tensing. Heavenly flame force. With his shout, a flame-like vortex erupted from Zhang Shirong, rapidly forming a surging yellow wave that rushed towards the bearded man. The tables and chairs in the room turned to dust in the intense heat, with wooden debris scattering like rain. An old maid screamed in terror, knocked off her feet by the powerful pressure, stumbling out of the room. The heat wave curled her long black hair into waves, and the intensity of the pressure left her gasping, her face flushed red. Boom! Zhang Shirong's palm was deftly deflected by the bearded man with an almost graceful motion. The left sleeve of the bearded man's shirt turned to dust under the intense heat of the heavenly flame force, revealing a forearm as smooth and white as fine jade. The contrast was startling, a rugged man with such a fair arm. Yet, for Zhang Shirong, it was an arm of doom. The heavenly flame force did not dissipate, but was redirected towards the wall. With a thunderous crash, the yellow waves splashed like ocean waves against a cliff, causing the room's walls to collapse, sending bricks and debris flying. At that moment, the old maid, through the gaps in the crumbling wall, saw the bearded man's hands trace a graceful arc, flowing like water, as his fist connected precisely with Zhang Shirong's head. She vomited on the spot, spewing stomach acid and breakfast remnants onto the floor. Zhang Shirong's usually handsome face was now grotesquely twisted, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. To his dying breath, he couldn't believe he would die in such a way. He felt no battle energy from his opponent, only an incredibly terrifying physical strength. The bearded man moved like a human beast, his actions swift and elegant, his steps weaving like a dragon or serpent. With a simple movement of his arms, he nullified all of Zhang Shirong's attacks. What level of mastery was this? When the bearded man's fist struck Zhang Shirong's head, he paused briefly, a slight smile on his lips as he said, "Cousin, the Zhang family combat skills are nothing special." Then Zhang Shirong, without even a chance to evade, had his head smashed to pieces, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. To his death, he couldn't remember where this supposed cousin came from. "Dare to snatch my woman and strike first, you're asking for it," the bearded man sneered, roughly tidying the broken handprint on his chest. Without any decorum, he wiped his bloodied hands on the fox's robe, then deftly rifled through Zhang Shirong's corpse, stuffing wads of silver notes into his own pockets and even twisting off the rings from the dead man's fingers. Only then did he cast a disdainful glance at the screaming couple in the next room before nimbly slipping out through the hole in the wall. The entire incident happened swiftly. From Zhang Shirong's attack to his head being blown apart and his belongings looted, it was all over in a matter of seconds. By the time the experts of the Yihong courtyard arrived, the bearded man's silhouette had already vanished from the neighboring window. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble at Yihong courtyard. The bearded man not only killed there, but also looted the guests, blatantly humiliating the Ji family. Ji Xiangdong quickly entered the wrecked room, his eyes scanning the scattered bricks and remnants of furniture before going straight to Zhang Shirong's headless body. He reached out and pulled a piece of clothing from Zhang Shirong's stiff hand, his expression changing immediately, though a flicker of undisguised joy crossed his features. It was a piece of fabric Zhang Shirong had torn from the assailant's chest in his final strike. The back of the fabric had a fragment of torn sheepskin. Ji Xiangdong only needed one glance at the sheepskin to feel an irrepressible delight. Boom! Fireworks burst in the sky, forming a massive character G. This signal triggered an immediate chain reaction, as the Ji family's experts surged toward the Yihong courtyard like a tide, sending the entire city of Mai into a frenzy. Just as Ji Xiangdong left the scene, Ji Xiangnan appeared at the entrance of Yihong courtyard. Beside him was a peculiar creature. Its head resembled a pig's, while its body was Dodlakeith legendary Qianli Xuanyan beast. The Qianli Xuanyan beast, someone in the crowd whispered in astonishment. This rare mythical creature was said to possess the bloodline of a celestial treasure-seeking beast. Once it caught a person's scent, no matter where they fled, its keen tracking ability would ensure they could not escape. Ji Xiangnan wasn't alone. He was accompanied by 3 distinguished individuals. Leading them was Zhang Yufu, followed by his 2 attendants. In recent years, the Zhang family had frequently interacted with the Ji family of my city. After leaving the Zhan family camp in anger, the Zhang family actively sought cooperation with the Ji family. Family disputes were inherently a game of alliances and rivalries, and the Zhan family had long dominated over the other 3 major families in my city. Zhang Yufu's visit to the Ji family clearly signaled a desire to form an alliance. Unexpectedly, just as Zhang Yufu was enjoying a pleasant conversation with the Ji family's second master, an alarm sounded from Yihong courtyard. Remembering that his nephew, Zhang Shirong, was indulging in pleasures there, Zhang Yufu seized the opportunity to check on the situation. Also intending to demonstrate the Zhang family's stance whatever trouble the Ji family faced, the Zhang family would stand by as a loyal ally. Ji Xiangnan quickly entered the room where Zhang Shirong had been killed. The Qianli Xuanyan beast circled the room, sniffing intently. Suddenly, a howl of shock and anger reverberated through the air, causing Ji Xiangnan to shudder. Zheng Yufu had already rushed to the headless corpse, crying out in anguish, "Shurong, who did this?" Ji Xiangnan was immediately overwhelmed. He had assumed this was merely a provocation against the Ji family, but the victim turned out to be a son of the Zhang family, making the situation exceedingly complicated. He signaled to one of his aides, and an elderly woman, though frightened, quickly and clearly recounted the events. Ji Xiangnan frowned in thought. On the surface, it seemed like a tragedy sparked by jealousy, yet the killer's methods were brutal, bearing the hallmark of a ruthless outlaw. Such individuals were typically lone adventurers, often fugitives, and the Ji family usually preferred to avoid provoking them. Upon learning the victim's identity, Ji Xiangnan's calculations grew more complex. The Zhang family's son was a bona fide fourth-grade war sect master, yet he was killed without resistance. The bearded man's abilities were clearly profound, posing a significant threat even to the Ji family. "Second Master Ji, I hope the Ji family can help me find the killer," Zheng Yufu said, his eyes burning with an unmistakable intent to kill, his voice low and resolute. "Whoever it is, they must pay tenfold." He had been separated from his nephew for less than half a day, and now faced such a tragedy. How could he explain this to his brother? "Master Zhang." Two elders stepped forward, clearly understanding Zheng Yufu's emotions. "Send a message to your brother. He will know what to do. Shurong's blood is still fresh. The killer can't have gone far. We still need to rely on Second Master Ji's Qianli Shuanyan beast." "Rest assured, Brother Yufu," Ji Xiangnan promised earnestly. "The Ji family has already begun a citywide search. The killer will not escape. Whoever it is, we will give you an explanation." With that, he released the Qianli Shuanyan beast, which immediately dashed towards the window, the very route the bearded man had taken to escape. Meanwhile, the bearded man had already slipped out of Yihong courtyard, darting through a series of intricate alleyways and nimbly scaling a courtyard wall. When he re-emerged, he had transformed into a slender young man in a blue robe, appearing entirely different from the hulking, crude figure he had been before. The young man in blue gazed at his reflection in the courtyard well, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The effectiveness of his disguise was impressive, though he lamented that his bone refinement skills were not yet perfected. If they were, combined with his disguise, he could alter his physique at will, making it nearly impossible for anyone to uncover his true identity. This young man in blue was none other than Zhan Wuming, who had already assumed a new face. Despite having just killed Zheng Shurong with swift, decisive action, he was well aware of the formidable resources of the Ji family, who would undoubtedly send experts to investigate. For now, he wished to avoid a direct confrontation with them. Ji Xiangdong arrived outside the small courtyard, his gaze resting on the gate, his brow slightly furrowed. This courtyard belonged to the Long family, one of the four great families whose strength rivaled that of the Ji family. Could the killer be connected to the Long family? As he pondered this, a strange aura caught his attention. A slender figure passed by the alley entrance, stirring something within him. "Please wait, young man," Ji Xiangdong called out, quickly approaching. The young man halted, and a hint of doubt flickered in Ji Xiangdong's eyes. This person looked nothing like the bearded man described by the old maid. "Oh, you must be Master Ji? Is there something you need from me?" The young man in blue feigned surprise and excitement, as if honored to meet a noble. Ji Xiangdong felt a twinge of disappointment, suspecting it might be a mistake. The bearded man had vanished outside the Long family courtyard. How could he be related to this ordinary young man with no discernible combat aura? Seeing the young man's eager expression, Ji Xiangdong patiently inquired, "Have you seen a bearded man pass by here?" "A bearded man? I haven't seen anyone like that. By the way, does Master Ji's household need a steward? Or a bookkeeper? I may not be much, but..." Ji Xiangdong's expression turned incredulous, not expecting to encounter someone so shamelessly seeking employment from a simple inquiry. He couldn't be bothered to say more and turned towards the Long family gate. Master Ji, I haven't finished speaking. Just give me a chance." The young man pursued him, seemingly intent on securing a position with the Ji family. "Get lost." Ji Xiangdong finally lost his temper, annoyed by the man's lack of tact. The young man in blue froze, sensing the sudden burst of killing intent from Ji Xiangdong, and retreated several steps, muttering, "If there's no position, there's no need to be so harsh." With that, he left the alley, disgruntled. Ji Xiangdong didn't knock, but vaulted over the wall like Zhan Wuming. The courtyard was empty, clearly uninhabited. His expression changed, realizing this empty courtyard was merely a decoy to mislead him. He quickly exited the courtyard, just as Ji Xiangnan and Zheng Yufu arrived with the 1,000-mile smoke beast. "You brought the 1,000-mile smoke beast?" Ji Xiangdong exclaimed with delight, knowing that with this mythical beast, no one could escape their pursuit. However, after the beast circled the well and sniffed around where he had argued with the young man, Ji Xiangdong's face turned grim. The persistent young man seeking employment was actually the killer they were searching for. "Brother, what's wrong?" Ji Xiangnan noticed his brother's unusual expression and asked. "I've been tricked by the killer. He's a master of disguise. Take a look at this. Ji Xiangdong handed the torn sheepskin retrieved from Zheng Shirong's hand to Ji Xiangnan. Ji Xiangnan took it and gasped, "The sacred lotus of the heavenly phoenix?" Zheng Yufu's face changed dramatically upon hearing the exclamation, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. "Elder brother, where did this torn map come from?" he asked in a deep voice. Ji Xiangnan felt a bit awkward, realizing he had been too excited earlier. He glanced at the Zhang family members standing nearby, feeling a tinge of regret. If the map indeed led to the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus, wouldn't the Zhang family want to share? This was torn from the chest of the murderer by the deceased, Ji Xiangnan explained, gently running his fingers over the tattered paper. The murderer must have kept the map close to his chest, and it was accidentally torn. This fragment is too damaged to reveal the destination, and the terrain is quite peculiar. I can't recall where it is. But if the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus is indeed there, we must find the murderer at all costs. Ji Xiangdong nodded in agreement. That's right. Zheng Yufu took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. The murder of his nephew was a heavy blow, but obtaining the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus would be a great achievement for his family. A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Legend has it that the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus grows in the earth's core magma, blooming once every 1,000 years. It is said to help warriors' battle energy undergo a rebirth when a 9-star battle king is about to break through to become a battle emperor. The battle energy will be reborn as emperor energy, and the sacred lotus is the perfect material for this transformation. Some say using the sacred lotus during the ascent to battle emperor could even lead to reaching the saint level. Hence, it is called the sacred lotus. We must find this person, Ji Xiangnan said, breathing heavily, his eyes shining with excitement. This person may have just passed through Muyi City, with the real purpose of seeking the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus. If they could obtain this sacred lotus, even sharing it with the Zhang family would provide more opportunities to cultivate battle emperor experts for their family. The Ji family could then rise to become a top-tier family in the Great Yin dynasty and hold significant status in the Zhangyan Empire. This person killed my nephew, and I swear to avenge him. Zheng Yufu interjected urgently, his voice filled with anger. I hope Brother Ji will allow me to join in the pursuit. He had a perfect excuse and couldn't let it slip. This was Muyi City, and only Ji family's 1,000-mile smoke-tracking beast could possibly track the culprit. Given more time, he would prefer to return to the capital to gather family experts, but he knew the opponent wouldn't give him that time, so he had to ally with the Ji family. Ji Xiangdong smiled sincerely. Master Zhang, you are a valued guest of the Ji family, and we hope to rely on the Zhang family in the future, so we never intended to hide anything from you. We hope you will join us in searching for this treasure. We are willing to share it equally with your family. Of course, the murderer of your nephew will be left entirely to you. With this, I am grateful for Brother Ji's kindness. The Zhang family will stand with the Ji family in the future, Zheng Yufu said joyfully, a gleam of cunning in his eyes. He then added, I also have a few attendants with me. It's best to bring them along. Any treasure that appears will surely be guarded by a strange beast, so it's wise to be prepared. Master Zhang is absolutely right. Ji Xiangdong nodded in agreement, turning to Ji Xiangnan. Second brother, go back and gather our people. I'll take the 1,000-mile smoke-tracking beast and Master Zhang's group ahead. We'll leave marks along the way for you to catch up. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming walked cheerfully with a sly smile on his lips. He enjoyed playing tricks on Ji Xiangdong. The moment he saw Ji Xiangdong, he knew the Ji family had discovered the map fragment. Whether the map was genuine or not, the Ji family wouldn't miss this opportunity and would surely give chase. The next step was to ensure their satisfaction. The Ji family's 1,000-mile smoke-tracking beast was a valuable asset. Zhan Wuming thought about it, licking his lips, wondering how it would taste, and he almost started drooling. Reflecting on the chaos that ensued when the celestial phoenix sacred lotus emerged in his previous life, Zhan Wuming remained vigilant. Despite possessing memories of his past life, he knew he couldn't afford to be careless, as even a slight oversight could lead to irreversible consequences and once again endanger himself. Fortunately, the blooming of the celestial phoenix sacred lotus was not imminent, and the formidable beasts of the demon beast mountain range had yet to appear, leaving the current situation somewhat manageable. Before setting out, Zhan Wuming had obtained a Qianquan ring from his mother, capable of holding numerous items, ensuring he was prepared for any unexpected situations. The demon beast mountain range stretches tens of thousands of miles, far exceeding the territory of the Dian dynasty, and few dare to venture deep within. Even the Zhan family, who have guarded the mountains for centuries, only dare to penetrate 1,000 miles in. The deeper one goes, the more powerful and threatening the beasts become. Rumor has it that deep within the range lies a 9th-rank, shape-shifting beast, comparable to a war god in strength, with stamina and combat abilities far surpassing those of humans. Some beasts with powerful bloodlines even possess supernatural abilities, rivaling human heavenly battle techniques. Zheng Yufu and the Ji family experts followed the thousand-mile smoke-seeking beast into the demon beast mountain range, hardly pausing as they ventured hundreds of miles in. Despite encountering numerous beasts along the way, their formidable skills allowed them to navigate with ease until the beasts became craftier and their relentless attacks more challenging, slowing their progress. What puzzled them was that the mysterious figure ahead seemed to avoid these beasts entirely, leaving no trace of battle, suggesting he was prepared and avoiding direct confrontation. This only heightened their excitement. If they could track this person, they might discover the location of the celestial phoenix, sacred lotus. The mysterious figure moved with clear purpose, without pause, suggesting the lotus's existence might indeed be real. Despite this, the group refrained from rushing to overtake him. They agreed it was best not to alert him prematurely and remained cautious until they reached their destination. As time passed, the thousand-mile smoke-seeking beast let out a low cry, breaking the silence and putting everyone on high alert. After a day's pursuit, the figure ahead finally stopped, indicating their destination was near. Before them lay Ape Valley, and Ji Xiangdong raised an eyebrow in surprise. The danger in Ape Valley wasn't just the presence of a fourth-rank ape king, but the social nature of the ape beasts. Provoking one could lead to an attack by the entire group, posing significant danger. Many adventurers chose to avoid it, yet the target ahead seemed unfazed by these risks. Ji Xiangdong quickly pulled out an old parchment map, comparing it to the surroundings. Moments later, he exclaimed excitedly, "This is its celestial phoenix, sacred lotus, is in Ape Valley. This is good news." Ji Xiangnan was equally invigorated, boosting the group's morale. Having reached their destination, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, though they remained vigilant. The ape king in the valley was extremely fierce and could trigger a larger conflict at any moment. "Be careful, the ape king won't be easy to deal with," Ji Xiangdong warned, as the group prepared themselves. Over 30 Ji family experts drew their finely crafted small crossbows, eyes alert. When facing beasts, battle techniques aren't always necessary. The right weapon can often be more effective, especially against lower-ranked beasts. The thousand-mile smoke-seeking beast approached a large tree, giving a low call before rapidly digging at the soil beneath it with its small paws. Everyone held their breath, tense with anticipation, until they saw it quickly uncover a clay pot stained with blood. The beast excitedly nudged it out, clearly having found something of great importance. The clay pot moved and immediately exploded with a deafening bang, shattering into countless pieces. Accompanying the blast, a pungent spicy scent quickly spread, enveloping the entire Qianli Shuanyan beast. A piercing wail echoed as the creature, about the size of a small dog, shrank rapidly, curling up in pain and convulsing. Ji Xiangnan's face turned pale. The pot was filled with chili powder mixed with another strong irritant. The pot was brimming with energy, remaining intact when still, but once moved violently, the balance of energy was disrupted, causing it to explode and the powder to disperse rapidly. Everyone began coughing. Although the smell wasn't toxic, it was enough to cause a burning sensation in anyone's nasal passages, making it unbearable. For the Qianli Shuanyan beast, with its extremely sensitive sense of smell, the pungent odor felt like countless sharp blades cutting into its nostrils, causing excruciating pain and heart-wrenching cries. Ji Xiangdong's face also turned ashen. Reaching their destination only to fall into a deliberately set trap filled him with a sense of foreboding. The pot was clearly prepared specifically for the Qianli Shuanyan beast, suggesting the adversary had long been aware of their pursuit and had intentionally lured them here with ill intent. Zhang Yufu's expression changed suddenly as he faintly heard a fierce roar from the distant valley, with several strong presences rapidly approaching. Ji Xiangdong also sensed the atmosphere in Demon Ape Valley becoming tense, with a dangerous aura quietly spreading. Although they were not weak, and the ape population in the valley wouldn't easily threaten them, it was clear that the adversary's calculations were far more frightening than anticipated. At this moment, Zhan Wuming was fleeing in a panic, like a dog with its tail between its legs. The ape group, sharper than he had imagined, forced him to proceed with caution. His plan to infiltrate Demon Ape Valley had gone more smoothly than anticipated. No one in the city knew more about the outskirts of the magical beast forest than he did, and whispers of information had already spread through these woods. By simply smearing some monkey dung on himself, he successfully infiltrated Demon Ape Valley. Though no one dared to make plans in the valley, Zhan Wuming came regardless, knowing it held countless treasures. Besides the Tianhuang's sacred lotus, the most tempting was the monkey wine, which not only greatly replenishes, but also significantly aids in tempering the body, accelerating the cultivation of battle energy. Monkey wine is generally not stored in monkey dens, but hidden in sealed tree hollows. Knowing this, Zhan Wuming didn't rashly storm the monkey dens, but instead found a giant tree. After a careful search, he discovered a tree hollow filled with liquid, emitting a clear, jade-like glow. The rich aroma of the wine delighted Zhan Wuming, prompting him to act immediately. He didn't even use his Qinkuan ring, but borrowed Zheng Shurong's storage bag instead. For these aristocratic children, storage bags were essential tools. Though their space couldn't compare to the Chinquan ring, it was enough to hold the wine from this tree hollow. Zhan Wuming chuckled to himself. The wine from the tree hollow weighed at least 1,000 pounds, with a rich and enticing aroma, a rare treasure indeed. After collecting the wine, he deliberately spilled some at the base of the tree, causing the fragrance to spread. Moments later, young monkeys came drawn by the scent. Seeing the empty tree hollow with only some wine left, they froze, then began shrieking sharply. The ape king soon arrived, furious at the sight of the empty tree hollow. The monkey wine, painstakingly brewed, had been stolen overnight, an intolerable affront. The ape king, seething with rage, spread its aura, quickly searching for the intruder. Fortunately, Zhan Wuming was prepared, cleverly concealing both his presence and aura. Just as the ape king's fury peaked, ready to rampage, the Qianli Shuanyan beast's cries echoed from outside the valley. A powerful wave of the ape king's aura quietly swept over, and without hesitation, the ape king led over 100 great apes out of the valley. The ruler of Demon Ape Valley would not tolerate any challenge to its authority, especially upon discovering the theft of its treasure, pursuing the intruders with unbridled wrath. Zhan Wuming had anticipated this, silently hiding nearby, ready for the ensuing chaos. Meanwhile, the Ji and Zhang families found themselves trapped in an inescapable predicament. The Ape King's fury had left them with no means of escape. Watching the group of apes emerge from the valley, Zhan Wuming's lips curled into a subtle smile. His strategy of redirecting trouble and luring the tiger away from the mountain had clearly worked, leaving the ape cave defenseless. He navigated through the cave with ease, moving through the network of natural tunnels until he found a smooth, mirror-like path leading directly to the bottom. This was evidently the handiwork of the Ape King after gaining intelligence. As he ventured deeper, a wave of scorching heat hit him, and the temperature steadily rose. After advancing 100 yards, the scene opened up before him. A massive nest came into view, centered around a pool of lava about 10 feet in diameter. The crimson lava churned continuously, with a rich flow of spiritual energy surging like the tide. Zhan Wuming's gaze was fixed intently on the budding red lotus in the lava pool, the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus. The sacred lotus had not yet bloomed, making it the perfect time for harvesting. Once it blossomed, the spiritual energy would diffuse, its fragrance spreading for miles, inevitably attracting numerous high-level magical beasts to compete for it. In a past life, the Zhan family had mobilized completely, sacrificing several lives and leaving his grandfather severely injured, only to secure a single petal. Now, with the chance to obtain the entire bud, how could he let it slip away? Zhan Wuming silently rejoiced at his foresight. Had the old ape insisted on waiting for the flower to bloom, it would surely have perished at the claws of a fifth-tier magical beast. Taking it early not only saved the old ape's life, but also ensured its gratitude towards him and the Ji family in the future. He quickly retrieved a cold jade knife and a jade box. The heavenly phoenix sacred lotus could not be exposed to metal, and an ordinary jade knife couldn't sever the stem. Only cold jade would suffice. With a swift motion, the sacred lotus was cut and securely placed into the jade box. Looking at the now empty lava pool, Zhan Wuming sighed inwardly. This was a rare fire spirit vein, but unfortunately, he lacked the strength to claim it for himself. As he surveyed the nest, he was surprised to discover the walls studded with fire spirit stones. These stones had erupted from the earth's core lava and were cleverly embedded into the cave walls by the ape group, making the spiritual energy here far more abundant than in the Zhan family's ancestral retreat. No wonder such a small valley could give rise to so many fourth-tier magical beasts. Since he couldn't take the spirit vein, he wouldn't be shy about taking these spirit stones. Even a low-grade spirit stone was worth thousands of gold coins in a secular kingdom, and was hard currency in the empire and major sects, with practitioners of battle energy able to directly absorb the spiritual power within. Thinking of this, Zhan Wuming was overjoyed but knew he had to act quickly. Once the apes returned, he would truly be trapped. The moment Zhan Wuming severed the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus, the demon ape king let out a deafening roar, its eyes bloodshot, and its demeanor turning frenzied. Zhan Wuming could easily predict the state of the battle outside without witnessing it firsthand. The Ji family was no ordinary force. Their retainers were all well-trained elites. Most of the personnel deployed were of the battle sect level, with the weakest being at the battle master level. This clash was undoubtedly a direct confrontation between two powerful factions. Ji Xiangdong was filled with regret at this moment. He had originally planned to retreat before the demon ape king arrived, but he didn't anticipate the crazed pursuit. In the territory of the magical beast forest, how could humans outrun these natural forest rulers? The demon apes moved with agility among the thick tree trunks, like birds in flight. Even the Ji family's prized ground-splitting crossbows struggled to hit their nimble forms, and even when they did, it was rarely fatal. The demon apes moved swiftly like the wind, and Ji Xiangdong's group was soon caught up with. The apes seemed to be in a frenzy, focused solely on slaughter with unusually fierce attacks. However, during the pursuit, the Ji family's crossbowmen managed to inflict some losses, with dozens of second-tier demon apes struck by bolts, some seriously injured or killed, significantly reducing their combat power. Among the old apes, several had reached the level of third-tier magical beasts, posing a significant threat to the Ji family retainers. The battle had barely begun when several Ji family warriors were torn to pieces by the demon apes, blood and flesh flying everywhere. In the center of the battlefield, the Demon Ape King and 3 fourth-tier beginner demon apes were besieged by Ji Xiangdong and his group. The Ji family had deployed the formidable 4-star Battle King Elder Ji Changfeng, along with Ji Xiangdong, an early-stage Battle King, and 3 other Battle King-level experts, totaling 5. Yet, against these 4 demon apes, they were struggling to hold their ground. The primary reason was the Demon Ape King's formidable power, nearly that of a 5-star Battle King. Ji Changfeng alone was no match for it, and had to team up with Ji Xiangdong to barely withstand its fierce attacks. The other 3 Ji family Battle Kings each fought a 4th-tier beginner old ape, but gained no advantage, leaving the battlefield in chaos. In a short time, over 10 Ji family retainers were dead or injured, and even Ji Changfeng had sustained injuries, his chest exposed with a gaping wound. At this critical moment, the Demon Ape King suddenly let out a thunderous roar, its body swelling to several times its original size at a visible rate. Its already massive form became even more imposing. To everyone's shock, a vertical eye slowly opened in the middle of its forehead, emitting a jet-black beam like a lightning bolt that could pierce the sky. Wrathful Vajra. Xiangdong, retreat. Ji Changfeng cried out in fear. Unfortunately, Ji Xiangdong had nowhere to retreat. As the Demon Ape King's body expanded, he sensed danger, but by the time the vertical eye fully opened, a formidable pressure enveloped him, making movement difficult, as if he was trapped in an invisible mire. The black lightning struck like a bolt from the blue. Boom. In a split second, Ji Xiangdong produced a giant shield etched with mysterious patterns, and a protective armor silhouette appeared around him. The black lightning struck hard against the defense, causing a small crack on the shield's surface, while the armor's silhouette vanished instantly. Ji Xiangdong was hurled backward by the terrifying force, crashing through several large trees before finally stopping, blood gushing from his mouth. The power of the wrathful Vajra was unstoppable. No one expected to encounter a demon ape with the bloodline of the divine beast wrathful Vajra at the edge of the magical beast forest, let alone one that mastered the innate divine skill, wrathful Vajra's power. Although Ji Changfeng's warning didn't enable Ji Xiangdong to fully evade the deadly strike, it did buy him a heavy punch from the Demon Ape King, sending him flying. The Demon Ape King's sudden fury was triggered by its keen sense of the heavenly phoenix, sacred lotus, disappearing from the cave. It didn't immediately return to check the situation because Ji Xiangdong and his group emitted a scent it found extremely hateful and loathsome. This scent came from the clay pot Zhan Wuming had buried under a tree earlier. Everyone thought the clay pot was merely to deal with the smoke-seeking beast, unaware that the chili powder was mixed with a special concoction that all magical beasts found extremely repugnant. The spicy aroma quickly masked the pungent smell of the medicinal powder, making it undetectable to humans. However, for any magical beast, the scent of this powder was an unspoken provocation. In retaliation, their fury erupted even more fiercely. Boom! Ji Changfeng was sent flying by a punch, crashing hard into a distant rock wall. The power of the Demon Ape King came from divine beast bloodlines, unimaginably strong. Even with Ji Changfeng's exceptional skills, he couldn't withstand such a frenzied force. The Demon Ape King quickly caught up with Ji Xiangdong, his eyes wild and violent. Ji Xiangdong's face was pale, his body severely injured, a wave of despair surging in his heart. At this moment, he had no strength left to resist. Despite desperately retreating, his speed in this wounded state was no match for the Demon Ape King. The Ape King closed the distance in a few strides, reaching out with a strong arm to grab Ji Xiangdong's wrist. Ji Xiangdong screamed in pain as the Ape King yanked forcefully, tearing off one of his arms and flinging it away. The Demon Ape King's fierce roar echoed like thunder throughout the valley, shaking the ground. Then, the Ape King stomped on Ji Xiangdong's massive shield, sending both him and the shield flying and crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood splattered, and Ji Xiangdong's body lay limp like a corpse, eventually slipping into unconsciousness. Ji Changfeng witnessed all of this, his heart filled with anger and fear. He had never encountered such a ferocious beast before, and at this moment, he felt as if his heart would burst. Under the Demon Ape King's relentless assault, the Ji family was gravely wounded, with only a few elite members still struggling to resist, while the rest had been torn to pieces. Ji Xiangdong's fate was uncertain, and if they didn't retreat soon, the entire Ji family might pay with their lives. Sharing Ji Changfeng's sentiment were the 3 warlords of the Zhang family. At this moment, Zheng Yufu, equipped with a protective spiritual artifact, was doing his utmost to fend off the attacks of a fourth-year-old ape. Although the old ape didn't possess the overwhelming strength of the demon ape king, its violence and brutality still put Zhang Yufu in peril. At this point, Zhang Yufu was in a sorry state, fighting desperately for his life, yet still unscathed. However, the two warlords alongside Zhang Yufu weren't as fortunate. One of them, who had just broken through to the warlord realm, had a gaping wound on his shoulder, leaving him powerless to fight back. Almost all the other skilled fighters accompanying the Zhang family, except for the two warlords, had perished. Compared to the Ji family, the Zhang family situation was even more dire. As a local family of Mayan City, the Ji family had some experience in fighting fierce beasts, whereas the Zhang family had none. At this moment, the Zhang family was entirely at a disadvantage. The demon ape king was in a frenzy, feeling no fear or pain, and the mindless apes knew no fear either, leading only to endless screams and death. With each passing minute, new lives were consumed, and a sense of despair spread. Zhan Wuming heard the demon ape king's roar and felt a sinking feeling things weren't looking good. Staying any longer might mean being trapped in the cave with no way out. Fortunately, the spirit stones on the cave walls were nearly mined. He quickly made a decision and initiated the retreat plan. His escape speed was swift. Just as he exited the cave, he saw several third-tier demon apes leading over a dozen second-tier apes rushing towards the cave. Zhan Wuming breathed a silent sigh of relief, had almost been trapped. Sensing the disappearance of the Tianhuang's sacred lotus's aura, the demon ape king immediately ordered his subordinates to temporarily retreat. Luckily, Ji Xiangdong and the others had already retreated over 10 miles, buying Zhan Wuming some time. By the time the apes returned to the cave, Zhan Wuming had vanished without a trace. Zhan Wuming felt fortunate to have escaped in time. Although he had successfully evaded the apes' pursuit, he knew that staying in the Demon Ape Valley any longer was not wise. Without hesitation, he changed direction and ran desperately in the opposite direction. Throughout the journey, he carefully concealed his presence and moved with caution, fearing that he might alert the raging battle between humans and beasts taking place a dozen miles away. Zhan Wuming had only managed to escape a few miles when he heard a thunderous roar from deep within the Demon Ape Valley. The elder apes had returned to find the sacred phoenix lotus missing. The cave walls, once encrusted with fire spirit stones, were now in disarray, with only a few scattered stones glinting faintly, the rest stolen. With furious glares, they searched the entire valley but found no trace of the intruder, their rage erupting like a volcano as they reported the theft to the Demon Ape King. In a fit of fury, the king went berserk, but instead of continuing the fight, he let out a piercing howl, withdrew from the battlefield, and charged back to the valley, vowing to find the thief. Ji Changfeng had been looking for an opportunity to escape, but when the Demon Ape King's assault came crashing down, he found no way out. Under the relentless barrage of powerful blows, he was forced to endure several attacks. His bones nearly shattered, and his organs felt as if they had shifted. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, convinced that death was imminent, a sudden, urgent cry from the apes pierced the air. The Demon Ape King abruptly halted and turned away, abandoning his pursuit. Although the king retreated, the swarm of ape beasts continued their relentless assault. At this point, Ji Changfeng and his group had lost their will to fight and had to deplete their energy to use escape techniques to flee. Zhang Yufu, severely wounded, barely managed to break free from the battle and had no intention of going back to help, fleeing without a backward glance at the injured family retainer left behind. The stark contrast between humans and beasts was evident at this moment. Beasts fought obediently, without retreating even in the face of death, while humans, sensing their lives were at risk, instinctively chose to flee. Ji Xiangnan, having abandoned any lingering concerns, broke away from the apes attacking him, leaving two family retainers to cover his escape as he swiftly headed in the direction where Ji Xiangdong had been flung. Ji Xiangdong struggled to regain consciousness, with one arm destroyed by the Demon Ape King's blow, bleeding profusely and on the brink of death. He endured the searing pain to staunch the bleeding and looked up just in time to see Ji Xiangnan rushing towards him. Overjoyed, he weakly called out, "Second brother." But his joy was short-lived, pierced by the cold, murderous intent in Ji Xiangnan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Xiangnan ignored his brother's pleading gaze and continued forward, driving a spear precisely through his throat. In the past, he could only look up to this elder brother superior in both talent and cultivation. While he had just become a battle master, his brother stood at the threshold of the battle sect. As he arduously cultivated to the 8-star battle sect, his brother effortlessly ascended to the battle king. The position of the next head of the Ji family had seemed a foregone conclusion. But now, the situation had changed. The Ji family suffered devastating losses on this expedition, with only Ji Changfeng and him surviving. Ji Changfeng had fled early, unaware of Ji Xiangdong's cause of death. Ji Xiangdong's demise in Demon Ape Valley would raise no suspicions, and no one would investigate. Although the Ji family returned empty-handed from the battle, Having failed to obtain the sacred phoenix lotus, Ji Xiangnan had secured his eligibility for the position of family head through this bloody ordeal. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming had fled over 100 miles, taking care to use the secret medicine he had prepared, scattering it along the way to mask his presence completely. Given the vast difference in power between him and the demon ape king, allowing the king to track his aura would spell certain death. He needed to ensure that the king could not trace him. For him, the only chance of survival was to leave no trace. Zhan Wuming didn't immediately return to the city of Mai. He smirked coldly, fingers lightly tapping the sword at his waist. With the ferocity of the ape group in Demon Ape Valley, the pursuers from the Ji and Zhang families must now be like dogs without a home. But that wasn't enough for him. He swiftly headed towards the path back to my city. Never leave an enemy behind was not his style. Now was the perfect time to strike when they were down. Zhang Yufu had to die. Only by exterminating the entire Zhang family could the Zhan family truly resolve its crisis. At this moment, Zhang Yufu found himself in a dire situation. After escaping Demon Ape Valley, he had completely lost his sense of direction. Once he confirmed that the Ape King was no longer chasing him, he realized he had been running in the opposite direction of my city. Worse still, several strong presences were quickly closing in on him. Sensing the presence of two peak third-tier magical beasts among them, Zhang Yufu's expression changed, and he fled in panic before being surrounded. In decades, he had never been so desperate. But against irrational magical beasts, there was no other choice. As darkness fell, the light in the magical beast forest grew dimmer. Although Zhang Yufu had evaded several waves of magical beast encirclements, his situation hadn't improved. Despite his Battle King prowess allowing him to sense within 100 Zhang radius, his unhealed injuries and exhaustion forced him to keep running through the forest without a moment to catch his breath. Exhausted, he reached a river valley and unexpectedly noticed a flicker of fire upstream. Cautiously approaching, he saw a small waterfall cascading from a high cliff, forming a clear pool below. There were also a few suspended rocks on the cliff, perfect for resting. What tempted him more was the enticing aroma of roasting meat in the air, and there was no trace of any magical beasts in the area. Starving after a day without a drop of water, Zhang Yufu's storage ring was empty. His subordinates usually arranged his meals, and he never considered storing provisions. Seeing no one around, he approached the fire pit, where two golden brown rabbits were roasting, their aroma irresistible. Without waiting for the owner to return, Zhang Yufu grabbed one and devoured it ravenously. The rabbit meat was perfectly cooked, seasoned just right, and incredibly tender. After finishing the first, he looked around again, noticing the owner still hadn't appeared, and the other rabbit was about to burn. Rather than let it go to waste, he decided to finish it off as well. For someone famished, what could be more satisfying than unexpectedly finding a delicious meal? Zhang Yufu felt somewhat revitalized, his stomach full and his strength gradually returning. As dusk fell, he planned to rest there for the night, hoping to return to the city of Mai refreshed at dawn. There, he would rally experts from his family to prepare for another venture into Demon Ape Valley. While lost in thought, a faint fragrance caught his attention, prompting him to take a deep breath. His spirits lifted when he noticed a backpack, slightly open, behind a large rock near the fire. Inside was a jar of wine, its clay seal mysteriously broken, allowing the aroma to waft through the air. Having just eaten, the unexpected scent of wine was a pleasant surprise. Cautiously, Zhang Yufu sniffed the wine again. With his warrior's intuition, he could sense it was free of poison. In such a perilous place, he never let his guard down. Even when he found the rabbits during his hunger, he meticulously checked them for toxins before eating. Now, with the wine's fragrance tempting him, he decided to indulge after all. He'd already eaten the rabbit meat, so why hesitate with the wine? He drank half the jar in one go, feeling the strong kick of the alcohol. However, after only half the jar, he began to feel dizzy, his vision blurring. Something's wrong, he realized suddenly. A small jar of wine shouldn't have such an effect on him, especially given his warrior status. When he tried to summon his warrior energy, his face changed dramatically, his energy was completely gone. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. Neither the wine nor the rabbit meat was poisonous, so why was he experiencing these symptoms? Quickly, he retrieved some antidote pills from his storage ring, intending to take them immediately. In that moment, a cold flash sliced through the air, severing the pills in his hand, and sending his palm flying several meters away. Painful screams erupted from him. Ah! He looked down in horror. The blade had been so fast that he hadn't even had time to react. Moreover, exhausted from fleeing, with his warrior energy depleted, he was in no condition to dodge such an attack. As water splashed around, a young man burst from the pond, the firelight flickering with his movement. He held a small knife, simple in appearance but exuding a chilling aura. Zhang Yufu's heart tightened. The swift blade earlier had come from this very knife. The young man was a fourth-rank warrior. Such strength was something Zhang Yufu would have once dismissed, but now, with his energy drained, he felt like a helpless prey on the chopping block. Who are you? Zhang Yufu demanded, his voice a mix of anger and concealed fear. The young man smirked coldly, his eyes carrying an eerie glint. Uncle, I'm your nephew. Zhang Yufu's heart skipped a beat, his face turning pale. Nephew? Who is this young man? When did he have a nephew? The coldness and depth in his voice sent shivers down his spine, filling him with a sense of foreboding. Who are you, really? We don't know each other, so why do this to me? Zhang Yufu's anger was tinged with an involuntary fear. He had never faced such a strange situation, especially when he was already so exhausted and powerless. The young man looked down, speaking softly. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me. Knowing who I am is enough. Oh, by the way, I was the one who killed Shiren. Zhang Yufu's mind reeled, fear overtaking him as a tremor ran through his gaze. Was it you who led us to Demon Ape Valley? Did you kill Shiren at the Yihang courtyard? Who are you? Zhang Yufu shouted in disbelief. I am your nephew, Zhan Wuming. That day when you and my cousin visited my home, I had just come out of seclusion and didn't have the chance to pay my respects. Otherwise, how could you not recognize me? Zhan Wuming smirked, his eyes filled with mockery. Impossible. How could you possibly have battle energy? Weren't you said to have a soul anomaly? Zhang Yufu was momentarily stunned as he looked at the young man before him. Why wouldn't I be able to cultivate battle energy? Look, I'm already a battle master, a 4-star battle master at that, and I'm only 17. How's that for talent? He raised his sword, its blade glowing with a yellow battle aura, as if to deliberately show off. Zhang Yufu's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning a bit confused. Are you really my nephew? Then why are you treating me like this? We are. Before he could finish, Zhan Wuming interrupted him with a cold laugh. Uncle, I've been poisoned. See if you can help me detoxify. Zhang Yufu's expression changed, as if he had suddenly seen hope. His tone became urgent and full of expectation, completely ignoring the fact that his hand had been severed. It seemed he had entirely forgotten what had just happened. Zhan Wuming smiled faintly. Actually, I'm the one who poisoned you. Zhang Yufu's face turned pale instantly, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. He finally realized that Zhan Wuming had torn away all pretenses and trapped him in a perfect snare, and today he might not escape alive. Can you tell me how you poisoned me? Zhang Yufu asked softly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He couldn't believe that as a battle king, he couldn't even detect poison. Zhan Wuming chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of cruelty. Uncle, you were really cautious. The rabbit wasn't poisonous, and neither was the wine. But you weren't poisoned here. Remember, outside the Demon Ape Valley, you were already poisoned. The toxin lay dormant in your body, not manifesting until you drank this wine. But now it's too late. Impossible, Zhang Yufu exclaimed, his face pale, unable to accept the truth. There's nothing impossible about it, Zhan Wuming said calmly. Do you know why you're always attracting magical beasts wherever you go? It's because when I dealt with the 1,000-mile smoke-seeking beast, I added something to the chili powder. It stimulates the beasts, making them restless and aggressive. As you ran, the powder gradually seeped into your organs, but the powder alone wasn't enough to be considered poison. The real poison is in this wine. Zhang Yufu frowned, confusion in his eyes. What's wrong with the wine? You can't guess, can you? Zhan Wuming sneered, clearly proud of his meticulous plan. The wine's aroma is mild yet exceptionally strong. It's a unique brew I developed called Green Snake wine. The green snake is a low-level magical beast, not very poisonous, but its cold snake nature can neutralize the strong aroma of the wine, making it more refreshing. This wine can activate the effects of the flame flower pollen, neutralizing the battle energy in your body in a short time. Zhan Wuming paused, a gleam of pride in his eyes. And in that chili powder, I specifically added a large amount of flame flower pollen. It's the scent of this pollen that attracted the magical beasts, ultimately leading them to you. And I, guided by the scent of the flame flower pollen, found you, and then entertained you with good food and drink. After all, it was my first meeting with my third uncle. How could it be shabby? Zhang Yufu's eyes gradually became dazed, an inexplicable fear rising in his heart. How could a 17-year-old possibly devise such a scheme? Step by step, seamlessly connected, he and the Ji family had long been manipulated by him. Zhang Yufu spoke with difficulty. Was the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus in the Demon Ape Valley also fake? Zhan Wuming looked into the distance, shaking his head slightly with a cold smile. I won't answer that, because time is almost up. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the top of the river valley cliff, breaking the silence. Boy, how dare you! It was Yin Yi, a guest elder of the Zhang family, a 1-star battle king, who had followed Zhang Yufu here after they had parted ways. Old Yin, save me. Zhang Yufu's voice was filled with despair, as he no longer believed he could survive this encounter with the young man. Zhang Yufu suddenly rolled towards the pool. He knew Zhan Wuming wouldn't give him any chance, but the instinct to survive drove him to struggle desperately. Realizing he couldn't summon his inner battle energy, he crushed the spiritual awareness bead without hesitation. As long as Yin Lao was within 100 miles, he would sense Zhang's location. This was his plinto hold off Zhan Wuming and wait for rescue. However, He underestimated his opponent's alertness. Zhan Wuming had already sensed Yin Lao's approach and decided to act early. Swish. Zhang Yufu desperately tried to roll out of Zhan Wuming's attack range. But how could his body, devoid of battle energy, outpace the blade in his opponent's hand? Just as he moved, Zhan Wuming's blade slashed through his body like lightning. The blade passed over him, and though Zhang Yufu didn't die, he found himself in a fate worse than death. Zhan Wuming's strike precisely cut through his qi, causing his stored battle energy to flood out like a breached dam. This time, he truly lost all his battle energy. A once proud battle king was instantly reduced to a worthless shell. Zhan Wuming turned around, calmly watching Yin Lao approach swiftly. He leisurely wiped the blood from his blade onto Zhang Yufu's clothes, then continued nonchalantly cleaning his nails, ignoring Zhang's screams. Yin Lao's eyes were filled with rage. Under his watch, the third master of the Zhang family had been crippled, and the culprit, a mere 4-star battle sect youth, was calmly wiping blood from his blade without even glancing his way. This disdainful attitude ignited his fury. "You ignorant brat, do you realize the price you'll pay?" Yin Lao's heart surged with murderous intent. On this outing, the third master was crippled, the fourth young master was dead, and everyone else had perished, leaving him alone. What did this mean for the Zhang family? How could he return in shame? All of this was caused by the young man before him. Zhan Wuming laughed, his eyes full of contempt. "You think I didn't know he crushed the spiritual awareness bead? I didn't kill him quickly because I didn't want to waste time looking for you. It's dark in the demon beast forest, and it's unsafe, so I let him call for you. You didn't disappoint." Yin Lao's face changed dramatically. The young man's expression was too calm, so calm that it made Yin Lao feel like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. He couldn't understand the source of the young man's confidence, and this unfathomable feeling unsettled him. Yin Lao suddenly realized he had been too rash, rushing here without thinking. Zhang Yufu shared the same battle king level as him, and even had a protective spirit armor, with deeper resources, yet he was still defeated. What could Yin Lao do? No. Yin Lao suddenly awakened to the fact that he had lost confidence in front of an ant-like battle sect. The aura emanating from the young man was like that of a ruler of the world. It was clearly an illusion, yet it felt so real. If he told others, they would surely mock him. A battle king intimidated by a 4-star battle sect. How laughable. You, a mere 4-star battle sect, dare to speak so arrogantly. I'll show you the difference between a battle sect and a battle king. As he spoke, a heavy aura radiated from Yin Lao, and the space around the pool began to stagnate, as if the void turned into a swamp. Zhan Wuming felt even breathing became laborious. Not bad. You've grasped the basic application of earth battle chi, making you outstanding among battle kings. It's just a pity that an unfortunate battle king is no better than a chicken. Right now, you're at your weakest, weaker even than Zhang Yufu earlier. What can you do to me? Honestly, you really shouldn't have come here. Zhan Wuming's body trembled, and with the agility of a fish, he effortlessly evaded Yin Lao's aura lock. His movements were fluid and unrestrained, completely unaffected by the oppressive aura of the battle king. Boom. Zhan Wuming chose the most direct response, speaking with his fists. His punch whistled through the air, carrying an overwhelming force that aimed straight for Yin Lao's chest. Yin Lao's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected Zhan Wuming to be so fearless, entirely unaffected by his battle king's presence. What shocked him even more was that the force of Zhan Wuming's physical strike far exceeded expectations, its intensity rivaling the full charge of a third-tier unicorn rhinoceros. Wow. Yin Lao spat out a mouthful of black blood, which trickled down the corner of his mouth. He suddenly realized his folly. Outside the Demon Ape Valley, he had already been severely injured. After running hundreds of miles and facing dozens of magical beast attacks, he was indeed at the end of his strength. Duty-bound by Zhang Yufu's plea for help, he felt compelled to rescue his master. But by the time he had rushed here, he was already exhausted. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming had been conserving his energy, waiting for the right moment. Although their levels were vastly different, as the young man said, an unfortunate battle king was no better than a chicken. At this moment, he had no power to forcefully intervene. "You have two choices," Zhan Wuming said coldly. "Submit to me, or die." He didn't continue his attack. The previous strike had already made it clear that he was not an ant, but someone who could decide the other's fate. Yin Lao's face turned from pale to green, then to red, his expression constantly changing. He was actually hesitating between life and death. He had never thought that someone so far below him in level would force such a choice upon him. Even more pitiful was the fact that he hesitated, unable to refuse. "Kill him for me. Yin-Yi, kill him." Zhang Yufu's wails were filled with despair. He hadn't expected that even with Yin Lao's battle king prowess, he would gain no advantage and instead be injured by Zhan Wuming's single strike. At this point, his hatred had driven him insane. All he wanted was to kill Zhan Wuming, but he couldn't. "Who are you, really?" Yin-Yi ignored Zhang Yufu's cries. He had calmed down, his eyes scrutinizing the situation. He was well aware that the young man before him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Give me a reason to answer you. Zhan Wuming replied with a cold smile, his eyes glinting with danger. I don't want to waste words on a dead man. I want to know to whom I am submitting. Is that reason enough? Yin Lao's aura deflated like a punctured balloon, making him appear much older. His shoulders drooped slightly, showing his exhaustion. You traitor! You coward! The Zhang family won't spare you. Zheng Yufu was ashen-faced, despairing at Yin Yi's surrender. He resorted to cursing, his voice filled with hatred. Huh! Zhan Wuming laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the open space. After a moment, he looked at Yin Lao's expression and said with satisfaction, That's a very good reason, and I like it. I am Zhan Wuming, the fourth young master of the Zhan family. In your eyes, I may also be the little nephew of the Zhang family head. A trace of surprise flashed across Yin Lao's face, his brows furrowing slightly before he fell silent again. He only had two choices, life or death. He didn't want to die, so regardless of the other's identity, he had no choice but to submit. Zhan Wuming's previous punch had shown him that this young man could easily kill him. Zhan Wuming's punch hadn't even used battle energy. It was purely physical strength that shattered his last defense. Because Zhan Wuming relied solely on his physical power, he was entirely unaffected by the Battle King's aura lock. Yin Lao had never encountered such formidable physical strength, but believed in the potential and cunning of this young man. Open your mind, Zhan Wuming commanded coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Yin Lao's face changed, but he did not resist. Instead, he relaxed his mind as instructed. A cold consciousness snaked into his brain, branding an indelible mark upon his spirit. This is the legendary Ishin technique. Yin Lao exclaimed in shock. Indeed, you have some knowledge. Zhan Wuming's voice held a hint of approval. From now on, as long as you are loyal to me, your future will be brighter than with the Zhang family. But if you harbor any disloyalty, his gaze turned icy. You are well aware of the power of the Ishin technique. Yin Lao's face turned ashen, understanding that any extraneous thoughts were futile at this moment. He bowed his head, his voice slightly trembling. Yin understands. From now on, I will follow your orders without a second thought. Then, Zhan Wuming gestured towards Zhang Yufu, who was still hurling insults. Kill him with your own hands. A flicker of struggle crossed Yin Yi's eyes, but his actions did not falter. His palm pressed heavily in the air, and in an instant, Zhang Yufu's curses ceased as his body turned into a mist of blood and vanished into the air. Satisfaction flickered in Zhan Wuming's eyes as his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. The Zhang family, a thorn in his side for years, was finally beginning to be removed today. The hatred for the annihilation of his clan by the Zhang family in his past life had always been an unresolvable knot in his heart. Zhang Yufu's death was merely the first note in the prelude to his revenge. In the dim world, a faint wisp of deathly aura floated out from Zhang Yufu's blood mist. The glimmering essence within that aura quietly merged into Zhan Wuming's body with his breath. Very good. Zhan Wuming chuckled, retrieving a jade-green pill from his robe. Take this to restore your strength. We have more work to do. Yes. Yin Lao unhesitatingly took the pill and swallowed it. A warm current spread instantly through his body, dispelling fatigue and rapidly healing hidden injuries. Amazed by the pill's potency, Yin Lao immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate, eager to quickly recover his battle energy. Zhan Wuming's objective was not only to track down the Qianli Xuanyan beast, but also to eliminate the remnants of the Ji family. Although the Qianli Xuanyan beast was not of a high rank, it was an exceptionally rare creature treasured by the Ji family. There was no way the Ji family would abandon it, especially at a critical moment. Ji Xiangnan had narrowly escaped, but was still stuck in the magical beast forest. His first thought was to find this unique beast. The Ji family had special methods and techniques for raising beasts, allowing them to both track and tame them. However, he didn't anticipate that wherever he went, magical beasts would swarm around him, forcing him to evade attacks while tracking the Qianli Xuanyan beast. Although he managed to survive, he was severely injured, and time dragged on. Last night, he had to retreat to a hidden corner to avoid danger, and only now did he reach the beast's hiding place. Fortunately, the scent of the fiery pollen on him had diminished over the day, reducing the risk of provoking the magical beasts, as long as he kept his distance. Ji Xiangnan was the sole survivor of his family, highlighting the extent of their loss. Now, with his target in sight, survival was paramount. He was ready to capture the small beast. Zhan Wuming, with a smug smile, pointed at Ji Xiangnan and said casually, Don't worry, young master. Yan Yi glanced at the bedraggled Ji Xiangnan, unconcerned. Although his combat strength was only 60% restored, Ji Xiangnan's condition was even worse, and using just 10% of his strength would be an achievement. Yan Yi knew Zhan Wuming's reminder was timely. Despite his current state, with caution, eliminating a nearly powerless Ji Xiangnan wouldn't be difficult. Don't rely solely on brute force, Zhan Wuming remarked as he watched Yan Yi prepare to charge with his battle energy, feeling a bit exasperated. Why exert yourself when you don't have to? You need to use your brain. Don't let your battle energy turn to mush, or you won't even be able to save yourself. Yan Yi paused, then realized that Ji Xiangnan still believed he was an ally from the Zhang family, not knowing he had been subdued by Zhan Wuming. With Ji Xiangnan's combat abilities almost completely gone and Yan Yi's strength mostly recovered, Ji Xiangnan was unsuspecting. Ji Xiangnan was in a dire state. After long days of fleeing, he had narrowly escaped death several times and finally found the long-hidden Qianli Xuanyan beast in this valley. He thought he could recuperate here for a few days, regroup, and find a way out of the magical beast forest. Just as he was about to relax, he unexpectedly encountered Yan Yi, feeling a surge of hope. Although he worried Yan Yi might also want the Qianli Xuanyan beast, Yan Yi showed no hostility and continued to feign cooperation. Even if he had to hand over the beast to the Zhang family, once he reached my city, the Zhang family would have no hold over him. However, Ji Xiangnan did not realize that Yan Yi had no interest in the Qianli Xuanyan beast. His true target was Ji Xiangnan himself. Caught off guard, Ji Xiangnan was immobilized by Yan Yi, his battle energy sealed. His face changed, burning with anger. Yan Lao, what is the meaning of this? What does the Zhang family want? Even though Ji Xiangnan knew he was trapped, with no chance against a star battle king, Zhan Wuming's presence made him feel as if he was in a deadlock. Our young master wishes to see you. Yan Yi grabbed Ji Xiangnan and strode towards the cave. He roughly threw Ji Xiangnan onto the damp ground, where the dim light revealed another figure. Ah, third master Zhang is here too. Ji Xiangnan exclaimed with relief, ignoring his pain. I knew you were lucky and would be fine. Yan Yi sneered dismissively. Our young master is not third master Zhang. Don't get them confused. Ji Xiangnan was taken aback. Wasn't Yan Yi Zhang Yufu's guard? Why would he say such a thing? As he pondered, a clear voice rang out from the cave entrance. Second Uncle Ji, it's great to see you. Ji Xiangnan looked up abruptly, eyes wide. The young master of the Zhan family, Zhan Wuming, casually strolled into the cave, holding a rare beast in his arms. The sight was so startling that Ji Xiangnan was momentarily speechless. You are Zhan family's fourth young master, Wuming? Ji Xiangnan quickly adjusted his expression, recognizing the potential significance of this seemingly harmless boy. Despite being a 9-star battle sect struggling in the beast forest, Zhan Wuming appeared immaculate and unruffled, as if he were merely strolling in a garden. Yes, second Uncle Ji, Zhan Wuming replied with an innocent smile. Life is full of surprises. I didn't expect to see you in this wilderness. Are you here for some game hunting too? Yan Yi shivered inwardly at these words, vowing never to underestimate young people again. This one was clearly extraordinary. Ji Xiangnan was in a sorry state, his clothes tattered and muddy, struggling to move like a fish out of water. He thought ruefully that this was no ordinary hunting ground, but a perilous beast forest. Suddenly, he had a thought. So, you've reunited with your third uncle? Congratulations. Where is he now? How did you come to be in the beast forest? Indeed, it's a happy occasion, Zhan Wuming replied nonchalantly, petting the beast in his arms. I sent my third uncle to the divine realm last night. If you want to see him, it's simple, just cut your throat. Ji Xiangnan was dumbfounded. He cautiously observed Yan Yi, who remained expressionless, and then looked at Zhan Wuming's still innocent demeanor, feeling a chill run down his spine. This young master was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Old Yan, what's going on here? Ji Xiangnan stammered. Yan Yi responded coldly. He is our young master. From now on, I am his servant. You'd best behave. If the young master wants you dead, it's as easy as squashing an ant. Don't worry, second Uncle Ji. Zhan Wuming's smile turned icy. A dead Ji Xiangnan is of no use to me. But if you can't provide value alive, I'd rather have a dead second uncle. Sensing the blatant murderous intent in Zhan Wuming's words, Ji Xiangnan shivered. Although the four families in Muyang City competed openly and covertly, they maintained a facade of cordiality, hence Zhan Wuming's respectful address. In reality, however, the Ji family's ambition to suppress or even absorb the Zhan family was no secret. The Ji family conducted thorough research on every member of the Zhan family, yet the one person they deemed completely harmless, Zhansi Gongzi, was now the one holding Ji Xiangnan's life in his hands. Ji Xiangnan couldn't help but wonder if his second uncle would be willing to create value for him. Zhan Wuming gracefully wielded a delicate knife, casually cleaning his nails, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Nephew, you must be joking, he said softly, his eyes sharp as a blade. Both the Ji and Zhan families are prominent in the city of Mai. The Ji family has always been on good terms with the Zhan family. Whatever you ask, as long as it's within second uncle's power, it will be done for you. He paused, smiling slightly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, let's cut to the chase. I'm well aware of the Ji family's intentions. The Zhang family came to my city to join forces with the Ji family against us, the Zhan family. Yet, my poor uncle died before even starting, and your plans crumbled. The Ji family suffered greatly, but even a broken ship has some nails left. I hope your second uncle can take over the Ji family, and from now on, follow the Zhan family's lead. Any voice against the Zhan family must disappear from the Ji family. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhan Wuming's eyes. His tone remained calm, but carried an unmistakable threat. Second Uncle Ji, can you do that? Ji Xiangnan's expression changed drastically. Zhan Wuming's words were beyond anything he had anticipated. Even the Zhan family head, Zhan Qingpeng, wouldn't dare harbor such ambitions, yet this young man, whom the Ji family had always ignored, turned out to be the most formidable member of the Zhan family. Very well, Zhan Wuming chuckled softly. Your choice now is merely between life and death. A chill ran through Ji Xiangnan's heart. Zhan Wuming's words were devoid of emotion, cold as ice, piercing his very soul. Before he could respond, Ji Xiangnan felt a sharp pain in his hand, and suddenly a finger was severed. He looked down, seeing blood gushing out, and Zhan Wuming's knife stained with a trace of blood, yet his expression remained unchanged, smiling as usual. The intense pain made Ji Xiangnan realize this was no illusion. Zhan Wuming had truly cut off one of his fingers. Can you do it or not? Zhan Wuming maintained his calm demeanor, his voice gentle, yet striking Ji Xiangnan's heart like an icy hammer. Ji Xiangnan's heart went cold. This young man, with such ruthless methods, far exceeded his imagination. At that moment, Ji Xiangnan could almost envision the fate awaiting him if he didn't comply, becoming food for wild wolves and fierce leopards, a fate worse than death. With that thought, he felt powerless to resist, almost seeing the sharp teeth and claws of those beasts. Yan Yi's face turned pale, while Ji Xiangnan was already ashen, his body trembling involuntarily, as if hearing the howls of wild wolves around him. I can do it. Once I become the head of the Ji family will certainly follow the Zhan family, loyal and unwavering. Ji Xiangnan replied hoarsely, his forehead covered in cold sweat, almost gritting his teeth as he spoke. It's not just if you can become the head, but you will become the head of the Ji family, Zhan Wuming sneered. Do you understand? Cold sweat poured from Ji Xiangnan, and he no longer had any thoughts of resistance, his body stiff like a puppet, with nothing left but submission. He quickly collected his thoughts and replied in a low voice. Yes, I will certainly become the head of the Ji family, and the Ji family will follow the Zhan family, loyal and true. Zhan Wuming nodded in satisfaction. Good. In that case, open your mind. Ji Xiangnan dared not resist any further, fully aware he was now under Zhan Wuming's control. The young man before him seemed like a merciless puppeteer, and he was unable to escape this game of fate. Zhan Wuming effortlessly imprinted a strand of his spiritual consciousness into Ji Xiangnan's mind. In an instant, Ji Xiangnan's thoughts were laid bare in Zhan Wuming's mind, without a trace left hidden. Ji Xiangnan's secrets were as clear as an open scroll. A flash of surprise crossed Zhan Wuming's eyes as he discovered that Ji Xiangnan had personally killed his own brother, Ji Xiangdong, just for the chance to become the head of the Ji family. This ruthlessness and determination made Zhan Wuming's lips curl into a slight smile. Very good, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Zhan Wuming thought to himself, starting to admire this second uncle of the Ji family. A person who stops at nothing to achieve their goals is the best weapon against enemies, able to strike at the heart without hesitation. Ji Xiangnan's face changed dramatically, shock and fear spreading across his features. He suddenly realized that all his secrets were transparent before Zhan Wuming, who could cause him immense pain or even destroy his spiritual consciousness with a mere thought. His life and death were entirely in Zhan Wuming's hands, who could end him at any moment. As long as you do your job well for me, you will remain yourself, Zhan Wuming said calmly, pulling out a fiery red spirit stone from his pocket and casually tossing it to Ji Xiangnan. The stone traced a crimson arc through the air before landing in Ji Xiangnan's trembling hands. You've broken through to the Battle King level, which qualifies you to become the family head, Zhan Wuming continued. This is a mid-grade fire spirit stone. Your Ji family's cultivation technique leans towards fire attributes, so it should help you break through to the Battle King level more quickly. He gave Ji Xiangnan a meaningful look. I trust you won't disappoint me. Ji Xiangnan clenched the spirit stone, feeling the powerful energy it contained, and a surge of joy filled his heart. Mid-grade spirit stones are extremely rare in the mortal world, and one that perfectly matched his cultivation of battle energy was even more precious. He had been stuck at the 9-star battle sect level for a long time, and breaking through was just a matter of time. With this spirit stone's help, becoming a battle king was within reach. Ji Xiangnan hadn't expected Zhan Wuming to be so generous, and he thought to himself that following Zhan Wuming might be a wise choice. Zhan Wuming quietly returned to the Zhan family. As soon as he entered the city gates, he heard the widespread discussion about the major loss the Ji family had suffered. Rumors were flying, each one different. Some said the Li family had ventured into the wildlands and were attacked by the people there. Others claimed they went to the beast forest and encountered high-level beasts. Regardless of the story, the result was the same. The Ji family suffered heavy losses, and the specifics were kept tightly under wraps by the Ji family. The situation for the Ji family was indeed dire. Ji Xiangdong, who was about to assume the position of family head, was dead, and dozens of battle sect and battle master disciples, all the elite of the Ji family, were lost. This series of blows left the Ji family's old patriarch spitting blood in anger. Yet, against the Ape Valley, the Ji family was powerless. If they shared the news of the Heavenly Phoenix Holy Lotus with other families, they would be reluctant, and more importantly, who could guarantee that the Holy Lotus truly existed in Ape Valley? The Ji family couldn't swallow this indignation. At this moment, Ji Xiangnan returned to the Ji family, dragging his heavily injured body, bringing a glimmer of solace to the family immersed in grief. Upon his return, he immediately proposed a plan to the family head. Even if the Ji family gained no benefits, they must avenge their losses. Although the person who led the Ji family into Ape Valley had vanished, the ape group in the valley remained, and the valley must be raised to ease the Ji family's hatred. Ji Xiangnan analyzed that no one in Muyi City would stand up for the Ji family, so they should ally with the Zhang family. Moreover, since Zhang Yufu had died in Ape Valley, the Zhang family had more reason to stand with the Ji family. If the Heavenly Phoenix Holy Lotus truly existed, the Zhang family would prosper, and the Ji family could at least gain an ally. Ji Xiangnan's proposal was immediately endorsed by the Ji family head and the elders. Unfortunately, the smoke-seeking beast sent by the Ji family also met its end at the hands of the apes, adding to the Ji family's already significant losses. As the great elder of the Ji family, Ji Chongfeng's cultivation level is second only to another senior member of the family. Thanks to his testimony, Ji Xiangnan's safe return is considered a blessing from above, and no one blamed him for not bringing back Ji Xiangdou. After all, their mission was to explore the perilous beast forest, which harbors a powerful demon ape king comparable to a 5-star battle king, along with several 4th-tier magical beasts, each possessing the strength of a battle king in its early stages. Even Ji Chongfeng, a 4-star battle king, had to flee in distress. How could anyone expect Ji Xiangnan, a 9-star battle sect, to single-handedly restore the family's dignity? The Zhang family suffered complete annihilation, leaving the Li family in a difficult position. Fortunately, before setting out, Zhang Yufu had informed the Zhang family, and the Li family hoped to seize this opportunity to dispatch experts to discuss countermeasures together. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming returned to the Zhan family, causing a strong reaction within. Not long after his return, he was severely scolded by Zhan Qingpe. A young master who couldn't even practice battle energy disappeared for days. Although he left a note claiming to search for spiritual herbs, he didn't even take any attendance, leaving the entire Zhan family worried for a long time. However, Zhan Wuming brought back more than just a shocking missing report. He returned with a Qianli Xuanyan Biasta rare creature and a 1-star battle king. While the Zhan family had recently developed several miraculous potions and amassed resources, boasting 5 battle kings, a 1-star battle king was not particularly rare. Yet, the fact that this battle king was Zhan Wuming's servant truly caused a sensation in the Zhan family. Turning a battle king into a servant? The Zhan family elder couldn't imagine achieving such a feat. Worse still, Zhan Wuming secretly brought back the Ji family's treasured Qianli Xuanyan beast. The Zhan family elder was so furious he nearly passed out. If the Ji family discovered this, the conflict between the families might become irreparable. Although the Zhan family was not afraid of the Ji family, a standoff between the two major forces would result in mutual destruction, destabilizing the entire My City. Zhan Qinglong looked at his troublesome nephew with a sense of helplessness. Although his antics often drove people crazy, his pranks were usually harmless. But this time, Zhan Wuming brought back a powder keg for the Zhan familia lifeline of the Ji family and a guest official of the Zhang family. Even more infuriating, he turned Zhang Yufu's guard into his own servant. This prominent figure from the Zhang family was not someone to be offended lightly, and although the Zhan family appeared calm on the surface, they secretly worried about Zhang Yufu's possible retaliation. Zhan Tianxing, the elder of the Zhan family, had always been lenient with Zhan Wuming, but now, looking at his troublesome grandson, he furrowed his brow, filled with worry. Zhan Qingping's face twisted with anger, thinking, is this my son, or a troublesome ancestor? Yet, he couldn't help but admire him, as even he couldn't bring back a Qianli Xuanyan beast in such a short time, let alone subdue the guard beside Zhang Yufu. Under the stern gaze of the Zhan family's elders, Zhan Wuming became the center of attention. The Qianli Xuanyan beast shrank behind him, its eyes wary, secretly observing the angry elders. Meanwhile, Yan Yi was intentionally kept outside the ancestral hall, further intensifying the tense atmosphere. The Zhan family elder coughed and finally couldn't help but speak. The Qianli Xuanyan beast was taken from the Ji family, and Yan Yi was brought back from the Zhang family. As he said this, Zhan Wuming spread his hands, looking innocent. I didn't do anything. Why don't you just go and snatch the princess and queen of the Dian dynasty? Zhan Qingpeng slammed the table, his eyes burning with fury. Since when did you become so capable? You dare to take the Ji family's treasure and even seize a guest of the Zhang family as a servant. What a spectacle! Seeing this, Zhan Tianqing immediately raised his hand to cut off his son's anger. With a furrowed brow, he thought to himself, this grandson is utterly lawless, speaking of his thefts as if they are justified. Not only does he seize exotic beasts, but he also takes experts. When did this kid become so audacious? Even the old master of the Zhan family didn't have this kind of nerve. Tell us how you managed to take all this, Zhan Tianqing said, while giving his head a firm pat, silently cursing. This grandson is a handful. He's only been out for a few days, and he's acting like a bandit. He turned and glared at Zhan Qingpeng, raising his voice a notch. What's with all the yelling? You need to be patient with the kid. If you're so capable, why don't you go and seize something? The Ji family's treasure was taken, and they haven't come knocking. The Zhang family's people were taken, and they haven't come to demand them back. Yet here you are, the head of the family, losing your composure. Where's your dignity? Zhan Qingpeng, chastised by the old master, deflated instantly, his shoulders slightly sagging. He muttered to himself, dealing with an unreasonable old man. Even scolding your son requires careful wording. Being the head of the family feels utterly frustrating. Off to the side, Zhan Wuming's lips curled into a sly smile. Unhurriedly, he pulled out a Qinquan ring and a Qinquan bag from his robe. Before anyone could express their astonishment, with a flick of his wrist, a cascade of treasures poured out like a waterfall. In an instant, the room was covered in dazzling treasures. Layers of various magical beast skins, heaps of crystal-clear magical beast cores, an array of rare magical beast materials, piles of gold ingots and bricks reflecting blinding light under the lamps, colorful gemstones scattered all over, neatly arranged bottles and jars of elixirs, and even a few low-grade spiritual artifacts emitting a faint glow, along with a heap of rare spiritual herbs and minerals, creating a dizzying display. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded, frozen as if struck by a spell, their eyes darting between the gleaming treasures on the ground and the innocent-looking Zhan Wuming. They all raised their hands to their foreheads, as if suddenly struck with fever, unable to believe what they were seeing. The hall was filled with a dazzling aura, making the space feel instantly cramped. Zhan Qinglong murmured, his voice tinged with shock. Good heavens, how many people did he rob to get all this? Zhan Qingpeng, staring at the treasure-strewn floor, suddenly realized he had severely underestimated his son. A wave of regret washed over him, and his earlier question about why his son didn't go and seize the princess and queen of the Dian dynasty now seemed particularly ironic. Because he was alarmed to discover that, given his son's displayed boldness and capability, he might actually be able to do it. This. Zhan Tianqing snapped out of his daze, cleared his throat, and glanced at Zhan Qingpeng. Qingpeng, as the head of the Zhan family, you should handle this. Cleverly, he handed this hot potato to his son. The old man thought to himself, every time I ask this grandson a question, the answers are always nerve-wracking because you can never predict what he'll do next. I've lived 7 or 8 decades, and the money I've earned doesn't compare to what my grandson acquired in a few days. It's truly humbling. Zhan Qingpeng looked around and noticed that, aside from his elder brother, Qinghu and Qingbao's eyes were glued to the treasures, gleaming with greed. He took a deep breath and cautiously asked, are these also taken? Yes, these belong to Zheng Yufu and Ji Xiangdong, and those are from the Ji family's martial experts and a warlord of the Zheng family. Zhan Wuming replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. As soon as Zhan Wuming finished speaking, the hall fell silent, and everyone's eyebrows began twitching uncontrollably. You took them? Zhan Qingpeng asked more cautiously, his voice barely audible. He silently cursed. Damn it. Only a fool would hand over a Qinquan ring to someone else. It's obviously taken, so why even ask? If you're worried it's stolen, consider it found, Zhan Wuming said with a slight smile, no longer teasing his family. Because they're all dead. He found the scene quite amusing, watching his usually fierce family members now looking as if they might faint at any moment. Such expressions were rare. Everyone in the room nearly fainted upon hearing this. Not stolen, but found? As if they were just pebbles by the roadside, ready to be picked up. More shocking was the news that these people were all dead. They all perished in the forest of magical beasts, and this time, the Ji family was nearly wiped out, with only Ji Xiangnan and Ji Changfeng barely making it back alive. The experts sent by the Zhang family, except for the one I took as a servant, also met their end in the Valley of the Demon Apes. Zhan Wuming did not wait for questions from his family. He immediately revealed the outcome. The spoils he brought back were astonishing, but even more shocking was the news he delivered. The elite forces of the Ji family were entirely decimated in the forest of magical beasts, with Ji Changfeng returning severely injured and Ji Xiangdong meeting a tragic end. Similarly, most of the experts sent by the Zhang family perished in the Valley of the Demon Apes. For the Zhan family, this was undoubtedly good news, confirming that some of the rumors circulating outside were indeed true. You went to the Valley of the Demon Apes too? Zhan Qingpeng asked in surprise. He preferred to believe that Zhan Wuming's spatial ring was picked up from a corpse. Yes. Over the years, I've been studying the behavior of magical beasts and once inadvertently saved the Demon Ape King. This time, I needed a particular herb that happened to be in the valley. Zhan Wuming paused, vaguely recalling that in his previous life, when the Zhan family was destroyed, there had been a traitor within. Now, the more trump cards he had, the better it was for the Zhan family. So he didn't mention his ongoing cultivation. Everyone was stunned. Although they knew high-level magical beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence, and 7th-tier beasts could even take human form with intelligence akin to humans, their lifespan far exceeded that of humans. Yan Yi was spared because I pleaded with the demon ape king. Zhan Wuming continued. Zhang Sani and Zhang Shirong are dead, and the other companions also died in the valley of the demon apes. If Yan Yi returned to the Zhang family, it would be a dead end for him. So under the demon ape king's pressure, he acknowledged me as his master and became my servant. But what about the Ji family's 1,000-mile sent beast? Zhan Qingbao couldn't help but ask. Initially, I didn't know what it was, just thought it looked peculiar, so I caught it. Later, Yan Yi mentioned they were tracking someone near the valley of the demon apes, and the Ji family deployed that little beast. I heard it's quite magical. After a fierce battle erupted outside the valley, no one paid attention to the little beast, and I happened to catch it. Zhan Wuming said innocently. If you think this creature is important to the Ji family, I can return it to them. Zhan Tianqing shot Zhan Qingbao a glare. You talk too much. Since it was found in the forest of magical beasts, who says it must belong to the Ji family? The forest is full of wonders, and even if it's a 1,000-mile sent beast, who knows, there might be a nest of them somewhere. The crowd remained silent, and Zhan Tianqing's eyes were as sharp as a knife, his words laced with wisdom. There's not just 1,000-mile sent beast. The forest of magical beasts is vast. Perhaps there is an old beast that birthed several young ones, and Zhan Wuming just happened to find one. Can the Ji family claim exclusivity while the Zhan family cannot have one? I have something to say, though I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Zhan Wuming smiled slightly, yet his words carried a hint of caution. Go ahead, it's fine. Zhan Tianqing's voice was calm and authoritative. The Zhan family has been stable in the city of Mui for hundreds of years, solid as a rock, but lacking ambition. Although our business has been booming recently, we haven't seized the opportunity to expand and are still engaged in small-scale operations in this small city. Even if we become the head of the 4 great families, we're merely local tycoons, Zhan Tianqing sighed. In the Zhangyan Empire, we're just insignificant players. Even the Zhang family dares to look down on us. What is the point of being the head of the 4 great families? It's just like being a frog at the bottom of a well. Zhan Wuming spoke confidently, his voice echoing throughout the ancestral hall. Standing at the head of the room, Zhan Qingping's face changed drastically. As the head of the Zhan family, being publicly criticized by his own son for mismanaging the family's direction was a hard pill to swallow. He was about to retort when he caught the warning glance from the family elder, Zhan Tianqing, and swallowed his words. What does Ming'er think is the best way for the family to develop? Zhan Tianqing asked calmly. Everyone in the hall exchanged glances. At this moment, Zhan Wuming's momentum was unstoppable. His sharp words, though cutting, brought a new perspective to those present. I believe, Zhan Wuming said seriously, that the family's development should focus on securing our position internally while expanding externally. This, internal, refers to the city of Mai. There are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. How can we aim for the world without allies? He looked around at everyone present. A single family's power is limited, but many families together are strong. With the resources the Zhan family has, we should be highly sought after everywhere. Why, then, are we continually suppressed by the other 3 major families in my city, unable to make progress? Have any of you uncles ever thought about this? He paused for a moment before continuing. We don't need to forcefully break through external pressures. We need to form alliances. A sharp blade can cut a crack, but it can't open a plane. The art of business isn't about planting a single tree, but about cultivating a forest. He illustrated his point. Suppose we have 100 elixirs, each capable of earning 10 gold coins. But if we are suppressed in the capital, we can only sell 10. Even with all our efforts, we can sell at most 20, which means that although we have top-quality products, we can only make 200 gold coins, and the rest of the elixirs remain unsold, valuable, but unmonetized. But if we change our approach, a glint appeared in Zhan Wuming's eyes. We keep 20 for ourselves and give 20 each to the 3 major families, offering them a 5-coin discount per elixir. This way, the previously unsold elixirs can generate an additional 300 gold coins, enough to produce another 150 new elixirs. Not only do we increase our profits, but we also bind the 3 families to us, sharing our fate. Thus, the capital can no longer hinder the spread of Zhan family elixirs. At that moment, applause suddenly erupted, and the doors of the ancestral hall swung open. 2 elderly men, accompanied by several middle-aged men, entered. The eldest, the third. Someone whispered the identities of the newcomers. It was Zhan Tianqiu, Zhan Tianhe, and several cousins. Zhan Tianqiu laughed heartily. Who said my grandson is an ignorant playboy? There are plenty of people in the world who can't cultivate battle energy, but how many have insights like Ming'er? He turned to Zhan Qingpeng. Peng, as the family head, these are things you should have considered. Reflect on this. Father, your guidance is appreciated. Zhan Peng replied respectfully. That was excellent, Zhan Tianqiu said solemnly. Minger, continue. It's a good opportunity to discuss the future direction of the Zhan family with all the family elders present. Thank you, Grandpa, for your praise, Zhan Wuming replied modestly. Perhaps because I can't cultivate battle energy, I've always believed that the world doesn't lack warriors, it lacks thinkers. Though I can't defeat even a one-star warrior, I can make a battle king willing to work for me. People are strange that way. Once they have power, they only think of using it to solve problems, without considering why do it yourself. Isn't it better to let others do it for you? Our idea is to let others do the hard work for us while we sit back, relax with a drink, and cheer them on. Who knows? Maybe those risking their lives for us will even thank us for giving them the chance to achieve greatness. Zhan Wuming spoke these words calmly, his gaze sweeping across the hall and resting on those who looked shocked, a faint smile playing on his lips as if he was merely stating a trivial fact. The hall fell silent, as quiet as a grave, and you could hear a pin drop. Zhan Wuming's words struck like a thunderbolt, hitting the heart of every elder in the Zhan family. No one had ever spoken so bluntly about this idea, exposing the essence of profit-driven actions without any disguise. This led everyone to the inevitable question, why not let others fight and die while we reap the rewards? Why should we risk our own necks when it's dangerous and exhausting? While everyone was lost in thought, Zhan Wuming continued, true masters of war achieve no great glory themselves, they command others to earn the glory. Our Zhan family should move with the times and change our old ways. His tone was steady, his eyes calm, as he went on, share some of our treasures with others. They will be grateful, will gain wealth, and have time to recuperate. Once they've fought for us and are exhausted, our family will be strong and prosperous. It's a win-win situation for us. He sighed lightly. I didn't want to spell it out so clearly, but the Zhang family has pushed us too far. We're wasting energy guarding against the Ji, Long, and Qin families, and what for? We've gained little, and the Zhangs have quietly pulled them to their side, seeing us as ripe for the taking. If they succeed, our family's downfall won't be far off. After his speech, the elders in the hall looked at each other, their faces grim. Especially Zhan Peng, whose face was ashen, sweat dripping from his forehead. As the head of the family, he hadn't realized they were on such a precarious edge. Hearing Zhan Wuming's words, he felt a chill down his back, his clothes sticking to him. Over the past 5 years, the Zhan family's rapid development was indeed thanks to a few miraculous medicines developed by Zhan Wuming. These were considered secret treasures, tightly controlled within the family, never shared. This ensured their monopoly but also stirred resentment among the other 3 families, who occasionally sabotaged them. Today, Zhan Wuming's words opened everyone's eyes. Although the Ji, Long, and Qin families operate in different fields, they won't turn against profit. By aligning interests, the Zhang family won't be able to sow discord. Zhan Peng suddenly stood up, bowed his head, and said, I am truly ashamed, unworthy of the family's expectations. After hearing Wuming's words, I know I am unfit to remain head of the family. I ask my uncles to choose someone more capable. His voice was low but sincere, striking the hearts of those present. Initially, Zhan Peng thought Zhan Wuming was undermining him, but after hearing everything, he realized his 17-year-old son saw further and clearer than he did, making him more suitable to lead the family forward. Zhan Peng's decision to step down left everyone in the hall stunned, plunging them into unprecedented reflection and introspection. These elders, who had lived and held power for decades, found themselves outshone by a mere teenager, leaving them deeply ashamed. Father, why do you say such things? I'm not trying to blame anyone. I just hope we can all make some changes. After all, the rise and fall of our family cannot be determined by the family head alone. If we must assign blame, then everyone here is involved, so there's no need for you to be so concerned. Our future path shouldn't be limited to just my city. How should we face the top families of the Dian dynasty, not to mention the great families of the Zhongyan Empire? The direction of the Zhan family must be a collective decision involving all the elders and uncles. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm off to take my little beast for a walk. Oh, by the way, let the family handle the spoils from Uncle Zhang and Uncle Ji. I'm just a kid. Just give me some pocket money, and I'll be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhan Wuming turned away from the group and left without hesitation. By the time the family members snapped out of their daze from his words, Zhan Wuming had vanished without a trace. In the hall, a pile of treasures lay scattered on the ground, enough to equal half a year's income for the Zhan family. Zhan Wuming hurried away, not for any other reason, but because he felt the opportunity for a breakthrough was near. Although he had just advanced to a 4-star battle master, during his training in the Beast Forest, his battle energy seemed to have been stimulated, showing signs of another breakthrough. He quickly returned to the family's secret chamber, eagerly instructing Xiao Yun to prepare a medicinal bath. This time, instead of entering the usual tub, he poured the concoction into a tall cauldron. He then opened a mechanism below, and intense flames immediately engulfed the cauldron. Carefully, Zhan Wuming placed 5 petals of the sacred phoenix lotus into the cauldron and retrieved some herbs from the rings of Zheng Yufu and Ji Xiangdou. Soon, a delicate fragrance wafted from the cauldron. Without hesitation, he jumped in, submerging himself and covering the cauldron. The heat was suffocating, yet he remained focused, closing his eyes as the powerful medicinal energy surged through him like a fiery dragon. The force was overwhelming, rushing through every meridian, burning his muscles and bones as if he were engulfed in flames. In his mind, the cultivation method of the cold emperor art surfaced, with cold energy gathering like a frozen abyss within him. As he practiced, his core slowly rotated, refining his body along the path of fire. Suddenly, a pained groan escaped his lips. The extreme torment of ice and fire tore at his very being, almost unbearable. But the path of cultivation demands resilience beyond ordinary limits, enduring searing pain to temper both body and spirit. Zhan Wuming was not merely refining his physique. He was attempting to merge the nirvana power of the sacred phoenix lotus with the battle energy of the cold emperor art. After hours of agony and perseverance, the clash of cold and flame within his energy sea unleashed a destructive force. With a thunderous explosion, his energy sea erupted like a volcanic outburst. Unable to control the turbulent power within, his consciousness began to fade. He quickly grabbed a dozen fire spirit stones and tossed them into the cauldron, succumbing to the intense pain as he lost consciousness. Yet the intertwining forces of cold and heat persisted. In the chamber, though there was no actual earth fire, the fire spirit stones intensified the flames. The sacred phoenix lotus, inherently imbued with fire attributes, caused the cauldron's heat to rapidly coalesce the scattered energies, channeling them back into Zhan Wuming. The cold emperor art, a heavenly technique, contained a formidable power that allowed Zhan Wuming to harness the forces of ice and fire. Having accumulated extensive experience in a past life, this time, the collision of icy and fiery energies within him produced an even more formidable power. The clash of forces resulted in the destruction and explosion of his energy sea, a cataclysmic impact reminiscent of a meteor strike. But thanks to the cauldron's confinement, the energies didn't dissipate. Instead, they were reforged by the earth fire, transforming into a new energy that re-entered his body, alternating between burning and cooling. The chamber now brimmed with a unique aura, deep and powerful, like an invisible torrent surging within him. At this moment, Zhan Wuming was like the embryo of a golden elixir, with terrifying medicinal power, icy energy, and the domineering power of fire spirits all transforming into nourishment for the embryo, refining his skin and bones inch by inch. Within him, a force akin to the laws of the universe quietly emerged, meticulously repairing every damage in his body, much like a silkworm consuming mulberry leaves. All of this was beyond Zhan Wuming's expectations. When he first obtained the sacred Tianhuang lotus, he remembered a bold idea from his past life as a Dan fanatic using the nirvana power of the Tianhuang lotus to create the Tianren pill. No one in his previous life had attempted such an alchemical method due to the extreme conditions required. The Tianhuang lotus was exceedingly rare and treasured like a gem by those who possessed it. Just one petal was enough to make a battle emperor. Who would be willing to use 2 petals to let a mere battle sect attempt an unproven method? Not to mention the vast amount of spiritual stones and rare herbs needed. Zhan Wuming had the method of life cultivation from the Taiishu divine scripture, deeply understanding the path to achieving sainthood in the flesh. Coupled with his experience of attaining the battle god status in his past life and the entire Tianhuang lotus in his hand, his conditions were exceptionally favorable. Yet he hadn't anticipated the Tianren pill method to be so intense. Even with his will as firm as steel, it was hard to endure. Zhan Wuming let out a deep roar, as if an invisible wall in his mind suddenly collapsed. An inexplicable emotion awakened from the depths of his soul, and fragmented memories gradually became clearer. At the peak of Tianjue, layers of thunderclouds stacked like mountains. The entire sky darkened like an overturned iron pot. Waves of dragon-like lightning crashed against Zhan Wuming like raging tides, causing him to tremble continuously. It seemed as if the heavenly might wanted to reduce him to dust. Haha, the 7th wave already. Damn heavens, what can you do to me? I, Zhan Wuming, will defy destiny and cultivate life. Even minor heavenly tribulations are nothing to me. Zhan Wuming clasped his arms together. The icy blue aura around him intensified, and the unparalleled chill at the peak of Tianjue seemed to freeze the clouds in the sky. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of punches, each one precisely shattering a lightning dragon. The lightning strikes could not approach him. The shattered energy was absorbed by him like a sponge soaking up water. This was the domineering aspect of cultivating the thunderpath technique. This was Zhan Wuming's lightning tribulation, a calamity created by the heavens to annihilate all those who defy fate. Anyone who seeks to transcend beyond destiny will face the punishment of the heavens, with heavenly lightning reducing their tribulation spirit to dust, returning to the earth. Yet Zhan Wuming did not believe in fate. He firmly believed that practitioners inherently defy the heavens, with the soul of a practitioner belonging to oneself, not the heavens. Otherwise, how could one transcend the universe and gain infinite life? Therefore, destiny must be in one's own hands, and a lifetime of struggle is for this moment. If he could survive this lightning tribulation, he would shatter the void, be as eternal as the heavens, master his destiny, and achieve godhood. As the seventh wave of the lightning tribulation dissipated, the sky darkened even more, with an overwhelming pressure brewing within the thunderclouds, as if countless ancient behemoths were awakening. The eighth wave of lightning tribulation would be even more ferocious, and Zhan Wuming dared not be careless. Even though he had cultivated the thunder path technique, with his body and meridians often tempered by lightning, the heavenly tribulation lightning had its peculiarities. The more one defied the heavens, the more terrifying the tribulation. The clouds grew increasingly bright, with layers of plasma rippling high above, seemingly forming a massive thunder lake at the peak of Tianjua. Zhan Wuming's face changed drastically, and a long howl pierced the air, followed by a resonating dragon's roar. In his hand appeared a bizarre weapon renowned as the second most fearsome weapon in the world, the Devourer Blade. This deadly weapon, his companion through countless battles, now emanated a chilling intent to kill alongside its master. In the distance, Tianqing Peak lay prostrate like a vassal at the foot of Tianjua Peak. Atop the peak, a bloody scene unfolded. Several blood-soaked figures were struggling to escort dozens of the elderly, women, and children toward Tianjua Peak. Behind them, nearly 100 men in black relentlessly pursued, mercilessly cutting down the stragglers as if slaughtering livestock. Though separated by miles, the bloody scene was crystal clear to Zhan Wuming. When he recognized those being slaughtered as the family of Tianlai Palace, his own keenest surge of fury filled him. He couldn't believe someone dared to attack Tianlai Palace and dismantle the protective array he had personally set up. Before facing the tribulation, he had prepared thoroughly. Tianlai Palace was united, filled with masters, making it nearly impossible for anyone, even himself, to breach its defenses quickly. The Ice-Heart Thunder Emperor's Tianlai Palace had always been a taboo in the martial world, yet today, the eighth layer of the thunder tribulation descended with a roar, an endless torrent of lightning cascading down like a waterfall. Zhan Wuming stood amidst the sea of lightning, like a dragon bathed in electric light. The Devourer Blade in his hand sensed his fury and intent to kill, transforming into a chilling wave. However, as the bloody slaughter continued on Tianqing Peak, Zhan Wuming's heart trembled. Boom! He directed a bolt of lightning through the Devourer Blade toward Tianqing Peak, causing a burst of electrical light and thunderous explosions, striking the group of attackers. Yet even this strike could not halt their massacre of Tianlai Palace's vulnerable members. A profound sorrow welled up within him, unable to be drowned by his boundless rage and intent to kill. Zhan Wuming did not lose his reason. He quickly saw through this meticulously crafted conspiracy. The men in black were all death warriors, and the Tianjua mountain range was thousands of miles from Tianlai Palace. If they truly intended to annihilate his clan, they would have succeeded by now. Herding the weak to this location was clearly meant to disrupt his state of mind during the tribulation. Who else but death warriors would dare to so brazenly sabotage a peaked saint's tribulation? The mastermind had calculated precisely, choosing to strike at the most critical moment of his thunder tribulation. At this time, Zhan Wuming could not attempt a rescue. If he did, the power of the tribulation would obliterate all life within several thousand feet. Although he was confident he could easily kill those death warriors, the women and children of Tianlai Palace would perish with them. This was the enemy's cruel plan. Either slaughter his kin with his own hands or watch helplessly as his loved ones were killed. Zhan Wuming's heart surged with turmoil. How could Tianlai Palace be breached? What force possessed such earth-shattering means? Ah! A cry of despair shook the valley. If fate is so merciless, then what harm is there in becoming a demon? Damn heaven! I'm not resigned. I refuse to believe in fate. With a heart demon-born, the chaotic breathing Zhan Wuming roared. If we're all to die, then let's be destroyed together. Before the words were finished, he stepped into the air above Tianqing Peak, and in an instant, endless thunder and fire enveloped the area for thousands of feet. Oh! A scream of despair claimed all lives except for Zhan Wuming. Standing amidst the desolate battlefield, Zhan Wuming's aura surged, and his eyes were filled with a tangible killing intent. His chest heaved violently, fueled by boundless fury and an insatiable thirst for vengeance, as he let out a roar that shook the heavens, echoing for miles. If I live, I will annihilate you all, even if it means slaughtering the world. His voice thundered, causing the air around him to tremble. Deep within the Tianjua Mountains, countless fierce beasts felt the terrifying aura of someone at the peak of their destiny and the oppressive force of the tribulation, causing them to hide and remain motionless. Zhan Wuming stepped through the air with lightning speed, heading towards the depths of the Tianjua Mountains, the direction of Tianlai Palace. He had only one thought in mind. Even if he were to be destroyed by the tribulation, he would take all his enemies down with him. When he reached Tianlai Palace, the sight before him tore at his heart. Fires raged endlessly, and ruins lay scattered everywhere as if the palace had been struck by a meteor. Blood stained the ground, and severed limbs were strewn about, with no survivors in sight. A barely noticeable tear glistened in Zhan Wuming's eye. The 8th layer of the tribulation had already injured his body, with blood seeping from multiple wounds, but compared to the pain in his heart, these physical wounds were nothing. In the sky, the lightning of the 8th layer of the tribulation gradually weakened, but the thunderclouds grew denser. Although the 8th layer was nearing its end, the more terrifying 9th layer was brewing. At this moment, Zhan Wuming was uncertain if he could survive this ordeal, as his heart was no longer whole. Even if I achieve invincibility, what does it matter? Even if I shatter the void and live as long as the heavens and earth, what does it matter? He muttered to himself. I thought overcoming the great tribulation would allow me to control my fate, but I didn't expect that the tribulation of fate would bring not only lightning, but also more dreadful human calamities. He looked up at the rolling thunderclouds and murmured, Mo Tianji, is it true what you said, that my fate as Zhan Wuming is the fate of the 7 calamities, destined to be unchangeable? Dragging his battered body, Zhan Wuming slowly made his way to the Snowflower Valley within Tianlai Palace, the residence of Lin Shuo, the woman he loved most in this life. At this point, he was covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot, his breathing unsteady, and his body, under the shroud of the thunderclouds, was clearly heavily injured. Of the original 500 warriors of Tianlai Palace, only 89 remained. Greeting Zhan Wuming was the second elder of Tianlai Palace, Su Shodhua Xian Qingchuan. She had followed Zhan Wuming for nearly a century and was the most important woman in Tianlai Palace besides the mistress, Lin Shuo. Zhan Wuming had always treated her like a sister. At this moment, Qingchuan was also covered in blood, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow, and she was on the verge of tears upon seeing Zhan Wuming. Brother, Qingchuan began, but stopped, sensing the instability in Zhan Wuming's state. Zhan Wuming forced a faint smile, reaching out with a blood-streaked hand to gently stroke Qingchuan's hair, as if comforting a child, and took a deep breath, saying, no matter who it is, they will pay with their blood and their life. What exactly happened? Was it second brother? Qingchuan's face was filled with grief and anger, her voice trembling. The second. Zhan Wuming's eyes flared with murderous intent, almost solidifying into a tangible form. He had realized at Tianjua Peak that things wouldn't be so simple. Without someone from within Tianlai Palace guiding the attackers, the palace's defenses, even if the entire world united against it, couldn't be breached in just 1 or 2 days. But he never imagined the traitor would be Ji Weiran, the Grand Elder of Tianlai Palace, the most powerful person in the palace besides Zhan Wuming. Zhan Wuming let out a bitter laugh, his voice filled with grief and rage. A brother who had followed him for over 100 years had become the culprit who betrayed his family. Qingchuan looked up at Zhan Wuming's pale face, asking worriedly, brother, suppressing your cultivation like this to avoid the tribulation, is it all right? Can you survive the lightning tribulation? Zhan Wuming shook his head with a bitter smile, whispering, I'm fine. By using the soul separation technique to divide my soul, I can not only suppress my cultivation and conceal my fate, but also temporarily delay the 9th layer of the tribulation. My once complete peace of mind has been shattered, and I can no longer survive the lightning tribulation unscathed. My time is limited. Zhan Wuming's voice was resolute. But rest assured, little sister, I have enough time left to make everyone who has spilled the blood of Tianlai Palace pay. Qingchuan's face turned pale upon hearing this. She knew well the terrifying nature of the soul separation technique not only suppresses one's cultivation, but also severely injures one's life force and primordial spirit. Without a year or more of rest, at best, one's cultivation would never progress, and at worst, one could lose control and go mad. Even worse, this technique can only conceal one's fate for 10 days. If the soul cannot reunite within this time, it will dissipate. If forcibly reunited, the 9th lightning tribulation, brewed over 10 days, will be 100 times more ferocious than usual. Qingchuan understood that Zhan Wuming was embarking on a path with no return. How is Shiru? Zhan Wuming's expression suddenly changed, sensing something amiss as Lin Shiru had not come to meet him. Qingchuan lowered her eyes, her voice barely audible. Don't worry, elder brother. Sister-in-law has been poisoned by something strange, but her life is not in immediate danger. Poisoned? A poison even you can't identify? Zhan Wuming asked in shock. Qingchuan was known as the Gentle Hand, Poisonous Heart, renowned for her medical skills and expertise in poisons, with few able to surpass her. The poison contains a trace of divinity, and I cannot neutralize it using conventional methods. Qingchuan admitted with shame. Corpse god poison. Zhan Wuming stood up abruptly. Corpse god poison? What is that? Qingchuan asked in surprise. This poison only appears in the tombs of the gods, formed from the decay of divine corpses under special conditions. Zhan Wuming's eyes burned with killing intent. It must be him. In an instant, an astonishing murderous aura erupted from Zhan Wuming, causing everyone in Snowflake Valley to feel an oppressive suffocation. Second brother? Qingchuan asked tentatively. Zhan Wuming nodded weakly, regretting bringing Ji Weiran into the tomb of the gods. Before his words fell, he had already stepped out of the valley, the many formations outside seeming non-existent, as time and space twisted beneath his feet. At this moment, Qingchuan made an unexpected move. She suddenly darted towards the outside of Tianlai Palace. Yet before she could escape far, a shadow pierced the air and caught her. In an instant, the defiant and desperate Qingchuan was brought back, and Zhan Wuming expressionlessly led her into Snowflake Valley. In front of Lin Shiru's bed, several maidservants stood with sorrowful expressions. Zhan Wuming tossed Qingchuan beside the bed, forcing a drop of dark brown liquid from his fingertip, which corroded a half-foot-deep pit into the cold jade floor. It seems you are the one who concocted the corpse god poison. Zhan Wuming's voice was heavy with pain. I found it odd that although the second brother is exceptionally talented, he is not skilled in poisons. How could he refine the corpse god poison to harm Shiru? Moreover, he rarely approaches Snowflake Valley. I just don't understand. Why did you do this? Has the elder brother ever wronged you in any way? Zhan Wuming looked at Qingchuan on the ground, his heart filled with shock and confusion, unable to comprehend her betrayal. If Ji Weiran's actions could be explained by his need for the Taiishu divine nerve, Zhan could somewhat understand. But what about Qingchuan? The corpse god poison was clearly brought out by Ji from the Tomb of Gods, so why was Qingchuan involved? She was like a sister to him. Qingchuan lowered her head, a trace of shame flickering in her eyes. She bit her lip and, with a trembling voice, said, because second brother needs the Taiishu divine nerve, and I love him. If anyone's to blame, it's you, big brother, for being too selfish. You got the Taiishu divine nerve with second brother, yet you won't even let him have a glimpse of it. You don't deserve to be my big brother. Her words were sharp and filled with pain, the deep resentment almost making Zhan's heart clench. Zhan Wuming took a deep breath, filled with anger and helplessness. He couldn't believe that the Taiishu divine nerve had become the catalyst for his siblings' betrayal. What was even harder to accept was that they had made this decision together. Deep inside, the bonds of blood and affection felt fragile, ready to shatter at any moment. Where is the antidote? Zhan Wuming asked, glaring intensely at Qingchuan, trying to suppress his anger. I don't have it. Only second brother does, Qingchuan replied bitterly, her tone full of unwillingness. He has been to the Tomb of Gods and knows about the corpse god poison. Otherwise, how would you have realized I poisoned you? Zhan Wuming frowned slightly as a clear thought crossed his mind. Although he had already used his divine sense to check Qingchuan's storage ring and knew she wasn't lying, her mention of second brother made him suspicious. Zhan knew that Ji Weiran shared a secret with him and Qingchuan, a secret that was the source of the corpse god poison. Where is the second brother? Zhan Wuming asked, his voice cold and threatening. Qingchuan no longer hid the truth. She said coldly, he's in the misty forest. If you want to save Lin Shirua, take the Taiishu divine nerve to find him. Zhan Wuming looked at her deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade. He understood that Qingchuan was putting her last hope in Ji Weiran in the misty forest. For the sake of our sibling bond, I'll spare your life, Qingchuan said, seeing that Zhan Wuming did not attack further, a cold smile on her face. But inside, Zhan Wuming was filled with bitterness and anger. Once, he had considered these people his closest family, but now, with the truth revealed, all he felt was endless betrayal and pain. The misty forest, a place connected to the three of them, was now his only direction. Zhan Wuming waved his hand, and with a cry from Qingchuan, her body rapidly aged, her skin withering, and her face losing its youthful glow. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she watched herself decay into an old woman. Zhan Wuming ignored her, lifted Lin Shirua from the bed, and disappeared from Snow Valley. The misty forest, tens of thousands of miles from Tianlai Palace, was one of the most dangerous places on the continent, rarely ventured by the living. Even though Zhan Wuming was eager to get there, he knew the journey wouldn't be simple. He chose not to head directly to the misty forest, deciding instead to resolve immediate matters first. He understood that if he didn't settle these issues, he might never have another chance to leave the misty forest. Moreover, the ninth thunder tribulation awaited him in 10 days, something he couldn't avoid. Before that, he intended to make the entire continent bow to him through his actions. Within 7 days, Zhan Wuming unleashed a massacre, the relentless battles nearly bringing the Tianqing continent to its knees. Over 130 sects were annihilated, and nearly 20,000 lives were lost to his blade. The entire continent was shrouded in an indescribable fear. But the disaster didn't end there. Though gravely injured and his energy depleted, Zhan Wuming pressed on, determined to reach the misty forest. Lin Shira drifted in and out of consciousness, aware that Zhan Wuming was using his life force to suppress the corpse god poison within her. Without him, she would have perished long ago. Every moment drained his energy, yet he persisted without rest. Wuming, don't waste your life force on me anymore. Lin Shira's weak voice was barely audible. She knew that if this continued, Zhan Wuming's body would not withstand it, and she would still face death. But Zhan Wuming did not respond. His eyes filled only with determination and resolve. As they reached the misty forest, Zhan Wuming was already at the end of his strength. Ji Weiran emerged slowly from the dense fog, a faint smile playing on his lips. His sharp gaze swept over Zhan Wuming's exhausted form as he calculated his next move. As the second-in-command of Tianlai Palace, Ji Weiran had never ceased monitoring Zhan Wuming, keeping everything under his control over the years. He was never content with being overshadowed by Zhan Wuming, so he secretly cultivated his own network of influence. No one understood the formidable power of Zhan Wuming better than Ji Weiran. Because of this, when the Tianlai Palace incident occurred, he didn't personally oversee the situation but instead came directly to the misty forest, sending his beloved Qin Chuan to the front lines. In Ji Weiran's world, no one was irreplaceable, whether sworn brothers or cherished partners. All were tools for enhancing his power and controlling his destiny. He always believed that he and Zhan Wuming were essentially the same kind of people, though Zhan Wuming was more talented. However, Ji Weiran was convinced that he was more ruthless. Only the most ruthless could survive in this world of the strong preying on the weak. Big brother, you're a bit late, Ji Weiran called from a distance. Despite facing the depleted Zhan Wuming, he dared not relax for a moment. Calculating the journey from Tianlai Palace to the misty forest, he knew Lin Shira wouldn't die easily, and Zhan Wuming would continually use his energy to suppress her poison, thus depleting his strength further. The situation was even better than Ji Weiran had anticipated. Zhan Wuming had taken 7 days to conquer the world, injuring himself even more. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Zhan Wuming stared coldly at Ji Weiran, his eyes devoid of warmth. Words are meaningless. Today will be the last time I call you big brother, Ji Weiran said without a trace of guilt, his tone calm. I'm sure you brought the Taiishu divine scripture for your wife's life. Where's the antidote for the corpse god poison? Zhan Wuming retrieved a magnificent jade fragment from his spatial ring, its divine light shimmering as if ready to fly away. A flicker of undisguised greed flashed in Ji Weiran's eyes. This was the divine treasure he had longed for, surpassing all cultivation secrets in this world, only found in the divine cemetery. He took out a delicate jade bottle from his robe and said, I trust you wouldn't gamble with your wife's life. With that, he tossed the bottle over. Zhan Wuming also threw the jade fragment to Ji Weiran. Ha! Ji Weiran laughed aloud as he caught the fragment, but his laughter abruptly stopped. He looked down at the jade fragment in his hand, his face changing dramatically. It was empty. A divine bone. Ji Weiran was furious. Zhan Wuming had given him not the Taiishu divine scripture, but a bone shard crafted from an uncorrupted divine bone from the divine cemetery. Though extremely rare and valuable, it was useless to him, and couldn't compare to the Taiishu divine scripture. Yes, I arrived 7 days late not just to conquer the world but to prepare this for you. Zhan Wuming shouted. Explode. A burst of electricity erupted from the bone shard, which suddenly exploded into powder in Ji Weiran's hand. The terrifying energy spread from the bone dust, and Ji Weiran, caught off guard, was the first to be struck. The energy from the divine bone surpassed all forces in this world. Even a small piece, when unleashed, created fissures in the surrounding void, as if the entire space was being sliced by countless fine threads. Unprepared, Ji Weiran was fragmented by the shattered space, parts of him vanishing into the spatial fissures, disappearing without a trace. Clap, clap. Brilliant, truly brilliant. A wave of applause broke the silence on the battlefield. Mo Tianji walked out slowly, gently waving a feather fan, his eyes gleaming with profound light. To store your life essence in the divine bone and even detonate it along with your soul. Brother Zhan, you are indeed ruthless. Zhan Wuming's face turned as pale as paper when he recognized the newcomer. He never imagined that the person standing before him at this moment would be his most trusted friend Mo Tianji. Blood gushed from Zhan Wuming's mouth. He knew all too well that the divine bone had to be nourished by the soul to be implanted, and that he was no match for Ji Weiran in his current state. Using the divine bone to perish together was the best choice, but he hadn't anticipated that another opponent would emerge after eliminating Ji Weiran. Why? Zhan Wuming's voice was hoarse. Are you after the Taiishu divine technique as well? Have you been orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Mo Tianji elegantly unfolded his fan, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Indeed, I have been orchestrating all of this. Who else, but I could see through the secrets of heaven, know the process of your tribulation, or predict your every thought without fail. More importantly, no one understands the ambitions and abilities of those around you better than I do. However, it's not the Taiishu divine technique that I seek. it means little to me. Then what is your true purpose? Do you remember what I told you back then? Mo Tianji spoke slowly. You have the fate of the seven absolute heavenly calamity, always seeking to control your own destiny, striving for a perfect fate by seizing heavenly destiny to complete yourself. As for me, I have calculated the secrets of heaven, yet despite practicing methods to obscure them, I have never achieved perfection. The only way is to sacrifice the despair and resentment of one with the seven absolute heavenly calamity fate to the Tao of heaven. Over these 7 days, the devouring blade has consumed countless soul essences, replenishing your life source, but it has also gathered immense resentment. Now, you are just right for me to achieve a perfect fate. Zhan Wuming laughed bitterly at the sky. Though he became a dominant figure on the continent, only his beloved stayed by his side. All others schemed against him. He gazed gently at Lin Shirao in his arms and softly asked, Shirao, are you willing to die with me? A faint blush appeared on Lin Shirao's pale face, and she smiled brightly. With you? I have no regrets in death. Good, that's the woman of Zhan Wuming. Before he finished speaking, the jade bottle containing the antidote to the corpse poison shattered instantly. Zhan Wuming coldly glanced at Mo Tianji, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Mo Tianji, you may have calculated everything, but the will of heaven is unpredictable. Though I haven't fully mastered my fate, I've glimpsed the path of destiny. If that's the case, let's destroy everything together. As his words fell, Zhan Wuming's aura surged. The surrounding ice and snow swirled with a life of their own, and with him at the center, the immense pressure made the air emit a deafening tearing sound. Come on, ninth layer thunder tribulation, show me your fury. With a thunderous roar, Zhan Wuming erupted in blinding lightning. The ninth and final tribulation thunder found its target, descending from the heavens. Endless lightning filled every inch of space, enveloping Mo Tianji as well. In that moment, Zhan Wuming detonated the innate thunder energy within him. After being suppressed for 7 days, the tribulation thunder went completely out of control, creating a densely packed thunder domain. All living beings within it were instantly reduced to ashes. Amidst the roaring thunder, Zhan Wuming laughed wildly. This was his thunder tribulation, his destiny. As his body began to dissolve into nothingness, the Taiishu nerve within him shattered, breaking the prison in his mind, and scattered memories flashed by like streaks of light. Struggling through countless lifetimes, enduring endless cycles of reincarnation, each life lived to break free from the shackles of fate and seize control of his own destiny, only to be destroyed by fate at the last moment. This was his eternal curse. No, my fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. Zhan Wuming looked down at the flawless face in his arms, lifeless yet perfect, and spoke tenderly. Shaw, even in death, I will merge you with my soul. Not even fate can separate us. He gazed up at the heavens, eyes filled with determination. Damn you, heavens. You want me to reincarnate, but I refuse. I will return my soul to the void, betting on the chance to live again through a reversal of time. Life and death, I'll control my fate, burn my soul. I will defy reincarnation and fight the heavens. Shirao. Zhan Wuming awoke with a start, the echoes of memory still lingering in his heart. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the violent force within the giant cauldron had weakened, its impact now negligible. The scene had been so vivid, as if it truly happened to him. Could that really have been me? Struck by something inexplicable in the magical beast forest, was that a glimpse of the future brought by a remnant soul traveling back in time? Taking a deep breath, Zhan Wuming calmed himself, muttering, real or not, I won't repeat the same mistakes in this life. If those people are destined to appear, let them come. Everything will change this time. Shirao, I will find you and give you a different life. As he regained his senses, he suddenly realized a profound change within him. While his consciousness was blurred, the Taiishu force had autonomously absorbed the rampant power from the giant cauldron. This energy didn't flow into his energy sea, but instead permeated his meridians and bones, infusing every muscle. Zhan Wuming was taken aback and quickly focused inward. To his horror, he discovered that his energy sea had transformed into a chaotic vortex. The primal energy flowed like a tide, only to be immediately flung out by this vortex, reintegrating into his meridians and flesh. His energy sea could no longer contain any elemental energy from heaven and earth. His heart tightened as he thought, have I become a cripple? A wave of unease surged through him, nearly driving him to madness. He hurriedly activated the Han Emperor technique. As an intense cold surged from his meridians, the temperature within the giant cauldron plummeted to a bone-chilling level. To Zhan Wuming's astonishment, his battle energy had broken through 2 levels, reaching the realm of a 6-star battle sect. How is this possible? Zhan Wuming was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend his transformation. Typically, elemental energy from heaven and earth should be stored in the energy sea. However, by using the celestial human elixir method to refine himself into a celestial elixir, He had instead destroyed his energy sea. Strangely, the elemental energy within him hadn't disappeared. Instead, it continuously flowed through his meridians, forming a new container far exceeding the capacity of the original energy sea. Each meridian now held as much energy as tenfold that of the former energy sea. This extraordinary change left Zhan Wuming bewildered, beyond his understanding, unable to discern whether it was beneficial or detrimental, nor how to respond. He quickly focused inward again, and to his surprise, discovered that his meridians had completely opened. Every muscle fiber was brimming with explosive power. One-third of his bones had become crystal clear like polished jade, and even the density of his internal energy had transformed. Impossible. I've actually broken through to the early stage of the fate realm. Zhan Wuming marveled at his body, struggling to accept the reality of these changes. While in the medicinal cauldron, after absorbing the fire elements from the earth fire and fire spirit stones, a peculiar energy was activated from the Taiishu nerve and began autonomously operating within his body. Zhan Wuming suddenly realized he had acquired a completely different type of energy, Taiishu true energy. If his battle energy was as solid as cotton, then this Taiishu true energy was as solid as gold or stone, a qualitative difference that was incomparable. The celestial human elixir method is truly miraculous, Zhan Wuming remarked. Although it consumed vast amounts of rare treasures and 5 petals of the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus, it significantly enhanced his potential. If he could fully cultivate this power, the elemental energy within him would surpass his previous life by tenfold. Who could challenge him then? Even the 9th layer heavenly tribulation would be easily overcome. Though he couldn't entirely comprehend the implications of his energy sea's transformation, one thing was clear: his body was beginning to subtly resonate and integrate with the world around him. Zhan Wuming had a clear premonition that one day, his energy sea might reform. More astonishingly, Zhan Wuming had already advanced to the early stage of the fate realm, with battle strength sufficient to challenge a low-tier battle king. This level of breakthrough filled him with immense confidence. The cultivation of the Taiishu nerve is entirely different from other battle techniques, defying conventional ranking systems. Zhan Wuming mused with a slight smile. He knew that his life force was infused with abundant fire elements, continuously nourishing his life soul, which strengthened the connection between his spirit and body, elevating him to a new realm, his soul transparent and nearing nirvana. All these transformations were credited to the power of the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus. The pure fire spirit energy it contained purified his body of impurities and gradually unlocked extraordinary potential within him. In recent days, Zhan Wuming has been continuously circulating the Taiishu true qi, fully absorbing the fire elemental power contained within the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus and a large number of fire spirit stones. The fire element coursed through his body, not only reconstructing his damaged flesh but also deeply refining his life essence. He understood well that life essence is the foundation of life itself. Cultivating life is cultivating essence, and taking life is seizing fortune. At this moment, as he breathed in and out, Zhan Wuming felt that a large amount of fire element had integrated into his life essence, making him feel as if he were one with the universe. What delighted him even more was that the free fire elements in the world would, under the guidance of Taiishu's power, autonomously replenish the fire element in his life essence. If one day the fire element within me reaches perfection, I will surely return to my peak. Zhan Wuming thought to himself. While he was fully immersed in this profound state of harmony between heaven and man, the world before him suddenly changed. Everything around him presented different colors. Even the giant cauldron on the ground fire emitted a heavy yellow glow. This was clearly the aura of the earth spirit. In the instant his mind and the universe merged, Zhan Wuming was astonished to find he could directly perceive the essence of all things. This reminded him of the records in the Taiishu divine scripture. Those who cultivate life and understand their fate can perceive what is lacking in their destiny, the conflicts in their path, the tendencies of their fate, and the ties of their destiny. If one can cultivate the Taiishu physique, they can further sense the fate of all things in the universe and understand the way to mend deficiencies. So that's how it is. Zhan Wuming was overjoyed, finally understanding the opportunity before him. Previously, he had used the celestial pill method to cleanse acquired impurities, gaining an innate body, and then, as the Taiishu true qi circulated on its own, it communicated with Taiishu, transforming the innate body into the Taiishu physique. The current sensory perception of his mind was exactly the ability to perceive the fate of all things described in the Taiishu divine scripture. He immediately took out an herb to experiment. Under his mental perception, the herb glowed with a brilliant green aura, interspersed with strands of interwoven red and yellow light. The green represented the essence of plants, while the red and yellow light was the essence that could replenish life essence. At this moment, Zhan Wuming suddenly understood. All things in the universe possess spirituality, and a person's fate begins with inherent flaws, with none being perfect. To achieve perfection, one must complement their deficiencies. The so-called defying heaven to cultivate life is about borrowing power from all things in the universe to make one's life essence perfect and complete. Only in this way can one be free from the constraints of heaven and earth and truly transcend. In a flash, he finally grasped the truth he had sought in vain in his past life. The true path to transcendence lies in first making oneself complete, rather than blindly pursuing tribulation transcendence. If fate has flaws, it will invite heavenly tribulations. If fate is flawless, what is there to fear from heaven and earth? Zhan Wuming smiled, feeling more exhilarated than ever before, with an unprecedented gleam in his eyes. He understood that he had taken a crucial step on his path of destiny cultivation. Although reaching the realm of destiny mastery was still far away, having reached the stage of destiny awareness, he had grasped the secrets of seizing destiny from the heavens and earth. The road of cultivation would no longer be fraught with difficulty. As Zhan Wuming finished absorbing the medicinal and elemental power from the giant cauldron and pushed open the heavy stone door of the secret chamber, the outside light made him squint slightly. It was the 10th day of his seclusion. He touched his arm, feeling the power flowing within, and a wave of fear washed over him. He had been unconscious in the giant cauldron for a full 7 days. If he hadn't used 5 precious petals of the celestial phoenix sacred lotus, the power of rebirth might not have fully restored him, and any slight mistake could have left him crippled. Thinking of this, his fingers unconsciously clenched, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhan Wuming still had many unresolved matters. At the moment when the fire element merged into his life essence, the pure power seemed to crack open a barrier in the depths of his mind, bringing many long-buried memories into clarity. Previously, due to the coexistence of dual souls, his memories had been sealed by some mysterious force, leaving indelible pain while blurring crucial information. Now he finally understood that this sealing power required the elemental force of heaven and earth as a key to unravel layer by layer. With the awakening of his memories, he realized what he needed to do, or else fate would still drive him down a path of no return. Within the 10 days, profound changes had occurred in Makino City. The Zhan family had convened a meeting of the 4 major families of Makino City a few days prior, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. In the conference hall, the Zhan family proactively proposed sharing the profits from their elixirs with the other families and granted them partial sales rights, restricted to outside Makino City. The Zhan family promised to provide elixirs at cost price, with the profits from sales split evenly. Faced with such generous terms from the Zhan family, the attitudes of the other 3 families immediately shifted, replacing hostility with a willingness to collaborate. As Zhan Wuming had said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Although the so-called cost price of the Zhan family was hard to define precisely, it was indeed extremely low, comparable to the material costs needed by the other family's alchemists to replicate the elixirs, almost approaching the true cost price. As for the 50-50 profit split, it was essentially a windfall for the 3 families. The efficacy of the Zhan family's elixirs was extraordinary, especially suitable for ordinary low-level cultivators, a fact well understood by the other families. They soon expressed goodwill and promised to offer better discounts when selling goods to the Zhan family in the future. The Zhan family announced that as allies, any new elixir formulas they developed would be offered first to the 4 major families of Makino City, hoping these families would unify the prices within the city and maintain a consistent approach in external sales. These suggestions perfectly aligned with the interests of the families and quickly gained unanimous approval. Shortly after the gathering of the 4 families, a series of joyful news spread through Makino City. The second young master of the Zhan family, Zhan Wufa, was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Yingying, and the 5th young lady of the Zhan family, Zhan Yuanyuan, married into the Qin family. The families were closely bound through marital ties, and with the Zhan family's deliberate efforts to improve relations, Makino City displayed an unprecedented unity. The Ji family, under Ji Xiangnan's active promotion, also reconciled with the Zhan family, engaging in deep cooperation. When Zhan Wuming learned of all this, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. The stubborn elders of the family had finally been persuaded by him. Soon, news from Ji Xiangnan arrived. The Zhang family had dispatched another group of skilled individuals. Ji Xiangnan vividly recounted his experiences in the Demon Ape Valley. Although he didn't find the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus, he did sense a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. He cleverly omitted the details of tracking the mysterious figure, presenting the entire mission as a response to Third Master Zhang's plea for help, claiming that Third Master Zhang had acquired a mysterious treasure map and sought the Ji family's assistance as allies. However, this mission came at a great cost to the Ji family. Considering their alliance, they decided to hand over the map to the Zhang family's new leader, Zhang Yongfu. Zhang Yongfu was a significant figure, second only to the family head, having reached the level of a 3-star battle king. Zhang Yongfu fully believed Ji Xiangnan's account. After all, even the Ji family's heir had perished in Demon Ape Valley, indicating the fierceness of the battle. He also understood Zhang Yufu's character, knowing that he likely sought to claim all the glory for himself to gain more family support, which led to his unfortunate demise. Zhang Yongfu's main goal was to avenge his son's death, but upon hearing of the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus, he could not resist the temptation. Elder Zhang Su, who accompanied him, was equally intrigued. As for avenging his son, since Zhang Yufu's entire group was wiped out, only the Ji family knew the truth. The Ji family, wanting to conceal the facts, spoke ambiguously. Zhang Yongfu, unable to investigate further, turned his focus to exploring Demon Ape Valley again. Everything was unfolding according to Zhan Wuming's plan. He praised Ji Xiangnan's acting skills, but felt guilty about using the old ape as a scapegoat repeatedly. After much consideration, Zhan Wuming proposed to his family that he wanted to venture into the Beast Forest once more. The Beast Mountain range was vast, with three main ranges: Divine Eagle Mountain, Azure Dragon Ridge, and 10,000 Beasts Mountain, stretching like giant dragons, extending countless branches for tens of thousands of miles. It was said that Divine Eagle Mountain was named in honor of a legendary eagle that dominated the area for years, surpassing the 7th rank. Azure Dragon Ridge was associated with the sacred beast Azure Dragon, believed to be the first to transcend earthly rules and ascend as a divine spirit. Hence, magical beasts revered the Azure Dragon as their ancestor and considered Azure Dragon Ridge a sacred place, virtually inaccessible to humans. For great rivers divided the Beast Forest, flowing directly to the Doomsday Sea. It was said that from a celestial vantage point, the entire Beast Forest appeared as if pressed by a colossal hand, with the Doomsday Sea at the palm's center and the 4 rivers like finger imprints, forming a 5-finger pattern with the desolate Yin. In his past life, Zhan Wuming had intended to explore this mystery. Though he couldn't break through the earthly constraints or pierce the heavens, he witnessed the grandeur of the Beast Mountains and believed the legends were not baseless. The entire land seemed to have been struck by a massive hand, its tremors making hearts race. However, he didn't fly high enough to witness the full, awe-inspiring spectacle. Just how enormous could that hand be, and what kind of colossal existence could possess such a hand? Heimu Cliff, located on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, is an extremely perilous area and a coveted destination for every adventurer. Venturing into Heimu Cliff offers a chance to obtain an egg of the mystical lightning eagle. With enough luck, one could hatch a spirit steed possessing 5th-tier potential. Adult lightning eagles are typically 3rd-tier magical beasts, but those with more powerful bloodlines can grow into 4th-tier lightning eagle kings. A select few, with the aid of mystical items, can awaken the faint golden-winged rock bloodline within and ultimately ascend to become 5th-tier lightning eagle emperors. This is why stealing a lightning eagle egg has become the most enticing bounty in my city, with a reward reaching 1,000,000 gold coins. However, behind such high rewards lies immense risk. As the Sky Kings of the forest's outskirts, lightning eagles have a strong territorial instinct. Any human or beast entering their domain will face ruthless attacks. With their terrifying attack power, even a Battle King-level existence would meet certain death. Outrunning them is impossible, as no one can match the speed of a lightning eagle. Once targeted, there is no escape. At this moment, beneath Heimu Cliff, a group was desperately fleeing for their lives. Several lightning eagles pursued them like phantoms, drawing ever closer. Among the fleeing group, only 2 elder warriors wore Battle King armor, while the rest were mostly of battle sect skill level. Despite this, they carefully shielded a young girl in their midst. If this was an adventurer team, it was undoubtedly one of the top in my city. A team with a Battle King's strength could rightfully be called heroes of the town. Uncle Qing, didn't you say this potion could mask our presence and avoid detection by the lightning eagles? Why have we encountered so many before even reaching Heimu Cliff? The girl asked, exasperated. I have no idea why this is happening. This potion was purchased at great expense by the 2nd young master from a disciple of the dance sect. It can't possibly be fake. Lightning eagle nests are usually scattered, with no more than a pair residing together. So why have we encountered 5? Third brother, take them and escort the young lady away from Heimu Cliff. I'll distract these lightning eagles, one elder suggested in a low voice. Uncle Quan, no? Among these eagles are 3 4th-tier and 2 peak 3rd-tier. If we split up, none of us can outrun them, and we'll all be picked off one by one. The girl firmly rejected the idea. Young lady, you must understand that though there are only 5 lightning eagles now, this is Heimu Cliff. More will soon be drawn here, and we risk being doomed. If that's the case, then we must accept our fate. Perhaps we're not so unlucky. Maybe other adventurers have stolen their eggs. The girl frowned, lost in thought. Why had the lightning eagles become so aggressive without reason? They seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for humans, attacking with a vengeance. If not for Uncle Quan and Uncle Qing's 2-star Battle King abilities, they might have already been wiped out. After their initial attack failed, the lightning eagles called for reinforcements, and soon 5 more appeared. It was then that they realized they were in deep trouble. The eagles not only moved with lightning speed, but also had the innate ability to control lightning. They opened their sharp beaks and occasionally spat out blinding electric balls, tracing blue-white arcs across the sky. The group fought back with all their might, and although no one was killed, the situation remained dire. Apart from the two battle kings and the young girl they were protecting in the center, the other 5 high-level warriors were scorched and frazzled, their hair standing up like porcupine quills, faces blackened, and occasionally puffing out wisps of black smoky and utterly miserable sight. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance, hiding their white sparrow beasts in a concealed spot under a cliff. The group retreated swiftly and soon reached the hiding place of their mounts. Just as they mounted the white sparrow beasts, the lightning eagles swooped down again. Amidst the flashing lightning, they urged their beasts to flee wildly. As the chase continued, the number of lightning eagles grew from 5 to 7. Though the white sparrow beasts were 3rd-level magical creatures, they were only at the initial stage of that level and lacked the ability to fly, leaving them to run on the ground. It wasn't long before their originally snow-white fur was charred black in patches by the lightning strikes, looking more like a herd of spotted pigs than the graceful creatures they once were. When the number of lightning eagles increased to 8, despair was written all over the young girl's face. In the sky, 4 4th-level lightning eagle kings appeared, their wings spanning 3 yards wide, with electricity dancing between their feathers. If one more eagle king joined, they would face certain death. Worse still, a raging river lay ahead, wide and turbulent, leaving them with nowhere to go. "Second brother, take the lady and run. I'll handle these feathered beasts," one of the guards shouted, drawing his sword and turning to face the pursuers. The group had already fled beyond the Blackwood Cliff, but the lightning eagles continued their relentless pursuit, gathering in even greater numbers. They couldn't fathom what had gone wrong to provoke such hostility from these creatures. Grief filled the girl's expression as they had already lost 3 guards, and several of the white sparrow beasts were severely injured, panting heavily and on the verge of collapse. Boom! Just as despair was setting in, a deafening explosion erupted from the forest. A thick black smoke rose from between the trees, swiftly spreading like an inflated balloon in all directions. "If you don't want to die, get into the smoke," a cold voice called out from within the smoke. The group hesitated momentarily, but realized they had no other choice. Staying out in the open would leave them vulnerable to the lightning eagle's attacks. Entering the smoke might at least obscure the eagle's vision and offer a slim chance of survival. Whoosh! The 5 riders urged their white sparrow beasts into the smoke. Above, the lightning eagles screeched, flapping their wings frantically, clearly agitated. They circled above the smoke, their vision obscured and their targets lost. "Listen to me, get off the white sparrow beasts," the voice commanded again. In the dense smoke, they couldn't see a thing and had to rely on sensing their surroundings. Strangely, despite its thickness, the smoke lacked any choking odor. "Who are you?" the girl asked nervously, her voice tinged with caution. This mysterious stranger's sudden appearance and unclear intentions made her wary. However, he seemed to be helping them, as he could have easily let them fall prey to the lightning eagles if he meant harm. "Stop wasting time, we don't have much," the voice urged, now urgent and authoritative. "Watch your step, and after you dismount, drive the beasts away. Follow my voice, jump over here, and no matter what happens, don't make a sound." They had no time to ponder further. None of them wished to die under the eagle's claws. They had to take the chance. Snap! A branch broke, and without hesitation, the 5 of them leaped towards the sound. The group found themselves suspended in midair for a moment before unexpectedly plunging into a seemingly bottomless pit. The descent into the pitch-black abyss caught them off guard, and they almost let out cries of surprise. "Hush!" A gentle voice whispered near a young girl's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. She immediately held her breath. The sound of heavy objects splashing into the river echoed nearby, combined with the screech of a lightning falcon and the thuds of falling debris, creating a chaotic scene. Everyone remained silent, barely daring to breathe, as they waited for any sign of the lightning falcon's presence to fade. When it finally did, they still hesitated to move. In the darkness, the girl felt uncomfortably cramped and shifted slightly, only to realize she was sitting on someone. She let out a small gasp and instinctively swung her hand backward. A sharp slap sound broke the silence. "Ouch, what are you doing?" a young man's voice exclaimed from the darkness. "You pervert," the girl accused angrily. "You crazy woman. If it weren't for me, you all would be dead. You're so heavy you nearly broke my back when you fell on me, and now you're calling me a pervert when you're the one sitting on me." "Miss," someone whispered a reminder. "Anyway, it's your fault for being underneath me, and you're poking me," she retorted with another gasp. "What am I poking? It's a natural reaction." "Hey, no, don't. You crazy woman, where are you touching?" Suddenly, a small flame illuminated the darkness. The group finally saw that they were in a cleverly concealed pit covered with vegetation, nearly impossible to detect. The girl was sitting in an awkward position on top of a young man. The scene turned eerily quiet. The girl was so shocked by the sight that she let out a piercing scream and leaped out of the pit. Ow! The young man cried out in pain. You brute! The other four in the pit stared in disbelief, especially at the messy footprints on the young man's body. They pulled him out, revealing his dusty, frustrated face glaring at the embarrassed girl. I saved you, and you trampled me so badly my own mother wouldn't recognize me, and you accuse me of being inappropriate. Tu didn't mean it, the girl stammered, both ashamed and angry. From being chased by a lightning falcon to ending up in a pit with a stranger, touching places she shouldn't have, it was the most embarrassing ordeal she'd ever faced. Seeing the guard's knowing looks, the girl was furious. What are you staring at? What did you see? Nothing, we saw nothing. Just this young man saving us. Yes, we only saw him saving us. The group then introduced themselves. The elder, Jia Qing, expressed gratitude on behalf of the Lu family for the rescue. Yan Quan introduced the young lady as Lu Wanru, and Lu Shu and Lu Tong also thanked the young man. Look at them, each one more polite than you. Not even a thank you, and then I get slapped. Zhan Wuming rubbed his flushed cheek, sounding a bit displeased. It's the first time someone has slapped me. I must say, young lady, your way of expressing gratitude is quite unique. It wasn't intentional, it was just a moment of panic. I'm sorry, Lu Wanru apologized softly. She knew well that although the young man had saved them first, the small pit couldn't hold many people, and in the darkness, chaos was inevitable. Forget it, I'll be the bigger person here, Zhan Wuming sighed, scanning the area with a frown. Let's get out of here quickly. What exactly did you do to anger the heavens, to attract 8 lightning eagles, and even be chased out of Blackwood Cliff? It's truly lucky to be alive. Only then did everyone notice the devastation around them. Large trees snapped in half, the river surface covered with countless dead fish, and the remains of torn aquatic beasts hanging from branches. The lightning eagles, thinking they escaped into the water, had hurled numerous electric balls into the river, electrocuting countless fish and small beasts, as well as powerful beasts that tried to resist. The uneaten prey was left hanging on branches, creating a horrifying scene. Not far away, the bodies of several white sparrow beasts lay scattered, clearly victims of the lightning eagle's wrath. Lu Wanru glanced at these corpses, a hint of sadness in her eyes. She knew that if Zhan Wuming hadn't hidden them in the pit in time, their fate might have been the same as these white sparrow beasts. How did you evade the lightning eagle's senses? The young woman suddenly asked. The Tuzhang Deep pit was hardly a hiding place for the lightning eagles, whose senses should have detected them. Even more puzzling was that when the eagles realized they weren't in the water, they slashed through the surrounding trees with their blade-like wings, yet still failed to find the pit. If I dare to come to this beast forest, I naturally have my ways to stay alive, Zhan Wuming boasted, taking out a jade bottle from his pocket. Avoiding the lightning eagle's senses is nothing. I just sprinkled some spiritual herbs at the pit's entrance. Let me see. Lu Wanru's eyes lit up with curiosity, reaching out to inspect. If you don't want to be caught by the lightning eagle's return, you better leave quickly, Zhan Wuming urged, striding towards the riverbank. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the riverbank. They looked over to see the young woman covering her face, breathing heavily. Her hair was frizzed like a bird's nest, her face marked with black and white patches, looking quite disheveled. Stop screaming, you'll scare the fish away, Zhan Wuming mocked as he washed his face in the river. You look like a wild sparrow, all gray and frizzy. Furious, the young woman merely huffed and began tidying her clothes. To Zhan Wuming's amusement, she even took out a comb and started carefully grooming her hair by the river. What's the use of tidying up so nicely? When the lightning eagles come back, you'll just get fried again. Zhan Wuming sighed, shaking his head. They were too close to the lightning eagle's territory. Who could guarantee those fearsome beasts wouldn't return for another round? Miss, this place is not safe for us to stay any longer. We should leave and plan our next steps elsewhere, Yan Quan urgently reminded, understanding the truth in Zhan Wuming's words. Lu Wanru reluctantly washed her face and then let out a dismissive hum in Zhan Wuming's direction. This young man, where are you from? And why are you alone here on Blackwood Cliff? Jia Qing scrutinized Zhan Wuming, finding him to be an enigma. There was no trace of battle aura about him, as if he were just an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person venture hundreds of miles into the forest of beasts? This puzzled Jia Qing. From the Zhan family in Mai City, Zhan Wuming, the fourth son. Zhan Wuming replied straightforwardly, without hiding his identity. The fourth son of the Zhan family from Mai City, my apologies for not recognizing you. Yan Quan's expression softened. Both he and Jia Qing were familiar with the Zhan family, having come from Mai City. The Zhan family was well known for dealing in materials from the Beast Mountains, and their recently launched elixirs were highly praised. It was surprising to find that the young man before them was the fourth son of the Zhan family. Well, I need to get going. I was planning to check out the excitement at Magic Ape Valley. Would you like to join? Zhan Wuming maintained his smile, a hint of teasing in his demeanor. Magic Ape Valley. Jia Qing's expression changed slightly. Though he hadn't personally trained in the forest of beasts, he was aware of the surrounding dangers before arriving. Magic Ape Valley was certainly one of those perilous places, so dangerous that few dared to venture there lightly. What's happening there? Tell us, Lu Wanru inquired with a trace of curiosity. I heard that the Zhang family from the capital has teamed up with the Ji family from our Mai city to explore Magic Ape Valley. Zhan Wuming squinted slightly. Magic Ape Valley is not a friendly place, and both the Zhang and Ji families are not to be underestimated. I'm planning to see what's happening and maybe collect some ape bones. Yin Quan exchanged a glance with Jia Qing, a decisive look passing between them, before turning to Lu Wanru. Miss, since we have nothing else to do, why not go and see what's happening? Lu Wanru frowned slightly, showing some hesitation. But it's the Zhang family. Miss, Lu Tong quietly reminded her. Zhan Wuming's gaze remained fixed on Lu Wanru, amused. Her familiar, charming face from his past life was as fresh and lively as a mountain sprite. Despite her disheveled hair, her innocent and vibrant spirit was undeniable. Zhan Wuming silently vowed that in this life, he would defy fate and ensure she did not suffer the same fate as before. In that case, let's get going, Zhan Wuming said with a nonchalant smile, turning toward the depths of the forest. Outside Magic Ape Valley, the ground was littered with broken branches and leaves, evidence of the fierce battle that had recently taken place. Inside the valley, the ape community was still restless, not having fully recovered. Zhang Yongfu stood at a distance, his eyes peering through the mist at Magic Ape Valley. He understood that the valley's dangers were beyond words, especially the ape king within, which possessed the formidable power of a 5-star battle king. Even though dozens of apes had been lost in the last battle, the remaining apes were a formidable force, capable of rivaling some mid-level families in the Dian dynasty. The apes in Magic Ape Valley are still restless. Sneaking in quietly will be much more difficult, Ji Xiangnan lamented. Although the Ji family was involved in this endeavor, the Zhang family was leading the operation, with the Ji family merely assisting. Last time, the Ji family had already suffered significant losses and didn't want to be further damaged. Naturally, they didn't expect to receive much of the Tianhuang's sacred lotus. Given the Zhang family's dominance, the Ji family would be lucky to get even a small share. Therefore, they only sent Ji Xiangnan, along with more than a dozen elite members of the Zhang family, to the Beast Forest. The Zhang family needed the cooperation of the Ji family, which was an undeniable fact. The Ji family had lived in Mai City for generations and knew every path and danger in the Beast Forest, making them the ideal guides. They were especially familiar with the situation in Demon Ape Valley, unmatched by anyone else. For this reason, Zhang Yongfu particularly valued Ji Xiangnan, despite his mere peak battle sect cultivation. Do you have any good ideas? Zhang Yongfu asked directly, his sharp gaze focused on Ji Xiangnan. Ji Xiangnan's eyes shifted, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. I do have a plan, but given the current situation, I'm not entirely confident. Let's hear it. Zhang Yongfu replied calmly, leaning against a green stone, clearly in no rush as he wasn't pressed for time. Ji Xiangnan cleared his throat. Demon Ape Valley is where the apes are most familiar. If we charge in recklessly, it would be very disadvantageous for us. We could change our approach and try to lure the apes out of the valley, setting an ambush outside. This way, we take the initiative and naturally reduce our losses. Once we've dealt with most of the apes coming out of the valley, we can then advance. That could work. Zhang Yongfu nodded in agreement, then frowned and asked, but how do we lure the apes out? Leave that to me. Ji Xiangnan replied confidently, patting his chest. However, setting traps and ambushes outside the valley will require your attention, Second Master Zhang. Once everything is ready outside, we can proceed. Good. Zhang Yongfu's face broke into a smile. The Ji family was indeed committed. They were taking the risk of luring the apes, and thus would face the initial attacks. It seemed the Ji family was genuinely cooperating with the Zhang family, and Ji Xiangnan certainly knew how to handle matters. However, Zhang Yongfu didn't notice the cold smile on Ji Xiangnan's face as he turned away. A sly glint flickered in Ji Xiangnan's eyes. Everything was going according to his master's plan. The disturbance among the ape groups in Demon Ape Valley began as soon as Zhang Yongfu and his party reached the valley entrance. A small gray-white ape was the first to catch the enticing scent of wine. Excited, it let out a sharp call that echoed throughout the valley. Soon, a large group of apes was drawn by the sound, gathering together. The scent of wine wafted along the mountain breeze, causing the apes to become restless. The ape king was soon alerted. When the large, dark-red-furred demon ape king arrived, it was furious. That wretched wine thief. This was clearly the monkey wine it had painstakingly brewed, now spilled all over and leading out of the valley. Last time, because of that thief, it not only lost a large number of fire spirit stones, but the Tianhuang sacred lotus was also stolen, and many of its offspring were killed or injured. The hatred ran deep. Last time, a few managed to escape, but now they had returned. Enough was enough. The demon ape king let out an earth-shaking roar, and the apes, filled with murderous intent, charged out of the valley following the wine's scent. Meanwhile, outside the valley, the Zhang family's retainers were busily working. Some were cutting wood, others digging pits, moving stones, and drawing array diagrams with compasses. Each was scattered in different positions, fully preparing various traps. They were planning to give the ape group from Demon Ape Valley a tough lesson. The Zhang and Ji families had clear roles. The Zhang family set up the traps, while the dangerous task of luring the apes was left to the Ji family. So at the moment, it was the Zhang family doing all the work, while the Ji family members were leisurely resting, conserving their energy for the upcoming action. As screams echoed from the forest beyond the valley, a horde of demonic apes surged forward like a tidal wave. Leading the charge were the Ape King and 3 fourth-tier elder apes, their claws gleaming menacingly in the sunlight, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. The Zhang family had no time to form ranks before being surrounded and divided, losing over a dozen lives in an instant. Although Zhang Yongfu managed to hold off one elder ape, the elite forces of the Zhang family had already suffered significant losses. They had mobilized nearly 40 experts from nearby cities and regions for this mission, hoping to acquire the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Lotus. With it, they could cultivate several battle emperors and elevate the Zhang family to a top-tier status within the Zhongyuan Empire, potentially gaining territories from various dynasties. The sudden attack by the apes caught them off guard. By nature, these creatures would not attack unless provoked, which is why Zhang Yongfu felt secure in setting traps and formations outside the valley. Now, the Zhang family's most powerful 4-star Battle King Elder and a 2-star Battle King were barely holding off the Ape King's fierce assault. With nearly 100 demonic apes relentlessly advancing, the remaining dozen or so Zhang family members hastily formed a defensive formation under the leadership of 3 1-star Battle Kings. Unfortunately, it was too late, and several more fell into pools of blood. Enraged, Zhang Yongfu, wielding the power of a 3-star Battle King, launched a counterattack against the lower-tier apes, inflicting significant losses on their ranks. The battlefield was a scene of savage exchange, where lives were traded for lives. A Zhang family retainer cleaved open an elder ape's abdomen only to have his neck bitten through. Another pierced a demonic ape's chest with his spear, only to be dragged along and have his chest torn apart. This brutal and bloody combat nearly shattered the Zhang family members, who were more accustomed to internal conflicts. Sensing the continual fall of its subordinates, the Ape King, in a fit of rage, unleashed its innate supernatural abilities, forcing 2 Zhang family battle kings to flee, bloodied. It became clear why the Ji family's heir met a tragic end, and why the Grand Elder barely escaped with his life last time. As Zhang Yongfu killed 3 fourth-tier elder apes, the Ape King twisted off the head of the 2-star Battle King and sent the 4-star Battle King flying with a single blow. A black lightning-like skill, the Furious Vajra, exploded within the Zhang family's defensive circle, instantly reducing a 1-star Battle King to ashes. Ignoring the disparity in strength, Zhang Yongfu charged at the Ape King with a roar. Fortunately, the severely injured 4-star Battle King still had some fight left, and together, they barely managed to hold off the frenzied Ape King. When Ji Xiangnan arrived at the battlefield, the scene before him was horrifying. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere, and the corpses of demon apes lay strewn across the ground, with the air thick with the stench of blood. The Zhang family had suffered heavy losses. Apart from Zhang Yongfu and a 4-star Battle King, only 3 Battle Kings and 4 Battle Sect members remained. Among the Battle Kings, only 2 were still capable of fighting, while the Battle Sect members were almost unscathed not due to superior strength, but because any injury meant being dragged out of the defensive circle and torn apart by the demon apes. The demon apes had also paid a heavy price. Of the 4th-rank old apes, only the Demon Ape King survived, and the 3rd-rank demon apes barely numbered 7 or 8. The rest of the 30 or so 2nd-rank demon apes were either injured or half-crippled. This battle nearly depleted the entire strength of the Demon Ape Valley. The Ji family elite, having rested in the rear, were untouched by the initial chaos. They launched a barrage of crossbow bolts, quickly clearing out most of the 2nd-rank demon apes. Although the crossbows were less effective against the 3rd-rank apes, with 2 Battle Kings from the Zhang family holding the front line, only 2 or 3 could be spared to face the Ji family, and they were swiftly dealt with. Though the Ji family's support arrived a bit late, it managed to stabilize the situation. They employed a tactic of 5-person teams, with 3 defending and 2 attacking, using long-range crossbows in coordination to keep the demon apes at bay. In contrast, the Zhang family was too weakened to maintain this kind of mobile warfare, forced into direct combat where injuries were inevitable. While the battle raged outside the Demon Ape Valley, Zhan Wuming sat leisurely on a stone peak, feasting on roasted meat and occasionally sipping fine wine. Lu Wanru poured his drink with a stern face, wishing she could kick the smug look off his face. Don't pout, just accept your loss gracefully. Give me a smile, and I'll reward you with some roasted meat. Zhan Wuming teased with a grin. Yan Quan and Jia Qing struggled to suppress their laughter. This carefree 4th young master of the Zhan family dared to boss around the eldest daughter of the Lu family, who had 2 2-star Battle King guards. without any concern for the consequences, a confidence that was truly puzzling. I'm not interested in your stinky meat. Lu Wanru retorted irritably. Just tell me how you managed to get those demon apes to go berserk and attack the Zhang family. It turned out she had lost a bet with Zhan Wuming and was now serving him as a maid, pouring his drinks. It's actually quite simple, Zhan Wuming explained smugly. Last time, I stole some wine from the old monkey. This time, as I entered the valley, I spilled the wine along the way. The demon apes followed the scent of the wine, saw the Zhang family dressed the same as last time, and naturally started fighting them. Hearing this unexpected answer, Lu Wanru couldn't help but laugh. So you're just a wine thief? Yin Quan cautiously inquired. May I ask why the young master is targeting the Zhang family? Huh? Zhan Wuming chuckled disdainfully. The Zhang family is too arrogant. They came to my Mayan city to show off and even flaunted themselves in front of my Zhan family. Naturally, they needed a lesson. Speaking of which, Brother Quan, aren't you from the Lu family in Chengdu? I heard the Lu family and the Zhang family are also at odds. Yin Quan was taken aback by this remark, reevaluating the seemingly carefree young man. The Lu family had indeed been suppressed by the Zhang family, and they had sent them to gather information because of the Zhang family's frequent mobilizations to Mayan City. They never expected the Zhang family's mission to be related to the Demon Ape Valley, nor did they anticipate being outmaneuvered by this young man, leading to near-total annihilation. What young Master Zhan said is correct. We are indeed from the Lu family of Chengdu, Yin Quan said, looking Zhan Wuming straight in the eye with an honest tone. And we are at odds with the Zhang family. We are very interested in anything that might weaken them. That's why we rushed over when you mentioned there would be a good show involving the Zhang family. Straightforward. I like dealing with straightforward people. Zhan Wuming nodded to himself, appreciating Yin Quan's sincerity and decisiveness. Zhan Wuming was well aware of the long-standing feud between the Lu and Zhang families from his past life. The downfall of the Lu family was largely due to his own actions back then. He felt indebted to the Lu family, especially to Lu Wanru, and silently vowed to repay this debt in this lifetime. Zhan Wuming tossed aside the cleanly picked bone he was holding, letting it fall into the valley below. A smile crept onto his lips. Let's set the valley ablaze and leave the Zhang family trapped down there. What plan does young Master Zhan have? Yin Quan asked seriously, leaning forward slightly to show his focus. If it's possible, we are willing to follow your lead. Clearly, Yin Quan was in charge of the Lu family's group, while the young lady of the Lu family was merely there for leisure. Zhan Wuming chuckled. There are only 5 of you left. Even if you put everything on the line, it won't be enough. Can't you see their 4-star and 3-star battle kings still have fighting strength? The 6 of us together aren't even a match for their 2, let alone with 2 1-star battle kings. Yin Quan smiled wryly, acknowledging the truth in Zhan Wuming's words. Even though he was in full condition, the ranks of the Zhang family's 4-star and 3-star battle kings were clear. A direct confrontation would not be advantageous. Please, give us your instructions, Yin Quan said, his tone more measured, ready to hear Zhan Wuming's plan. Zhan Wuming shrugged nonchalantly. When it comes to killing, I never like to get my hands dirty. Such a brutal task isn't for a charming young man like me. A sly glint appeared in his eyes. I usually prefer to sit back with a drink and some good food, watching others do the hard work. So after this show, I've arranged for another one, guaranteed to be quite entertaining for you all. With that, Zhan Wuming vanished like the wind from Lu Wanru's sight, only to return shortly, looking as if nothing had changed. Lu Wanru frowned, puzzled. Is that it? What more do you want? Zhan Wuming retorted, then gave a mischievous grin. Are you looking to make another bet with me? You scoundrel. Lu Wanru was flushed with anger at the thought of the bet. A dignified lady like her had been reduced to serving someone else, cutting meat, and pouring Winnie a humiliation she couldn't easily forget. But for now, she had to swallow her pride. All right, let's stop watching the show here. Zhan Wuming suddenly changed the topic, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Let's go ransack the old monkey's place. It's busy having its fun, so it won't be back anytime soon. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. The Zhang family has been nosing around here a few times. There must be something good inside. I love a good raid. He turned to Lu Wanru and the others, cautioning, but don't make too much noise. If the old monkey gets angry and returns early, we wouldn't stand a chance against it. Zhan Wuming's words sparked interest in everyone. The Zhang family must have a reason for traveling all the way to Demon Ape Valley. Now that the valley was empty and the Demon Ape King was still rampaging outside, it was the perfect time to investigate. Last time, Zhan Wuming left in a hurry and didn't have the chance to thoroughly search the monkey cave. This time, he wasn't going to miss this lucrative opportunity. He smirked, thinking to himself that the reason he generously brought the Lu family along was that he had already pocketed the real treasures. What remained were just trivial extras. Besides, after today, the fate of this Demon Ape Valley was uncertain. If it were to disappear, wouldn't it be a shame for these valuable items to end up in someone else's hands? As a professional, Zhan Wuming knew the terrain of the Ape Valley like the back of his hand. He skillfully led the Lu family through the maze of paths, deftly avoiding the main entrance and sneaking into the valley from a secluded spot. Watching his adept movements, Lu Wanru couldn't help but think to herself. Being a thief truly requires talent, and this young man was undoubtedly a natural expert. Lu Wanru was increasingly curious about Zhan Wuming's sneaky behavior. Her eyes followed this suspicious young man. Although he seemed unserious, as a rival to the Zhang family, she found his actions favorable. This seemingly sly youth gave her an unusual sense of goodwill, unlike any other man she had met before. Though he appeared physically weak, he always managed to stir up trouble and confidently claimed, "I rely on my brains, not brute strength. Look at those who only use force. They're no different from beasts. I can outsmart those experts without lifting a finger." The Demon Ape Valley hadn't changed much since last time, except for some scattered rocks, indicating the Demon Ape King had been in a foul mood recently, taking it out on the stone mounds. Zhan Wuming looked at the mess. Empathizing if his treasured possessions had been stolen, his temper would be even worse. However, this professional thief showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he acted like a dedicated tour guide, explaining the landscape of the Ape Valley to Lu Wanru, pointing out where the young apes played and where the older apes had their exclusive areas. This detailed commentary made Yin Quan and Jia Qing roll their eyes, thinking the Zhan family son was quite unreliable. Yet, Lu Tong and Lu Shu were thoroughly impressed, secretly admiring his true expertise. As they entered the enormous nest, the rich spiritual energy overwhelmed them all. Even Zhan Wuming was stunned. The fire spirit stones on the cave walls had replenished, as if his previous harvest had never happened. The central lava pool no longer held the heavenly phoenix sacred lotus, which might have merged into the molten rock. Perhaps because it no longer needed to sustain the lotus, the spiritual veins released all their energy, making the concentration of spiritual energy more than 10 times what it was during Zhan Wuming's last visit. What a blessed place! Lu Wanru exclaimed in genuine awe. "Wow, I regret bringing you all in here," Zhan Wuming said with feigned regret. "If I had come alone, I'd have struck it rich with all these fire spirit stones." You'd burst from greed. Lu Wanru gave him a sidelong glance. Yet she was growing fond of this unconventional fellow. Despite knowing the valley held great treasures, he still brought them along. In truth, they hadn't been much help, but Zhan Wuming's clever tactics had caused the Zhang family significant losses. At this moment, Zhan Wuming didn't hide his thoughts. At least this person wasn't the kind who says one thing and means another. He was able to enter the Valley of the Demon Apes thanks to young Master Zhan's introduction. So, let's split the spirit stones and treasures here evenly. Yin Quan felt that the young man before him was truly extraordinary. In the face of such wealth, he showed no excitement, merely making a casual joke. "Huh, I appreciate your kind offer, Uncle Quan. How about this? I'll take a quarter of the spirit stones in this lair, and you can share the remaining 3/4 among yourselves. After all, there are more of you, and I don't need much on my own. As for spirit stones in other places that are too high to reach, feel free to take them, and you can give me a share." Zhan Wuming shrugged generously, his tone relaxed. Seeing his straightforwardness, Yin Quan felt relieved and smiled. "In that case, we won't stand on ceremony." He glanced to the side, a look of amazement crossing his face. "I didn't expect this to be a geothermal spirit spring. What a hidden paradise. This is the beast forest. Human cultivators can't stay long, and even a geothermal spirit spring can't be taken away." Yin Quan looked at the lava pool with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "True." Jia Qing reluctantly looked away. Zhan Wuming, uninterested in further conversation, headed straight towards a smaller cave deeper in the lair. Last time, he had nearly cleared the fire spirit stones from the cave walls, but now the area was adorned with new stones, clearly indicating the old ape had stored plenty. Otherwise, how could so many spirit stones accumulate in just a few days with the geothermal spirit spring's help? Rather than competing with others for the stones on the walls, he might as well search for other treasures the old ape had hidden. "Diamond mica," Jia Qing suddenly exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the massive throne high in the lair, her hands instinctively reaching out to touch it. "Ah!" Yin Quan rushed over, ecstatic. "It's indeed diamond mica. Such a large piece. No wonder the Demon Ape King had the bloodline of the wrathful Vajra." He was so excited he could barely speak. Such a large piece of diamond mica, truly. He paused, taking a deep breath. If the Lu family could obtain this, their strength would surely double. While the two were excited, Zhan Wuming entered a magnificent cavern beyond, momentarily stunned by what he saw. There was a bed crafted from diamond mica, with streams of electric patterns running over it, seemingly brimming with divine power. Beside the bed lay a chaotic pile of gems, among which a beast hide pouch emitting a powerful aura caught Zhan Wuming's attention. Clearly, this was no ordinary item. As he touched it, he deduced the pouch was made from the hide of a fourth-tier magical beast, possibly even a fifth-tier. The old ape had cleverly crafted it into a large bag, filled with spirit stones, mostly fire spirit stones, with a few unaligned spirit stones. The pouch contained at least 1,000 stones. Evidently, the old apes hoarded wealth over many years. Zhan Wuming realized he no longer needed to compete for the spirit stones on the cave walls. The diamond mica bed, spirit stones, and beast hide pouch, all this rightfully belonged to him. Without hesitation, he gathered these treasures, along with the colorful gems, which, though seemingly ordinary, could be exchanged for immense wealth. The Qianquan bags and rings, clearly spoils from human cultivators the old ape had defeated, were also collected. For Zhan Wuming, these treasures were merely a fortuitous encounter, yet he effortlessly reaped the rewards of the demon ape king's hoard. Zhan Wuming looked down at the stick in his hand, frowning slightly. It was surprisingly heavy, and he found it incredibly difficult to wield despite the immense strength he possessed after his rebirth. The stick was not large, yet its weight was astonishing. Clearly, this was no ordinary object. It had to be a treasure, so he decided to keep it. Without hesitation, he placed the stick into his spatial ring and continued to scan the surroundings. Like a gust of wind, he left nothing untouched. Anything he saw, whether gold, silver, jewels, or rare herbs, he collected all at once. The spatial ring's large capacity was perfect for storing these items. Look, a 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma, a 500-year-old 7-star begonia, and even a humanoid He-Shou Wu, along with a 5th-grade Tianqing orchid. Each was incredibly valuable. Zhan Wuming opened a spatial bag, and with a quick glance, he was thrilled and couldn't help but exclaim. Unlike the ring, the spatial bag didn't require a spiritual imprint, so Zhan Wuming could open it without having to break the old monkey's mental imprint. As for the ring, he dared not touch it lightly. He had been lucky not to trigger it last time, but if he activated the old ape king's spiritual imprint now, the old ape king might come rushing back, and the consequences would be Duray would be beaten to a pulp. He moved swiftly, almost instantly cleaning out the cavern. It was as if everything that had once existed there had vanished without a trace. Satisfied, Zhan Wuming clapped his hands and glanced around. The cave now looked like an ordinary stone chamber, with no sign it had ever been the old monkey's treasure room. Soon after, Lu Wanru and the others arrived, puzzled by the bare stone walls. They had no idea this had been the old monkey's treasure room, and assumed Zhan Wuming had found nothing. "What's up? Did you find anything?" Lu Wanru asked casually. Zhan Wuming winked, pretending to be calm as he replied, "I'll take another look to see if I missed anything." He feigned searching and finally found some scattered trinkets, like broken jade pieces or ordinary stones, which were hardly worth mentioning. "Ah, it seems there's really nothing here," Zhan Wuming said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Just as they were about to leave, sharp cries echoed from the sky. "Lightning Eagle King!" Lu Wanru's face turned pale, and she immediately stopped, looking tense. The others also looked around warily. They were all too familiar with the cries of the lightning eagles, having narrowly escaped from Blackwood Cliff the day before. They hadn't expected the eagles to pursue them to Demon Ape Valley. Although the valley was hundreds of miles away, the eagles flew incredibly fast and could cover the distance in no time. As mid to high-tier magical beasts, they wouldn't normally invade another beast's territory without reason. Their presence meant the Ape King's domain had been violated. How could this be? Why are the lightning eagles here in Demon Ape Valley? Yen Quan frowned. The Ape King is stronger than the lightning eagles and wouldn't provoke them easily, Lu Wanru said. There must be a reason for their intrusion. Zhan Wuming stood by, his expression calm, as if the cries were no more than the chirping of sparrows to him. "What should we do?" Lu Wanru asked, looking anxious. "What are we going to do?" Yen Quan hesitated but quickly decided. "We should hide for now. From the sound of it, there are more than just a few eagles. If we try to run, we'll surely be caught. We might be able to escape with our 2-star Battle King skills, but Lu Wanru and Lu Tong won't make it." He paused before adding, "Besides, with the lightning eagles here, the old monkey will return soon. We didn't hide our presence when we entered. Once the old monkey returns, it'll know we're here. Even if it's only at 30% strength, who can withstand it? So hiding here isn't an option." Zhan Wuming listened, a slight smile playing on his lips, his demeanor calm and unhurried. "You're overthinking it. Relax, we'll figure something out. You must have a plan," Lu Wanru said, looking at him with trust in her eyes, though she still felt a bit anxious. Zhan Wuming smiled knowingly. "If you ask nicely, I promise we'll get out of here unscathed." Lu Wanru rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. "You're such a scoundrel. What time do you think it is?" Lu Wanru raised her delicate eyebrows, a hint of annoyance appearing on her pretty face. Her angry expression, however, left Zhan Wuming momentarily entranced. "I didn't expect you to look so beautiful when you're angry," Zhan Wuming said with an awkward smile, his gaze involuntarily lingering on her exquisite features. "I'm naturally beautiful," Lu Wanru replied, secretly pleased by the compliment, but quickly regained her seriousness. "Now think of a way." Zhan Wuming snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. "Yes, Miss Lu. Actually, I was the one who lured the lightning eagles here." "What?" Everyone stared at Zhan Wuming, their eyes filled with doubt and anger. If he didn't provide a reasonable explanation, they were ready to give him a hard time. "Hey, Don't look at me like that. Zhan Wuming chuckled nervously and quickly explained. The lightning eagles aren't after us. They're targeting the Zhang family. Otherwise, why would I suggest you enjoy the show? They're after the Zhang family? Lu Wanru and Yin Quan both sighed in relief, but still looked at Zhan Wuming with curiosity, wondering how he knew the lightning eagle's target. After all, they had been chased by the eagles yesterday, and it seemed unlikely that the eagles would have forgotten about them. Zhan Wuming led the group quietly out of the Demon Ape Valley and climbed back up the mountain. When they looked down at the valley, everyone was shocked. The Zhang family indeed had impressive strength. Zheng Yongfu, along with an injured 4-star Battle King, managed to severely wound the Demon Ape King. They had somehow created a large hole in the ape's chest, but the 4-star Battle King paid a heavy price, losing an arm to the ape. Both sides were now at their limits. Sky Thunderbomb. Yin Quan gravely identified the weapon. So that's what it was, Zhan Wuming thought, though he feigned surprise. What's that? It's a one-time use spiritual weapon with immense destructive power, Yin Quan explained. It's said to be crafted from the 9 heavens thunder tribulation collected by a battle emperor during their rebirth. When activated with a special technique, it unleashes the power of a thunder tribulation. I didn't expect Zheng Yongfu to have such a deadly device. I didn't expect the Zhang family to have a battle emperor, Zhan Wuming admitted, feeling a bit of pressure. In the valley below, Zheng Yongfu was also feeling frustrated. The Demon Ape King's strength wasn't just a matter of rank. What troubled him more was that the ape possessed a special bloodline's innate abilities. With its strength and abilities, it could practically fight across ranks against a 6-star Battle King. If not for the Sky Thunder Bomb he had, which he had been reluctant to use, he might have ended up like his companion, the 4-star Battle King, who was now disabled. However, the Demon Ape King had the innate ability of the angry-eyed Vajra, granting it resistance to lightning. Although the Sky Thunder Bomb's power severely injured it, it wasn't enough to be fatal. Yet, the Demon Ape King was no longer a significant threat, and with a little more effort, they could finish it off. At this critical moment, 4 lightning eagle kings suddenly appeared in the sky, launching a fierce attack on the Zhang family, as if they had a deep grudge against them. One eagle dove down, and in an instant, the Zhang family's remaining 3 battle masters were reduced by 1. If the demon ape hadn't misunderstood the eagle's intentions and attacked them, the remaining battle masters might have all perished. Lightning eagle kings, what's going on? Zheng Yongfu looked at the 4 circling eagles in the sky, his face filled with shock and confusion. Ji Xiangnan let out a startled cry, quickly leading the Ji family members to take cover among the giant trees, avoiding the sharp attacks of the lightning eagle. Facing the overwhelming assault of the lightning eagle king, the Ji family had no power to fight back. The lightning eagle king possessed the strength of a battle king and soared high above, rendering the crossbows they brought useless and potentially provoking the creature further. Thus, they wisely chose to avoid confrontation. The 4-star battle king from the Zhang family, already severely injured, was unable to fend off the brutal attacks of the demon ape king. As lightning flashed, the lightning eagle suddenly struck, nearly tearing his body apart with a single claw. Second young master, run. The 4-star battle king knew his fate was sealed. With the threat of the lightning eagle above and the demon ape king's grip on the ground, he was trapped. Despite the demon ape king's exhaustion, it could still hold him down, and his own injuries left him nearly immobile. If he fell, only Zheng Yongfu and 2 other battle kings would be left, standing no chance against the fierce lightning eagle. Hongshu, Zheng Yongfu's eyes were bloodshot. He had narrowly escaped the lightning eagle's sudden attack, but he knew he was in no condition to fight it again. The battle with the demon ape king had drained most of his energy, and its repeated blows felt like a mountain crashing down, nearly shattering his bones and displacing his organs. If not for spitting out blood and using the thunder bomb in time, the outcome would have been disastrous. Go! Zheng Yongfu said little, knowing it was their only chance for survival. Gathering his remaining strength, he led his group to escape under the cover of the dense forest. The lightning eagle let out an ear-splitting screech, locking onto the Zhang family members as it pursued them like a bolt of lightning. The Zhang family, all severely injured, saw their defenses crumble as several 3rd-tier demon apes pounced, combining their attacks with the lightning eagles. In an instant, except for 2 heavily injured battle kings who managed to escape, the others were torn to pieces. Those watching from afar broke into a cold sweat, witnessing the terrifying power of the Demon Ape King and the Lightning Eagles alliance, realizing that anyone below the Battle King level was defenseless. Yet, they were puzzled. Why did the Lightning Eagle only attack the Zhang family, while the Ji family remained unharmed? How did you do it? Lu Wanru asked, pale-faced, her gaze turning to Zhan Wuming with a hint of suspicion. Zhan Wuming chuckled dismissively. I told you, I usually don't get my hands dirty with killing because I have plenty of good stuff. He pulled out a small black box from his coat, looking smug. The secret's all in here. Don't open it. As he spoke, Lu Wanru had already snatched the box, her quick action surprising Yin Quan and Jia Qing. If you want the lightning eagle to chase you, go ahead and open it. Zhan Wuming warned, eyes wide with caution as he watched Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru hesitated for a moment, ready to open it, but his words gave her pause, although she still looked eager. Are you trying to scare me? She half smiled. When have I ever scared you? Zhan Wuming retorted with dissatisfaction. Miss, can you slow down? You almost scared me to death. I may not want to die, but you certainly seem like you do. Zhan Wuming slapped his forehead, frowning deeply. He looked at Lu Wanru with frustration and said, why did I save someone as reckless as you? Haven't you heard that curiosity killed the cat? Then tell me, what's inside that box? Lu Wanru's eyes darted to the mysterious box. Remembering the recent danger, she hesitated to act rashly and instead pouted as she asked, do you really want to know? Zhan Wuming tested her. Of course, I must know. Lu Wanru raised her chin defiantly. Or I'll just open it and see for myself. Zhan Wuming quickly waved his hands. If I tell you, promise not to bombard me with questions. Just say it already, stop acting like an old woman. Lu Wanru impatiently stomped her foot. Well, it's nothing much. Inside is the powdered eggshell of a lightning eagle. Zhan Wuming dusted himself off, regaining his composure. Eggshell powder? You have a lightning eagle's egg. Lu Wanru's eyes sparkled with excitement. I went to Haimu Cliff just to steal a lightning eagle's egg, but I ended up encountering a frenzied one instead. Obviously, without an egg, there wouldn't be eggshells. Zhan Wuming retorted dismissively. Where's the egg then? Let me see. Lu Wanru eagerly thrust the box into Zhan Wuming's arms. Zhan Wuming awkwardly scratched his head. The egg was eaten, and the shell was burned to ash. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. A single lightning eagle egg could be worth 1,000,000 gold coins, and he just ate it. How could you eat it? How could you eat it? In a fit of rage, Lu Wanru started hitting and kicking Zhan Wuming, making him crouch on the ground, pleading for mercy. Everyone was astonished. Was this really the elegant Miss Lu they knew? Thankfully, Yin Quan intervened to stop the furious Lu Wanru, while Jia Qing helped the shoeprint-covered Zhan Wuming up, apologizing repeatedly. Oomph, a real man doesn't fight with women. You win. Zhan Wuming grumbled, rubbing his sore shoulder. It's not like I ate your egg. Why are you so angry? What a waste. Yin Quan sighed. The fourth son of the Zhan family is something else. To eat such a precious lightning eagle egg just like that. Zhan Wuming snapped back impatiently. You people only know how to be brawny but brainless. If I hadn't eaten the egg, where would the powdered eggshell come from? Without it, how could I make the lightning eagle deal with the Zhang family? He glanced around the group, his tone sharp. Without the lightning eagle, should I send you all to fight? You? Were you? Or should Miss Lu go? Didn't you see that second master Zhang is a 3-star battle king? Going against him is suicide. He'd crush you with a single slap. Instead of keeping a useless egg, it's better to eat it to restore energy and let the lightning eagle handle the fighting. The group was left speechless. Indeed, the Zhang family not only had a 3-star battle king, but also a 4-star battle king, with 5 1-star battle kings. Even though only Zhang Yongfu, the 3-star battle king, and 2 1-star battle kings remained, fighting them would lead to certain doom. Yet, they couldn't fathom how Zhan Wuming managed to use the eggshell powder to command the lightning eagle to hunt down Zhang Yongfu and his men. Before they could question Zhan Wuming, they saw a figure swiftly moving towards the peak, causing everyone to tense up. Yin Yino. Yin Quan's expression changed immediately as he recognized the figure climbing the mountain at great speed. The Lu family had been at odds with the Zhang family for a long time, and they kept detailed records of their opponent's experts above the rank of battle king. Although Yin Yi was only a 1-star battle king, he was included in the Lu family's intelligence files, and the two had crossed paths multiple times. Someone dares to come here alone to meet their doom. Jia Qing's face showed a hint of a cold smile as battle energy gathered from all directions, forming an orange stream like a rain cloud. Don't. He's not with the Zhang family anymore. He's my servant now. Zhan Wuming quickly interrupted, stopping Jia Qing's gathering momentum. Jia Qing's aura halted abruptly, and everyone looked at Zhan Wuming in confusion and surprise. Yin Quan asked skeptically, you say he's your servant? Why would I lie to you? Just recently, Master Zhang passed away. I saved him, and he pledged himself to me. Zhan Wuming replied casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Zhang Yufu is dead. The crowd was shocked again. Zhang Yufu's death hadn't been long, and he had perished in the beast forest, so the outside world hadn't yet learned of his demise. That's right, he died just outside this ape valley, during my last wine-stealing escapade, Zhan Wuming said as Yan Yi arrived. Upon seeing the group around Zhan Wuming, his expression changed, and he became tense. He knew that just Yin Quan and Jia Qing's skills were enough to overwhelm him. No worries, they're on our side. Zhan Wuming reassured him with a smile. Only then did Yan Yi slowly lower his guard and respectfully saluted Zhan Wuming. Everything is proceeding according to your plan, sir. The lightning eagle is already here. You're no match for its speed, Zhan Wuming said with a grin. What exactly is the plan? Lu Wanru's curiosity grew stronger. Zhan Wuming had been mysterious all along, and now he had gained a Battle King-level servant who used to be an esteemed guest of the Zhang family. I'm sorry, I owe you all an apology, Zhan Wuming began. Yesterday, the lightning eagles went berserk because I accidentally stole their eggs. There were 4 or 5 in a nest, and they were so cute, I couldn't resist taking them all. So, the lightning eagles went on a rampage. I didn't expect you to coincidentally get caught in it, and it ended up causing you trouble. Despite his words, Zhan Wuming's expression showed no real remorse. So, it was your fault we got caught up in it yesterday. Lu Wanru's eyebrows shot up in anger. You can't completely blame me for that. The lightning eagles have poor eyesight. They only saw you, and not me. I was too busy running to know you were bravely fighting them. Zhan Wuming's words nearly made Yin Quan and the others choke with anger. Poor eyesight. Bravely fighting? They had been running for their lives, barely daring to engage the lightning eagles directly. Lu Wanru was momentarily speechless. Zhan Wuming had a point. It wasn't entirely his fault. The lightning eagles chose their targets independently of Zhan Wuming's actions. No wonder they had pursued them so relentlessly, gathering a large group of companions. Suddenly, Lu Wanru remembered something Zhan Wuming had said earlier and couldn't help but exclaim. Did you say you stole all the eggs from the nest? Zhan Wuming shrugged affirmatively. What about the rest of the eggs? Lu Wanru started worrying about the eggs again. She glared at Zhan Wuming in front of her, gritting her teeth in anger. This fool had treated the precious lightning eagle eggs like ordinary chicken eggs, grilling one, frying another, and even boiling one. You prodigal. Lu Wanru fumed, kicking Zhan Wuming to the ground. Zhan Wuming nonchalantly dusted himself off and stood up, looking innocent. Wasn't it to help you guys deal with the Zhang family? Help us. Lu Wanru sneered. You didn't even know me before yesterday, and now you act so selflessly. Anyway, the Zhang family is our common enemy, Zhan Wuming explained. I had Yin E scatter eggshell powder from Blackwood Cliff to Demon Ape Valley so the lightning eagle could track the scent of the eggs. One eggshell wasn't enough, so I ate a few more. Honestly, these lightning eagle eggs are quite invigorating. I've felt full of energy and vigor since yesterday. I'll show you energy and vigor. Lu Wanru shouted, pummeling Zhan Wuming with her fists. Her small fangs clenched tightly. Owning a lightning eagle had always been her dream, as these magical beasts had to be tamed from the egg. Her family had searched to no avail, and now, after finally coming to Blackwood Cliff herself, she watched helplessly as her coveted treasure was treated like common food by this careless guy. Spectators shook their heads at the scene. A formidable warrior handling someone without any battle energy, yet holding back so much, clearly reluctant to truly fight. It was entirely a young girl's mindset. Stop, stop, Zhan Wuming pleaded, covering his head, then suddenly had an idea. I have a proposal. If Miss Lu calls me good brother, I'll find you another lightning eagle egg. Then you can cook it however you like. Lu Wanru was about to explode, but suddenly recalled there were originally 4 or 5 eggs in the nest, and he had only eaten 3. Her eyes lit up. Are you serious? Zhan Wuming smugly waved a large blue egg that suddenly appeared in his hand, its surface faintly marked with tiny lightning patterns, resembling a giant olive. Ah! Lu Wanru squealed in delight. This was indeed the legendary lightning eagle egg, capable of mastering both lightning and wind elements. Call me brother, don't snatch. Zhan Wuming shouted, hiding the egg behind his back. Dear brother. Lu Wanru didn't care about appearances as she snatched the egg, her eyes sparkling with the joy of acquiring a treasure. Quick! Hide it before the thunder eagle catches its scent, Zhan Wuming warned, his expression tense as he scanned their surroundings warily. Startled by his words, Lu Wanru hurriedly tucked the egg into her bosom, her slender fingers trembling slightly, fearing that the newly acquired treasure might be taken away again. All right, now it's time to deal with the defeated foe, Zhan Wuming said, looking into the distance with a cold smile. The thunder eagle probably couldn't handle Master Jing-san, so we'll have to take matters into our own hands. His gaze fell on the magical apes cleaning the battlefield in the distance. After killing Zheng Hong, the Ape King had suffered severe injuries and retreated to its cave to recover. Most of the magical apes in the valley were dead or wounded, turning this once fearsome place into a scene of devastation. A glint of greed flashed in Zhan Wuming's eyes. He didn't want to miss out on Zheng Hong's Qianquan ring. As a 4-star battle king, the treasures within that ring were surely priceless, and he couldn't let those crude magical apes spoil them. Yin, go retrieve the ring for me. We can't let it go to waste, Zhan Wuming ordered in an indisputable tone. Yin understood immediately and swiftly moved towards the recently ended battlefield. Standing nearby, Yin Quan was taken aback. When did those rings become Zhan Wuming's? He was amazed at how shamelessly they were looting the dead. After a moment's thought, Yin Quan followed suit. After all, the people from the Ji and Zhang families were nowhere to be seen, and the few remaining magical apes were too injured to pose any threat. Let's stay on the mountain for a while. That's Battle King business. We can help them sort things out later, Zhan Wuming said, stretching contentedly as he gazed into the distance, his eyes gleaming with calculation. It's time to close the net. He murmured to himself, I wonder what the Zhang family will do, knowing that their second master perished here. In any case, we can't let a single member of the Zhang family return to Makino City alive. Zhan Wuming's voice turned cold. After this, the war against the Zhang family will extend beyond Makino City, and the Lu family will be a good starting point. Before long, Yanni returned, panting, but with a disappointed look. He and Yin Quan couldn't find Zheng Hong's ring. Those Battle King's Qianquan rings seemed to have vanished into thin air. Zhan Wuming chuckled indifferently. It must have been Ji Xiangnan who took them. In Ji Xiangnan's hands, it's almost like having them in mine. He squinted his eyes. Let's go, or they'll get too far ahead. With that, Zhan Wuming leisurely descended the mountain. Just as everyone worried about keeping up with his pace, Yin Yi arrived, leading a pure white, long-winged white sparrow beast. You are all experts and don't need a ride, so I'll enjoy it myself, Zhan Wuming said, gently stroking the white sparrow beast's feathers. He turned to Lu Wanru with a mischievous grin. If my dear sister wants a ride, we can share it. Who's your dear sister? Lu Wanru's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes darting. You called me dear brother earlier, everyone heard it. Now you're denying it's such a quick change of face. Zhan Wuming teased relentlessly. That doesn't count, you rascal. Lu Wanru said, blushing with shyness as she turned and ran ahead, her slender figure particularly enchanting in the sunlight. Behind her, Zhan Wuming's boisterous laughter echoed through the valley. In the western hills of the Daiyin dynasty's capital lies the residence of the prestigious Zhang family. The majestic peaks of the western hills, shrouded in mist, reveal the Zhang family's residence, its red walls and golden tiles glistening in the sunlight. This grand complex occupying half a mountainside is home to the influential Zhang family of the Daiyin dynasty. The Zhang family is not only an elder family that aided in the dynasty's expansion, but also the maternal family of both the current empress and the empress dowager. With such dual noble connections, their influence extends deeply into both the martial world and the core of the imperial court. The head of the Zhang family, Grand Preceptor Zhang Weiwu, as the father of the empress and the emperor's father-in-law, holds an unparalleled status. Zhang Weiwu has 6 sons, each with their own strengths. 3 serve as officials or generals, enhancing the family's voice in the court, while the other 3 excel in commerce, managing the family's vast business network and amassing endless wealth. Together, these 6 sons are like pillars supporting the family's immense power. However, the true strength of the Zhang family lies not just in political alliances and commercial networks, but in their deep martial prowess. It is rumored that the family's patriarch has surpassed the ordinary and reached the level of a battle emperor, with countless experts of battle king rank within the family. More enviably, the grandson of Grand Preceptor Zhang Weiwu has been accepted into the Ling sect, a significant honor in the Daiyin dynasty. It is common knowledge that on this continent, the true top-tier powers are not dynasties but the 3 great empires and the 4 sects and 8 clans. Among thousands of dynasties, at least half are vassals to these super sects, paying tribute annually. These major sects have long become the de facto rulers above the secular powers. In the main hall of the Zhang family, the scent of sandalwood lingers, yet the atmosphere is as heavy as iron. Zhang Weiwu sits firmly in the Grand Preceptor's chair, his face as dark as ink, eyes flashing coldly. His icy gaze is fixed on the black-clad figure kneeling before him, whose form trembles slightly with fear beneath a grim, ghost mask. The soul tablet of my 3rd son is shattered, and you haven't found the cause. Zhang Weiwu's voice is as cold as ice, each word piercingly chilling. Now Zheng Hong's tablet is also broken, yet you, in charge of family intelligence, have no information at all. What use are you to me? The black-clad man bows his head to the ground, his voice trembling. It is my failure. Please grant me another chance, master. Humph. Zhang Weiwu snorts dismissively, waving a dossier in his hand. If it weren't for the current need for manpower, you'd be sent to guard the mines in the extreme cold mountains. He sneers. What nonsense is this? The 3rd son's death might be related to the Zhan family of my city, involving the monster beast forest, situation unclear. Rubbish. If it's related to the Zhan family, then it is related. What's this might be? Situation unclear? If unclear, can't you investigate? Must I do everything myself? What use are you, worthless lot? Zhang Weiwu slams the table, causing a teacup to fall to the ground. From tomorrow, reorganize all the personnel. Our Zhang family doesn't need incompetence. Regardless of whether the Zhan family is involved in Yufu's death, just for constantly shielding that disobedient girl, their family doesn't deserve to exist. He paces to the window, gazing at the distant silhouette of the imperial city, his tone slightly easing. However, without news of the Cold Emperor's manual, we can't be too forceful, lest we end up with nothing. But we also can't let the Zhan family live so comfortably. Zhang Weiwu turns, a shrewd glint in his eyes. I hear that the Zhan family's recent medicinal pills are quite popular. I'll see to it they earn nothing. Let's see if they are willing to risk their century-long foundation for a disobedient girl or accept our terms. The black-clad man quickly concurs. Understood, master. With our family's influence, we can certainly make the Zhan family's life difficult. He cautiously raises his head. Should we send more people to the monster beast forest? The second young master gathered elites from several nearby cities to my city, seemingly because of the forest. We don't know what's happening there, and just now. Send someone to infiltrate my city discreetly and find out what's happening there. Zhang Weiwu interrupts, frowning. If something significant is occurring in the monster beast forest, we need to be prepared. His voice carries a rare note of worry. Just now, Ahang's life tablet broke, and I'm concerned something might happen to Yonger as well. There shouldn't be any force in my city daring to confront the Zhang family like this. Yonger's previous messages didn't indicate any conflict with other forces. Recently, the actions of Yufu and Yongfu in gathering a considerable number of elite forces to head towards the city of Mai have caught the attention of the Lu and Zhang families. If it weren't for His Majesty's fear of the Zhang family becoming too powerful and his subsequent protection of them, I would have dealt with these pesky families long ago. The man in black bowed his head respectfully, his voice steady. Understood, sir. Zhang Weiwu's eyes were sharp as he continued. I want information on that rebellious daughter. Pay close attention to her. And her grandson, he's her only weakness. If possible, we should focus on the grandson to obtain information about the Cold Emperor's art. His voice suddenly turned icy. Remember, do not harm him. Given her temperament, if she feels cornered, she'll retaliate fiercely. Father, something terrible has happened. An urgent voice suddenly interrupted Zhang Weiwu, and the hall doors were flung open. Zhang Weiwu's expression changed, and he asked sternly, What's got you so panicked? The middle-aged man who rushed into the hall was pale and breathless. Second brother's life token has shattered. What? Murderous intent flashed in Zhang Weiwu's eyes, and his hands clenched tightly. Although he had suspected that Zhang Yongfu might be in danger, he hadn't anticipated that his life token would break so quickly. Zhang Yongfu was dead, just a day after Zhang Hong. Zhang Weiwu stood up abruptly, his presence swelling. I want to know exactly what happened. Can anyone tell me? With a wave of his hand, the air in the hall became as heavy as mercury, and the grand chair made of cold ironwood instantly crumbled into dust. The man in black was about to speak, but was kicked out of the hall by Zhang Weiwu. With a thud, he hit the hall door. Go, find out for me. If you return empty-handed, bring your head instead, Zhang Weiwu roared, his voice causing the candles in the hall to flicker. No matter who killed Yonger, I will make their entire family pay. The man in black carefully wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, not daring to linger. He gave a deep bow and quickly exited. 3 hours earlier, in the beast forest, Zhan Wuming strolled through as if he were wandering in his own backyard, without encountering a single harassing magical beast. Lu Wanru frowned, constantly sensing an unpleasant odor lingering around. She concluded that Zhan Wuming was too lazy to bathe his white sparrow beast, which was why it smelled so bad. The white sparrow beast seemed uncomfortable too, shaking its body occasionally. The group could only pinch their noses and follow Zhan Wuming, attributing the lack of beast disturbances to sheer luck. Zhan Wuming walked in almost a straight line, not bothering to scout the area, making everyone doubt whether he was truly tracking the remnants of the Zhang family. His actions suggested he already knew the destination, leading everyone to suspect he was merely fooling them because he was so unpredictable. As they walked, Zhan Wuming acted like a fortune teller, shaking his head and gesturing mysteriously. Wanru, my dear sister, I see in your graceful bones and noble bearing, with eyebrows delicate like new moons, the signs of a virtuous and prosperous life, though your short middle face suggests youthful tribulations. You must associate with noble people like me to turn calamity into fortune and achieve long life and prosperity. The more he spoke, the more mystical he sounded, his voice rising and falling, fingers tracing inexplicable symbols in the air, sounding increasingly like a charlatan. He even went so far as to portray himself as a savior, as if his very presence was meant to rescue Lu Wanru. Finally, Lu Wanru grew exasperated and leaped at Zhan Wuming, delivering a flurry of punches. Although Zhan Wuming couldn't wield battle energy, his skin was surprisingly tough, and he simply covered his head and let her hit him. Afterward, he continued to grin as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Miss Lu was left panting, her hands slightly red, and eventually had to give up. Upon hearing Zhan Wuming's words, Yin Quan's face instantly turned peculiar, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes as he hesitated to speak. As an elder who watched Lu Wanru grow up, he naturally understood that Zhan Wuming's words eerily mirrored the prophecy given to Lu Wanru by a mysterious figure years ago, a level of insight that was remarkably accurate. Where exactly are you taking us, you charlatan? Lu Wanru snapped, her face flushed with irritation. She had been trailing Zhan Wuming all day without catching a glimpse of the Zhang family, yet he seemed to be enjoying a leisurely stroll, hardly appearing to be in pursuit. Zhan Wuming chuckled softly and whistled. Suddenly, a small creature darted out from nearby, quickly landing at his feet. The beast had the body of a dog and the face of a pig, looking both strange and intelligent. 1,000-mile smoke-seeking beast. Lu Wanru and Yin Quan exclaimed in unison. Though they had heard of such a mythical creature, few had ever seen one. Known for its unmatched tracking ability over great distances, it was a legend few had witnessed firsthand. Yet here was Zhan Wuming with one by his side. With this, we won't have to worry about losing the trail, Zhan Wuming said with a confident smile, gently stroking the little beast. Momentarily forgetting her anger, Lu Wanru gazed at the adorable creature, her eyes softening with a nurturing glow, almost wanting to cuddle it. It's so cute. Don't distract it from tracking, Zhan Wuming said impatiently. You're really just a child. Who's a child? I'm 16. Lu Wanru protested, her tone unable to hide her affection. Zhan Wuming raised an eyebrow with a mocking smile. I can tell, Miss Lu. Don't you know I'm a master fortune teller? He continued with self-satisfaction. Not only can I see what you're feeling, but I can also discern subtle changes in your fate. Lu Wanru was startled, his words striking a nerve. The secrets he mentioned mirrored her own hidden worries. The arch of my left eyebrow spreading open indicates the arrival of the red Luan star, suggesting a marriage proposal, but the dull color of my nose's tip shows it's not a good match. The brightness of my cheeks suggests a desire to escape confinement. It seems, you came to the beast forest to escape an engagement, didn't you? Ah. Lu Wanru was taken aback, utterly speechless. She had never shared this secret with anyone, not even her family. Yet Zhan Wuming had uncovered it with uncanny accuracy. She was filled with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. Are you really a fortune teller? Zhan Wuming smiled mysteriously, a playful glint in his eyes. I'm not a fortune teller, just someone who dabbles in fate. I only mentioned it because you called me good brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. Yin Quan listened, then looked at Zhan Wuming with respect. Young Master Zhan, you are truly remarkable, reaching such a level of insight at a young age. It's impressive. What you said aligns with a mysterious sage who once read Miss Lu's fate over a decade ago. It's astonishing to see you at such a level now. His words were sincere and full of admiration. Zhan Wuming shrugged nonchalantly. There's no need for formalities, Uncle Yin. I'm just scratching the surface, far from being a true master. Besides, I was just speaking off the cuff, seeing Miss Wanru's reaction. Lu Wanru frowned, puzzled. Uncle Quan, did that person really read my fate before? Who was that? She was confused, her mind swirling with questions. Yin Quan nodded. Indeed, over 10 years ago, a remarkable individual read the fates of the Lu family after being saved by the master, including yours. His tone was somber, as if recalling a distant memory, his expression complex. This conversation plunged Lu Wanru into deep thought. Her fate had been foretold long ago, and perhaps Zhan Wuming was not as frivolous and carefree as he appeared. The man once said that the Lu family would face a great calamity within 20 years. If the course of nature remained unchanged, they might be reduced to ashes. However, if fate took a different turn, there might be a slim chance of survival. If they could overcome this disaster, they would soar to great heights, enjoying endless prosperity and honor. The young lady was born with nobility and was destined for this challenge. If the family could survive it, her blessings and longevity would be immeasurable. Zhan Wuming's expression shifted slightly as he asked, do you remember that person's name, Uncle Yin? I don't know. Yin Quan shook his head. The head of the family held that person in the highest regard and handled everything personally. I only know that his surname was Mo. Mo. A cold glint flashed in Zhan Wuming's eyes as he thought to himself, Mo Tianji, is it finally you? In a past life, Zhan Wuming had been manipulated by Mo Tianji throughout his entire life, and the anger in his heart was almost consuming him. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor and gestured for Yin Quan to continue. The head of the family has always been worried about this calamity and sought ways to resolve it. Unfortunately, when that eccentric calculated the solution, he was counterattacked by the forces of nature, severely injured, and the matter was left unresolved. He only left behind the words, a noble person can resolve the calamity. Because of this, the head of the family decided on an alliance with the royal family. Yin Quan sighed helplessly. A noble person to resolve the calamity? Not necessarily, Zhan Wuming sneered. Does being royal make one noble? Humph. Anyway, I will never marry that flirtatious prince. Lu Wanru said angrily. Don't worry, with your brother here, we will definitely resolve this calamity. Zhan Wuming replied with a casual smile. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his expression suddenly turned serious. He raised a hand to stop everyone and whispered, we've arrived. Ahead lay a cliff. A hint of surprise flickered in Zhan Wuming's eyes as he thought to himself, life is indeed tenacious. Despite being gravely injured, he managed to escape hundreds of miles. Second Master Zhang is much stronger than Third Master Zhang. He gazed at the cliff, a place he was not unfamiliar with. The environment here made him admire Zhang Yongfu's wisdom. To evade the pursuit of the Thunderhawk, there was no better place than the magic Beast Mountain Range. Below the cliff was a chaotic rocky valley. The mountain walls on both sides of the valley had been eroded by countless years of wind and frost, forming labyrinth-like passages. These passages could effectively obscure vision and evade the Thunderhawk's attacks. As long as Zhang Yongfu slipped into one of these cracks, he could escape the Thunderhawk's pursuit. The Thunderhawk couldn't stay here indefinitely, while Zhang Yongfu could use the terrain to heal. Once recovered, with the strength of a 3-star battle king, he would no longer fear the Thunderhawk's pursuit. Looking at the surrounding environment, Lu Wanru frowned. There are so many crevices here. How can a few of us block him? Zhan Wuming pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled, his eyes lighting up. Why bother finding him? We'll just make him come out. Make him come out? How is that possible? We don't even know which crack he's hiding in. The others were puzzled. I'll flood the small valley and see if he comes out, Zhan Wuming said, rubbing his hands with a smile. Following Zhan Wuming's gaze, they saw that upstream of the valley was a mountaintop lake. On this side of the valley was a cliff, where water cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing into the valley and forming a winding stream that extended into the distance. Lu Wanru's eyes widened in surprise. How long would it take to break open that cliff? Zhan Wuming chuckled. It won't take long at all. The cliff was several dozen feet wide. Though it was filled with tiny cracks, it wasn't easy to split open. Even someone with the prowess of a battle king would need 10 days to half a month to carve a path through it. Yet, Zhan Wuming was full of confidence as he walked toward the cliff with a swagger. He tapped around the base of the cliff, the sound echoing through the empty valley, leaving everyone puzzled about his intentions. After a moment, Zhan Wuming stopped, gazed at the cliff, and instructed Yan Yi to dig a hole about 2 feet deep. For a battle king, splitting the entire cliff was a daunting task, but making a small hole was not difficult. This cliff, weathered over millennia, had become exceptionally fragile. Zhan Wuming didn't choose the weakest spot, but a critical support point, surrounded by oddly shaped rocks. He pulled out several fire spirit stones from his pocket, which glimmered red in the sunlight, resembling leaping flames among the rocks. These fire spirit stones were treasures they had stolen from Demon Ape Valley. Although Zhan Wuming only got a quarter of them, because he didn't take the diamond mica, Yan Quan shared half of the fire spirit stones with him. With nearly 200 fire spirit stones, Zhan Wuming was now quite wealthy. Who here cultivates ice battle energy? Zhan Wuming asked softly. Everyone shook their heads. No one practiced that water attribute variant of battle energy. Zhan Wuming sighed, his gaze sweeping over the group before he said, Seems I'll have to use my precious Tianhan pill. Everyone, move back. Yan Yi, stay. You want to trigger an explosion by clashing cold energy with the fire spirit stones? Yan Quan's eyes flashed with surprise, realizing he hadn't thought of that. Fire spirit stones, concentrated with extreme fire energy, could easily undergo structural changes when stimulated by intense cold energy, leading to an explosion. Exactly. Guard the exit to prevent the second master of the Zhang family from escaping. Zhan Wuming's voice turned serious. He managed to escape the lightning eagle's claws. If given the chance, we might not be able to stop him. So be careful. Yan Quan nodded with determination. No problem. Leave this to us. The Zhang family and the Lu family were sworn enemies. If given the opportunity to eliminate Zhang's elite, the Lu family would not hesitate. Zhan Wuming nodded slightly, while Lu Wanru seemed eager to see the explosion of the fire spirit stones. Do you dare to watch? Zhan Wuming sneered. Once the cliff explodes and the lake water rushes down, Yan Yi will have to take care of me alone. Besides, with rocks flying everywhere, if one accidentally scars your face, who will marry you then? Lu Wanru's eyes widened immediately. Though she knew Zhan Wuming was deliberately scaring her, she couldn't take any chances with her appearance and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Zhan Wuming's smile deepened, though a hint of calculation was hidden in his eyes. He didn't want anyone to know he could cultivate battle energy, nor did he want outsiders to learn about his heavenly-level battle technique, the Cold Emperor technique. Therefore, he needed to send Yan Quan, Lu Wanru, and the others away. As for the Tianhan pill, it was just a ruse. Once everyone had moved away, Zhan Wuming instructed quietly. If the cliff explodes, you are to cover my retreat. I don't want them to know my secrets. Understood. Yan Yi nodded seriously, his gaze firm. Zhan Wuming always appeared to have no battle energy cultivation in front of others. So much so that even the most precise investigations couldn't detect any battle energy fluctuations from him, surprising everyone. No one expected Zhan Wuming to hide his battle energy so completely. Yet, he personally experienced that even with just a battle sect cultivation, Zhan Wuming could withstand a full attack from a 1-star battle king, something he had witnessed firsthand. Holding a fire spirit stone, Zhan Wuming gradually infused it with the extreme cold power from within his body. The fire spirit energy inside the stone reacted violently upon encountering the extreme cold energy. As time passed, the fire spirit stone became increasingly unstable, but Zhan Wuming stopped the infusion just before it reached its limit. One by one, he infused 5 fire spirit stones with cold energy and placed them into 5 stone cavities. Stepping back several meters, a chilling aura surged, and the extreme cold power swept out like a tide, rushing toward the mountain wall. The extreme cold power rapidly spread along the stone wall, entering the cavities and coming into contact with the fire spirit stones. Suddenly, There was a thunderous explosion as all 5 stones erupted, and the intense spiritual energy reverberated within the mountain wall, deafeningly loud. In an instant, the overwhelming destructive force made the entire valley feel like it was in the midst of an earthquake. The ground trembled, and the cliffs shook. The force was so immense that it seemed to freeze the very air, as if the balance of the world was momentarily lost. Go! Zhan Wuming shouted, snapping Yan Yi back to his senses. Immediately, the extreme cold power burst forth from Zhan Wuming, circulating around them with an aura that was both chilling and awe-inspiring. Standing beside him, Yan Yi felt an indescribable coldness rise from within, as if his soul was being frozen. What kind of cold power is this? Yan Yi's face turned pale. If this was Zhan Wuming's true strength, even at just a battle sect level, he could easily take his life. The tremor from deep within his soul filled him with fear. Zhan Wuming's battle technique level must be at least of heavenly rank. Zhan Wuming and Yan Yi swiftly moved to the side of the cliff, and by then, the cliff that had been scoured by spiritual energy collapsed like rotten wood. The stone wall shattered, debris flew, and a torrent of water burst from the cracks, flooding into the valley. In the distance, the Liu family members stood in shock, staring dumbfounded at the spectacle. The massive flood swept everything away in its path, mercilessly engulfing the collapsing cliff, turning into roaring waves that destroyed everything around them. The entire precipice began to shake, and with the force of the water, the ground quaked. At that moment, an angry roar came from beneath the cliff, and a disheveled figure struggled out from the mountain crevice. Zhang Yongfu. In the face of such earth-shattering power, Zhang Yongfu seemed insignificant. Severely injured by the demon ape king, attacked by the lightning eagle, and having expended almost all his battle energy while fleeing, he was now weaker than an average person, struggling to climb higher by grasping the rocks. Had it not been for the cliff's unique terrain, he would have already been torn apart by the lightning eagle's claws. Before Zhan Wuming and his group reached the cliff, Zhang Yongfu had already sensed their presence. He speculated that although Zhan Wuming's group was strong, they wouldn't dare approach because of the lingering aftereffects and might hide in the area. However, he didn't expect Zhan Wuming to defy convention by using a technique to flood the valley. The stones lifted by the waves fell like meteors, quickly submerging Zhang Yongfu's hiding place. Zhang Yongfu roared, climbing upward with all his might. At this moment, his battle energy was nearly depleted, and despite his efforts, he felt powerless, as if he had returned to his most vulnerable stadia, once formidable 3-star battle king, now like a helpless, ordinary person. From afar, Yin Quan and others watched in shock. Was this still the once mighty second young master Zhang? Was this the same Zhang family second master who could decide life and death with a wave of his hand? Was this the once unchallenged 3-star battle king? Yin Quan and the others were surprised to hear a cry for help mixed with sobbing from Zhang Yongfu. Quan Bo, he's calling for help, Lu Wanru said with a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice, though a trace of pity flickered in her eyes. Yin Quan shook his head. The feud between the Zhang family and the Liu family was irreparable. Although he had the power to save Zhang Yongfu, the question was, would they let him go? Would Zhan Wuming agree? Zhan Wuming coldly watched Zhang Yongfu struggle at the edge of life and death, letting out a long sigh. In a past life, it was Zhang Yongfu's betrayal that led to Lu Wanru dying in his arms. In this life, it was destined for Zhang Yongfu to die before her eyes. Since it was Zhang Yongfu who destroyed Lu Wanru in the past life, their fates were inevitably intertwined. Now, the reversal of fate might make up for the flaws in her destiny and change her future. Therefore, Zhan Wuming did not allow Zhang Yongfu to die beneath the overwhelming waves. At the moment when Zhang Yongfu was struck by a flying boulder and fell from the cliff, Yin Yi suddenly appeared beside him, pulling him back from the clutches of death. Zhang Yongfu was rescued, but he felt no joy. He lowered his head to see the person standing before him. It was someone from the Liu family. He suddenly felt a surge of frustration, realizing that he had just called for help. Initially, seeing Yin Yi's appearance, he thought there was a glimmer of hope, but now he understood that Yin Yi was no longer the same person once close to the Zhang family. In this life and death moment, he felt an unusual calmness within. Zhan Wuming displayed a faint, ambiguous smile as he looked at Zhang Yongfu, his eyes full of innocence. Greetings, second uncle. Zhang Yongfu was slightly taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, as memories from the past surfaced in his mind. He suddenly realized that he indeed had a nephew, the 4th son of the Zhan family, Zhan Wuming. The fate of the Zhang family had been sealed from the moment Zhan Wuming was born. The Zhang family had made various decisions because of this. Although he couldn't understand why Zhan Wuming appeared in this magical beast forest and allied with the Liu family, it filled him with deep unease. I forgot, second uncle has never seen me. I am the 4th of the Zhan family. Zhan Wuming smiled with utmost sincerity, a kind of expression that sent a chill through Yin Quan and the others. Zhan Wuming's seemingly harmless smile masked a series of meticulous calculations. Zhang Yongfu's predicament was the result of every step designed by Zhan Wuming. From the moment Zhang Yongfu stepped into the magical beast forest, he was already caught in Zhan Wuming's trap. He deliberately stole the egg of the lightning eagle and set a trap in the demon ape valley, triggering an attack by the demon apes, leaving the Zhang family unprepared. Then, he deliberately spread the scent of the lightning eagle eggshell on the Zhang family, leading them to the demon ape valley and starting a nightmare chase. Zhan Wuming didn't even spare the dying Zhang Yongfu. When Zhang Yongfu was knocked down the cliff by a boulder, Zhan Wuming triggered a landslide and lake flood, cutting off all retreat. Each step was meticulously planned, leaving almost no room for escape. As Zhan Wuming said, killing didn't require direct action. Even this elite unit of the Zhang family, led by a 4-star battle king and a 3-star battle king, could not escape his scheme. Yan Quan felt a chill rise within him. Zhan Wuming appeared to be an innocent youth, but his mind was sharp and his schemes were deep, far beyond ordinary people. The plans he devised were unimaginable to outsiders and less experienced firsthand. At this moment, Zhang Yongfu was still unaware, thinking everything was mere coincidence. Yet, it was precisely this kind of coincidence that was the most terrifying. If there's an enemy pulling the strings from the shadows, and you go to your grave thinking it was all just coincidence, that is the true tragedy. Zhan Wuming's words were laced with sarcasm, his smile carrying an imperceptible chill. You know, my third uncle also perished in the beast forest. Coincidentally, he too encountered me at the end, just like you. Zhan Wuming smiled faintly, his words growing colder. In fact, from the moment you entered the beast forest, everything, including the demon ape and the lightning eagle, was under my control. Just like my third uncle's experience back then, it wasn't until the end that he realized the nephew he thought couldn't cultivate battle energy had secretly orchestrated an inescapable fate for them. Zhang Yongfu listened to Zhan Wuming's increasingly cold voice, feeling a heavy sadness in his heart. He understood that his third brother was dead, knowing he died in the beast forest, but he never imagined that the nephew they had overlooked had masterminded it all. If Zhan Wuming hadn't revealed it himself, he would have continued to see his current predicament as a coincidence. Wanru, are you willing to defy fate and seize a chance for survival? Zhan Wuming suddenly became unusually serious, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru was stunned, her eyes full of confusion as she looked at Yan Quan and Jia Qing beside her. Are you saying, there's a way to defy fate and grasp a lifeline? Yan Quan's expression changed slightly, full of disbelief. He turned to Zhan Wuming, seemingly hesitant to believe. Is there really such a way? Zhan Wuming nodded, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable firmness. Fate is not unchangeable. Cultivators defy the heavens. Whether it's battle energy or spiritual essence, the essence of cultivation is to make up for the deficiencies of fate, to seek completeness, to break through the limits of heaven and earth, and ultimately achieve something extraordinary. Fate may be ruthless, but it is not absolute. Even so, only the brave can defy fate. If you are willing, you can seize this chance. These words seemed to transform Zhan Wuming from a young boy into a prophet who had seen the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were filled with foresight and wisdom, as if he had penetrated the laws of heaven and torn away the veil of fate. Yan Quan and Jia Qing no longer underestimated Zhan Wuming, but instead showed respect. If the young master can help the young lady defy fate, I will certainly report to the head of the family and express our gratitude to the young master. Jia Qing said, realizing that the young man before them was not someone to be underestimated, and if they could become friends, the Zhang family would surely benefit. Lu Wanru's heart was shaken. She looked at Zhan Wuming, feeling a wave of inexplicable emotion. This young man, no matter the adversity, always exuded an inviolable aura of pride. She couldn't help but develop a deep trust and reliance on him, even a bit of fascination. This feeling, she couldn't quite explain herself. Do you believe in fate? Zhan Wuming suddenly asked in a low voice, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on Lu Wanru's eyes. Lu Wanru was momentarily lost, then nodded. She knew her trust in Zhan Wuming at this moment was absolute. I believe, she said with a hint of determination in her voice. Good. Zhan Wuming's words were calm and cold. Then I want you to kill him with your own hands. Zhan Wuming's words struck like a sudden blow, shattering the silence. He pointed to Zhang Yongfu, standing not far away, his gaze cold and unforgiving. It's him, Zhang Yongfu. Ah. Lu Wanru's eyes widened, her gasp almost escaping her lips. Lu Wanru was startled, her fingers trembling slightly. Although she was esteemed as the princess of the Zhan sect, she had never taken a life with her own hands. Hearing Zhan Wuming ask her to personally kill Zhang Yongfu left her at a loss, her face turning pale. Yan Quan and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand the connection between defying destiny and personally killing Zhang Yongfu. They trusted that Zhan Wuming had his reasons, but seeing Lu Wanru's pallid face, they couldn't help but ask, is it truly necessary, young Master Zhan? Yes, it is. Zhan Wuming responded with unwavering determination. Zhang Yongfu snorted. Having just faced the brink of death, he seemed indifferent to it now. If you're going to kill me, then do it. There's no need for theatrics. Zhan Wuming's gaze was intense as he explained. What is lacking in destiny can be contested with the heavens. This is cultivating destiny. What is lacking can be contested with nature. This is cultivating essence. What is lacking can be contested with others. This is cultivating fortune. This man's fate is unique, naturally countering Wanru. If unchanged, he could be the calamity sent by the heavens. To alter destiny, one must first disrupt the will of heaven. Wanru killing this calamity with her own hands will strengthen her fate, giving her a fighting chance even in future tribulations by seizing heavenly fortune in advance. Yin Quan and the others began to understand, astonished at Zhan Wuming's insight into Zhang Yongfu's fate. What they didn't know was that Zhan Wuming had memories of a past life, fully aware that Zhang Yongfu was the one destined to end Lu Wanru's life. Only by allowing her to seize Zhang Yongfu's fortune could destiny be perfected. I trust you, Lu Wanru declared, drawing her sword with a trembling yet resolute voice. Zhan Wuming nodded with a smile, thinking to himself, I promised, this life I will not let you suffer again. The defiance of destiny begins now. Lu Wanru looked at Zhang Yongfu once more, her face ashen. She never imagined her first act of killing would be against a powerless three-star war king. A cultivator defies destiny, Zhan Wuming said coldly. The resources of heaven and earth are limited. To prevail, one must dare to act, or they will never achieve greatness. His tone made him seem not like a young man, but a battle-hardened hero. Lu Wanru closed her eyes and swung her sword, warm blood splattering over her. She cried out, stumbling back as her sword fell to the ground. Zhan Wuming, prepared, caught her steadily. He traced a few arcs in the air, channeling a misty energy into Lu Wanru. He patted her back gently, comforting her. Imagine he was a demon, and by killing him, you saved many innocents. Lu Wanru suddenly turned and threw herself into Zhan Wuming's arms, sobbing, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Yin Quan, Jia Qing, and Yan Yi wore solemn expressions. As war kings, they keenly sensed the chilling aura that emerged at Zhang Yongfu's death, which, under Zhan Wuming's guidance, flowed into Lu Wanru. What they didn't see was that Zhang Yongfu's strongest life essence, his brilliance, had become another's mantle. Yan Yi. Zhan Wuming suddenly turned, smiling. He was my third uncle. Please give him a proper burial for me, and don't forget to take care of his ring. Would you be willing to accompany me to the capital? Yin Quan stood aside, frowning slightly as he recalled the warning of the mysterious sage there would be a calamity for the Lu family, and perhaps only Zhan Wuming's methods could help them overcome it. Zhan Wuming smiled calmly, his gaze steady. What is destined will happen. What is not meant to be should not be forced. When the time comes, I will go. He paused, his tone becoming serious. However, I hope that what happened today remains between us. Let it end here. He turned to Lu Wanru, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. As for Wanru, her calamity is not yet completely resolved. Her fate is such that her lifespan is destined to be short. Only by finding someone with the fate of 9 lives and 9 deaths and taking their life essence can her destiny be fulfilled and the calamity truly resolved. His voice softened as he looked at Lu Wanru's pale face. Since you've run away from your marriage, why not come with me? It will save you the trouble of returning to the capital. No way. Yin Quan's face changed abruptly, and he hurriedly shook his head in refusal. Lu Wanru may have escaped her marriage, but as a young lady, how can she travel with Master Zhan? Alone, without status or title. If the Lu family head finds out, he would be furious. Lu Wanru snorted softly, stubbornly raising her chin. I don't want to go back anyway. Then she turned to Zhan Wuming, a mischievous smile in her eyes. You're not going to trick me, are you? Zhan Wuming's lips curved slightly. Do I look like a con artist to you? You look more like a charlatan, not a con artist. Lu Wanru squinted, a playful smile spreading across her face. If I go with you, you won't be able to get rid of me, you know. Miss. Jia Qing and Yin Quan exclaimed at the same time, their faces full of concern. If the young miss left on a whim, how would they explain to the family head upon their return? Zhan Wuming, however, was unfazed. He gently wiped away the tears lingering at the corner of Lu Wanru's eyes. Why would I want to get rid of you? I'll just consider you my little shadow. This gesture finally lifted Lu Wanru's spirits from the heavy mood of earlier events. Turning to the 2 guards, Zhan Wuming's expression became solemn. Rest assured, I won't harm Wanru. She has the best chance of overcoming her impending calamity by staying with me. His voice was low yet firm. If there's any trouble, you can find me at the Zhan family in my city. We share a common enemy in the Zhang family, and I'm sure your family head would welcome an additional ally, a very useful one. This. Yin Quan found himself in a dilemma, momentarily unable to decide. If you're not comfortable, you can leave one of you to accompany her. I don't mind having an extra attendant, Zhan Wuming suggested. After a moment of thought, Jia Qing proposed to Yin Quan. Brother, why don't I go with the young miss while you report back to the family head and see what he decides? Yin Quan weighed the options. If Lu Wanru insisted on staying, they truly couldn't oppose her. Besides, Although Zhan Wuming couldn't practice battle energy, he was incredibly resourceful. If he could become a son-in-law of the Lu family, it would be a significant advantage. In truth, they were quite dissatisfied with the flirtatious prince. It seems we have no other choice, Yin Quan reluctantly agreed. However, we still have other matters to attend to in the beast forest. If Master Zhan returns to my city, we'll send my second brother to find you at the Zhan family once our tasks are completed. No problem. Zhan Wuming thought for a moment, then took out a delicate jade bottle from his pocket and handed it to Yin Quan. This bottle contains a secret potion I made. Apply some on yourselves, and beasts below the 4th rank will avoid you. Even if you encounter mid-level 4th rank beasts, as long as you don't provoke them, they won't trouble you. I believe this will be helpful for your journey through the beast forest. Yin Quan quickly accepted the jade bottle, recalling how, while chasing Zheng Yongfu with Zhan Wuming, they hadn't encountered a single beast. He suddenly realized that this secret potion must have been the reason. At that moment, Zhan Wuming seemed even more mysterious to them. No wonder he dared to travel alone through the beast forest. Thank you, Master Zhan. Until we meet again. Zhan Wuming hurried back to my city and went straight to the medicine pavilion. In the past few days, the Zhan family strategy had proven effective, improving relations with the 3 major families and significantly boosting their sales of medicinal pills. However, recently, their business had been severely suppressed, especially in various cities and counties of the Dian dynasty. The Zhan family was extremely frustrated as their painstakingly built business network was abruptly disrupted. Upon hearing this news, Zhan Wuming immediately realized that the Zhang family had made a move. Given Zhan Wuming's significant influence on the family, the Zhan family would consult him on major issues. Zhan Qingpeng was astonished when he saw his son return with the eldest daughter of the Lu family from the capital. He couldn't help but admire his son's ability to achieve remarkable success quietly. Previously, when they sought alliances with the Long and Qin families, no one took interest in his son, who couldn't even cultivate battle qi. But now, his son had brought home the daughter of a prestigious family from the Dian dynasty. This was truly impressive. After hearing about the Zhang family's tactics, Zhan Wuming laughed it off and said dismissively, "In the past, such suppression might have been detrimental to us, but now, even if we don't sell a single pill, we can still thrive. The Zhang family may have significant influence in the Dian dynasty, but they can't dominate everything. Since the facade has already been torn, why not give them a taste of their own medicine? We can hand over our pills to the Lu and Zhang families, who are Zhang's rivals, and let them sell them. The Zhang family hasn't been able to do much against the Lu and Zhang families over the years." Zhan Qingpeng was convinced. His son had quietly established connections with the Lu family and seemed to have a close relationship with their eldest daughter. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on between you and Miss Wanru?" Zhan Wuming smiled and replied, "You can consider her your future daughter-in-law. I won't let her get away. As for the Lu family, someone will come over in a few days, and we can discuss matters with them. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to help us out against the Zhang family." After a moment of contemplation, Zhan Wuming added, "I heard a story some time ago about a family on a distant continent. Very few people know of this family's existence, yet they influence everyone on that continent, whether ordinary people or cultivators. They've never directly engaged in trade themselves, but many things on that continent bear their mark. They have numerous agents there, and their goal is to create the best, most inimitable products. As a result, everyone who sells their products earns a fortune. They never give their products exclusively to one family, but choose several to foster competition. If any family tries to play tricks, they'll find themselves unable to contact the family again or obtain any of their products. In other words, any family attempting underhanded tactics will lose their dealership and be replaced." Zhan Wuming took a deep breath and marveled. On that continent, some say the most mysterious force is that family. They operate from the shadows, yet control and influence the entire commercial landscape, even sections. They spent many years building a system where each family member corresponds to only a few agents, and each member knows only the identity of those above them, creating a hierarchical structure. This setup ensures that even within the family, the lower-level personnel cannot ascertain who the head of the family truly is. When the family faces a severe blow, the loss would only affect a few members and their agents, while the top level remains nearly impossible to locate, allowing the business to continue operating. Zhan Qingpeng gazed at his son with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Zhan Wuming's voice was calm, as if he were merely recounting a story he had heard, yet it contained profound wisdom. Such a family is like wild grass. Its true vitality is not above ground, but hidden beneath the soil. Zhan Wuming continued, gently tapping his fingers on the table. "You never know where they will sprout anew, nor how many allies they have, yet you can sense their presence everywhere." Zhan Qingpeng pondered. The Zhan family had taken the first step, no longer trading their goods directly, but through other family agents, ensuring every participant gains substantial profits, aligning these families with the Zhan family and protecting their interests. "It's a brilliant plan," Zhan Qingpeng mused. "If we take it further, having only one person from the Zhan family liaise with the major families of my city, and others connect with agents in other cities. Wouldn't it be precisely this legendary model? Zhan Wuming's expression was calm, yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp. A family that stands in the public eye and wishes to grow will always face those unwilling to see them succeed, leading to numerous obstacles. Today it's the Zhang family. If one day we replace them, there will be more formidable forces, perhaps a dynasty or a sect fearing our threat and striking against us. He paused, his voice deep. But if this family does not exist in the world, no one will pay attention and no one will obstruct or suppress us. So I believe that the truly strong family is one that can never be found by its enemies. Zhan Qingpeng took a deep breath, a look of determination in his eyes. You're absolutely right, my son. If that day ever comes, this family will be truly invincible. Strength comes from within. Zhan Wuming's voice was low, carrying an undeniable force. Invincibility through might is one form of strength. Invincibility through concealment is another. One is indestructible, the other unbreakable. He looked directly into his father's eyes. The current Zhan family cannot be indestructible. Even if we possess limitless wealth and employ the protection of the War Emperor, it is ultimately not our own strength. We must prepare in advance. When we truly possess indestructible power, then we will show the world what a real noble family looks like. Having a son like you is indeed a blessing for the Zhan family. Zhan Qingpeng nodded with satisfaction. In 10 years, the position of family head will be yours. Zhan Wuming shook his head and said, Father, you speak too highly of me. The reason I say this today is not for the position of family head, but to bid you farewell. His expression was calm, yet resolute. My knowledge of pharmacology has reached a bottleneck. I can no longer progress through exchanges with uncle. Therefore, I plan to travel and seek out renowned teachers in hopes of further breakthroughs. If the Zhan family is to secure its future, I must provide more formulas. So, if I cannot advance, the family's growth will be merely empty talk. Therefore, please focus on managing the family well, so I have no worries. Zhan Qingpeng paused. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked at his son with concern. You have no cultivation and martial energy. How can I feel at ease about you going on a journey? Father, don't forget, I have a battle king's servant. Zhan Wuming replied calmly, adding, Besides, I will make thorough preparations before setting out. Do you have a destination in mind? Zhan Qingpeng still looked worried. Zhan Wuming pondered for a moment. I haven't decided where to go yet. However, before I leave, I will leave the battle techniques and secret manuals I obtained from an ancient inheritance at home. These might aid our family greatly. He thought to himself that without a stronger inheritance, it would be impossible for a family to truly prosper. He had memories of numerous ancient inheritances from his past life, enough to bring about significant change for his family, and he had decided to leave some for them. After hearing this, a glimmer of brightness appeared in Zhan Qingpeng's eyes. Rest assured about matters at home. Everything you said is noted. The Zhan family might not exist in its current form much longer, but the true Zhan family will become even stronger. Also, with me here, your mother will be fine, so you can rest easy. This conversation between father and son sparked a new vision for Zhan Qingpeng. The next step was to discuss with other family members how to implement these changes. The Zhan family indeed needed transformation. To rise, they must start from the roots. In the days that followed, the Zhan family launched a series of unexpected initiatives. Instead of resisting commercial exclusion in various cities and counties of the Great Yin dynasty outside of Muyi City, they proactively withdrew all their businesses, concentrating them in Muyi City. Anyone wishing to do business with the Zhan family had to come to Muyi City in person. Simultaneously, the Zhan family aggressively expanded their market beyond the Great Yin dynasty. Their elixirs were particularly popular among low-level cultivators and men. On this continent, low-level cultivators made up over 90% of the population, and men constituted half, meaning wherever there were people, the Zhan family had business opportunities. The Zhan family adopted a savvy cooperation strategy. In every new location, they partnered with the most influential local families and powers, shifting from direct sales to supplying agents. This approach not only avoided exclusion, but also garnered widespread enthusiasm, with many eager to become partners of the Zhan family. Thanks to the convenience of spatial bags and rings, transportation was never an issue. The Zhan family conducted their business with agility and unpredictability, difficult to track unless they initiated contact. While the Zhan family was undergoing these transformations, Zhan Wuming awaited Jiaqing. His destination was not the capital of the Great Yin dynasty, but rather the capital of the neighboring southern Zhao dynasty, Nanjao City. Situated in the southwest of the Great Yin, this city, despite frequent conflicts with the Great Yin, did not prohibit trade. Merchants often engaged in private transactions, with wars ironically providing lucrative opportunities. The Zhan family had previously profited handsomely from selling explosive elixirs to the military during external wars of the Great Yin. Zhan Wuming had his reasons for choosing Nanjao City. According to news from Muyi City, the southern Zhao was soon to host its onsen 20 years grand event, the selection of disciples by the 8 major sections. This event was enough to drive young talents across the land into a frenzy. On this continent, the 8 major sects stand as imposing as mountain ranges. Among them, the Xianling sect, Tianling sect, Luoxia sect, and Mingma sect are the 4 top-tier sects, only accepting the most exceptionally gifted talents. The next level includes the Lingjian sect, Isho sect, Igui sect, and Wudu sect, which, while not as prestigious as the top 4, are still formidable enough to rival the 3 great empires. Entering these sects, even as an outer disciple, often leads to reaching the warrior king level over time. Despite not having mastered even the most basic battle energy, Zhan Wuming decided to join in the excitement, which was quite surprising. He didn't offer much explanation, simply traveling leisurely in a Baike beast carriage, accompanied by a warrior king level coachman and a warrior king bodyguard. The mere presence of a warrior king as an attendant was enough to deter any ill-intentioned individuals along the way. They encountered many young nobles from prominent families, each with an impressive entourage, which made Zhan Wuming's group seem less conspicuous. The 8 major sects have selection points throughout the 3 empires, with only one located in Nanjao of the Zhongyan Empire. This led all eligible young talents within the empire to flock to Nanjao. Nanjao's inns were packed, and the streets buzzed with talk of the sect selections. Fortunately, the Zhan family secretly operated businesses in Nanjao, supplying explosive pills to the Nanjao military for use against the Dine dynasty. This connection allowed Zhan Wuming and his group to find accommodations. Nanjao City is so lively, Lu Wanru exclaimed, as cheerful as a bird, thrilled to be away from the capital and amidst such a grand event. You don't need to follow too closely. Let us experience the young talents ourselves, Zhan Wuming told Yan Yi and Jia Qing. Yan Yi agreed readily, and although Jia Qing was concerned, he didn't want to dampen Lu Wanru's spirits seeing her so happy. The path of cultivation emphasizes the harmony of life energy, life essence, and destiny. Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth is crucial, and such fortune often resides with exceptional talents. By defeating many geniuses with overwhelming strength, one can claim their fortune. This gathering of talents presents a perfect opportunity for Zhan Wuming to seize fortunes, and he no longer intends to keep a low profile. The king of Nanjao places great importance on this event, as it is a significant honor for any dynasty. According to the requirements of the 8 major sects, there is no prohibition against conflicts within the city, as those unable to handle street fights are unworthy of becoming disciples of the sections. However, to ensure fairness, cultivators above the warrior king level are forbidden from intervening, with violators facing execution. This is why Zhan Wuming considers Yan Yi and others' presence unnecessary. If trouble arises, they would be unable to help. Make way, make way. A loud shout pierced through the bustling street noise, causing Zhan Wuming to turn his head. He saw a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 black-hoofed beasts racing towards him, its wheels grinding against the cobblestones with a shrill screech, paying no heed to the pedestrians scrambling to get out of its path. Zhan Wuming frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he quickly grabbed Lu Wanru's arm, pulling her to the side of the road. Such arrogance from Prince Tuyen. This is not your Tuyen kingdom. A voice, cold and hard as iron, suddenly rang out. At the street corner, a burly man stood like a towering iron pillar, gripping a thick iron rod. His eyes were sharp as lightning, and with a swift motion, he slammed the rod heavily into the ground. Boom! The street exploded instantly, sending shards of stone flying like arrows toward the speeding beast-drawn carriage. Baji, I didn't expect a rogue like you to show up here. A furious roar erupted from within the carriage. A strange dark light enveloped the carriage, deflecting all the flying debris. The 4 powerful black-hoofed beasts, intimidated by Baji's mountain-like presence, reared up simultaneously, bringing the carriage to an abrupt halt in the middle of the street. A spiritual artifact. Zhan Wuming couldn't help but swallow. In his previous life, such artifacts might not have surprised him, but now he couldn't help but feel envious. This beast-drawn carriage was a spiritual artifact capable of automatically generating a protective shield to fend off attacks. Baji let out a cold laugh, his voice booming like a bell. Can you, Tian Qi, represent the Tian kingdom? If so, you've already disgraced your nation. Your beast-drawn carriage recklessly charges through a street full of innocent people. Aren't you afraid of hurting them? No wonder your kingdom's people suffer and are displaced. It's the result of you nobles exploiting the people and indulging in excess. Clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp claps broke the tense atmosphere on the street. Well said. Brother Baji, I'll treat you to a drink later. That was spot on. Zhan Wuming applauded, admiration shining in his eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter such a passionate hero on the street. You court death. The voice from inside the carriage was as cold as an ice cellar in the dead of winter, and a chilling intent pierced through, locking onto Zhan Wuming and Baji. Baji glared, his iron rod swinging. If you have the guts, come at Baji. Attacking an ordinary man without battle energy is cowardly. With his roar, a searing energy surged from the iron rod, forming an invisible barrier around the beast-drawn carriage, dissipating the killing intent. In that case, I'll take the head of you rogue first, then deal with this jumping ant. Boom. The carriage door suddenly burst open, and a dark flash shot out with such speed that it left Zhan Wuming stunned. The figure cut a nearly imperceptible path through the air, heading straight for Baji. Clang. The clash of metal was deafening, as if the air itself was torn apart. The burly Baji was forced back several steps, the cobblestones beneath him cracking. After being blocked, the dark figure swiftly returned to the carriage. Only then did Zhan Wuming see clearly that the figure was a dwarf, with the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old child, yet with a mature, steady voice. His limbs were stout, contrasting bizarrely with his youthful face. What a disgrace, the Tian royal bloodline growing up like undeveloped monkeys after so many years. Baji, despite his rugged appearance, had words as sharp as blades. This remark was like a spark igniting a barrel of oil, and the dwarf Tianxi in the carriage erupted in rage again. The dark light flashed, and his figure shot forward like an arrow. Though his speed enhanced his attack power, Baji's heavy rod defense was solid and immense, leaving them evenly matched for the moment. Tianxi didn't engage Heaton this time. Instead, he moved like a ghost, swiftly circling Beiji and launching attacks intermittently. Beiji struggled with his lack of speed. Despite his immense strength, he couldn't keep up with Tianxi's rhythm and was forced into a defensive stance, with the situation growing increasingly perilous. Ming, that dwarf's agility is a perfect counter to the big guy. I need to help him. Lu Wanru frowned, feeling both worried for Beiji and disgusted by the dwarf's treacherous tactics. She knew that if Beiji couldn't hold his own, he might become Tianxi's next target, or worse, the dwarf might turn his attention to Zhan Wuming, complicating matters further. Zhan Wuming held Lu Wanru back, speaking quietly. He's too fast. Even though you're agile, your lack of combat experience makes you no match for him. What? How do you know I'm not as good as him? You don't even have battle energy. Lu Wanru was surprised by Zhan Wuming's certainty, knowing he lacked battle energy. How could he see the difference so clearly? Zhan Wuming chuckled and said casually, just because I don't have battle energy doesn't mean I don't have eyes. It's obvious. Besides, if you got hurt, I'd be the one worried. Moreover, his weapon is highly poisonous and treacherous. If you get hit, the consequences would be dire. Do you think I could let you take that risk? Lu Wanru grumbled discontentedly. It's a shame the Battle Kings aren't allowed to intervene here. Otherwise, Uncle Li could have just taken him out. You think the prince is just a figurehead? Zhan Wuming smiled slightly, pointing to a few oddly dressed guards behind the beast carriage. Look over there. There are 4 Battle King guards. Lu Wanru was taken aback, suddenly understanding. This prince was indeed no simple figure. If not for the city ban, the 4 Battle Kings would have already dealt with Beiji. However, because of the ban, Beiji dared to challenge Tianxi, hoping to eliminate the troublesome prince, but he underestimated Tianxi's prowess. If this continues, Beiji might be in trouble. Lu Wanru said anxiously. Tianxi's speed and technique were truly uncanny, especially with that poisonous weapon, which was extremely difficult to defend against. Both were at the 7th level of the war sect, but the dwarf clearly wasn't engaging Beiji Heaton, instead completely neutralizing Beiji's brute strength. We can't rush in. If we use numbers to our advantage, there are surely other experts beside the dwarf, and we might fall into their trap. But don't worry, watch me. Lu Wanru looked at Zhan Wuming, puzzled by what plan he had in mind. Before she could figure it out, Zhan Wuming suddenly burst into laughter, almost unable to catch his breath. As the entire street's attention was focused on the tense duel, his laughter erupted, drawing eyes towards him. This is too funny, it's killing me. Look at that short guy, hopping around like a big monkey, running circles around the big guy. Don't you all think his rear must be turning red from all that running? If it is, he really would look like a monkey. Zhan Wuming pointed at Tianxi, his mouth unable to contain his grin. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then laughter erupted among them. This guy was laughing so hard for this reason. But when they looked, there was indeed some resemblance. Tianxi's bent posture and leaping movements were just like a monkey running around a tree stump. The sudden laughter broke the tense atmosphere, and the spectators began to laugh along. The crowd's laughter nearly caused Tianxi to pass out. He had just showcased his prized Earth-level pinnacle combat skill, only to be mocked as a jumping monkey. The already twisted dwarf was publicly ridiculed by Zhan Wuming and laughed at by everyone else. His face turned crimson with anger, and he was on the verge of spitting out blood, wishing he could tear Zhan Wuming to pieces. Look, everyone, the dwarf's face is red. Zhan Wuming pointed at Tianxi, deliberately raising his voice. I thought it would be his, but that turned red, but it's his face. Ha! He exaggeratedly slapped his thigh and continued. I get it now. No wonder he's got rough hands and feet, but a tender face. It's a butt face. This monkey. Oh no, this prince really is a monkey. Zhan Wuming laughed heartily, his expression extremely exaggerated. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. The elites gathered in Nanjao City weren't fools. most realized that Zhan Wuming was deliberately trying to unsettle his opponent. Still, they couldn't help but laugh at his amusing words. Tu Yanqi's arrogance had indeed rubbed many the wrong way, but no one else dared to mock him so openly. If you don't want to die, shut up. A battle king behind the beast carriage finally couldn't stand it anymore and angrily rebuked. They saw through Zhan Wuming's malicious intent, but due to the city's rules, even as a battle king, they didn't dare act rashly and could only shout in anger. Wow, the dwarf's servant is angry. Zhan Wuming only got more excited, gesturing wildly and saying, haha, looks like I hit a nerve. Could it be true that he was born from a monkey? Lu Wanru couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. Zhan Wuming's exaggerated expressions were too much, and his serious pointing made the whole street laugh. I'm furious. Kill him for me. Tu Yanqi was utterly enraged. A mouthful of blood surged up, and his mind was in chaos. He had planned to kill Baji first, and then deal with Zhan Wuming. But he didn't expect this pest to have such a venomous tongue, cursing him, his mother, and his father, with expressions so infuriating that everyone wanted to stomp on him. Boom. In the moment of Tu Yanqi's distraction, Baji seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, breaking Tu Yanqi's assault. This full-force strike sent Tu Yanqi crashing into a house on the street. Amidst the flying debris, Tu Yanqi couldn't hold back any longer and spat blood into the sky. Seeing this, Tu Yanqi's battle sect followers immediately lunged at Zhan Wuming. Lu Wanru quickly stepped in front of him. Although Tu Yanqi had brought 4 battle kings and 4 battle sect servants, the servants were only responsible for daily care and were below 4-star strength, unable to penetrate Lu Wanru's defense as a 5-star battle sect. However, lacking combat experience, Lu Wanru didn't go for the kill. Boom. While Lu Wanru showed restraint, Baji didn't hold back. As Tu Yanqi was still struggling to climb out of the collapsed building, Baji delivered a crushing blow to a 4-star battle sect's head, like a hammer smashing an egg. The full-force strike from a 7-star battle sect left nothing but a smear of flesh. Boom. Baji swung his iron staff, sending an attendant flying with a powerful blow. While his heavy strikes were less effective against agile opponents like Tu Yanqi, they were overwhelming against these slower adversaries who were 3 or 4 ranks below him. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhan Wuming wore a calm smile, not even blinking. Lu Wanru's sword flashed with a cold light, swiftly severing the arm of a Zhang. At that moment, Tu Yanqi burst out of the building, roaring with anger. His movement was as fast as lightning, but instead of heading towards Baji, he charged straight at Zhan Wuming. In his mind, it wasn't Baji who deserved to die, but the arrogant Zhan Wuming. It was Zhan Wuming's infuriating words that had disturbed his focus, allowing Baji to strike. What infuriated him further was Zhan Wuming publicly exposing his weaknesses and mocking him. Now, to Tu Yanqi, Zhan Wuming was as good as dead. Seeing Tu Yanqi target an ordinary person without any combat energy, Baji was furious, but his speed was no match for Tu Yanqi's, leaving him unable to intervene. Lu Wanru shouted, but was entangled by another desperate Zhang, unable to break free. A hint of disdain flashed in Zhan Wuming's eyes. As Tu Yanqi's dark blade rapidly approached, he could clearly see the murderous intent in Tu Yanqi's eyes. Those around them sighed inwardly, knowing the fate of an ordinary person facing the attack of a 7-star Zhang was sealed. Although they admired Zhan Wuming's previous wit and courage, none were willing to offend the entire Tu Yin kingdom for the sake of an ordinary person. Die! Tu Yanqi sneered, relishing the despair in his opponent's eyes. But when he met Zhan Wuming's gaze, he only saw piercing contempt and mockery. Just as a warning flashed in his mind, an iron-like grip clamped down on his wrist holding the knife. Tu Yanqi was shocked to realize that his proud speed was worthless against this opponent. The seemingly fragile young man not only predicted his attack trajectory, but also, with unbelievable speed, restrained his wrist. Even more terrifying, he couldn't move his fingers at all. Then, he saw Zhan Wuming's long leg rise in an incredibly graceful arc. The kick seemed ordinary, without flashy moves or combat energy, yet it struck his chin with unerring precision, leaving him powerless to resist. Tu Yanqi didn't even have time to cry out in pain as his teeth scattered like raindrops. The force felt like an ancient beast's collision, and he distinctly heard the sound of his neck breaking. By the time Zhan Wang flew in to catch him, his consciousness had already plunged into darkness. The street fell into a deathly silence. The warrior who had entangled Lu Wanru stood there dumbfounded, unable to react even as her sword pierced his heart. Baji stared blankly at Zhan Wuming. With just one simple and deadly move, without any flashy gestures, Tu Yanqi, the arrogant prince, was knocked unconscious. The speed and decisiveness of Zhan Wuming's actions stunned everyone present. What was even more baffling was that there was no detectable battle energy. Relying solely on physical strength, Zhan Wuming easily incapacitated Tu Yanqi, as if he were squashing an ant. Many began to speculate whether Zhan Wuming was a transformed beast, given his extraordinary physical power and explosiveness, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In this world, some cultivate battle energy, others practice toxic arts, soul cultivation, or curse techniques, but no one had ever heard of someone training their physical body to such a terrifying level. Lu Wanru stared at Zhan Wuming in a daze. She had originally thought Zhan Wuming was doomed, filled with anger and disappointment, which drove her to stab the warrior entangling her. However, the outcome was completely unexpected. Zhan Wuming was not only unharmed, but displayed an incredible strength that was hard for her to believe. The sudden burst of power made her realize she was no match for him. At this moment, Lu Wanru felt a sense of relief. As the daughter of the Lu family, her family would never allow her to marry someone ordinary, no matter how intelligent he might be, as he could never gain true respect. She had always worried that Zhan Wuming would not be accepted by her family. Yet now, the strength he displayed was on par with his intelligence, and at such a young age, she felt an inexplicable pride. "Let's go, Brother Baji, let's have a drink." Zhan Wuming broke the silence. Baji immediately laughed in response, looking at Zhan Wuming closely before saying, "What a thrill! What a thrill! I really have to thank you, brother. Injure the prince of Tu Yin Kingdom and think you can just walk away." At this moment, the battle king beside Tu Yinshi suddenly spoke up. "Do you want to make a move? I'll take it, but I'm afraid you won't dare to." Zhan Wuming didn't speak, but Baji replied first. "For battle kings, you better be careful today, don't act recklessly." The expressions of the four battle kings changed slightly, glancing up at the sky, remaining silent. Southern Zhao City always had battle emperor-level experts secretly watching. Any action would be courting death. Now, with the prince's life uncertain, they naturally dared not act rashly. He won't die, but he probably won't be able to use battle energy anymore. Let him keep a low profile. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad. If not, he won't be so lucky next time. Zhan Wuming responded calmly, leading Baji straight to a nearby tavern. This scene left everyone on the surrounding street stunned. Soon, Zhan Wuming was categorized as someone not to be provoked, for his means were too ruthless. Disabling Tu Yinshi's cultivation with a single move was even more lethal than killing him. No one dared to underestimate Zhan Wuming. His coldness and strength made it clear to all that he was indeed a ruthless character. Though Tuyin Kingdom is considered a mid-level kingdom within the Zhangyan Empire, as Baji mentioned, its royal family has become corrupt, leaving the people in misery and the political situation unstable. Rebellious forces are rising everywhere, threatening the monarchy's very existence. If not for a few powerful masters still protecting the royal family, it would have already been overthrown by the rebels. Tuyin Shi, the youngest son of the Tuyin king, was born deformed, which has made him particularly twisted and dark in nature. Influenced by the royal family's corruption, he has become increasingly indulgent in a life of luxury, with a penchant for killing. This time, he intended to try his luck in Nanjao City to see if he could join one of the 8 major sections. However, upon entering the city, he faced a major disaster and had his cultivation abolished. According to the rules of the 8 sects, even though his 4 warrior king guards were powerful, they couldn't prevent this from happening, nor could they even learn the name of the enemy. The guards were left bewildered, unsure of how to report back to their king. Those familiar with Tuyin Shi know that despite his physical deformities, his agility is incredibly bizarre. It's rumored that many strong 8-star warriors have fallen at his hands. At just 17, he reached the level of a 7-star warrior, earning him the title of a genius within the Tuyin family. Thus, despite his deformities, the Tuyin king has not lost hope in him. Rumor has it that Tuyin Shi's elder brother, Tuyin Sheng, is also a prodigy in cultivation, having become a warrior king at the age of 20 and was accepted early on as an inner disciple of the Lingjian sect. He is currently in Nanjao City, participating in the sect's recruitment. It's for this reason that Tuyin Shi dared to act so brazenly in the city streets. Although Zhan Wuming's actions were applauded by many, some felt it was unwise. This act directly offended the Lingjian sect, and with their upcoming selection, it could significantly impact the subsequent recruitment. Baji hurried into the tavern, intending to order food and drink, but first he sincerely thanked Zhan Wuming. "Thank you, brother, for your help. If not for your words that angered Tuyin Shi, I might have died here today." Baji, known for his straightforwardness, had long heard of the Tuyin royal family's corruption, and upon witnessing the prince's arrogance firsthand, he realized the rumors were true. Eliminating such scum seemed only right. Zhan Wuming responded calmly. "I am Zhan Wuming." His gaze was steady and composed as he looked at Baji. Baji frowned, speaking in a grave tone. "Brother Zhan, although we've disabled Tuyin Shi, I doubt things will settle here. His brother, Tuyin Sheng, is in the city, and as an inner disciple of the Lingjian sect, he holds significant influence. Even if he can't act personally due to his status as a warrior king, there will be others willing to act on his behalf, either to secure a spot in the sect or to curry favor with him. Originally, I would have liked to enjoy a drink with you, but I'm afraid this might bring you trouble." Concern was evident in Baji's words. Zhan Wuming felt a slight stir within. An inner disciple of the Lingjian sect must possess abilities beyond a warrior king, closely tied to the upcoming sect assessment, something not to be underestimated. Clearly, Tianqi's connections are more complicated than they seem, explaining his audacity in Nanjao city streets. Zhan Wuming let out a bitter laugh. I'm afraid we can't leave even if we want to. As he finished speaking, Baji's expression shifted slightly, sensing a heavy presence locking onto them. Soon after, several figures slowly entered the tavern, an invisible pressure filling the air, as if an unseen force was compressing every inch of the space. Baji's expression slightly changed. He recognized the newcomer. It was Taimu He, ranked 67th on the prestigious golden list of the Great Selection. This list was privately compiled, ranking the most talented prodigies under 18 in recent years. Everyone on the list was exceptionally gifted, possessing at least the strength of a 7-star battle sect. Among millions of practitioners, being acknowledged in the top 100 was a rare feat. Taimu He was rumored to have just broken through to an 8-star battle sect, and was a prodigy of the Iron family in the Tian Kingdom, which maintained marital ties with the Tuyen royal family. Baji's face turned grim. Although he had reached the peak of the 7-star battle sect, he didn't even qualify to be in the top 100 of the golden list, let alone be a match for Taimu He. Zhan Wuming stretched lazily, glancing casually at the 6 people surrounding them, then asked Baji, "Brother Ba, someone you know?" Baji replied with a somber face, "I know of him, not personally. Just a small name on the golden list." Taimu He stood a few steps away from Zhan Wuming's table, his voice icy. "Are you the one who crippled my cousin Tianqi?" Zhan Wuming turned his head, looked around, and after a while, fixed his gaze on Taimu He, asking, "Are you talking to me?" Taimu He's face turned livid. Zhan Wuming's expression and tone were unbelievably arrogant, treating him as if he were nothing. Even Baji was stunned. The intensity of Taimu He's battle intent was suffocating, yet Zhan Wuming completely ignored it. This made Baji begin to admire the young man before him. "State your name." No nameless ghost dies at the hands of Taimu He. Taimu He's gaze was icy, and his killing intent radiated, seemingly freezing the air around them. Zhan Wuming raised an eyebrow and rolled his eyes at Taimu He. "I don't know you. No need to be chummy. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't babble on like a woman. Do you think this is child's play?" Taimu He was so enraged he laughed. He had always been extremely proud. Even being ranked 67th on the golden list, it was for the entire Songyan Empire, among tens of thousands of practitioners. Being on the list was a huge acknowledgement. Yet, the young man in front of him, seemingly no older than himself, was even more arrogant. He was certain this person wasn't on the golden list that had checked every name, memorizing every face. Therefore, he had already considered Zhan Wuming a dead man. "This is an inn. If you want to eat and drink, sit down. If you want to fight, take it outside." A cold voice drifted over. Zhan Wuming turned and saw an old man walking over slowly, his steps perfect, as if walking on the wind. Zhan Wuming was greatly surprised. This man had reached a high level of battle king. Indeed, Nanjao City was full of hidden talents. Even the owner of a small inn was a high-level battle king, which was quite unexpected. Taimu He was slightly taken aback. Although battle kings couldn't kill at will, they could intervene to protect business interests. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could handle a high-level battle king. So, he snorted, turned, and walked out of the inn, saying coldly, "I'll be waiting outside. You can't escape. Crazy." Zhan Wuming retorted coldly, then called out, "Waiter, bring 5 pounds of beef and 2 pounds of your best wine." The entire room was in shock. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone this brazen. Baji's expression was priceless. The young man before him seemed to be trampling all over common sense. "You." Taimu was furious, his eyes almost shooting flames. But when he saw the cold gaze of the battle king, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Starting a fight here would only bring trouble. However, Zhan Wuming seemed to completely ignore him, continuing to eat his beef indifferently, which only fueled Taimu's anger, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Those who had seen Zhan Wuming provoke Tu Yanqi on the street knew that this guy never played by the rules. He was practically a rogue. If you treated him like a normal person, you'd end up so angry you'd burst. "All right, 5 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of good wine." The waiter responded cheerfully, quickly bringing out steaming hot food and drink, filling the air with a delightful aroma. The tavern owner watched Zhan Wuming fearlessly enjoy his meal, feeling both amused and exasperated. It was clear this guy was using him as a pawn, but he understood that in business, you couldn't refuse a customer. Taimu watched Zhan Wuming's nonchalance with speechless rage, having to swallow his anger and suppress his murderous intent as he left the tavern. He stood conspicuously on the street outside, flanked by 5 attendants. He waited, not believing that Zhan Wuming would stay inside forever. If looks could kill, Taimu would have torn that boy to shreds by now. But when he saw Zhan Wuming leisurely eating beef, occasionally making faces at him and gesturing provocatively, he could barely restrain himself from rushing in to teach the reckless kid a lesson. Zhan Wuming's antics were a significant challenge to his patience and self-respect. Taimyu's anger was nearing a breaking point, but he knew he couldn't act rashly. If not for the high-ranking battle king, he would have already slapped that cheeky face into oblivion. Ba Ji, observing the situation, was beyond impressed, even starting to admire Zhan Wuming. His fearless aura was something he'd never seen before. The news of Taiyu waiting for a duel outside the tavern spread quickly across Nanjao City. A genius ranked 67th on the Golden List challenging someone here attracted countless candidates eager to witness the prowess of a Golden List master and see who could make Taiyu wait on the street. The crowd that gathered was utterly amazed at the scene inside and outside the tavern. Zhan Wuming's audacity was incredible, cool to the point of explosion. Taiyu stood ready on the street, while Zhan Wuming continued to enjoy his meal inside, occasionally flipping the bird at him, making faces, and even teasing Taiyu with pieces of meat like he was baiting a puppy. Taiyu remained unmoved, watching as he became the subject of spectators' gossip and ridicule, his sense of humiliation growing stronger. People began to speculate about the identity of the nonchalant young man inside the tavern who dared to openly humiliate a Golden List master, leaving Taiyu helpless, without the courage to act. Although the fight hadn't started, the surrounding chatter rose and fell, with many starting to place bets on who would hold out the longest. The cries of betting on winning or losing only stoked Taimyu's anger further, making him wish he could rush in and tear Zhan Wuming apart. He knew all too well that waiting for someone on this street was the stupidest decision he could make. Being judged, ridiculed, and despised by strangers was crushing his self-esteem. If not for the awareness of the high-ranking Battle King's presence, he would have long since lost control and destroyed Zhan Wuming, demonstrating his unmatched might. Lu Wanru felt both awe and admiration for Zhan Wuming. It's one thing to feel a bit of respect for a true master, but Zhan Wuming was unique. Despite being a mediocre fighter, he could pretend to be a master with such flair. He was so unreliable it was infuriating, yet watching him was oddly satisfying and exhilarating. With a smug expression, she sat beside Zhan Wuming, like a proud little peacock, head held high as she surveyed her surroundings. Those so-called geniuses on the Golden List were nothing special to her, and she was delighted by the thought of those outside waiting for her to finish eating and drinking so they could receive a little lesson from her. At that moment, the entire Nanjao city was in an uproar. Zhan Wuming leisurely ate his meal for over an hour, displaying an unhurried demeanor that made onlookers shake their heads in disbelief. For Taimu, that hour was the most agonizing time of his life. He could have sat quietly outside, eyes closed, ignoring everything, but Zhan Wuming's untimely comments kept breaking the silence. Hey, you with the surname Tai, want to come in and eat something first? Otherwise, you'll be too weak and blame it on hunger later. Each remark felt like a needle piercing Taimu's heart. He could have ignored it, but Zhan Wuming continued with even more annoying jibes. Hey, Ironwood, your look is really unflattering. Want to change it up? Like a street thug, he kept taunting without pause, lacking any semblance of a master. The crowd watched, eyes wide, as Taimu became the laughingstock of everyone. Worse still, Taimu knew that if he returned to the tavern now, it would be seen as a sign of weakness, and his momentum would be lost entirely. So he forced himself to remain calm, eyes closed, while inside, his anger raged, nearly suffocating him. Finally, Zhan Wuming stood up and slowly walked onto the street with a swagger, a self-satisfied grin on his face. As he walked, he casually pulled out a large ingot of gold from the table and called to the waiter with grandiosity. No need to give change. The tavern owner sighed in relief, glad to see this troublesome guest finally leave, feeling an immense sense of ease. He had been worried he might lose his temper and throw this shameless fellow out, but he understood that someone of Zhan Wuming's warrior status wasn't worth provoking. At the tavern entrance, Zhan Wuming waved nonchalantly to the onlookers. Those with money, show some support. Those without, lend your presence. Today, this Ironwood brother is short on cash, challenging me without even money for meat and wine. Let's all chip in and donate so he can go home for the holidays. A nearby spectator couldn't help but laugh, while Taimu, unable to contain himself any longer, spat out a mouthful of blood in rage. How dare this man mock him so publicly? His face turned livid with anger, almost losing control. He prided himself on being a peerless genius, a top-ranked master, and couldn't bear such humiliation. The previous remarks were barely tolerable, but now, Zhan Wuming dared to slander him in the street, leaving him utterly disgraced. Zhan Wuming, as if oblivious to the occasion, continued his mockery unabashedly. Alas, Iron Brother is actually internally injured. You see he's spitting blood, right? He hasn't had money for treatment. After watching our performance today, everyone must donate more. At least he can get treated, so he doesn't have to lie in bed once he gets home. Then, with feigned concern and an innocent face, he added, Oh dear, I invited him to come in and eat earlier, but he refused for the sake of pride. No choice but to perform with me, taking the chance to raise funds. Taimu could take no more and roared, Shut up. Zhan Wuming shook his head at him, his tone still lazy. Pride will be your downfall, truly beyond help. He extended his hand, as if asking for something. Lu Wanru obediently pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to Zhan Wuming. He took the handkerchief, gently wiped the corner of his mouth, then carefully folded it into a neat square and tucked it into his chest. The entire action was smooth and elegant, a stark contrast to his previous sleazy demeanor. You are doomed. Taiishu was so furious that he was almost speechless, his anger boiling within him, unable to find words to express his current rage. Zhan Wuming nonchalantly waved his hand, signaling Lu Wanru and Ba Ji to step aside, then slowly took a few steps forward, keeping a distance of about 30 feet from Taiishu. He said coldly, "You'd better get those behind you to join in, otherwise you are no match for me." Arrogant, utterly arrogant. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. This person was not only arrogant in words, but also exuded an unbearable sleazy aura. The scene made it feel as if the entire atmosphere was being oppressed by his arrogance. Ba Ji stared at Zhan Wuming, utterly shocked. This guy is the only true god in the world, truly shameless. Oh god. Ba Ji knew Taiishu's character well. He would never team up with anyone to fight Zhan Wuming, let alone allow himself and Lu Wanru to be dismissed with a wave of the hand. Taiishu would never join forces against Zhan Wuming. Yet Zhan Wuming saw through this, and still mercilessly provoked him. It was utterly shameless. Taiishu felt a sudden heat in his nose, instinctively touched it, and found blood flowing out. His anger was sky-high, entirely stirred up by the shameless guy across from him. From the beginning, every move and expression of Zhan Wuming seemed to precisely provoke his anger. He couldn't help but laugh, but it was a laugh born of extreme anger. The disdain in Zhan Wuming's eyes made him feel like a pile of unbearable filth, making Taiishu realize that he no longer needed to maintain any proud stance against him. The street was silent, with Zhan Wuming's voice echoing in the air, suppressing the surrounding noise and tremors. Recently, Nanjao City was full of prodigies, those top-ranked experts who could only be admired from afar. Yet this unknown young man showed no mercy in stepping on the golden rankings. His words were like thunder, attracting all attention. Even Nangong Chu, the top of the golden rankings, might not dare to be so arrogant. The winds changed, and Taiishu's fury completely exploded. His aura condensed into a dark cloud, as if a storm was about to descend, oppressing the surrounding space. Killing intent, battle spirit, and fury intertwined into a massive field, enveloping the long street. Everyone could feel the bone-chilling cold, as if the world itself had frozen, the atmosphere unbearably heavy. To kill you, I alone am enough. Taiishu's words were cold as ice, like a biting wind, chilling the air. Zhan Wuming shrugged, seemingly unaffected by Taiishu's aura, his expression lazy, as if saying, "Whatever, I've already said my piece. If you don't listen, it's not my fault." Finally, Taiishu could no longer hold back and made the first move. He slashed his sword down, the blade light like lightning, instantly tearing through space and time, appearing suddenly in front of Zhan Wuming. The sword move was so fast that there was no time to react, swift and deadly, as if nothing could withstand it. Zhan Wuming's eyes flickered with surprise. The Tai family's combat techniques indeed had their unique strengths. This strike was more terrifying than any sneak attack. Taiishu certainly had more than just this move. Becoming a top contender on the Grand Selection's golden list was no mere coincidence. Whoosh! The blade light sliced through Zhan Wuming's afterimage, leaving a gash on the stone slabs of the street, about 10 feet long and a foot deep, with edges as smooth as a mirror. The onlookers gasped in amazement, both at the bizarre ferocity of Taiishu's strike and at Zhan Wuming's uncanny evasion. Surrounded by a surge of battle energy, Taiishu seemed to be enveloped in countless rays of light. Each wave of his hand unleashed a mysterious blade light that defied spatial limits, appearing without warning before Zhan Wuming. No matter how Zhan Wuming dodged, the blade light pursued him with precision. After several exchanges, the crowd realized something that left them dumbfounded. There was not a hint of battle energy emanating from Zhan Wuming. Yet, he seemed divinely guided, sensing danger in advance and deftly evading Taiishu's lethal blade strikes. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Taiishu unleashed 18 fierce blade lights in succession. Only then did the crowd notice that Zhan Wuming had somehow closed the distance to just 10 feet from Taiishu. The incredibly swift and fierce attacks not only failed to stop Zhan Wuming, but instead became stepping stones for his advance. With each dodge, he moved forward a foot. Though the steps were small, after a dozen strikes, Taiishu could no longer launch those mysterious long-range blade lights as the distance between them no longer permitted it. A look of disbelief flashed in Taiishu's eyes. The Tai family's shattering space blade was nearly at the level of a heavenly combat technique. He rarely used such a powerful move against opponents of the same level, as none were worthy of him drawing his blade. He had intended to save this ultimate move for a stunning display at the Grand Selection. Yet, faced with this detestable opponent, he resorted to a killing blow right from the start. aiming for a decisive strike. However, to his surprise, his deadly move seemed ineffective, as the opponent danced through the blade lights, closing in step by step. Seeing the mocking glint in Zhan Wuming's eyes, Taiishu was driven to fury. Shatter the void, Taiishu growled, and suddenly, the countless blade lights surrounding him exploded like a swarm of locusts, sealing every inch of space in front of Zhan Wuming, forming a massive cage of blade lights. The onlookers cried out and retreated. Though the rain of blade lights wasn't aimed at them, it exuded a terrifying aura of soul-rending force, making everyone present feel as if the blades were coming for them, causing them to recoil in fright. Baji and Lu Wanru exclaimed simultaneously. At this moment, Zhan Wuming was at the center of the blade light cage, just 10 feet from Taiishu. If it were a single blade light, Zhan Wuming might easily dodge it, but now, with nearly every inch of space covered by blade lights, how could he possibly evade? Everyone assumed that Zhan Wuming could not escape the fate of being shredded by 1,000 blades. This was Taiishu's ultimate killing move, and with such a technique in hand, no one doubted Taiishu's qualification to enter the Grand Selection's golden list. What a move, shatter the void. Zhan Wuming couldn't help but be impressed. The move before him, executed by an 8-star battle sect, had not yet unleashed its full potential. He recalled from his past life that the same slash in his hands could slice the void into countless fragments, truly demonstrating the power of shattering the void. Such a heavenly battle technique must have originated from a figure of earth-shattering prowess. With this thought, Zhan Wuming acted without hesitation. His movement was simple and direct, just an ordinary straight punch. Yet, as his arm moved, the scene transformed entirely. The punch surged like a colossal dragon against the sky, appearing slow but faster than lightning. Where his fist traveled, the air currents converged, forming a trajectory like a meteor from beyond the heavens. The air around his fist ignited due to the rapid friction. On the long street, the onlookers hadn't yet reacted when Zhan Wuming's body was already propelled by the force of his punch, resembling a rapidly spinning top. The burning air condensed into a bell-shaped shield around him, and he broke through the sound barrier, charging directly at the thousands of blade lights. With a deafening explosion, man and blade collided. It was as if countless fireworks bloomed simultaneously, or a comet crashed into a dense meteor shower, the brilliance dazzling. This scene astounded everyone present. They had never seen anyone breach the sound barrier purely with physical strength, let alone clash against the shattering void blade formed by the power of heaven and earth. Taiishu hadn't even had the chance to unleash a second slash when Zhan Wuming's fist struck his chest heated. Even the residual force after breaking through the blade lights caused him to spew blood and be flung backward. He never expected Zhan Wuming to destroy all his blade lights with sheer strength. Such a level of physical power was rare, even among the high bloodline magical beasts of the Beast Mountains. Before Taiishu could hit the ground, Zhan Wuming's figure was already upon him. A large foot came crashing down, pinning him to the ground. The foot came so swiftly that Taiishu had no time to react. Under the heavy blow, he spat another mouthful of blood and lay limp on the ground. At this moment, Zhan Wuming's foot was firmly on his chest, with life and death hanging by a thread. If any of you dare move, he dies. Zhan Wuming's voice was cold as ice, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the 5 people who were about to rush forward to rescue. Seeing Taiishu gravely injured on the ground, they initially intended to help, but were so intimidated by this sharp shout that they hesitated and stopped. The long street was eerily silent. Taiishu, a renowned and formidable warrior, had been defeated by an unknown young man. What was even more shocking was that this youth showed no trace of battle aura, having relied solely on sheer physical strength to overcome Taiishu. At this moment, Zhan Wuming had one foot planted on Taiishu, surveying the surroundings like an ancient beast. Yet in the next second, his expression changed abruptly, revealing a sly and shameless grin toward Taiishu, catching everyone off guard with this sudden shift. Well, I say, Mu, Zhan Wuming grinned. We fought and talked. You can't expect me to perform for free, right? With that, he roughly yanked the Qinquan ring off Taiishu's finger. This crude action shattered the hearts of the girls who secretly admired him. Zhan Wuming wasn't finished. He rummaged through Taiishu's belongings, pulling out several large ingots of gold and stuffing them into his pouch without hesitation. His eyes then fell on Taiishu's peculiar large earrings, and without a word, he tore them off, casually wiping them on his clothes. Too poor, he muttered as he examined the earrings in the sunlight, tucking them into his pouch as well. The crowd watched in astonishment, and he produced a small gold ingot from his own pocket. Still, I should leave you some travel money, he said, pretending to put it back in Taiishu's pocket, only to pull his hand back at the last moment. Even this is too much. In the end, he left just 1 gold coin, blowing off the dust. Missed out on another gold coin. Baji heard someone faint beside him and the surrounding murmurs of disdain toward Zhan Wuming. He was utterly speechless. What kind of person could be so despicable? Making money is really tough these days. Zhan Wuming released his foot from Taiyu, squatting beside him with a faint smile. I know you're feeling wronged, disappointed, angry, and dejected right now. But there's no need in this world. Having a strong fist is the real truth. He continued with a story. A young man was once forced to crawl under someone else's legs, suffering immense humiliation. Remembering this disgrace, he worked tirelessly and eventually became a respected leader. When he found the person who humiliated him years later, he did not seek revenge, but instead bowed deeply in respect. He said that if it weren't for the humiliation he faced back then, he would never have truly let go of his meaningless pride and arrogance. He wouldn't have been able to endure humiliation and work hard to achieve the universally respected success he has today. His life's turning point was crawling under his opponent's legs, and for that, he is sincerely grateful to the other person. Zhan Wuming paused slightly as he spoke, his slender fingers pinching the gold coin that glinted in the light, and slowly placing it into Taimyu's stiff hand. His voice was calm, yet as sharp as a blade. I trust you won't spend it, because as long as you have it, you'll always remember that pride and arrogance are utterly pointless. If you can't endure humiliation and strive for strength, then today I humiliate you. Tomorrow others may not just humiliate you, they might kill you instead. His gaze was as piercing as an eagle's, fixing on Taiyu. I believe in you, which is why I'm letting you keep this gold coin. Zhan Wuming's words were soft, but in the silence of the street, they were clearly audible. The crowd, mostly skilled individuals with keen hearing, caught every word. As his voice faded, the crowd split into two camps. Some fell silent, lost in thought. Others had eyes filled with even more contempt, sneering at Zhan Wuming's shamelessness. In Taimyu's once dim eyes, a spark suddenly ignited, like a flame kindling in dead ashes. He locked eyes with Zhan Wuming, a hoarse cough escaping his throat, and then he asked, "Tell me your name." Zhan Wuming's lips curled slightly as he stood up and turned to walk towards Lu Wanru. Without looking back, he replied calmly, "All our lives, we battle against fate. My name is Zhan Wuming." Zhan Wuming. Taiyu clutched the coin tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, muttering the name. Zhan Wuming's story echoed in his mind, reflecting his own self like a mirror. He didn't understand why Zhan Wuming shared these words with him, but he knew one thing. If their roles were reversed, he would have killed Zhan Wuming without hesitation. Yet, Zhan Wuming only defeated him, humiliated him like a rogue, and told such a story. His actions were beyond Taimyu's comprehension. Strangely, Taiyu felt no hatred towards Zhan Wuming. In a daze, he sensed a long-standing obstacle in his heart shatter, and an enlightenment dawned upon him. The battle energy within him surged with newfound vigor, his injuries visibly healing. Taiyu sat cross-legged, eyes slightly closed. In moments, a violent surge of energy burst from within him, enveloping him in countless sharp blades of energy, forming a cocoon-like barrier around him. Taiyu actually broke through after such a defeat, someone in the crowd exclaimed. On the streets of Nanjao City, he broke through to a 9-star warrior. What was even more astonishing was that Taiyu had only broken through to an 8-star warrior a few months ago, and now he had broken through again under such extreme circumstances. Most would be crushed by such setbacks, but Taiyu was the opposite, not only recovering quickly, but also advancing in his cultivation. Baji and Lu Wanru were equally shocked, their mouths agape as they turned to Zhan Wuming. They saw that he still wore that faint smile, as if everything had been within his expectations. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding something. Taimyu's guards formed a tight circle around him, their eyes gleaming with joy. The young master has turned misfortune into fortune, breaking through right on the street, one guard whispered. At 8 stars, he ranked 67th on the golden selection list. Now, breaking through to 9 stars, he can definitely enter the top 30. If he perfects the shattered void technique, he can erase the shame of this battle. They watched Zhan Wuming nervously, fearing he might interrupt Taimyu's breakthrough. However, Zhan Wuming didn't even glance back, continuing to walk towards the other end of the long street. Baji and Lu Wanru flanked him, and the crowd parted to make way for them. The blade aura around Taiyu shattered, transforming into a sharp energy that surged into his body. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming power within him had broken through to the 9-star battle sect level. Yet, as he looked around, the figure of Zhan Wuming had already vanished. Young master, he just left, he can't be far. With your current strength, you can definitely defeat him, a guard said eagerly. Shut up, Taiyu barked, staring in the direction Zhan Wuming had departed. He clutched the coin in his hand, his tone surprisingly calm. He is not my enemy. He is my benefactor. Remember, the Tai family must never oppose him. Violators will be dealt with. The guards exchanged confused looks, both understanding and bewildered. Taiyu carefully placed the coin into his pocket, murmuring to himself, I won't let you down. We will meet again. The news of this battle spread like wildfire through Nanjao City. Taiyu was not only defeated in public, but also broke through to the 9-star battle sect during the fight. Suddenly, both Both the previously unknown Zhan Wuming and the genius Taiishu became the talk of the city. Surprisingly, Taiishu's defeat did not tarnish his reputation. Instead, it revealed his true strength to the world. What was even more admirable was that his mindset remained unaffected, and he managed to break through during the battle, advancing from 8-star to 9-star in just a few months, showcasing his incredible talent. The power boost from reaching the 9-star battle sect caused Taiishu's battle energy to surge several times over, leading many to speculate how much his ranking on the grand selection list would rise. People were curious to know whether Taiishu or the mysterious Zhan Wuming was stronger. The most puzzling figure was Zhan Wuming. Without any battle energy, he defeated an 8-star battle sect expert using only physical strength. How should his real strength be measured? Was he a 9-star, or had he reached the Battle King level? This bizarre character, shameless, cunning, stingy, and exuding a bandit-like aura, enabled Taiishu to break through during their fight. Zhan Wuming paid no mind to the rumors because everything was part of his plan. Upon learning that his opponent was Taiishu, ranked 67th on the golden list, he had already set the stage. He deliberately prolonged the battle to let more people witness the outcome, using Taiishu's fame to make a name for himself in Nanjao City. Even without participating in the 8-sect selection, he had caught the attention of major sects. He spared Taiishu because his swordsmanship reminded him of the sword master from his past Lifio-worthy opponent. Thus, he chose to follow the tide and help Taiishu. To him, following the tide was a way to guide destiny. Taiishu was already exceptionally gifted, and with his guidance, his future would be limitless. Zhan Wuming understood that to defy destiny and seize fate, he needed to borrow the strength of others. He believed that one day, Taiishu would become a crucial ally on his path to seize destiny. At this moment, Zhan Wuming and Lu Wanru had not gone far before stopping. Though the street ahead was broad, it felt as if an invisible chasm cut across it. This strange sensation emanated from the young man in white standing before them. Baji gasped in shock. Tu Yin Sheng. Zhan Wuming was slightly taken aback. Although Nanjao City wasn't large, the rapid turn of events surprised him. The news of Tu Yinxi's downfall had clearly reached his brother, Tu Yinsheng. As a battle king, Tu Yinsheng couldn't act personally, which is why he sent Taiishu. However, Taiishu's failure had evidently disrupted his plans. The young man in white before them was indeed Tu Yinsheng, the battle king of Lingjian's sect. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked down at Zhan Wuming and Baji, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. I underestimated you. However, anyone who tarnishes the honor of the Tu Yin kingdom will pay a heavy price. Zhan Wuming smirked mockingly. If you truly had the guts, why send Taiishu? This is Nanjao City. What can you do to me here? Or is it that you can't find a battle sect more suitable than Taiishu? He met Tu Yinsheng's gaze directly. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you provoke me again, you won't have Taiishu's luck. Bull. Tu Yinsheng's expression changed abruptly. He had intended to overpower them with his presence alone, but Zhan Wuming was more arrogant than he had imagined. Zhan Wuming raised an eyebrow disdainfully. I've spared your brother's life. That's giving face to the Tu Yin family. If you want trouble, you're welcome anytime. Even without the rules of Nanjao City, a 2-star battle king is nothing to me. Very well, you'll soon learn the power of the Tu Yin family. Tu Yinsheng spat these words and vanished into the bustling crowd. Baji, filled with concern, advised, Brother Zhan, be cautious in the coming days. Though battle kings can't openly make a move, sect members might interfere and act in secret. Oh, Zhan Wuming mused, then smiled calmly. Brother Ba, we'll part ways here. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Baji looked at him intently and nodded solemnly. Take care. In an inconspicuous manner in Nanjao City, Tu Yinsheng looked grimly at Tu Yinxi, who lay pale on the bed. He coldly questioned the guards. You were supposed to protect my brother, yet you watched as he was severely injured and left crippled. How can you face me? Forgive us, second prince. We didn't expect him to be a physical cultivator. We thought he was just an ordinary person. It all happened so fast, and by the time we reacted, the young prince was already. You can explain these excuses to my father. Tu Yinsheng snorted dismissively. The 4 guards knelt in unison. Please, second prince, save us. Tu Yinsheng, expressionless, retorted. Why should I save you? It was your negligence that left my brother a cripple. We 4 pledge our lives to the second prince from this day forward. Whatever orders you give, we will follow without hesitation, even at the cost of our lives. The 4 generals declared in unison, kneeling with firm voices. Tu Yinsheng's lips curled into a cold smile as he surveyed them sharply. Are you willing to do anything? Yes. Whatever the second prince commands, they responded resolutely. Very well. Tu Yinsheng's expression softened. Given the situation, I will explain to father why you couldn't act immediately due to the restrictions in Nanjao City. But remember your vow today. From now on, you belong to me. As we return to the capital, keep a close watch on my elder brother. If you truly serve me, I will ensure you gain benefits within the Lingjian sect. The 4 generals exchanged glances and replied in unison. We will follow the second prince's every command. A glint of cold determination flashed in Tu Yinsheng's eyes. Although there were reasons, the seventh brother's disgrace reflects poorly on Tu Yin Kingdom's prestige. Zhan Wuming and Baji must die. When you escort the seventh brother back for recovery, bring their heads as an offering. I will inform father in writing. Recalling Zhan Wuming's arrogance, a wave of frustration swept over him. As an inner disciple of the Lingjin sect and a favored son of Tu Yin Kingdom, he had never been so humiliated. But they remain in the city, and due to the restrictions, we fear we cannot act. The four hesitated. Tu Yinsheng crushed the teacup in his hand, effortlessly absorbing the scattered droplets into a water arrow. I've just received word that Zhan Wuming slipped out of the city alone at dusk. He thinks he's being discreet, but he can't escape the watchful eyes of the Lingjin sect. This is your chance. I don't want to see him return to Nanjao City alive. The general's eyes lit up. Previously humiliated by Zhan Wuming in the city streets, they had been unable to retaliate due to the restrictions. Now, their opportunity had arrived. We will not fail the second prince, and will bring his head to the seventh prince as an apology. Tu Yinsheng handed over a dark purple bamboo tube. The surrounding area is teeming with sects, and within 50 miles, the War Emperor's senses are vigilant. Proceed with caution. Here are 2 shadow bees. My men have secretly applied shadow bee honey on Zhan Wuming. They will track him within 100 miles. Understood. We will prepare immediately. The generals were elated. With such a tool, Zhan Wuming would find no escape. Go now. Meanwhile, in the secret Zhan family meeting hall within Nanjao City, Lu Wanru was restless. She knew Zhan Wuming had sent her away to undertake something dangerous, never expecting he would slip out of the city. Uncle Qing, Brother Ming is in danger outside the city. Please go and assist him. What if something happens? Lu Wanru pleaded anxiously. Seeing her distress, Jia Qin considered the secure location of the meeting hall and, believing the lady would be safe in the city, nodded in agreement, instructing the steward, "Look after the lady for me." "Rest assured, Master Jia. May you safely bring the young master back." The old butler nodded solemnly. Despite his martial prowess, which allowed him to protect himself within the city of Nanjao, he would be of no help to Zhan Wuming outside the city. It was better for him to stay behind. Within Nanjao, the Zhan family's martial skills were unmatched, primarily established for business connections. Who would have thought that as soon as the young master entered the city, such a commotion would arise? Now that the Zhan family had gone underground, this secret clubhouse must not be exposed. Outside Nanjao, the hills rolled endlessly. For 10 miles, not a blade of grass grew, beyond which a dense forest stretched, with only a wide official road meandering through. Zhan Wuming leaned against a bluish-gray boulder, gazing up at the night sky. The full moon hung like a disk, rendering the night even more serene and profound. The chirping of insects and distant howls of wolves intertwined, their monotonous yet tranquil sounds echoing in the air. He was well aware that Tu Yinsheng would surely realize he had left the city and would not miss such a golden opportunity. Zhan Wuming was not afraid of leaving trouble behind. Rather, he deliberately provided Tu Yinsheng with this chance. He didn't expect Tu Yinsheng to act personally despite being a 2-star battle king and highly confident. Tu Yinsheng would not act rashly without understanding Zhan Wuming's capabilities. It was likely that the ones to make a move would be the 4 battle king guards of Tu Yinshi, perhaps along with 1 or 2 of Tu Yinsheng's confidants. But what of it? The forest was vast and boundless, and Zhan Wuming, within it, was like a fish returning to the sea. He had no concerns about whether these battle kings could find him. Upon leaving the city, someone had secretly smeared honey on him, but this was all within his expectations. When he detected the floral scent, he merely smiled. In terms of tracking and magical beasts, he was a master. Since the opponent had set a trap, he only needed to add a few more layers of his own. Zhan Wuming's gaze shifted to a distant mountain peak, where a dim light flickered 3 times before vanishing, like a firefly in the night sky. His lips curled slightly. Yin-Yi was ready. The time had come. It was going to be a feast of slaughter. The Tu Yin 4 generals were elite warriors meticulously cultivated by the Tu Yin dynasty. Their lives no longer belonged to themselves, nor could they resist those in power, as their families were all in the capital. If they died in battle, their families would be well cared for. If they defected, their entire clans would be annihilated. This made them the most loyal guards of the royal family. Tu Yinshi's downfall was the failure of the Tu Yin 4 generals. As his protectors, their inability to safeguard their master left them with only death or the prospect of watching their families be slaughtered. This was something they could not bear. Their only hope was Tu Yinsheng. Within the Tu Yin royal family, there were undercurrents of strife. The king had 7 outstanding sons, and apart from the 7th son, Tu Yinshi, who was born deformed and had no claim to the throne, the struggle among the remaining 6 never ceased, particularly between the eldest son, Tu Yin-su, and the 2nd son, Tu Yinsheng. Although the eldest son was the provisional heir, as long as it wasn't formally established, there was room for change. Moreover, the 2nd son had the backing of the Lingjin sect, being an inner disciple, and with its support, his influence in the Tu-Yin kingdom was considerable. The Ling sect also sought to use its disciples to infiltrate secular power, continuously amassing strength for the sect with great ambition. Therefore, they were pleased to see Tu-Yin Shang become the king of Tu-Yin kingdom, which was one reason for their substantial efforts in cultivating him. As soon as the four generals of Tu-Yin left the city, they quickly tracked the route Zhan Wuming had taken. However, a strange scene unfolded. The shadow bees hesitated at the fork in the road, hovering back and forth, seemingly unable to decide which direction to take. What's going on? General Tu Nanjao frowned, watching the shadow bees hover between the two paths, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Second General Tu Maching thought for a moment and suggested, "Why don't we release another one and see what happens?" Tu Nanjao nodded, took another shadow bee from his pocket, and released it. Surprisingly, both shadow bees behaved identically, hesitating between the two paths as if they detected the same intensity of nectar scent from both directions. "Brother," Tu Maching analyzed, "it's possible that both paths have the scent of nectar. Why don't we split into two groups? You and the fourth brother head towards Yinshan Dang, and the third brother and I will check the Nanjao military camp." "Your analysis makes sense," Tu Nanjao said solemnly. "A mere war sect is not a concern. If anything unusual happens, we can regroup." The four of them immediately split into two groups, each heading in a different direction. Under the cover of night, they failed to notice a firefly in the woods flashing 3 times, like some secret signal. Tu Nanxiao and Tu Haha followed the direction indicated by the shadow bees. As they delved deeper, the shadow bees became increasingly excited, finally stopping on a tall ancient tree. Tu Nanxiao stood there, baffled, not understanding why the shadow bees had stopped there. Upon closer inspection, he found the bees perched on a resin-like soft substance, emitting a peculiar fragrance that attracted them. He reached out to touch it and confirmed it was a piece of resin emitting a unique scent, leading the shadow bees astray. "Brother, do you hear that sound?" Fourth General Tu Haha's face suddenly changed, his body tensing. "Just a swarm of bees," Tu Nanxiao replied indifferently, as he too heard the buzzing of countless wings in the distance. "Brother, we need to go. It's the soul-eating bees." Tu Haha's voice rose sharply, his face showing rare terror. "Soul-eating bees?" Tu Nanxiao was taken aback, instantly retracting the shadow bees and turning to flee. The soul-eating bees themselves were not terrifying, merely low-level magical beasts, but a swarm of them was a nightmare for cultivators. Not only was battle energy ineffective against them, but it also served as their sustenance. Unless one reached the peak Battle King realm and formed their own energy domain, the battle energy shield would be gnawed to shreds, leaving no choice but to engage in a desperate melee with the swarm. If there were only a few soul-eating bees, they could easily be swatted, but facing a swarm, one would be covered with thumb-sized stingers before managing to kill a few. Even more frightening, the bee's venom could halt the flow of battle energy in the body. While the toxin of one bee was bearable, the simultaneous injection by thousands would completely cripple an average battle energy cultivation. "Brother, there are too many." Tu Haha's face turned pale, pointing around. The soul-eating bees swarmed like black clouds from all directions, their target the very tree in front of them. Tu Nanxiao couldn't afford to think further, quickly fortifying himself with battle energy and charging towards the weakest point in the swarm. Only by breaking through the encirclement before the bees bit through his shield did he have a chance of survival. He never anticipated encountering this deadly swarm of soul-eating bees in the dead of night. When Tu Nanxiao and Tu Haha finally broke out of the encirclement, their battle energy shields were nearly chewed through, covered with countless tiny holes. Had they been a moment slower, they would have been forced into a deadly melee with the swarm. To Tu Nanxiao's astonishment, the swarm of bees didn't relent in their pursuit, relentlessly targeting him while Tu Haha remained unscathed, not a single bee attacking him. Confused, Tu Haha looked around and muttered, "What's going on?" Although he had come along with Tu Nanxiao, the bees only swarmed around Tu Nanxiao, as if ignoring Tu Haha completely, leaving him utterly perplexed by the stark difference. Tu Haha glanced at Tu Nanxiao and then at the tree now enveloped by the bees. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Huan Shen Ningxiang Lu." Upon hearing this, Tu Nanxiao's heart sank, and he almost couldn't stop his lips from twitching. What a nightmare. In this godforsaken place, and at this time, a piece of Huan Shen Ningxiang Lu had appeared. This substance held an irresistible allure for all insects, be they shadow bees or soul-devouring bees. The worst part was that he had inadvertently touched the resin-like substance, and its peculiar fragrance had clung to him, making him a magnet for the bees. Huan Shen Ningxiang Lu was rumored to be a rare aromatic resin formed under extraordinary conditions by a special type of pine tree, often appearing only on moonlit nights. It was a highly sought-after luxury by nobles across empires. Tu Nanxiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn this moon. Why does it have to be so full tonight? Tu Haha anxiously hopped in place, shouting, "Brother, find water quickly. Soak in it for 15 minutes, and the scent will dissipate." Tu Nanxiu was nearly frantic. In this unfamiliar forest, where could he find water? He glanced back at the path they came from, knowing it was hopeless, and gritted his teeth as he turned towards the depths of the forest, heading for the marshlands of Yanshan. Before leaving, he tossed back a resigned and frustrated, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." Who would want to be chased by a swarm of bees in the middle of the night? If caught again, it wouldn't be life-threatening, but it would certainly be painful. Tu Haha stood there with a mix of confusion and reluctance on his face. He thought, no wonder even the shadow bees didn't react. It was because they had encountered the rare treasure, Huan Xin Ning Xiang Lu. Yanshan Marsh was actually a boggy area surrounded by mountains. Tu Nanxiu ran as fast as he could, and after covering more than 10 miles, he spotted a trickling stream. However, he quickly realized the water was too shallow to fully submerge himself, leaving parts of his body exposed and vulnerable to the soul-devouring bees. Not daring to delay, he continued upstream in search of deeper water. Thankfully, it wasn't long before he found a small pond. Moonlight shimmered on its surface, casting a serene yet eerie atmosphere. The stream flowed out from this pond, fed by several springs at its upper end, adding a dynamic beauty to the night. But Tu Nanxiu had no time to appreciate it. He was focused solely on escaping the bees. The soul-devouring bees were incredibly fast, and even at full speed, he couldn't shake them off. Elated to find the pond, Tu Nanxiu wasted no time diving in. Though small, the pond was deep enough, about 3 to 4 meters, to completely submerge him and wash away the clinging scent. Despite the chill of the autumn water, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Submerged, he exhaled deeply, feeling as if he'd finally escaped the onslaught of the bees. He couldn't help but think how absurd it was to be forced to take a midnight dip to escape insects. Yet soon, a sense of unease crept in. He vaguely sensed something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. As he remained on high alert, a sudden, powerful force struck his waist. In that instant, a fleeting thought crossed his mind when he first jumped into the pond. He might have seen a flash of eerie light at the bottom, illuminated by the moonlight. The shimmering water had obscured his view, but now, recalling it, a chilling realization gripped him. Perhaps there was more to this pond than met the eye. Those eyes were fierce, like those of a wild beast, yet cunningly concealed. They blended perfectly with the pool, not a trace of their presence detectable, leaving Tu Nanxiu completely unaware. When the sudden force struck his waist, it was already too late. The power was precise and ruthless, disrupting his energy flow just as he was about to unleash his battle aura, scattering it within. Ugh! Tu Nanxiu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, the bright red quickly diffusing in the water. At that moment, he saw those cold and vicious eyes clearly. The dim moonlight pierced through the dark water, illuminating a face he loathed and wanted to destroy Zhan Wuming. Indeed, it was Zhan Wuming beneath the water. Tu Nanxiu finally understood that this was a trap meticulously set by the young man. The alluring scent of the spirit dew was also his handiwork, calculated to draw someone in. This pool was the only water source within a 20-mile radius, beyond which lay vast shallow marshes. No one would go out of their way. Zhan Wuming anticipated someone would come to dispel the scent, and the soul-devouring bees were merely coincidental accomplices. Tu Nanxiu was unwilling to accept his fate. As a 2-star battle king, he had been outmaneuvered in this small pool before he could even release his battle aura. Ironically, the one who outsmarted him was a physical cultivator who couldn't wield battle energy. But precisely because Zhan Wuming was a physical cultivator, he could hide in the pool undetected. Regret was futile. Tu Nanxiu struggled violently, but could not make a sound. Water filled his throat the moment he opened his mouth, silencing him. Until a cold blade sliced across his neck, he couldn't utter a word to Zhan Wuming. Zhan Wuming emerged from the water, Tu Nanxiu's head clutched in his hand, along with a universe ring and several gold ingots now in his pouch. Everything had gone as planned. He didn't even know Tu Nanxiu's name, only that he was a 2-star battle king. Zhan Wuming smirked slightly. The toughest opponent was dead, making the rest easier to handle. Tu Haha sensed something was amiss. The soul-devouring bees had returned, but his brother was still missing, so he followed the path Tu Nanxiu had taken. As he rounded a bend, Tu Haha abruptly stopped. In front of him stood a wooden stake, with a head glaring down at him. Brother! Tu Haha's scalp tingled. The head was Tu Nanxiu's. The killer had displayed it on the path, leaving him both chilled and outraged. It was a disgrace to the dead, separating head from body. Years of brotherhood brought tears streaming down his face. Who are you? Come out. You coward. Show yourself if you dare. Tu Haha shouted, but only the echo of the forest replied. Even the night insects were silent, intimidated by his murderous fury. For a long time, the night remained still, the lone stake standing, Tu Nanxiu's eyes still wide open. Tu Haha, overwhelmed with grief and rage, removed the head from the stake, a surge of killing intent rising within him. He gently closed Tu Nanxiu's eyes. At that moment, a sudden shock ran through him, an inexplicable tremor that sent a chill down his spine. Just as he was about to turn around, The head in his hand violently exploded, as if a fuse had been ignited. What followed was an intense, scorching energy that surged towards him at an astonishing speed. Although he immediately activated his battle aura shield, the explosive force was too fast and too close for the shield to fully protect him. Tu Haha hadn't anticipated that someone would use Tu Nangxia's head to set such a vicious trap. This tactic filled him with a deep sense of dread. Indeed, underestimating the enemy always comes with a price. He couldn't help but cough up blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. This adversary was not only ruthless, but also incredibly generous. They had placed over a dozen fire element spirit stones inside Tu Nanjio's head, triggering an instant explosion. Such a fierce blast of spiritual energy would be hard to withstand even with some preparation, let alone without any. What shocked him even more was the method of detonating the spirit stones in such a special way. He had only heard of it, never seen it. He never thought someone could actually do it. Boom. Tu Haha's body flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing dozens of meters away. The ground where he had stood was now a massive crater, dust billowing around. Struggling to lift his head, he saw a shadow slowly emerge from the darkness. The figure walked with a calm demeanor, exuding a chilling aura. Tu Haha's eyes widened as he painfully uttered 3 words. Zhan Wuming. Emerging from the darkness was indeed Zhan Wuming. Tu Haha hadn't forgotten this name. Even though they had yet to truly face off, he was already defeated in this moment. He suddenly realized the foolishness he and his 3 brothers had engaged in. They always thought Zhan Wuming was nothing more than an ant, at most a slightly sturdier one. They never anticipated why this so-called ant had suddenly left Nanjao City, or why after leaving, he was encountered and manipulated by the cultivators of the Ling sect. It was only now that Tu Haha realized everything had been orchestrated by Zhan Wuming to eliminate potential threats. Unfortunately, their opponent wasn't Tu Yanshang, but himself and his 3 brothers. You shouldn't have been so arrogant. Zhan Wuming's voice was cold and clear. I only disabled him, but left him alive. I told Tu Yanshang, anyone seeking revenge would face me, whether it's you or Tu Yanshang himself. Zhan Wuming stood over Tu Haha, looking down at him with an indifferent expression, as if recounting an insignificant event. Tu Haha painfully propped himself up, eyes filled with resentment, and forced out the words, "You're ruthless, not even sparing the dead. Anything that can be used has its value, even the dead." Zhan Wuming replied with eyes as cold as steel. I learned this truth at the cost of my own life. He suddenly recalled memories from a past life, his expression indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the current situation. You know, tonight is the first time I've personally killed someone. I didn't want it to be this way, but you forced my hand. As a result, you and your brothers became the first ones at my hands. You should feel honored. Tu Haha looked at him in disbelief, deeply shaken. The coldness emanating from Zhan Wuming, that aura of death, seemed to belong only to someone whose hands were stained with blood. He couldn't believe that this seemingly insignificant opponent was killing for the first time. This revelation left him both shocked and somewhat desolate. The war kings, had fallen at the hands of someone with far less cultivation. However, Tu Haha had no more time to ponder these thoughts. He saw a flash of cold light in Zhan Wuming's hand under the moonlight, and in the next moment, everything fell silent. Zhan Wuming looked down at Tu Haha's corpse, reached out to remove a ring from the deceased's finger, and examined it under the moonlight. Once he confirmed it was the right one, he tucked it into his robe. Then, he turned and melted into the night, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The Nanjao military camp was not the city's garrison, but was instead a contingent brought in from other cities to support the upcoming 8 sects grand selection. As the selection approached, talents and powerhouses flooded into the capital. Although the 8 sects had sent personnel to oversee the event, they did not interfere with the secular dynasty's internal affairs. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the king of Nanjao understood that if anyone harbored ill intentions, they might seize the opportunity to infiltrate the capital and cause trouble. Therefore, he decided to station troops from various regions, not inside the overcrowded capital, but rather 50 miles away in the hills. This way, if something went awry, the troops could reach the capital with a half-day's march without burdening the city's populace. The king of Nanjao was wary of any conspiracy against the capital starting with the station troops, so the camp's defense was exceptionally tight. Patrols were constant and orderly, ensuring no unusual activity went unnoticed. At this moment, Tu Maching stood at a distance, his face dark as he gazed at the Nanjao camp. A shadow suddenly hovered before him, and then silently flew into the camp. Tu Maching's expression changed slightly, his doubts deepening. He thought to himself, the deceased Zhan Wuming was indeed hiding here. After incapacitating the heir, he found a place safer than the capital right here in the military camp. A question arose in his mind. What connection does Zhan Wuming have with the Nanjao army? If there is a relationship, this situation becomes far more complicated. Although he was at the battle king level, how could he contend with an army of tens of thousands? Yet, Tu Maching was not ready to give up easily. After pondering for a moment, he decided to infiltrate the camp and investigate the truth. After all, while a battle king might not face an entire army, entering a camp filled with soldiers whose cultivation levels were mostly at the warrior stage was not difficult. As long as he avoided encounters with generals, a battle king could move freely within. Third brother, go find big brother and fourth brother. Zhan Wuming is hiding in the camp now. We can't act directly. I need to sneak in to understand the situation before we discuss our strategy. Tu Maching said calmly. I'll go with you, at least to have someone watch your back, Tu Yongqing suggested. No need. I'm just going to check his identity and will return immediately. I doubt Big Brother has made any progress either. If the target is indeed in the camp, we'll need to use some tactics. We must complete the task before dawn and can't delay any longer. Tu Maching replied firmly. All right, be careful. Tu Yongqing hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Tu Maching felt confident, thinking, what can a small military camp do to me? With that, he swiftly moved towards the camp. The shadow bee flew quickly and almost silently, making it hard for any guards to notice. Tu Maching, like a ghost, followed it quietly into the camp. Indeed, the camp's defense was very tight. Although there weren't guards every 3 steps or sentries every 5, the overlapping patrol teams covered nearly every corner. Crucially, most of the soldiers in the camp had low cultivation levels, with patrol leaders only at the battlemaster level, unable to detect Tu Maching's presence or movements. The shadow bee swiftly passed through one tent after another, gradually moving deeper into the camp. After some time, it stopped in front of an exceptionally large tent. Tu Maching paused, a suspicion forming in his mind. This large tent was likely the camp's granary. He couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled, his eyes fixed on the sneaky figure ahead. What was Zhan Wuming doing at the military grain depot in the middle of the night? Could he be an enemy spy planning to set fire to the warehouse? This thought brought a flicker of excitement to Tu Maching's heart. If true, he only needed to deliver a fatal blow from the shadows to end this spy's life in the camp. After all, the military's greatest taboo was an attack on the grain stores. He gently sent the shadow bee forward, watching as the tiny creature darted into the warehouse. As expected, the target was inside. Tu Maching held his breath and carefully cut a small hole in the tent to peer through. In the darkness, he could see nothing at first, but just as he was about to let his eyes adjust, a sharp squeal broke the silence. A large rat suddenly bolted from the grain store, with the shadow bee clinging tightly to its back. As the rat passed by him, a familiar sweet scent of shadow flower nectar wafted through the air. Tu Maching's mind buzzed with confusion. Why was the shadow flower nectar on that rat? And why was the rat in the Nanjao army's grain store? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a thunderous shout rang out. Who's there? Someone's attacking the grain store. Immediately, the sound of horns tore through the night sky, and the entire camp erupted into chaos. Soldiers poured out of their tents like a tidal wave. Torches lit up one after another, illuminating the camp. The rapid response and strict discipline of the Nanjao army impressed Tu Maching, but this efficiency was now a disaster for him. Without a moment to spare, he dashed towards the camp's perimeter. Ironically, he had intended to frame Zhan Wuming, but the rat had diverted his attention, exposing him as the thief in everyone's eyes. Don't let him escape. Shouts and cries echoed all around. In the firelight, Tu Maching's silhouette was exposed. Although stray arrows posed no threat, the endless stream of soldiers caught him off guard. These warriors, though of lower rank, relentlessly blocked his path. Time was of the essence, and Tu Maching knew he had to break through quickly. Appearing near the grain store at night was indefensible. Using his battle king level strength, he could easily break through the encirclement. With each charge, his battle aura shield sent those of warrior and battle master rank flying, bones breaking. Just as he was about to escape the camp, a cold voice suddenly called out. Since you're here, why leave in such haste? The air seemed to freeze. A powerful presence blocked his path like a net. A man clad in golden armor wielding a halberd stood in the air. Boom! Tu Maching's aura clashed with the presence, shattering the net-like barrier in an instant. Passing through the aura, Tu Maching's figure flickered as he swiftly attempted to break through on another side. The man in golden armor, though only a 1-star battle king, exuded a chilling aura of death, clearly a veteran of countless life-and-death battles. Such battle-hardened warriors are often more dangerous than ordinary 2-star battle kings because they have long since disregarded life and death, and their lethal aura can subtly affect their opponent's mind. While Tu Maching was not afraid of such an opponent, he knew he couldn't afford to be entangled at this moment. If he got caught up in a prolonged fight and the army assembled for a joint attack, he would find himself in a dire situation. Trying to leave? The man in golden armor's eyes narrowed, realizing that Tu Maching's battle aura surpassed his own as he easily broke through his defenses. But this was his home turf, and even a peak battle king wouldn't intimidate him here. His robust body shifted sideways, once again blocking Tu Maching's path. Go down! With a thunderous shout, a sharp blade light suddenly flashed in the void. The ethereal blade shadow, under the moonlight, cleaved through the void. At this moment, Tu Maching was out of strength and had no choice but to draw his sword to parry. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Tu Maching's defensive strike was perfectly timed, not only dispersing the blade shadow, but also counterattacking with a sharp sword energy aimed directly at the red-faced man wielding the green dragon crescent blade. Impressive! The red-faced man's steps halted as he swept his blade horizontally to deflect the sword energy, holding his position firmly. Though Tu Maching gained the upper hand in this exchange, he found himself trapped in an even tighter encirclement. At this point, the surrounding army closed in like a giant serpent, leaving no gaps in the battlefield. Each position was commanded by a peak battle sect leader, swiftly forming a unique triangular formation. With the peak battle sect leader as the apex, the combined momentum of all the soldiers in the formation surged, elevating the leader's power beyond that of a one-star battle king. A battle formation. Tu Maching felt a chill in his heart. The speed of this army's response was rare, even in the entire southern Zhao kingdom. His greatest worry wasn't the two battle king-level opponents, but this intricate battle formation. The formation was not only versatile, but could also unleash different levels of power depending on the commander's cultivation. As a two-star battle king, attacking our army's supplies at night is truly beneath your dignity. But who are you serving? A cold voice emanated from the central tent. The battle formation suddenly opened a path as a middle-aged man in green robes stepped out slowly. With each step he took, the void seemed to tremble, his presence blending seamlessly with the void. A peak battle king. Despair surged in Tu Maching's heart. There was a peak battle king hidden in this military camp, a figure of such stature stationed at the central command, indicating that this army was none other than the southern Zhao kingdom's most mysterious and powerful heavenly king army. Greetings, heavenly king. The man in golden armor and the red-faced man saluted the middle-aged man in green robes in unison. Tu Maching's guess was correct. Legend had it that the southern Zhao kingdom had an invincible army, led by the southern Zhao king's brother, Nanjao, who was titled the Heavenly King. Thus, this army was known as the Heavenly King Army. Tu Maching never expected to encounter such a formidable army. Standing at the edge of the military camp, cold sweat trickled down his back. Even if the army remained still, the presence of the king, known as Nanjao alone, could easily crush him with a mere gesture. His pupils contracted as a terrifying thought emerged, had been set up. The one who orchestrated this was undoubtedly Zhan Wuming. Yet he couldn't fathom where things had gone awry. His gaze swept into the distance, silently worrying about his elder brother and fourth brother's safety. At this moment, he hoped they wouldn't come to his aid, as even their combined strength would only serve as a meager offering to the king. Tell me, who are you? The king's voice was like a mountain pressing down, carrying an undeniable authority, each word weighted with immense power. Tu Maching swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. I just accidentally wandered into the camp, not to raid your supplies. He knew resistance was futile. Against a king-level warrior, he had no chance to fight back. The space around him was enveloped by a strange force, ready to drain the surrounding spiritual energy and suffocate him like a fish out of water. This was the domain of a peak battle king, invisible yet deadly. An interesting explanation, but I suggest you consider my question seriously. The chill in the king's voice deepened, his patience wearing thin. Sweat beaded on Tu Maching's forehead as he explained again. I'm telling the truth. If I intended to attack your supplies, I had ample time to set your granary ablaze. He knew the likelihood of the king accepting this was slim, but he had to grasp any chance of survival. Otherwise, his remains would forever rest in this camp. Perhaps you thought you wouldn't have enough time to escape after setting the fire, so I'm not very satisfied with that explanation, the king said, his figure suddenly appearing less than a yard away from Tu Maching. Who are you? Who is your master? Tu Maching looked up at the man before him, feeling as though he faced an insurmountable mountain. His throat tightened, but he dared not reveal his true identity. Admitting he was from the Tuyin kingdom and a confidant of King Tuyin would risk causing a misunderstanding between Nanjao and Tuyin, leading to his entire clan's demise. Weighing his options, he chose silence. There are 1,000 ways I can make you talk. King Nanjao suddenly smiled, a hint of meaning in his expression. Tu Maching's lips curled into a bitter smile, realizing all arguments were futile. Staying alive would only bring greater disaster. So he took a deep breath, a determined smile on his lips, as he reversed the flow of his internal energy, causing his body to explode. He actually self-destructed. The king's eyes flickered with surprise, then his right hand clenched in the air. A warm current formed in the void, gathering the fragments of Tu Maching's body and holding them suspended, as if an invisible hand had collected them into a pile. He was a worthy warrior. Since he caused no harm to the camp, bury him with military honors. King Nanjao sighed, turning back to the command tent. The camp returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Tu Yongcheng hadn't gone far, as he had only traveled a little over 10 miles when he heard the horn from the military camp. Realizing something might have happened to his second brother, Tu Maching, he quickly turned back. Upon reaching the camp, The scene before him was like a dagger to his heart. Tu Maching had self-destructed, leaving behind a gruesome sight that stunned him into silence, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Sky King Nanjao. Tu Yongcheng muttered through gritted teeth, his fists clenched tightly enough to turn his knuckles white. Yet, he didn't dare to rush forward and could only watch from the shadows. He knew that if he charged out now, it would only lead to his death. This was why Tu Maching had chosen to self-destruct facing a powerful enemy. He preferred to deny them the chance to strike by ending his own life. Unless one was a formidable war emperor, it was impossible to stop a war king determined to die. Why did this happen? Could that kid be one of Sky King Nanjao people? Tu Yongcheng frowned, scanning the chaotic camp, but unable to find any trace of Zhan Wuming. This absence struck him as particularly odd. Thinking it over, Tu Yongcheng felt that something was amiss from the start. They had only been following the shadow bee, never even catching a glimpse of their target. Now, with his second brother dead, he was uncertain about his elder brother Tu Nanchao's situation and resolved to find him first to devise a plan. Damn it, Tu Yongcheng cursed under his breath, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly from exertion. He knew that avenging his brother against someone like Sky King Nanjao was impossible. His only option was to deal with Zhan Wuming swiftly to avenge his brother. When he returned to the fork in the road, the scene before him brought him to an abrupt halt. Moonlight spilled down like water, and a long shadow stood among the trees, blending in like a ghostly presence in the mountains. Zhan Wuming. Tu Yongcheng gasped, his throat tightening. He had imagined countless ways to deal with Zhan Wuming, even fantasized about torturing him, but never anticipated meeting him like this. Haven't you been looking for me? Zhan Wuming's voice was unnervingly calm, his tone casual, as if they were two old friends chatting. Yet, this calmness pierced Tu Yongcheng like an icy dagger. Tu Yongcheng warily surveyed the surroundings, his nerves taut, attuned to every hint of movement. Strangely, he detected no other presences besides Zhan Wuming, seemingly no ambush. This puzzled him further in this forest. Finding someone without the shadow bee's help would be like finding a needle in a haystack. And now, Zhan Wuming had revealed himself, an act that felt like blatant provocation. Do you want to take my life? Zhan Wuming's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone laced with clear provocation. You deserve to die. Tu Yongcheng growled, the image of his brother's tragic death replaying in his mind. Yet, there was one thing he couldn't understand, prompting him to ask. If you're here, then who is in the camp? Zhan Wuming sneered. Who's in the camp? Do you think I need help to deal with you? That little bee was just a joke. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. Oh, didn't you know? It loves mice, so it must have led your companion to the camp's granary. Tu Yongcheng's face paled as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, everything became clear. His brother had ventured into the camp, surrounded and killed by the army. All due to the shadow bee's hesitation at the fork, all part of Zhan Wuming's plan. If Zhan Wuming had indeed smeared the shadow bee honey on a mouse, the bee would have led his brother to the granary, triggering the army's misunderstanding and attack. A chill ran up his spine, and he began to worry about his elder brother Tu Nanchao's safety. So much time had passed, and there was no sign of movement from his brother's side, which was not a good omen. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies are mere illusions. Now, your opponent is me. Tu Yongcheng took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and forced himself to calm down. Zhan Wuming smirked disdainfully, observing Tu Yongcheng's gritted teeth, and said leisurely, with your demeanor? Don't worry, I'm not here for a chat or a drink. I'm just a bit lazy and don't like to get my hands dirty. You always think I'm toying with you, but in truth, I just don't want to act hastily because you can't withstand it. Tu Yongcheng's expression froze. He knew well that the gap between a battle king and a battle sect was like an insurmountable chasm. He kept glancing towards Yinshan Dang, hoping for reinforcements. Stop looking, Zhan Wuming said nonchalantly. Your companions are all dead. You're the only one left. Once I deal with you, I'm going back to the city to sleep. With that, he lazily beckoned with a finger. This contemptuous gesture infuriated Tu Yongcheng completely. He erupted with a tidal wave of battle energy, nearly solidifying the space around them. Yet, Zhan Wuming remained unmoved, calm and composed amidst the overwhelming aura, as if he felt no pressure at all. Tu Yongcheng hesitated. Though his battle energy was powerful enough to break the surrounding vegetation under its pressure, Zhan Wuming stood like a stone in a storm, unmoved. More astonishingly, Zhan Wuming's energy was completely contained, seemingly merged with the world, or transcending this time and space. When Tu Yongcheng's battle energy struck him, it was as if it vanished into thin air, leaving him feeling powerless. The more he concentrated his strength, the more stifled and irritable he felt. Zhan Wuming moved slightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. This seemingly casual step alarmed Tu Yongcheng, realized his battle energy was entirely controlled by the opponent, unable to lock onto the target. Worse yet, he couldn't even escape, as if an invisible force held him captive. What technique is this? Tu Yongcheng stared incredulously at his opponent, who was at the battle sect level. Taiishu Xinjing. Zhan Wuming whispered. In an instant, an aura like an ancient beast awakening burst forth from him, shrouding the night sky in clouds and darkness. Tu Yongcheng felt a primordial fear sweep through him, freezing his battle energy. At that moment, he felt like a lone boat adrift in the endless river of time, insignificant and fragile under the gaze of a Deitya profound shock to the soul. The towering palace in Nanjao City reaches up to the clouds, standing as the tallest structure in the city and a forbidden area in the Nanjao kingdom. Legend has it that the ancestor of Nanjao, Nen Yuanzong, once recuperated here. Over a century ago, Nen Yuanzong had already reached the rank of a battle emperor, and some say he has now advanced to the mid-level of that rank, serving as a stabilizing force for Nanjao kingdom. Unless a major event occurs, he is usually not disturbed. The upcoming grand selection of the 8 sects is a significant event for the kingdom, prompting Nen Yuanzong to personally oversee the proceedings in Nanjao City, ensuring the enforcement of the rules set by the sects. Any action above the Battle King rank will result in death. At this moment, Nen Yuanzong is not resting. He is engaged in a game of chess with a middle-aged man. Each move on the board seems to decide fate, and the tension in the air feels almost palpable. Brother Yuanzong, in recent years, Nanjao Kingdom has indeed produced quite a few talents. Out of the top 100 in the selection, there are over a dozen from Nanjao. It seems this selection will yield significant gains for the kingdom, the middle-aged man remarked with a smile as he placed a piece. Heh, Elder Tai, you're joking. Nanjao is just a small place. What difference do a dozen geniuses make? Ultimately, these individuals are cultivated by the sections. Your Xianling sect alone has hundreds of thousands of outer disciples, each with outstanding talents. In comparison, Nanjao's development might take 1,000 years to match your outer disciples' numbers, Nen Yuanzong replied with a wry smile. The middle-aged man sighed. The secular world and the sects are fundamentally different. While the sects have many disciples, they also face more enemies. Within a single country or region, thousands of disciples might suffice. However, the sects confront the superpowers of the Break Flame continent. Although the Eastern Spirit region is vast, its strength is still lacking compared to other regions. Facing the impending regional war, we lack full confidence. Hearing the term regional war, Nen Yuanzong's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression became serious. Indeed, while Nanjao's scope is small, it remains relatively peaceful. It's been years since I've heard those familiar names, yet they never return. Those troublesome matters are best left for the sect leaders to worry about. He paused, then smiled slightly. However, I did encounter an interesting young man in Nanjao City this time. The middle-aged man waved his hand, interrupting with a laugh. Oh? Are you talking about that young man who specializes in physical training? Nen Yuanzong nodded. That's him. This kid is quite an anomaly. There's no trace of battle energy in him, yet his physical strength surpasses many fierce beasts. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he remains undefeated below the king level, and he's still young, truly rare. The middle-aged man pondered. I noticed that this kid doesn't just rely on his physical strength to attract attention, but also his cunning and intelligence. He told a simple story that moved Taiishu to tears and helped him break through his bottleneck right there on the street. To profoundly affect someone with just a small story, his understanding of human nature and emotions is truly remarkable. A look of appreciation appeared on Nen Yuanzong's face. It seems Brother Yuanzong also has a fondness for talent. The middle-aged man chuckled wryly. If my Xianling sect's secret scriptures included methods suitable for physical training, I might have considered taking this kid. Yeah, I've heard that Lai Wengxiu, the madman, is also interested in this boy and is secretly gathering information about him, Nen Yuanzong said with a light laugh. Lai Wengxiu's battle techniques suit physical trainers, and his disciples are a bunch of beast-like maniacs, the middle-aged man replied with a shake of his head. Nonetheless, this boy's future is worth watching. Nen Yuanzong's gaze turned deep, as if he could already see the young man's bright future. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, but his expression suddenly changed. Nen Yuanzong's face also darkened. The two exchanged a glance, and, with a tacit understanding, set down their chess pieces and swiftly flew to the top of the Jinqiu Palace. The moonlight, like flowing water, bathed the expansive palace, but at that moment, it dimmed as if obscured. In the distance, beyond the city of Nanjao, a mass of dark clouds was gathering, shrouding the sky. The spiritual energy in that part of the sky was in turmoil, seemingly twisted by a powerful force. The two men's hearts sank as their consciousness reached out to probe the chaotic sky. However, as their senses touched the void, a sudden black hole-like suction force engulfed their consciousness. Their faces turned pale, and they were deeply shocked. The aura was as overwhelming as a god's, transcending space and imprinting itself deeply into their minds. It felt as though the weight of the entire world was pressing down on them, their very essence battered by a hurricane, nearly extinguished. In terror, they quickly retracted their consciousness. What is happening? The middle-aged man frowned deeply, filled with confusion. He looked towards the chaotic sky outside the city, his expression grave. Such immense pressure, my soul actually trembled just now. Nan Yuanzong's expression also turned serious. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with unease. Could it be some ancient monster has emerged? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment before finally speaking. We shouldn't probe any further. Those old monsters don't play by the rules. Let's just continue our game. Agreed. Nan Yuanzong nodded. Although filled with doubt, he decided to set the matter aside for now. After all, Nanjao City was chosen by the 8 major sects, and if an ancient monster truly had appeared, the Nanjao kingdom wouldn't disregard the sect's standing. There was no need for excessive worry. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming was in a state of deep shock. For the first time, he had fully unleashed the power of the Taiishu, feeling the extraordinary force within himself. This power transcended all worldly constraints, with the spiritual and battle energies of the universe seemingly bowing to the Taiishu true qi, swallowed into chaos, forming a black hole-like space. At that moment, Zhan Wuming sensed several powerful presences probing the area, but due to the peculiar nature of the Taiishu power, those presences withdrew immediately upon contact, without further investigation. Zhan Wuming let out a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. He thought to himself how fortunate it was. At this time, with the grand selection of the 8 major sects, countless ancient beasts and top-tier experts were gathered around Nanjao City. The presences that had just probed were definitely not ordinary. Even experts above the level of Battle Emperor, faced with this devouring force, would not dare to continue their investigation. After all, offending an ancient monster from a sect wasn't something they could easily risk. Zhan Wuming also understood that if those experts had delved deeper, they would have discovered that the source of the pressure was merely a seemingly insignificant young man. At that point, his secret would be exposed, and he would become prey for the major sects, hunted relentlessly. Fortunately, during this crucial selection period, those experts hadn't dared to probe deeply, giving Zhan Wuming a chance to keep his secret. Otherwise, if those Battle Emperor-level experts had detected him, the consequences would have been disastrous. At that moment, Zhan Wuming's form moved like a phantom through the void, appearing before Tu Yongcheng without hesitation. A look of relief crossed Tu Yongcheng's eyes as he sensed the powerful martial skill, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. I die without regret. For Zhan Wuming, killing was as easy as playing a game, with nothing standing in his way. In his final act of arrogance, Zhan Wuming slashed Tu Yongcheng's throat with a small knife, causing blood to spurt out. Quickly, he stripped a ring from the corpse, stealthily taking it like a thief before fleeing the scene. If he lingered any longer, the old monsters might arrive, and he feared becoming their prey. Zhan Wuming warned himself never to recklessly use the power of the Taiishu again, as losing control could make him an enemy of the entire martial world. Not long after he left, hurried footsteps echoed on the mountain path. Masters from nearby sects arrived, sensing something was amiss, but finding nothing except Tu Yongcheng's decapitated body. Seeing this, they frowned, suspecting it was the work of an elder from one of the sects, and left without helping. Only one shadowy figure remained, Tu Yongcheng. Tu Yongcheng never doubted that his 4 battle kings would easily defeat Zhan Wuming, so he didn't think it necessary to investigate personally. However, when he suddenly sensed one of the 2 shadow bees he had raised was dead, anger surged within him. Both furious and puzzled, he decided to leave the city to find out what had happened. Upon reaching the outskirts, Tu Yongcheng immediately saw Tu Yongcheng's body. Soon, he also discovered Tu Haha's corpse next to a bottomless pit emanating chaotic fire energy. Tu Yongcheng knew that the 2 Yin 4 generals were likely doomed. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of shame that Zhan Wuming, whom he had always dismissed, could easily eliminate 4 battle kings. The thought of losing face to someone he considered insignificant made him wary of Zhan Wuming. Zhan Wuming, I will personally kill you, Tu Yongcheng vowed, crushing a twig in his hand with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming had no intention of lingering outside the city, even though he knew Tu Yongcheng had already left the city. Before leaving, he had instructed Yan Yi to prepare everything and monitor whether Tu Yongcheng would follow. Soon, Yan Yi signaled 5 times, indicating that Tu Yongcheng had arrived. Initially, Zhan Wuming had set a trap for Tu Yongcheng's arrival, but he now understood that he couldn't casually use his Taiishu energy. If misused, he might become prey for the old monsters. With only his physical strength, he wasn't confident he could easily defeat this 2-star battle king, especially since the opponent was from the Lingjian sect, likely possessing many life-saving techniques. Without absolute certainty, Zhan Wuming wouldn't act rashly. He decided to return to the city for now, saving the fight for another day when he could eliminate this trouble at an opportune moment. However, fate seemed to play a trick on him. Just as he was about to return to the city, he encountered someone Jia Qing. Jia Qing had been waiting on the road back to the city for some time. Unaware of Zhan Wuming's exact location, he chose to wait on the path he must take, hoping Zhan Wuming would return unharmed. As expected, Zhan Wuming returned safely, and Jia Qing breathed a sigh of relief. a smile of reassurance appearing on his face. What are you doing here? Zhan Wuming was puzzled, as Jia Qing's presence was unexpected. Miss sent me to find you. Jia Qing replied with a wry smile. I didn't know where you were, so I had to wait on your way back to the city. Hearing Lu Wanru's name warmed Zhan Wuming's heart, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Lu Wanru truly cared for him. He paused, his gaze sharpening. You've come at the right time. With you here, I'm confident I can personally eliminate Tu Yanxing. Jia Qing was taken aback, staring at the aggressive Zhan Wuming, unable to associate him with someone who had business to attend to. This was clearly someone looking for trouble. Who are you planning to kill? Jia Qing couldn't help but ask. Tu Yanxing. Zhan Wuming replied decisively, his eyes glinting with a sharp, murderous intent. Jia Qing was speechless upon hearing this. It turned out that Zhan Wuming had left the city to eliminate the troublesome Tu Yanxing. This was utterly reckless. Tu Yanxing commanded 4 battle kings, while Zhan Wuming had only brought along Yan Yi, a 1-star battle king, and yet dared to venture out, calling it luring the enemy to eradicate traitors. What shocked Jia Qing even more was that Zhan Wuming actually succeeded. He witnessed the 4 battle kings fall one by one, which was nothing short of a miracle. However, on reflection, such miracles seemed almost typical for Zhan Wuming. This man never played by the rules. Since they had met, he had never done anything that didn't surprise people. 4-star and 3-star battle kings had fallen to him. A few 1- or 2-star battle kings were hardly a challenge. Zhan Wuming signaled with a few flickers of light in Yan Yi's direction. Soon, Yan Yi's figure quietly appeared. In dealing with the 4 battle kings earlier, Zhan Wuming had used every trick in the book: ambushes, assassinations, traps, and schemes, with the last one, Tu Yanxing, being taken down in a direct confrontation, almost causing a disaster. This time, Zhan Wuming planned to have a straightforward battle. With himself, 2-star battle king Jia Qing, and 1-star battle king Yan Yi, they had a good chance against Tu Yanxing, a 2-star battle king. Even if Tu Yanxing was slightly stronger than Yan Yi, the odds were still in their favor with the 3 working together. As the saying goes, 3 bullies can overpower 1 seasoned fighter. Since he dared to threaten them, he would now face the consequences of 3 against 1. Meanwhile, Tu Yanxing was contemplating how to use the upcoming 8 sect selection to eliminate Zhan Wuming. This person was like a thorn in his side, especially after the death of the Tuyen 4 generals. He had a close relationship with the elders in charge of recruiting disciples for the Lingjian sect, granting him certain recommendation privileges, which attracted many young talents eager to curry favor. By leveraging this, he wouldn't even need to act personally to deal with Zhan Wuming. Even if these young talents couldn't kill Zhan Wuming, they would surely suffer losses at his hands. Such losses would inevitably lead to enmity, and the forces behind these young talents would certainly bear a grudge against Zhan Wuming, causing him endless trouble. Thinking of this, Tu Yanxing couldn't help but smile smugly. Although Tai Mu had failed, that was an unknown fight. Rallying the masses to attack might just provide a chance to put Zhan Wuming in a perilous position. Suddenly, a chill swept over Tu Yanxing, causing his heart to skip a beat. Looking up, he saw 2 figures blocking the road in the moonlight, exuding a strong, murderous aura. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhan Wuming and an elderly 1-star battle king. Tu Yanxing was momentarily stunned, puzzled as to where Zhan Wuming found the confidence to challenge him with just a 1-star battle king. The confrontation between Zhan Wuming and Tu Yanxing was immediately tense. Looking at Tu Yanxing in front of him, Zhan Wuming curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Weren't you planning to kill me? I prefer not to leave loose ends. It's not the thief stealing that worries me, but rather being remembered by one. So, I think it's better to deal with you. Just you. Tu Yanxing scoffed. To him, the idea that a 1-star battle king in a battle sect could take him on, a 2-star battle king, was absurd. Especially since he was an elite disciple of the Lingjian sect, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary 2-star battle king. Zhan Wuming spoke with the tone of a mentor advising a younger person. I like your overconfidence because the more self-assured you are at the start, the more interesting your end. Tu Yanxing, I have high hopes for you. These words completely enraged Tu Yanxing. He could no longer suppress his murderous intent, and his aura surged instantly. At that moment, Zhan Wuming gave Yan Yi a meaningful glance, then swiftly retreated behind him. This seemingly submissive move hit a clever strategy. Tu Yanxing's accumulated aura spilled uncontrollably into the gap left by Zhan Wuming's retreat, like a pool suddenly opening a breach. Yan Yi seized this fleeting opportunity, directing a blade's light towards the point where Tu Yanxing's aura leaked. Only then did Tu Yanxing realize his carelessness. It was surprising that a battle sect could so precisely grasp the flow of battle energy. Forced to draw his sword hastily, Tu Yanxing lost his previous composure, and his swordplay was no longer smooth. Although he attacked with the power of a 2-star battle king, he failed to gain the upper hand against Yan Yi. The two clashed briefly, but Tu Yanxing had no chance to regain his rhythm. Zhan Wuming timed his move perfectly, advancing like a shadow. His attack was seamlessly coordinated with Yan Yi, clearly a product of careful planning. As Tu Yinsheng was exhausted from the clash with Yan Yi, Zhan Wuming delivered a powerful straight punch. Facing this relentless assault, Tu Yinsheng could only lift his sword to fend off the attack, hoping to force a retreat. However, just as Zhan Wuming's punch halted, a faster sidekick came from a blind spot, too quick for Tu Yinsheng to counter. With a loud impact, Tu Yinsheng was forced to raise his leg to block. Though protected by his battle energy, it faltered slightly from the earlier clash with Yan Yi, and the hurried defense left his shield shattered by Zhan Wuming's powerful kick. Crack! Tu Yinsheng could almost hear the violent protest of his leg bones. The physical strength of Zhan Wuming was astonishing, even more formidable than that of a fierce beast. Again, Zhan Wuming roared, his attacks relentless as he followed with another barrage of punches, giving Tu Yinsheng no chance to catch his breath. A cold smile flickered in Tu Yinsheng's eyes. The previous strike had indeed been unexpected and bizarre, but it had given him an opportunity to adjust. Although he couldn't fully harness his battle energy, the sword in his hand was no ordinary weapon. It was a spiritual artifact bestowed by his sect, far from something that mere fists could easily withstand. However, as Tu Yinsheng raised his sword to block, his expression suddenly changed. Zhan Wuming's fists abruptly opened, releasing two fiery spiritual stones that shot out, piercing through the air with remarkable speed and a cunning trajectory that even skimmed beneath the sword blade, aiming directly at Tu Yinsheng's chest. Tu Yinsheng was momentarily stunned. Just two spiritual stones. Although powerful, even if they could penetrate his battle energy shield, they might not pose a significant threat. He mused that such an attack, seemingly given without reservation, was like handing him spiritual stones for free, utterly baffling. In his view, spiritual stones were extremely precious to any cultivator. Disciples of the sect received very few lower-grade stones monthly, and even inner disciples could only obtain 20. Such resources were not to be squandered lightly. For Zhan Wuming to so generously use spiritual stones as hidden weapons, if the sect's disciples knew, they might exclaim, "I'd rather be struck dead by spiritual stones." Yet, Tu Yinsheng had long realized that Zhan Wuming was no ordinary cultivator. Observing him easily slay the four generals of Tu Yan, it was clear that this man was deeply cunning and did not adhere to conventional methods. Therefore, Tu Yinsheng dared not be careless and quickly concentrated his battle energy to shield himself against this sudden assault. The two spiritual stones lived up to their formidable nature, crashing into his sturdy battle energy shield and exploding with a deafening roar. The resulting fiery spiritual energy scattered like a tidal wave, shattering Tu Yinsheng's shield into pieces. The intense impact caused a sharp pain in his chest, nearly forcing him to cough up blood. Fortunately, he was wearing a protective spiritual armor gifted by his master, or he would have been gravely injured. Seeing the glow of the spiritual armor on Tu Yinsheng, Zhan Wuming sighed inwardly with regret. Although the impact of the two stones had churned Tu Yinsheng's energy and blood, it failed to inflict a fatal wound. Tu Yinsheng's defense was indeed formidable. After the explosion, Zhan Wuming did not hesitate, launching a fierce punch that broke through Tu Yinsheng's shattered shield, slamming hard into his chest. Tu Yinsheng couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Despite the protective armor absorbing some of the impact, Zhan Wuming's rhino-like strength still shook his internal organs, nearly causing him to spit blood. However, Zhan Wuming gave him no respite. After landing the punch, he swiftly retreated, continuing to coordinate with Yan Yi. Yan Yi seized the moment, swiftly moving past Zhan Wuming, his long blade slicing through the air with deadly precision, as if to cut through everything in Tu Yinsheng's sight. Tu Yinsheng retreated with all his might, his heart filled with anxiety. The onslaught from Zhan Wuming and Yan Yi was like a relentless tide, completely dominating the rhythm of the battle. Zhan Wuming was not only physically powerful, but also incredibly cunning, never following conventional tactics, completely suppressing Tu Yinsheng under their control. If Tu Yinsheng had been prepared, he wouldn't have been fazed by this attack. However, at this moment, his energy was turbulent, his internal organs were in shock, and his battle aura was not consolidated. If he took the blow heed-in, he would undoubtedly get injured. Unwilling to remain passive, he couldn't understand why things were going so poorly tonight. He was supposed to be the one in control, dictating the pace of the battle. Yet from the start, he was at a disadvantage, being led by Zhan Wuming. Although he possessed the strongest battle aura, everything had been disrupted. Just when Tu Yinsheng thought he could finally break free from Yan Yi's blade and make a breakthrough, he noticed a mocking glint in Yan Yi's eyes. In that instant, a sense of impending danger surged within him. Before he could react, a chilling, sharp presence rushed at him from behind, nearly knocking him over. Startled, Tu Yinsheng instantly realized the gravity of the situation. The real threat wasn't from Yan Yi and Zhan Wuming, despite their teamwork putting him at a great disadvantage. It wasn't enough to threaten his life. If he could seize a small opportunity, he could regain control. However, he hadn't expected that Zhan Wuming and the one-star Battle King were merely distractions. The real deadly threat had been lurking in the shadows all along. A gleam of a sword pierced from behind. Thanks to his years of training in the Lingjian sect, Tu Yanqing instinctively dodged just enough to avoid a fatal blow, but the sword still pierced his shoulder. The force of that strike nearly destroyed his battle aura, instantly throwing his energy into chaos. I'm a disciple of the Lingjian sect. If you dare kill me, the Lingjian sect won't let you off, Tu Yanqing shouted, his voice tinged with obvious fear. Though the sword wasn't fatal, if Zhan Wuming continued his assault, Tu Yanqing wouldn't be able to escape death's grip. Zhan Wuming sneered, unfazed. If you dare threaten me, don't pretend to be tough. Don't think your connections can save you. The Lingjian sect isn't your personal property. If you want my life, I'll still take yours. With that, he spat on the ground with disdain. Tu Yanqing's face turned pale as he realized the attacker was a two-star battle king. Filled with anger, he cursed. You're shameless, using such underhanded tactics. However, Zhan Wuming only laughed coldly. Are you stupid? Why waste effort when you don't have to? You think this is a fair duel? It's a fight, got it? The three of us against you will fight however we want. Jia Qing, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat. This guy was no simple character. Initially uncomfortable with the idea of ambushing, Zhan Wuming's words made it seem justified. How could the opponent argue back when his ambush was turned into a reason to call him foolish? Tu Yanqing was left speechless, his throat letting out a dry cough, lips trembling as he struggled to find a retort. I told you before, if you want to take me down, be prepared to die, Zhan Wuming said coldly, with a mocking tone. If you don't catch me, I'll consider your earlier words as ignorance and let it go. If you survive, I'll let you off this time. But if your men dare to follow, I'll unleash my fury and send you all packing, because I can't stand thieves eyeing my stuff, Zhan Wuming said, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light and his voice carrying an undeniable threat. He paused for a moment, a cold smile playing at his lips, and continued. You think you can outsmart me that easily? Trying to take me down with just some lousy honey and a couple of bugs. I'm the master of beasts. You should just rest in peace. As for being a disciple of the Lingjian sect, from now on, you'll be a ghost of the Lingjian sect. As long as you don't kill me, I can have my father agree to any of your conditions. Tu Yanqing's voice trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His life was completely in Zhan Wuming's hands, and the palpable intent to kill filled him with unprecedented panic. Zhan Wuming laughed disdainfully, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Save it for a good coffin, unless your father is a fool who'd agree to any condition. He was done with the conversation and signaled to Jia Qing. Without hesitation, Jia Qing swung his sword, a flash of cold light. Tu Yanqing tried to speak, but Jia Qing didn't give him the chance. The sword's light swept through, and blood splattered 5 steps away. With Tu Yanqing dead, Zhan Wuming immediately moved forward, swiftly looting everything. From rings to coins in the pouch, nothing was left behind, not even the ornaments on his head. It was as thorough as a swarm of locusts. Jia Qing watched, breaking into a cold sweat, silently vowing never to cross someone like Zhan Wuming. Let's go. Someone will come to collect the body tomorrow, Zhan Wuming said, not wanting to linger. Despite his bravado about not fearing the Lingjian sect, Tu Yanqing was still a disciple, and his master could be a peak battle king. If they were to retaliate, he could be in trouble. Quite the temper, skilled in murder and plunder, cunning, but not a good person. A cold voice drifted through the night, as if right beside Zhan Wuming's ear. Daring to kill someone from the Lingjian sect, indeed, new talents emerge every generation. Zhan Wuming hadn't noticed the person's presence, but the voice was crystal clear, frightening him to the core. He realized he had encountered a master, someone whose prowess was at least that of a peak battle king, possibly even a battle emperor. Jia Qing and Yan Yi halted, glancing around in confusion, but saw no one. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void, commanding and icy. Zhan Wuming shrugged nonchalantly, his expression relaxed as he said, I wonder who this esteemed senior might be. Greetings from this humble one. If you've also taken a liking to this guy's Chinquan ring, feel free to speak up. I'm quite generous in that regard. Ignorant youth. You think you can just walk away after killing a disciple of the Lingjian sect? The cold voice spoke again. Before the words were finished, a figure riding a green-eyed golden-eyed beast raced towards them, arriving before the trio in an instant. The immense pressure bore down like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Green-eyed golden-eyed beast. Zhan Wuming's face changed dramatically, inwardly cursing. This is seriously a nightmare. He instantly recognized the newcomer as not only being at the Battle Emperor level, but also riding a Battle King peak-level green-eyed golden-eyed beast. Zhan Wuming regretted not using his alchemy fire earlier to reduce Tu Yanqing to ashes, which would have left no evidence. But now it was too late for regrets, so he adopted a respectful posture. Greetings, senior. Indeed, I was the one who killed him. However, I truly didn't know he was from the Lingjian sect. I thought he was a prince from the Tian kingdom. Because I had some disputes with his brother, he gathered 4 battle kings to kill me, and I was merely defending myself. Dare you lie to this old man? The elder's gaze turned cold, his voice even icier. Zhan Wuming quickly put on a submissive expression. Please, senior, see the truth. I've admired the Lingjian sect since childhood. If I had known he was a disciple, I would have tried to curry favor, not offend him. In my eyes, the Lingjian sect is a supreme sect, and I've always dreamed of joining it. Jia Qing and Yan Yi were stunned, almost convinced by Zhan Wuming's performance. They couldn't help but agree. Yes, senior, we truly didn't know he was a Lingjian sect disciple. We thought he was just a prince from a secular kingdom. We were forced to fight back. Seeing their cooperation, Zhan Wuming nodded inwardly. He was certain the elder hadn't overheard Tu Yinqing's earlier declaration of his Lingjian sect identity. Otherwise, with his battle emperor prowess, he wouldn't have let Tu Yinqing be killed. In this scenario, either the elder arrived late, or he simply didn't want to save Tu Yinqing. Either way, Zhan Wuming's story had room for maneuver. The old man furrowed his brows, a look of confusion etched on his face. He couldn't quite discern whether the young man before him, named Zhan Wuming, was aware of Tu Yan's identity as a member of the Lingjian sect. However, hearing the other speak so highly of the sect, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, and his anger gradually subsided. Although this young man had indeed killed a disciple of Lingjian sect, his displayed talent and wisdom were truly remarkable, sparking a sense of appreciation for his potential. Seeing that the old man merely observed him coldly without taking action, Zhan Wuming knew his life was temporarily spared, which eased his mind. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, Senior, ignorance is no excuse. If you wish to blame me, I have no complaints, as I was indeed at fault. As he spoke, a look of longing appeared on his face. Although part of me is unwilling, to die at the hands of a Lingjian sect senior would satisfy my vanity. Even in the afterlife, I can boast that I fell to a war emperor of the Lingjian sect, which is quite an honor, considering my lifelong admiration for the sect. Jia Qing felt nauseated by these words, inwardly marveling at the sheer audacity. Shamelessness truly has no equal in this world, he thought, considering it a profound truth. Yet, Yan Yi was moved by Zhan Wuming's sincerity, thinking to himself that this young man truly had a deep admiration for the Lingjian sect, even finding honor in dying by their hands. He unconsciously wiped the corners of his eyes, feeling a sense of emotion he hadn't experienced in many years. Even the peak fifth-tier blue-eyed golden-eyed beast let out a low whimper, clearly touched by the statement. As an intelligent beast, it fully understood the meaning behind Zhan Wuming's words. The old man's expression wavered. With the conversation reaching this point, his pride as a war emperor prevented him from harming a junior in the war sect realm. Moreover, the young man's high regard for the Lingjian sect and his outstanding talent indeed stirred a sense of appreciation. If you wish for me not to kill you, you must agree to one condition. We will overlook your killing of the Lingjian sect disciple today, or else you must return to the sect with me to face punishment, the old man said, taking a deep breath. Please, speak, senior, Zhan Wuming replied, his face showing remorse and obedience. Had Jia Qing and Yan Yi not known his true nature, they might have believed it was genuine. Come back to the mountain with me and become my medicine boy. Old ghost, give it a rest, a rough voice suddenly interrupted, cutting off the old man. I've already set my sights on this boy to make him my final disciple. How can I let him be your medicine boy? How many of those have you lost already? To waste such a talented individual on your experiments would be a crime against nature. Under the moonlight, a green ox appeared leisurely, with an old man with a red face sitting atop it, exuding a wild, ape-like aura. Tianmu King Beast, Zhan Wuming exclaimed. Good eye, boy. This green ox of mine is indeed a rare variant beast in the world. A Tianmu King Beast, the red-faced old man laughed heartily. Old madman, the white-robed elder's eyes flashed coldly as he snorted. Old Zhang, we meet again. Last time, you tricked me out of the jade golden beast. Today, you don't intend to fight me for a disciple, do you? The red-faced elder coldly stared at the white-clothed elder across from him, his eyes glinting with hostility. The blue ox beneath him snorted and pawed the ground uneasily, its presence subtly overpowering the jade golden beast beside the white-clothed elder. The white-clothed elder remained calm, lightly flicking his long sleeves, unwilling to engage further with the red-faced elder. This young man doesn't seem interested in your beast-taming sect, and has a great admiration for our spirit sword sect. Choosing a disciple also depends on their willingness. With that, he turned his gaze to the young man nearby, effectively passing the decision to Zhan Wuming. Zhan Wuming stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Junior Zhan Wuming greets the two seniors. He paused, then continued clearly. To be honest, I do wish to join the spirit sword sect, but I once vowed that if I were to join a sect, it must be with the grandeur of an open ceremony, and I must be taken as a disciple with honor. He straightened his back, his tone filled with undeniable confidence. Because I believe that with my talent, entering a sect quietly would be disrespectful to it. A genius kept hidden is like a precious gem covered in dust, unworthy of the sect's ancestors. If a disciple of my caliber isn't celebrated with an open ceremony, it would be an injustice to the sect's forebears. His eyes were resolute, and his voice rose slightly. So, my condition for joining is simple. The sect that is willing to welcome me with open arms and a grand ceremony is the one I'll join. I cannot dishonor my ancestors. As soon as Zhan Wuming finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Those present exchanged incredulous glances, shocked by such audacious words, claiming that not having a grand ceremony to welcome him would be disrespectful to the ancestors. Jia Qing and Yan Yi, standing nearby, were wide-eyed and slack-jawed, clearly stunned by his declaration. The white-clothed elder frowned, his face darkening instantly. Impossible for a mere Zhan sect member to expect our spirit sword sect to open its gates wide. Overestimating oneself? Sheer delusion. His voice was filled with cold disdain. The red-faced elder, however, did not immediately refuse. He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on Zhan Wuming. Young one, if our beast-taming sect were willing to welcome you with open arms, would you consider joining us? His tone was unusually solemn. Zhan Wuming's attitude subtly shifted. Though I have a fondness for the spirit sword sect, the name of the beast-taming sect is equally renowned. If the beast-taming sect is willing to welcome me with open arms, I would consider it. Seeing this, the white-clothed elder's anger surged within him. This youngster's words were duplicitous, had just praised the spirit sword sect, only to turn and cozy up to the beast-taming sect. But faced with the red-faced elder, whom he referred to as the old madman, he couldn't act against Zhan Wuming for now. The red-faced elder pondered for a moment before suddenly making a decision. Very well, I promise that the beast-taming sect will welcome you with open arms and let you join us with a grand ceremony. His voice was firm and unquestionable. These words left the white-clothed elder dumbfounded. He asked incredulously, "Old madman, are you sure you haven't misspoken?" Opening the gates wide for a mere Zhan sect disciple. That's right. I, Lai Wenxiu, never beat around the bush. If it's a yes, it's a yes. If no, then no. The red-faced elder retorted disdainfully. Unlike you hypocrites, who put on airs of aloofness while secretly engaging in self-serving deeds. The white-clothed elder was incensed by these words, but chose not to continue the topic. Instead, he pointed at Zhan Wuming and said, I am not dealing with this madman, but this boy killed a disciple of our spirit sword sect, and I can't overlook that. Lai Wenxiu waved dismissively. A worthless one killed, so be it. After all, your spirit sword sect has disciples in abundance. He stood tall, shielding Zhan Wuming behind him, his voice resolute. This boy is the inaugural disciple of our beast-taming sect. If there's any issue, come at me. This young man is a disciple of your Isho sect, and I can let it slide for his sake. However, these two individuals have no connection to your sect, and they participated in the attack on my Lingjin sect disciples. I intend to kill these two, and I ask that you do not interfere. The elder in white, Xing Chukai, squinted his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Jia Qing and Yan Yi turned pale instantly, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhan Wuming's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this seemingly virtuous elder to be so cunning, exploiting his weakness with a single sentence. Lai Wenxiu stood nearby, his brow furrowed. He understood the predicament. Jia Qing and Yan Yi were indeed unrelated to the Isho sect, and Zheng Chucai's gesture of sparing Zhan Wuming was a well-crafted trap. If he intervened to protect these two, it would be seen as disrespecting the Lingjin sect. In this delicate power struggle, one wrong move could endanger the entire sect. Faced with Zheng Chucai's intense killing intent, Jia Qing and Yan Yi were like startled birds, too frightened to even resist. Zheng Chucai, you're despicable. Lai Wenxiu shouted angrily. You pretend to give face to my Isho sect, knowing full well their connection with the young one. If I stand by and watch you kill these two, that would truly disgrace the Isho sect. With that, he urged his green ox forward, standing firmly in front of Zhan Wuming and the others, his stance unwavering. Lai Wenxiu, don't think I'm afraid of you. Zheng Chucai was also provoked. I've already shown enough respect to your Isho sect. If you continue to interfere, you're openly challenging my Lingjin sect. It's been a long time since we last crossed paths. I wonder if you've improved over the years. How about a little spar? Lai Wenxiu smirked, changing the subject. Zheng Chucai's expression shifted. He knew all too well that Lai Wenxiu's combat skills were notoriously fierce, with formidable attack power. He had been slightly inferior back then, and was even less confident now. Weighing his options, he threatened darkly. Even if you can protect them for now, can you guard them forever? Zhan Wuming's anger flared at these words. He glared coldly at Zheng Chucai. I called you senior earlier, thinking you were noble. I didn't expect a battle emperor to relentlessly pursue two battle kings and resort to threats. I misjudged you. If you truly seek revenge for your disciples, come at me. I killed them, and I have the ring. State your terms, and I, Zhan Wuming, will accept them. In Nanjao City, battle kings cannot act. If any disciple of Lingjin sect below a battle king wants justice, I'll face them. Of course, life and death are up to fate. If you wish to be even more shameless, Feel free to attack personally or send a battle king to kill me. Let the world see how the battle emperors and kings of Lingjian's sect deal with a battle sect. You arrogant brat. Zhang Chukai was furious. This young man, who was so respectful moments ago, now dared to confront him so boldly. Zhang Chukai, don't say I didn't warn you. Lai Wenxio's voice was as piercing as ice, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhang Chukai. If anyone above the rank of battle king from the Lingjian sect makes a move against this kid, I won't hold back either. Who wouldn't use their strength against the weak? I'll have my fun with your battle king disciples from the Lingjian sect, and I won't stop until I'm satisfied. Zhang Chucai's expression changed slightly. He knew all too well what kind of person Lai Wenxio, known as the Old Madman, was. Everyone in the Eastern Spirit domain knew that Lai Wenxio never minced words and acted without regard for consequences. That was why those who knew him called him the Old Madman. Very well. Zhang Chukai was furious, his fingers unconsciously clenching. Although the beast-taming sect had fewer disciples than the Lingjian sect, their true strength lay not in numbers, but in their beast-taming abilities. The sect's army of magical beasts was enough to make other sects tremble. While the Lingjian sect considered themselves superior to the beast-taming sect, they weren't arrogant enough to believe they could defeat them heathen. Even the top sect in the Eastern Spirit domain, the Xianling sect, wouldn't dare make such claims. Zhan Wuming suddenly stepped forward, a gleam of challenge in his eyes. Do you dare to bet with this kid? I'm willing to accept a challenge from any disciple below the rank of battle king from your Lingjian sect. If I die in battle, it will be a fair contest, and it will settle the score with the Lingjian sect. You can do as you wish with the other two. But if I win, then the matter with 2 yen ends here, and the Lingjian sect must not bother us again. His expression was proud, as if silently mocking. Your Lingjian sect only bullies the weak and doesn't dare to fight fairly. Yes, in such a fair fight, if this kid is killed, it just means he wasn't skilled enough. Our beast-taming sect will have nothing to say. Lai Wenxio immediately agreed, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Lai Wenxio's lips curled into a provocative smile. Zhang Chukai, are you scared? Or does your Lingjian sect only know how to bully the weak? He deliberately added fuel to the fire, eager to stir up trouble, yet he secretly admired this young man more and more. Fine, Lai Wenxio, you'll be preparing to collect this kid's body. Zhang Chucai's face turned ashen, agreeing in anger and humiliation. Wait, Lai Wenxio suddenly raised his hand, frowning. Don't tell me you're planning a relay battle. With so many of your Lingjian sect disciples, you could fight for a year and never finish, or swarm him 100 to 1. How would that be fair? Zhan Wuming immediately chimed in. Right, I don't want endless challenges. I need time to eat and sleep. So, let's say one day. If within a day, any of your disciples below the rank of battle king can defeat me unknown, then I lose. There was an unspoken understanding between him and Lai Wenxio. Rubbish! Zhang Chukai shouted angrily. My Lingjian sect disciples have no need for relay battles or group fights. Just one day, unknown, my disciple will surely kill you. His voice was full of disdain. Zhan Wuming showed no more respect, standing tall and proud. Then it settled. You decide the time, just let me know. I don't care when it is. Even if you want to gather your top disciples from the sect, I can wait. The time will be the day of the sect's grand selection, outside the Yinshan arena. Zhang Chucai's frustration grew as he spoke, and in his anger, he left with a curt remark, spurring his green-eyed, golden-eyed beast and vanishing from sight with a few swift movements. Lai Wenxio laughed heartily, giving Zhan Wuming a hearty slap on the shoulder that nearly sent him stumbling. Kid, well done. I'm rooting for you. On the day of the grand selection, we'll open the mountain gates for you to become a disciple. Thank you, Senior Lai. Zhan Wuming felt grateful to this rough but genuine man before him, someone truly worthy of respect. The day of the sect's grand selection is just the day after tomorrow. Time is tight, so hurry back to the city, rest, and prepare, Lai Wenxio said solemnly, his gaze intense. Thank you in advance, Elder. Zhan Wuming replied with a hint of joy in his heart, immediately agreeing. Lai Wenxio nodded. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to deliver the profiles of the top disciples below the rank of Battle King from Lingjian sect to you. This will help you understand their specialties. He paused, frowning slightly. The disciples of Lingjian sect may seem courteous and refined, but they are cunning and deceitful behind the scenes. Over the years, they have expanded aggressively, even extending their reach into secular kingdoms and recruiting many royal family members. Many sects are displeased, yet no one dares to openly oppose them. Zhan Wuming understood the underlying concern in Lai Wenxio's words, which made him alert. Lai Wenxio continued thoughtfully. I'm worried that Zhang Chukai might take this opportunity to target you from behind. The bet, whether it originated from Isho sect or Lingjian sect, has become the talk of Nanjao city. Everyone's discussing a duel between you and Zhang Chukai, an elder of Lingjian sect, betting that you can defeat all disciples below the Battle King rank. Zhang Chukai refused to back down, proposing a duel on Yinshan during the grand selection of the 8 sects, where you'll face all Lingjian sect disciples below the Battle King rank. Zhan Wuming pondered this, sensing the concern in Lai Wenxiu's words. Lai Wenxiu feared that Zhang Chukai might use this duel to eliminate them. However, Zhan Wuming wasn't overly concerned and instead dismissed it with a smile. No worries, wouldn't that be even better? Even if I embarrass myself publicly, everyone will know, and won't that make me stand out even more? Lai Wenxiu's lips curled into a slightly helpless smile. If that's the case, just be careful. He then stood up, gesturing for them to start their journey back. Let's return to the city. I'll accompany you part of the way. That night, Zhan Wuming had already heard the rumors outside. In Nanjao City, his name shone like a rising star. Nearly everyone was talking about him, discussing his story of rising from obscurity to a genius. Yesterday, he had crippled Prince Tianqi on the main street and decisively defeated Taimu He, shaking the entire city overnight. Many were speculating whether he would climb to the top if his name appeared on the Grand Selection's golden list. Zhan Wuming. Zhan Wuming. His name quickly spread through every corner of Nanjao City. Undoubtedly, it was the most talked about name in the city. Some even speculated that if Zhan Wuming could enter Lingjian sect, he would be a person of incredible potential. With tens of thousands of disciples, only the top geniuses could enter. Yet Zhan Wuming, an outsider unaffiliated with any sect, dared to make such bold claims, which was truly astonishing. Many began to worry if he could withstand the challenges from the disciples below the Battle King rank in Lingjian sect. Although Zhan Wuming heard these discussions, he didn't pay them much mind. He knew this was likely news spread by Isho sect, and Lingjian sect wouldn't interfere unnecessarily at this time. The rumors were merely a form of publicity for himself, taking full advantage. At this moment, he no longer focused on the external rumors and instead devoted himself to studying the profiles of Lingjian sect's disciples. The information provided by Isho sect emphasized the battle sect disciples of Lingjian sect. As Zhan Wuming reviewed these profiles, he was quite surprised. The battle sect disciples of Lingjian sect were categorized into three groups: outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Outer disciples were mostly below the Battle King rank. Inner disciples were typically low-level Battle Kings, and core disciples generally had higher cultivation, often mid-level Battle Kings and above. Among these inner and core disciples, there was a more exceptional group, the battle sect disciples. These individuals possessed extraordinary talent, capable of defeating Battle Kings across levels. The information provided by Isho sect focused on these top disciples, numbering in the dozens, leaving Zhan Wuming astonished. Without further thought, he continued to study the strengths of each disciple, forming an initial plan in his mind. Although the challenge is limited to just one day, it is precisely because of this that Lingjian sect must choose its strongest disciples to confront Zhan Wuming. Failing to do so would result in a devastating blow to the sect's reputation. Especially after the news spread that Zhan Wuming was challenging all Lingjian sect experts below the rank of War King by himself, the sect could not allow him to survive this challenge. They must kill Zhan Wuming, and they must do so openly. This is the perfect opportunity. Despite being located in the Zhangyan Empire, Lingjian sect is far from Nanjao City. The vast expanse of the Zhangyan Empire, interspersed with nearly 100 dynasties, means that even with its significant influence, Lingjian sect cannot quickly bridge this distance. Among the disciples of the war sect within Lingjian sect, Zhan Wuming focused on three individuals. First, there is Jian Lingzi, a young prodigy of legendary talent. Jian Lingzi showed extraordinary aptitude from a young age. He introduced battle energy into his body at 6, officially becoming a warrior, reached the rank of warrior at 8, gathered energy to become a master at 10, and crossed into the realm of the sect at 13. Now, at only 16, Jian Lingzi has advanced from 1-star to 9-star cultivation in just 3 years, achieving a remarkable breakthrough. Jian Lingzi's presence within Lingjian sect has caused a sensation. Although he seldom acts personally, it is said that his determination is unwavering, and every time he draws his sword, it results in the enemy's demise. Even more astonishing is that since Jian Lingzi's entry into the sect's revered divine sword has resonated with him. This event shook the entire sect, and Jian Lingzi was immediately designated as a core disciple, receiving focused cultivation. It is rumored that the sect's divine sword is the key to the Yuan realm, and only its true master can wield it. Once in the Yuan realm, one can absorb Yuan energy and transcend all limits. Jian Lingzi's talent and resonance with the divine sword have earned him the admiration of the sect elders and the headmaster, who believe he could likely become the master of this generation's divine sword, achieving a Yuan spirit body, transcending the mortal realm, and becoming a being surpassing the war god. Additionally, the sect founder is said to have achieved the Yuan spirit realm long ago, ascending to the Yuan realm and leaving the divine sword within the sect as its treasured artifact. Each generation's headmaster can only ascend to the Yuan realm after gaining the divine sword's approval. This not only highlights Jian Lingzi's cultivation prowess, but also makes his resonance with the divine sword a primary focus for Zhan Wuming. Another person who has caught Zhan Wuming's attention is Anen. No one knows Anen's true identity. Both the disciples of Lingjian's sect and external forces know very little about him, and even the beast-taming sect is unaware of his real name. This mysterious figure's identity and background are full of questions, and his abilities are highly feared. The presence of these individuals makes the challenge Zhan Wuming faces even more daunting. Nonetheless, he is well prepared to face the ultimate test from Lingjian's sect. It is said that this person has never been defeated by anyone of the same level. His name, Anen, implies that it is rare for him to lose. Even Jian Lingzi could not defeat him. Their legendary duel ended in a draw. However, Anen is significantly older than Jian Lingzi and possesses the formidable power of a 9-star battle sect. Rumor has it that he grew up in the Lingjian sect as a medicine boy, but due to his extraordinary talent, he surpassed his master at the age of 12 using sword techniques he learned in secret. Eventually, the Lingjian sect not only accepted him as a disciple, but also systematically cultivated him. He is ruthless and once killed his master, who had mistreated him in his youth, yet he faced no punishment from the Lingjian sect. Instead, he was accepted as a core disciple, highlighting his extraordinary talent that had already caught the sect's attention. After that, no more information about him circulated until now. The Isho sect only vaguely knows that he still exists and is unwilling to break through to the Battle King realm because he has a goal to participate in the trial of the Xiantian secret realm. The Xiantian secret realm opens every 20 years and only allows disciples below the Battle King level to enter. It is said to be a space connecting the continent to the outside world. The space is extremely unstable, and the entry of cultivators above the Battle King level would cause it to shatter. Therefore, the Xiantian secret realm serves as a trial ground for cultivators below the Battle King level. It is rich in energy, which helps disciples cleanse impurities from their bodies, making it a valuable opportunity for all major sections. However, the number of entrants is limited, leading to intense competition among the sects. Zhan Wuming carefully reviewed the detailed records of the Isho sect, which clearly demonstrated their thorough knowledge of talented disciples from other sections. Meanwhile, the Isho sect's intelligence work was also remarkable. In his past life, Zhan Wuming had heard that the Isho sect raised highly intelligent rat-shaped demonic beasts specifically for gathering information. These demon rats could bring back information to the sect, but at a cost, as they were fragile. Nevertheless, due to their strong reproductive abilities, the Isho sect, after countless generations of effort, managed to cultivate a rat emperor capable of transforming into human form. The rat emperor could communicate with the demon rats and was the core of the Isho sect's intelligence network. This was a rumor from Zhan Wuming's past life, and he had never confirmed the existence of the rat emperor. At this moment, he closed the secret document, sighed lightly, and opened the door. Outside stood the steward, Zhang Ge, seemingly waiting for him. "Uncle Ge, are you looking for me?" Zhan Wuming asked, slightly surprised. The steward respectfully handed him a soft leather tube, wrapped in an unknown animal skin. Zhan Wuming took it, broke the seal, and pulled out a piece of fine silk with his mother's familiar handwriting. The few lines were concise and clear. "The family has scattered, transitioning quietly, spreading across regions, secretly forming a business alliance to control various families. I have gathered the remnants of the Ling family, and I will personally handle the Zhang family matters. Take care of yourself, my son." After reading, Zhan Wuming crumbled the note into powder, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed his mother had found the remaining strength of her maternal family. No matter how powerful the Flame Emperor was, the Ling family had once been a great family at the Battle Saint level. Though the old Ling master failed to become a god due to a failed tribulation, he must have made thorough preparations before his end. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Ling family is reduced to a tenth of its former strength, it is not something the Zhang family can easily bully. Zhan Wuming's voice was calm and firm, though a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Zhang Ge looked at his young master with some concern and whispered, "Master, the power of the Lingjian sect is extremely formidable. Are you sure you want to proceed with this?" "I know what I'm doing," Zhan Wuming replied with a gentle wave of his hand, his gaze remaining steady. Changing the subject, he took out a Kun ring and handed it to Zhang Ge. "This secret venue needs to be relocated. Handle it yourself. I have plenty of money here." Zhan Wuming's fingers slightly tightened, and the metallic edge of the ring glinted coldly. Through a series of transactions recently, he had amassed considerable wealth, especially from a few Kun rings left by Tuyansheng, the second prince. These rings alone contained over 1 million in banknotes, hundreds of thousands in gold coins, and gold bars worth millions, not to mention the hidden troves of precious materials, gemstones, and dozens of spirit stones. After a brief inspection, Zhan Wuming felt a sense of satisfaction. The rings from Tuyen's 4 generals also held valuable items. Though the gold coins and spirit stones were not as plentiful as Tuyansheng's, they contained numerous rare herbs and materials. When Zhang Ge handed the rings to Zhan Wuming, he was momentarily stunned by the numbers displayed inside. The million gold coins and million in banknotes were equivalent to more than a year's business for the Zhan family across the entire Nanjao kingdom, an astonishing sum. This money must be put to good use. Zhan Wuming's tone was calm yet decisive. Not just for the Zhan family's business, but also for other ventures. From now on, you are an independent merchant. Only my parents and I will know you belong to the Zhan family. When the Zhan family needs you, you are one of us. Otherwise, trust no one. Zhang nodded solemnly. He was keenly aware of the Zhan family's transformation from one of the four families of Mai to a completely vanished clan. He also realized the heavy burden of responsibility now resting on his shoulders. Gazing thoughtfully out the window, Zhan Wuming felt no anxiety about the approaching challenge tomorrow. Rather, he was somewhat confident. He had faintly sensed the hostility between the Taiishu sect and the Ling sect. Despite the apparent harmony among the major sects, there were hidden rifts. His goal was not merely to win glory for himself, but to show the world that Zhan Wuming was not to be underestimated, not even by the Ling sect. Lai Wenxiao. Zhan Wuming chuckled softly, took a deep breath, and murmured to himself, "Since things have come to this point, don't blame me for being ruthless. I, Zhan Wuming, will make it known to the world that anyone who dares to cross me will pay the price." The scenery of Yinshan Lake was picturesque, with lakes crisscrossing and lush green meadows intertwined with mountains, forming a beautiful tableau. Far from the city of Nanjao, the area was free from magical beasts, and the royal family and nobility of Nanjao Kingdom often came here to hunt, treating it as their private garden. However, today, Yinshan Lake was different. It had become the venue for the Zhang Empire's 8th-sect selection. In this tranquil lakeside area, groups of young talents gathered, harboring dreams and eyes filled with longing to join one of the 8 major sections. For many scions of prominent families, their talents were no less than those of the sect disciples. Yet, the chance to surpass the war god realm still lay in the hands of these sections. Only they could unlock the Xiantian secret realm, obtain the Yuanqi pearl, and gain unparalleled opportunities. The major families might possess powerful warriors like battle saints and battle gods, but joining a sect offers their disciples an early opportunity to explore the mysteries of Yuan energy, which is undoubtedly a heaven-sent chance. Breaking through to the realms of battle emperor, battle sovereign, battle saint, or even battle god, and possibly gaining the blessing of Yuan energy, can propel a family to greater heights. A strong foundation is essential for a glorious future. Hence, the Great Sect Selection is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these families and an excellent stage for all young people. Today, Yinshan Dang is bustling with activity. Whether it's familiar friends arriving together or enemies glaring at each other, one thing remains: constant order prevails. When Zhan Wuming stepped into Yinshan Dang, long lines had already formed at the selection points set by the 8 major sections. The crowds were particularly large in front of Xianling sect, Tianling sect, and Luoxia sect, as these 3 are the top forces on the continent, far surpassing the other 5 sects, naturally attracting more disciples. Forces like the Dan sect, Treasure Pavilion, and Doom City are fundamentally different from sects and cannot select disciples in this manner. Each sect has different examination formats, and only those who safely emerge from the illusions set by each sect are eligible to enter. The selection process is straightforward: enter the illusion in order, and those who succeed register excitedly, while those eliminated leave disappointed. Although some perish in the illusions, they are a minority. Zhan Wuming's purpose was not to participate in the illusion exams. He headed straight for the Lingjian sect. Before even approaching, he loudly declared, "I am here by the invitation of Lingjian sect's senior, Zhang Chukai, to accept the challenge from your Lingjian sect's warrior disciples. If there are no objections, feel free to send out your so-called genius disciples to challenge me. Life and death are of no matter, each to their own fate." This proclamation echoed throughout Yinshan Dang, instantly drawing everyone's attention. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from the direction of the Taiishu sect, as Lai Wenxiao, riding a green ox, quickly arrived beside Zhan Wuming, his eyes full of appreciation. "Haha, good lad. You came after all. You didn't disappoint me, Lai Wenxiao. I have high hopes for you." Zhan Wuming had met Senior Lai before and immediately greeted him respectfully upon seeing him. "Senior, it's good to see you." Lai Wenxiao waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities with this old man. I promised to open the sect doors wide for you, and the altar is ready, just waiting for you to set it. Don't let me down," he said heartily, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Before he could finish speaking, a cold voice suddenly echoed, laden with murderous intent. "Who dares to cause trouble outside my Lingjian sect?" The voice swept over like a cold wind, the murderous aura locking onto Zhan Wuming as if a sharp sword was aimed straight at his heart. "You don't get to call the shots here." Lai Wenxiu's eyes blazed with anger as he struck out with his palm, instantly dispelling the intense killing intent. A muffled groan echoed from within the Lingjian sect. "Senior Lai, this is an internal matter of the Lingjian sect. Your interference is highly inappropriate." A voice filled with shock and anger came from inside. Bring Zheng Chukai to me, he promised, or is the Lingjian sect going back on its word? Lai Wengxiu demanded, his voice laced with obvious fury. Crazy old man, this is the Lingjian sect, not your Isho sect. Zheng Chucai's voice replied coldly. Zhan Wuming leapt onto the challenge platform in front of the Lingjian sect's hall, landing steadily. I'm here to fulfill our agreement. Who from the Lingjian sect will challenge me? Let's make it quick. I still need to attend the initiation ceremony at the Isho sect. His words left the assembled geniuses exchanging confused glances. Some whispered, who is this madman, daring to belittle the Lingjian sect like this? Even more perplexing, he wasn't there to challenge the Lingjian sect, but to accept challenges from its disciples. The situation shifted dramatically as many hesitant talents witnessed this scene and began to flock to the Isho sect's ranks. Before long, the queue at the Isho sect's entrance doubled, leaving other sects in shock. This sudden change made Zheng Chucai's eyes flare with green fury, his killing intent surging. Master uncle, I volunteer to fight. A voice broke the silence. Zheng Chukai nodded after a brief consideration. This inner disciple was quite strong, having reached the 9-star battle sect level. Although victory wasn't certain, at least he could gauge Zhan Wuming's strength. The young man stepped forward proudly. I am Yinjianzi. You're the most reckless person I've ever seen. How dare a mere battle sect member? Before he could finish, Zhan Wuming attacked with a storm of punches. Yinjianzi couldn't even draw his sword before being overwhelmed by the relentless assault, left speechless and in disarray. You're despicable. Yinjianzi managed to shout, only to be completely overpowered by Zhan Wuming's barrage. In just a step, Zhan Wuming closed the gap of several meters. With his terrifying speed, Yinjianzi had no time to draw his sword. Zhan Wuming's close proximity spelled disaster. Boom, boom. The force of his punches was like a relentless storm, chaotic and driven by sheer strength and speed. Each punch distorted Yinjianzi's body like dough, eliciting continuous pained groans and the cracking sound of twisting bones, as if dough was being slammed onto a board. Zhan Wuming, like a tireless noodle master, unleashed a flurry of punches, constantly changing angles, each hitting a different target, even sparing not Yinjianzi's feet. He didn't stop, continuing his assault until a long exhale marked the end. Zhan Wuming finally ceased his movements, his gaze cold and composed, stating calmly, 81 punches, job done. He spun his fists, sweeping them over his head, then slowly lowered them, performing a move that symbolized gathering energy, arrogantly yet calmly. The entire Yinshan was silent, except for the restless neighing of the beast mounts and the heavy thud of Yinjianzi collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. Lai Wenxiu was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhan Wuming to launch into a fight so suddenly, giving Yinjianzi no chance to react. Yinjianzi didn't even draw his sword. The whole battle seemed like Zhan Wuming was pummeling a punching bag. What kind of situation was this? You're shameless. You ambushed him. You're despicable. The disciples of the Lingjian sect roared in anger, suddenly realizing the situation and bursting out in curses. Zheng Chucai's face turned pale, trembling with rage. He hadn't expected Zhan Wuming to be so shameless, to conduct such a fight. Zhan Wuming glanced at them coldly, sneering. You're on the challenge platform. Why all the talk? I've said it before, time is limited, finish early and move on. I'm here to challenge, not to have a verbal spar with you. When you meet an enemy in the future, do you plan to chat and brag while waiting for them to kill you? Do you expect them to wait until your boasting is done before fighting? His words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the Lingjian sect speechless, exchanging glances in silence. Zhan Wuming's confident reasoning left them with no rebuttal. Indeed, Zhan Wuming had made his intentions clear, was here to challenge, and Yinjianzi had walked onto the battlefield without even drawing his sword, wasting time with idle talk, essentially walking into a trap. No wonder Zhan Wuming struck without mercy. Whether it was the disciples of the Lingjian sect or the onlookers, everyone couldn't help but look at Yinjianzi on the platform, a chill running through their hearts. Zhan Wuming's attack was brutal. 81 punches had left Yinjianzi nearly unrecognizable. His body, sprawled out like a sludge, was a chilling sight, as if every bone was shattered, every inch of flesh marred, like a pool of stagnant water, losing all semblance of his original form. Lai Wenxiu looked down at Zhan Wuming's calm demeanor, then at Zheng Chucai's pale face, and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The anger that had been building up inside him seemed to dissipate with the wind, leaving him instantly relieved. I know that Yinjianzi. He's a 9-star battle sect master who once defeated a battle king beyond his level. It said he's a genius inner disciple of the Lingjian sect, with extraordinary talent and destined for greatness. I also remember how he took our crystal cores in the magic beast forest that year. Back then, he was imposing and full of confidence, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. It was at that moment I truly felt the exceptional pride of the Lingjian sect. But now, unbelievably, he doesn't even have the chance to draw his sword under Zhan Wuming's hand. It seems the Lingjian sect isn't as remarkable as it once seemed. It's so violent, so impressive, like a wild beast radiating power and grace, almost making you want to kneel. How wonderful it would be if he could be brought in as a prince consort. A certain infatuated princess couldn't help but let out a squeal of admiration and fantasy. He didn't even need to use battle energy. It's just too strong. Are all disciples of the Isho sect this powerful? If he were paired with a strong magic beast, he wouldn't even need to throw a punch. It's just too strong, too exhilarating. I want to join the Isho sect. The discussions in Yinshan Dang were incessant, with everyone seemingly unable to hold back their comments, creating a chaotic mix of strange remarks. Even the envoys from various sects were left speechless. For a moment, there seemed to be no place for silence. With 100 people, there are all sorts. With 10,000, it's a complete jumble. Listening to these discussions, the envoys couldn't help but marvel at how these geniuses thought so differently from ordinary people. The happiest ones were those from the Isho sect. Lai Wenxiu had once agreed to open the sect's doors and accept Zhan Wuming as a disciple, a decision that faced some opposition and skepticism within the sect. But now, Zhan Wuming's performance had them overjoyed. The number of geniuses originally lining up to apply was just a handful, but now it had increased nearly tenfold, forming a long queue. While waiting, they watched Zhan Wuming on the challenge platform, standing like a proud rooster, exuding a strong sense of intimidation and dominance. He was their idol, and they wanted to be just like him, arrogant, powerful, and full of strength. They began to imagine how they might connect with Zhan Wuming if they entered the Isho sect. Women who had initially planned to apply to the Luoxia sect or Xianling sect also began to waver. Originally, there were hardly any women in the queues for these two sects, because who wanted to associate with beasts, dealing with manure and enduring the stench? But the thought of Zhan Wuming's beast-like violence and charm irresistibly drew them to join the Isho sect's line. Even the princess who wanted Zhan Wuming as a prince consort found her place in the crowd. The disciples of the Lingjian sect were filled with anger and shame. Zhan Wuming had dealt them a harsh blow, especially in front of so many sects, and the impact was excruciatingly painful. They were not only resentful of Zhan Wuming's existence, but also of Yin Jianzi's incompetence. They didn't even consider retrieving Yin Jianzi's body. Yin Jianzi wasn't dead because Zhan Wuming hadn't intended to kill him. If he had, 3 punches would have sufficed. I am King Lizzie, here to take your life. A tall, thin young man leaped onto the challenge platform. This time, he was wiser, not underestimating his opponent like Yin Jianzi did, and immediately attacked with his sword. He was convinced that if Zhan Wuming hadn't attacked Yin Jianzi unexpectedly, he wouldn't have easily injured him. So he decided to maintain a strong offense, believing that this way, he wouldn't fear Zhan Wuming's fists. Hold on, Zhan Wuming suddenly shouted. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Zhan Wuming to speak, and King Luzi's sword halted in midair. Your companion is still on the stage, injured but not dead. As a member of the Lingjian sect, didn't you think to get him down from the platform to prevent further harm? Zhan Wuming's voice boomed as he pointed at the barely breathing Yin Jianzi. The audience erupted into murmurs, their faces showing disdain for Zhang Luji. They whispered and pointed, saying things like, his fellow disciple is barely alive, yet he rushes to fight instead of rescuing him. And how heartless are the people of the Lingjian sect? The crowd's opinion of the sect plummeted, thinking that if a disciple were severely injured or crippled, the sect might abandon them like an unwanted pet. Zhang Luji's face turned pale, and sweat drenched his back. He suddenly realized his grave mistake, forgetting the moral duty expected of a major sect. Blinded by Zhan Wuming's arrogance, he had overlooked the most basic human decency. With no choice, Zhang Luji sheathed his half-drawn sword and hurried to Yin Jianzi's side. Seeing his fellow disciple's hopeless expression filled him with indescribable sorrow. For a martial artist, losing one's skills was indeed more cruel than death. But Yin Jianzi's fate was not his to decide. It was up to the elders of the sect. Zhang Luji bent down, carefully lifting Yin Jianzi's limp body, and turned towards the edge of the challenge platform. Just as another Lingjian sect disciple reached out to help, a sharp shout pierced the air. Watch out! Before Zhang Luji could react, a violent gust of wind rushed towards the back of his head. Alarmed, he realized Zhan Wuming had launched another sneak attack, choosing the perfect moment just as he had released Yin Jianzi, exposing a vulnerability. Despicable, shameless, vile. The Lingjian sect disciples erupted in furious curses from the audience. Zhang Luji quickly turned, fingers barely touching the sword hilt, but before he could draw it, a fierce punch interrupted him, forcing the sword back into its sheath. He tried to dodge, but Zhan Wuming was already upon him like a phantom, raining down blows. In just 5 strikes, Zhang Luji's defensive aura shattered completely. In the ensuing hand-to-hand combat, Zhang Luji met the same tragic fate as Yin Jianzi, beaten until his bones broke and tendons snapped, leaving him in a pitiful heap on the ground, barely conscious. Zheng Chukai considered jumping onto the platform to kill Zhan Wuming and save his disciple, but each time he felt Lai Wenxiu's oppressive presence targeting him. He knew that any move would provoke an immediate response from Lai Wenxiu. Helplessly, he watched Song Luji suffer the same fate as Yin Jianzi, his anger boiling over. This is outrageous. So despicable. Still as violent and wild as ever. Even the ordinary spectators felt Zhan Wuming had gone too far. He had called for the opponent to tend to his fellow disciple, yet attacked from behind while they were doing Sasic actions were contemptible. Kill him. Kill that shameless scoundrel. The Lingjian sect disciples were agitated, some already drawing their swords. Lai Wenxiu felt embarrassed, his brow furrowed. What was this situation? His own man had told the other to tend to his fellow disciple, only to attack from behind. The contradictory actions puzzled even him. Give me an explanation. Zheng Chucai's gaze was sharp as a blade, filled with murderous intent. Zhan Wuming's actions had struck a nerve, and seeing another elite disciple crippled at the enemy's hands had pushed his anger to the brink. Zhan Wuming scoffed, a cold smile tugging at his lips. They are fellow disciples. It's their duty to bury each other. But the one on the ground is my enemy, not my brother. Do you think an enemy will wait for you to clean up, bandage your wounds, and then come back to kill you? What does it matter to me if he saves his brother or not? Zhan Wuming stood on the challenge stage, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. Once you're on this stage, you're my opponent. There's no room for all these rules. This isn't some fair sparring match. It's your Lingjian sect's endurance test. Do I need to wait for each of you to finish your meal, relieve yourselves, and strike a pose before we fight? He looked at the angry Lingjian sect disciples below, a mocking smile playing at his lips. Besides, he drew his sword first, indicating the challenge had officially begun. I gave him a full 10 seconds to save his brother, which was more than generous. But he took 11. I don't have time to waste on him. Zhan Wuming let out a cold laugh. A dignified 9-star battle sect member, and instead of taking a single step to reach me, he put on a show, dragging along his brother with exaggerated steps. What kind of melodrama is that? I'm not here to watch you sway your hips. If you bring about your own downfall, who can you blame? The Lingjian sect disciples below exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. They've seen shamelessness before, but never with such righteous audacity. Who knew he meant 10 seconds? He never specified, and no one would think to race against time when saving someone. Only now did the people of Yinshan understand why some called Zhan Wuming a rogue, a despicable scoundrel. 2 Lingjian sect prodigies were rendered useless, one without even drawing his sword, the other tricked into sheathing it again. It was utterly humiliating. Zheng Chucai was trembling with rage, his face ashen. However, as a battle emperor, he knew that attacking Zhan Wuming without justified cause in front of so many talents would only disgrace the Lingjian sect. Moreover, Lai Laonyo from the beast-taming sect was eyeing him closely, leaving him no room to act rashly. In contrast, the beast-taming sect members were elated. Lai Wenxiu and others felt lucky to have found such an exceptional disciple, someone who could exploit shamelessness to such an extent. They marveled at Zhan Wuming's skill in manipulating people, his ability to speak in a way that could revive the dead or exasperate the living, and his knack for leaving someone as formidable as Zheng Chucai helpless. Lai Wenxiu quietly gave Zhan Wuming a thumbs up. To him, this was the mark of a true genius. No wonder he could, with the strength of a battle sect and accompanied by 2 lower-ranked battle kings, outwit Tu Yansheng and his group of 5 battle kings. This kind of person could defeat opponents with mere cunning, without needing to fight in earnest. Everyone understood that the person on the challenge stage played by his own rules. Not only was he shameless, but he was also extremely violent. He disposed of 2 opponents without even bothering to use a weapon, as if he were casually punching a sandbag or kicking a wooden dummy, leaving them as nothing more than a heap of wreckage in no time. Standing on the stage with such arrogance, like a proud peacock, his entire demeanor seemed to declare, "Disciples of the Lingjian sect, tremble before me. I am invincible. I am unparalleled. I am boundlessly powerful." Lai Wenxiu's expression changed abruptly as his gaze locked onto the figure slowly emerging from the Lingjian sect's main hall. Anew. His heart skipped a beat, not expecting Zheng Chucai to have actually summoned Anew, one of the 3 major hidden aces. According to his intelligence, although Anew hadn't reached the Battle King level, his true strength far exceeded that of an ordinary Battle King, and even a 3-star Battle King would struggle to defeat him. Clearly, the Lingjian sect was determined to take Zhan Wuming's life. With Anew's appearance, a bloody life-or-death battle was inevitable. Anew. A low murmur rose from the crowd, as many immediately recognized the young man with the distinctive fiery red hair. Every major sect had records on a Nana true genius, a young powerhouse poised to step into the Battle King rank at any moment. He had delayed this step, waiting for the opportune moment when the Xianyuan secret realm would open. The Lingjian sect's decision to send Anew against the relatively unknown Zhan Wuming was seen by onlookers as either a stroke of luck or misfortune for Zhan Wuming. Clearly, the Lingjian sect had lost its patience. With 2 talented disciples already crippled, Zheng Chucai was unwilling to waste more time or risk losing another precious talent. The Lingjian sect couldn't afford a 3rd failure. Half of the talented disciples lined up at the sect's front had already defected to join the beast-taming sect. He desperately needed Ainan's victory to restore the Lingjian sect's reputation and dignity, especially when faced with Lai Wenxiu's beaming, flower-like smile. If looks could kill, Zhan Wuming would have been shattered into pieces under his gaze. A barely noticeable smile flickered in Zhan Wuming's eyes as he quietly watched the man step onto the challenge stage. Ainan's gaze was as calm as a still lake, his face betraying no emotion, serene and composed, like a lone star shining in the silent night sky. Can I send him off the stage in 10 breaths? Ainan's voice was unexpectedly calm, devoid of any emotional inflection, as if nothing in the world could disturb his peace of mind. By all means. Zhan Wuming gestured graciously. Ainan glanced at the faintly breathing King Luzi, then suddenly drew his sword. In the stunned eyes of the onlookers, the sword flashed, slicing cleanly across King Luzi's throat, killing him instantly. The sword's momentum didn't stop, its edge aimed directly at Zhan Wuming's face, moving so swiftly it seemed to cut through the air itself, leaving only a few residual shadows in the void. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhan Wuming's eyes. This person's actions were indeed unexpected. He was decisive and ruthless, a formidable opponent. What was even more alarming was that in this strike, Zhan Wuming sensed no killing intent, no hint of sharpness. If not for witnessing it firsthand, one would never detect this lethal blow, with all its energy perfectly contained, hidden within the sword. This realization sparked a sense of destructive danger within Zhan Wuming, prompting him to immediately discard any underestimation and quickly retreat. His path was one of physical cultivation. His pure physical body couldn't directly contend with the spiritual weapon in the opponent's hand, but fortunately, his bodily training had honed his reflexes to an extraordinary speed. The sword's light was singular, silent, and unremarkable, yet it seemed divinely ordained. Zhan Wuming realized that no matter which direction he dodged, this sword strike could transform into countless sword beams that would ensnare him. He understood that the simplest moves are often the most terrifying because they can change unpredictably without seeming abrupt. Ainan's sword strike had reached a state of returning to simplicity, making it nearly impossible to anticipate. Zhan Wuming was forced to the edge of the challenge platform, his heel touching the boundary. He knew that even if he retreated further, he couldn't evade the follow-up attack, as Ainan's sword technique would adapt to his every move, shadowing him closely. His only option was to counter with brute strength. Abruptly, he halted his retreat, muscles tensing, and threw a punch. This punch was straightforward and unadorned, yet it carried immense power. As his arm propelled the fist forward, it seemed to transform into a mighty dragon soaring through the sky. The punch appeared slow but was actually as swift as lightning, creating a distorted airflow around it, like a meteor falling from the heavens, igniting the very air with its friction. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, recognizing this as the very punch Zhan Wuming had used to counter Taiishu's shatter the void technique. Even after many days, it still left a profound impact. In the audience, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up, as if awakened by a long-buried memory. It was Taiishu, who had experienced the terror of this punch more profoundly than anyone else. Even now, as a 9-star warrior sect member, he could sense its unstoppable force, capable of shattering all illusions. Boom! At the instant when fist met sword, the latent energy at Ainan's sword tip erupted with volcanic destruction, sending Zhan Wuming flying. A few drops of blood fell from the sky, and Taiishu noticed with surprise that the blood was dripping from Zhan Wuming's hand. This time, Zhan Wuming couldn't completely break through Ainan's sword strike. Not only was his hand injured, but his entire body was also repelled. He inwardly acknowledged the vast gap between himself and Ainan, a chasm between a genius nurtured by a powerful sect and a talented individual from an ordinary family. Ainan didn't fare much better. Taiishu clearly saw Ainan's face flush red before turning pale, like a hot iron suddenly cooled. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, clearly affected by the impact. Though Zhan Wuming was sent flying, he didn't leave the platform. Strangely, he managed to reverse his flight midair, hurtling back toward Ainan like an arrow released from a bowstring. Despite Ainan seeming to have the upper hand in the initial clash, Zhang Chucai's eyes showed no joy. He keenly observed that at the moment of collision, Zhan Wuming had shot an almost invisible thread, wrapping it around Ainan's leg. It was this thread's recoil that allowed Zhan Wuming to rapidly rebound toward the unsuspecting Ainan. Ainan's retreating form was quickly caught by Zhan Wuming's returning figure. In a split second, the two figures collided, with Ainan swinging a slanted sword light upward, aiming to slice Zhan Wuming in half. Ainan's body hung upside down, supported by his feet, as Zhan Wuming's fist grazed past him. However, just as Ainan's sword light was about to touch Zhan Wuming, it suddenly halted. The sword was entangled in a web of threads, no longer under his control. Boom! Zhan Wuming and Ainan collided heavily. Zhang Chucai's expression turned grim. He hadn't anticipated that Ainan's lethal sword strike would fail to take Zhan Wuming's life, but would instead be overpowered, bringing both of them to the ground. Throughout the battle, It seemed that Anan had the upper hand, but he too was shaken by Zhan Wuming's formidable physical strength. Without the threat of the sword, Zhan Wuming's destructive power was unmatched, while Anan was like a tiger without its claws, nearly powerless to resist. As both fell together, it became a contest of physical strength rather than sword skills. Zhang Chutsai's expression changed slightly, a hint of surprise and doubt flickering in his eyes. Boom. Anan was sent flying by a powerful kick from Zhan Wuming. A short sword was embedded in Zhan Wuming's body, with blood gushing out. He staggered to his feet and quickly applied pressure near the wound to stop the bleeding. He hadn't expected Anan to have a hidden short sword, which had stabbed into his muscle at an unexpected angle during their exchange, catching him off guard. However, as the blade pierced him, Zhan Wuming's kick landed squarely on Anan, sending him coughing up blood and retreating, with bits of his internal organs mixed in the spittle. Zhan Wuming followed up with another close-range kick, so powerful that no defense could withstand it. Anan's protective energy shield crumbled like paper under the assault. Fortunately, although Zhan Wuming inflicted damage, he didn't completely strip Anan of his ability to counterattack. Both were injured, but Anan managed to maintain some distance, avoiding a fooling grapple with Zhan Wuming. Slowly, Zhan Wuming pulled the short sword from his chest, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. Blood dripped from the blade, hitting the ground with a dull thud. He was truly enraged. Being injured made him feel deeply responsible, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Anan was indeed a prodigy, possessing unpredictable combat techniques that were difficult to guard against. The short sword in Zhan Wuming's hand was crumpled into a lump of metal, as if it were insignificant. Meanwhile, the wounds on his chest and arm were healing visibly, a sight that was both shocking and awe-inspiring. Zhan Wuming's terrifying healing ability surpassed that of any beast, commanding respect from all present. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a cold laugh, advancing towards Anan with measured steps. His approach was like a mountain bearing down, carrying an apocalyptic aura that made the entire arena tremble under his pressure. Anan's face grew increasingly grim. Zhan Wuming's physical resilience exceeded his expectations. He thought the sword strike would be enough to seriously wound Zhan Wuming, if not kill him, at least severely weaken his fighting ability. However, he was wrong. Despite the injury, Zhan Wuming seemed unaffected, moving as if nothing had happened. In contrast, the kick he endured left Anan with intense internal pain, almost unable to muster any strength. With Zhan Wuming attacking again, Anan felt despair creeping in, unsure of how to fight back. He sighed quietly, muttering, "It seems I have no choice but to use my last resort today, or I might really fall here." No sooner had the words left his lips than a glint of madness appeared in his eyes as he slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, a powerful and steady aura erupted from within him, directly opposing Zhan Wuming's presence, showing no signs of weakness. A sect's fortune often stems from the collective fortune of its members. If every individual within the sect thrives, the sect's overall fortune rises, potentially reaching its peak, or even perfection. The grand selection at Yinshan Dang is a significant event, not only boosting the sect's influence in the mundane world, but also serving as a pilgrimage, gathering immense faith and driving the fortune to ascend continuously. The origins of this grand event are long forgotten, but its profound impact on the sect's fortune is well understood by all. No one had ever dared to challenge the authority of the sect during the grand selection, but Zhan Wuming was an exception. This young man, barely 20, publicly humiliated the Lingjian sect with a heavy blow. Originally, the Lingjian sect intended to use him to establish their power or embarrass their old rival, the Yisho sect, but unexpectedly, Zhan Wuming turned the tables on them, leaving the Lingjian sect disgraced. The audience buzzed with discussion. Some shook their heads, lamenting Zhan Wuming's youthful recklessness. Others marveled at his audacity, while some squinted, speculating that he must have some backing to be so bold. Only Zhan Wuming himself knew that the Lingjian sect was an unavoidable obstacle on his path to growth. In his past life, he was powerless, wasting decades. In this life, he would confront it head-on, determined to overcome this barrier. Defying fate is essentially about seizing destiny from the heavens. The destiny of the world is intertwined with the fortunes of all beings and things. By suppressing a sect's fortune in the unseen realm, that fortune would transfer to him. This is the law of balance in the universe, and fortune follows this rule. This is also why major sects vie for talented individuals. These gifted people not only have strong personal destinies, but can also easily draw fortune from others, thus boosting the sect's prosperity. At this moment, apart from the Lingjian sect, the perspectives of other sects shifted. Zhan Wuming's performance on the challenge stage made these old monsters clearly see the shift in fortune towards the Yisho sect. Public sentiment was moving from the Lingjian sect to the Yisho sect, and the number of geniuses waiting to register outside the sect multiplied, clear signs of burgeoning fortune. Lai Wangxiu, though looking serious, grew increasingly appreciative of Zhan Wuming. The experts of the Isho sect also changed their views of him significantly, standing by Lai Wenxiu's side, ready to act. Should any incident arise, it could easily escalate into a direct confrontation between the Lingjin and Isho sects. Ainan's tenacity lived up to its reputation. Zhan Wuming did not gain the upper hand. On the surface, he even seemed at a disadvantage. Lai Wenxiu's serious demeanor stemmed from his awareness that Ainan had more powerful moves in reserve. As the most representative core disciple of the Lingjin sect, Ainan must possess special methods granted by the sect. Zhan Wuming sensed Ainan's momentum surge, a sense of danger rising in his heart. He understood that Ainan was far from simple. Their previous exchanges seemed calm, but were in fact fraught with peril. Both realized that true lethal moves need not be flashy. Often, the simplest strikes are the deadliest. They had narrowly escaped death multiple times. To defeat Ainan, Zhan Wuming knew his physical strength was insufficient. He retrieved a dark staff from his storage ring, acquired from the demon Ape King's palace. Initially, moving this Tianqian staff was extremely difficult. A single rod weighed 10,000 pounds. After storing it in his ring, he continuously refined it, imprinting his consciousness on the iron staff. He discovered the staff was inscribed with countless symbols and patterns, forming complex formations that tightly encased its core. With his current abilities, he could not penetrate these deep symbols and formations to reach the core, thus unable to gain full control over the staff. Fortunately, after numerous rituals, he had already mastered the first type of formation. This made the seemingly ordinary wooden staff feel weightless in his hands. But for others, the staff's mere weight was an astonishing 9,999 pounds and 9 ounces. This staff, named Tianqian, was primarily crafted from the legendary star iron essence. This metal, the mother of iron ores from the core of a star, was forged under immense celestial pressure, possessing unparalleled strength and resilience. A piece the size of a fingernail weighed hundreds of pounds, and this Tianqian staff used at least a fist-sized amount, combined with other mysterious materials even he couldn't identify. Hence, the quality of this Tianqian staff far surpassed any weapon within this realm. Wu Zhanming wielded the Tianqian staff, its 9 feet and an inch length as thick as a cup's rim, with a dark, lusterless surface resembling a rusting flagpole. Yet, the moment he thrust it forward, a fierce battle intent surged from the staff, as if awakening an ancient beast. You are the first opponent to make me use the Tianqian staff. Wu Zhanming smiled calmly, his gaze exuding a commanding aura over the world. Ainan merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, producing a smile that was more pained than joyful. But Wu Zhanming could tell it was a form of recognition in Ainan's eyes. He was a worthy adversary. I have one more move, never used before. Ainan wiped the blood from his lips, stepping forward as he spoke. With each step, his body swelled. By the 7th step, he had transformed into a giant, half-ape figure over 10 feet tall. His clothes ripped into shreds, his muscles bulging like small hills, and his red hair flared like burning flames. The power of ancestral bloodline, came the astonished cries from the crowd. Even Lai Wenxiu showed shock. Their intelligence had never mentioned Ainan possessing an innate bloodline power, let alone the ancestral bloodline of the Earth King Ape. This was beyond genius. It was as if he was favored by the heavens. Ancestral bloodline was an extremely rare gift, and Ainan had achieved a threefold ancestral transformation. Legends spoke of a humanoid great earth ape deep in the monster forest, one of the beast representatives aligned with ancient hidden beings, whose power rivaled that of the sky eagle sacred beast. Seeing Ainan's form, many speculated whether he carried the bloodline of that great earth ape. Wu Zhanming's expression turned serious. Those with noble bloodlines naturally fought beyond their level, and the legendary Earth King Ape was one of the guardian beasts of the celestial gates, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Though there were tales of humans evolving from apes, a throwback like Ainan, with the Earth King Ape's bloodline, was indeed one in a million. Die! Ainan, now lost to his initial calm, became frenzied. Ha! Wu Zhanming suddenly laughed, a surge of heroic spirit rising within him. He shouted, "Let's see if your bloodline is mightier, or my staff." With that, he stopped dodging, swung the Tianqian staff with both hands, and smashed it down towards Ainan. The 9 feet and an inch long staff appeared exceptionally elongated, yet compared to Ainan's body, it seemed like a slender bamboo stick. Zhan Wuming swung his arms vigorously, and the Tianqian staff traced a fierce arc in the air, evoking astonishment in the eyes of onlookers. As the shadow of the staff moved, the battle aura in the air was suddenly disturbed, moving at such a breathtaking speed that it seemed to split the void in half. Everyone present could feel a heavy pressure bearing down on them, as if the space itself couldn't withstand the force slicing through it, resulting in a visible crack of fine fissure in the void where Zhan Wuming's staff had passed. The faces of Lai Wenxiu, Zheng Chukai, and other battle emperor-level experts changed dramatically, filled with shock. 2 combatants of merely battle sect level managed to cause a void crack. What did this signify? What level of battle was this? Wangxiu had already made up his mind. As soon as the fight ended, he would take Zhan Wuming back to the mountain gate without delay. To hell with the sect selection. The world needs only one talent like him. He remained vigilant, knowing that if he didn't act quickly, other sects would attempt to seize Zhan Wuming. Around him, the eyes of the Xianling sect, Tianling sect, and even the old monsters from the Yigui Gate and Wudu sect glimmered with greedy green light, as if they had spotted a priceless treasure. A few battle emperor experts from the Yisho sect exchanged glances with Wangxiu and nodded subtly. At this moment, the outcome of the sect selection no longer mattered. As long as they could ensure Zhan Wuming's successful entry into the Yisho sect, everything else could be compromised. Boom! The Tianqian staff struck heavily on Ainan's massive palms. Unlike before, this time Zhan Wuming wielded the staff, while Ainan was barehanded. Flesh and blood splattered, and a low, painful howl emerged from Ainan's throat. Under the staff's blow, Ainan's palm was gouged with a deep gash, blood dripping through his fingers. The mountain-like figure staggered backward, retreating 4 or 5 steps before barely regaining balance. At the same time, the powerful recoil force flung Zhan Wuming into the air, and after a few flips, he landed steadily. This outcome defied the expectations of all spectators. Everyone had high hopes for the Earth King Kong ape bloodline, yet it suffered a setback at the hands of Zhan Wuming, rendering that gigantic hand useless. Zhan Wuming furrowed his brows, secretly astonished. Others were amazed that he could repel Ainan, who possessed the Earth King Kong ape bloodline, but he was surprised that Ainan wasn't more severely injured. The Tianqian staff weighed 9,999 jin and 9 liang, unleashing a force of 100,000 jin with his full swing, yet it only left a gash on Ainan's palm, far from his expectations. More surprisingly, the powerful recoil had flipped him several yards back, indicating that the Earth King Kong ape bloodline was indeed extraordinary. Ainan landed heavily on the challenge platform like a massive stone, causing web-like cracks to appear on the surface. The crowd erupted in astonishment again, with some marveling at Zhan Wuming's incredible strength, while others pondered that perhaps the Earth King Kong ape bloodline wasn't all that special. Roar! Ainan let out a roar like a wounded beast, quickly rising from the ground. He shook his injured hand, the searing pain igniting a fierce glint in his eyes, his fiery red hair dancing more wildly with anger. He glared at Zhan Wuming with fury but didn't immediately charge forward. Although he lost his usual calm after transforming, the previous blow had made him realize that the person before him was extraordinarily powerful and not to be underestimated. Zhan Wuming took a deep breath, and his eyes gleamed with undeniable excitement as he looked at Ainan. Suddenly, he executed a move that shocked everyone who retracted the Tianqian staff into his Qinquan ring. Even though he had the upper hand with the Tianqian staff, Zhan Wuming felt this battle lacked true challenge. It had been a long time since he fought using only his physical body, and now facing an opponent like Ainan, a crazy thought surged in his mind. His Taiishu physique followed the ultimate path of building the body, cultivating the life, establishing the soul, becoming a saint. If he couldn't defeat an ancestral bloodline Earth Vajra ape with just his body, how could he hope to become a saint in the future? The path of defying fate required an invincible belief. Heaven cannot be defied, yet I will defy it. Fate cannot be altered, yet I will alter it. How could a mere ancestral demon ape make me bow? Even a true Earth Vajra ape would tremble before me, Zhan Wuming. At that moment, Zhan Wuming's aura transformed. He remained the same battle sect, yet in the eyes of the onlookers, he seemed to become an ancient monument, standing tall and unyielding, inspiring awe. Ainan let out a low growl, his throat rumbling, and his blood-red mouth slightly opened, revealing 2 sharp fangs that glinted coldly. But deep within his crimson pupils, a hint of panic flickered. He could sense that this human youth before him was as immovable as a mountain or abyss, yet he had no choice but to fight. It was destiny's decree, an unavoidable calamity. With a roar, Ainan lunged forward. Boom! His fist smashed into the ground behind Zhan Wuming, creating a 3-foot-deep crater as sand and dust erupted. Zhan Wuming, as graceful as a willow in the wind, swayed and deftly dodged, with Ainan's punch grazing past his shoulder without even touching his clothes. Lin Wenjin watched anxiously from the sidelines, inexplicably feeling a tension he had never experienced before. The clash of 2 battle sects was so intense that even he, a high-ranking battle emperor, felt the pressure. He kept his eyes glued to the battlefield, following Zhan Wuming's every move. Ainan's storm-like punches rained down relentlessly, making the air seem to tremble, yet each time, at the most perilous moment, Zhan Wuming managed to evade by a hair's breadth. Wherever Ainan struck, the ground collapsed, leaving a series of large, 3-foot-wide, 2-foot-deep pits. Yet Zhan Wuming hadn't thrown a single punch or palm, moving like a ghost through the dense flurry of blows, unscathed. The disciples of the Lingjian sect looked increasingly grim. They had discerned the truth. Zhan Wuming's speed far surpassed that of the transformed, massive Ainan. While Anen might have the strength advantage, his agility was a glaring weakness, one that could prove fatal. A shared thought arose among them: if Zhan Wuming decided to strike, could Anen even defend himself? None dared to easily predict the outcome of that moment. Boom boom. In a flash, Zhan Wuming finally made his move. Dodging Anen's heavy punch, he countered with two lightning-fast punches, striking Anen's shin with precision, exploiting the weakness of his massive frame. Ow! Anen howled in pain, his towering figure staggering and nearly falling. The crisp sound of bones cracking was clearly heard, and his thick ape legs showed slight distortion. But Anen didn't collapse. He braced himself with both hands on the ground, forcibly steadying his body. Zhan Wuming shook his hands lightly, frowning slightly, as if those punches had caused him some discomfort. He raised his hand and blew, sending several coarse, black, curly hairs drifting away on the wind. The onlookers couldn't help but show disdainful expressions, silently cursing. This guy is just too underhanded. Anen, supporting himself, was in an awkward position, one arm strangely passing through his legs, while his clothes had been torn to shreds, revealing a dark shadow. His expression was equally peculiar. The crowd couldn't help but recall the moment when Zhan Wuming blew away the hair. They all silently turned their heads, unable to suppress a mental curse. What a dirty trick. Zhan Wuming's expression carried a hint of disdainful mockery as his gaze swept over Anen and then glanced at the furious elders of the Lingjian sect. He loudly shouted, "Is there any larger clothing to change him into? This is really inappropriate." Lai Wenxiu and the disciples of the Isho sect widened their eyes in disbelief. That was an unbelievably disrespectful thing to say. How could the Lingjian sect maintain its dignity? The disciple about to join the sect showed no regard for anyone's face. Yet, hearing such words brought a strange sense of satisfaction. Lai Wenxiu held back for a moment before finally bursting into laughter. The audience below couldn't help but laugh as well. This shameless, uninhibited person not only fought dishonorably, but also spoke with no decorum. Zhang Chukai was filled with regret. Had he known things would turn out this way, he would have simply killed Zhan Wuming in the forest 2 nights ago, avoiding today's mess altogether. Even if he didn't kill him, he shouldn't have gotten entangled in this farce, nor should he have clashed with that madman Lai Wenxiu, which resulted in losing face. In this competition, not only might he lose the battle, but he might also lose their strongest core disciple, Anen. The thought of this caused a sharp pain in his heart. When Zhan Wuming issued another insult, Zhang Chukai could no longer hold back. He angrily muttered under his breath, "Old man Zhang, this is a matter for the younger generation. We had an agreement before." Lai Wenxiu quickly reminded him, "This is a battle between sections. If you intervene, the face of the Lingjian sect will be completely lost." Zhang Chucai's eyes flickered under the gaze of the crowd. He hesitated and eventually lowered his head, remaining silent. After all, this was a contest at the sect level, and if he intervened, it would be even more disgraceful than losing the battle. Although Anen was already extremely furious, he still retained a shred of rationality. However, faced with Zhan Wuming's repeated provocations, only one thought remained in his mind: fight. Kill the man in front of him. So, he roared once more and charged at Zhan Wuming. A glint of madness flashed in Zhan Wuming's eyes. He let out a low growl, bent his legs slightly, and without dodging, swung his fist to meet Anen's massive punch. Before their fists even connected, the force of their blows clashed violently, producing a thunderous roar. It was as if two sharp currents collided in the void, with arcs of electricity flickering in the air like energy dissipating from another dimension. Boom. When the fists collided, the ground of the entire challenge platform exploded instantly, the powerful impact scattering sand and stones in every direction. Amidst the debris, Zhan Wuming was knocked back more than 10 steps, landing heavily on the ground. He wobbled, but managed to stand upright, though his legs felt like they might break. Anen's legs, shattered from Zhan Wuming's previous punch, could no longer support his mountain-like frame. The immense impact left him unable to stand, forcing him to his knees. In that instant, Zhan Wuming's eyes widened, a sharp pain piercing his heart, yet he struggled to his feet with a wild grin. As the dust settled, Zhan Wuming's laughter rang out with satisfaction. That was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, the battle energy around Anen dissipated, reverting him to his human form. He could no longer maintain his transformation and appeared utterly defeated. Despite this, he refused to give up. His accumulated injuries meant he could no longer pose a threat to Zhan Wuming. "You've won." Anen's gaze gradually calmed, and he uttered those 4 words in a cold, indifferent voice. Zhan Wuming emerged victorious. In front of a large audience, this arrogant young man defeated Anen, considered the strongest under the battle king of the Lingjian sect, with overwhelming power. This victory was significant after all. Anen had previously fought Jianlingzi to a draw without even using his ancestral power. Yet today, even with Anen fully transformed and unleashing his ancestral power, Zhan Wuming crushed him in the most straightforward manner. There were no fancy moves or cunning tricks, just pure strength. After Anen transformed, Zhan Wuming didn't use his weapon beyond the first strike, overpowering his opponent with sheer physical might. This scene stunned everyone present. Previously, some claimed that Zhan Wuming's victories over Yin Jianzi and Kang Lizi were due to trickery and shameless tactics, but this battle shattered that notion. Even if Jian Lingzi or Chuan Zhuping were present, the outcome would likely be the same. You are wasted in the Lingjian sect, Zhan Wuming remarked, looking at the fallen Anen with a faint smile. In the Isho sect, your bloodline could be better awakened. This statement hit the Lingjian sect members like a heavy blow, turning their faces ashen. Meanwhile, those from the Isho sect beamed with delight. Only someone as audacious as Zhan Wuming would dare to poach the Lingjian sect's prodigy right in front of them. Anyone else would have been reduced to a pulp. Lingjian sect's battle king, Zheng Chukai, was livid. He wished to have his disciples exhaust this arrogant youth through a series of duels. Unfortunately, with Jian Lingzi and Chuan Zhuping absent, the other disciples would likely be defeated in a few moves, serving no purpose other than to meet their demise. The battle kings from various sects took note. They must warn their disciples not to provoke Zhan Wuming. This guy is fearless, doesn't understand the concept of humility, and seems to exist solely to infuriate others. Just look at the near-apoplectic state of Battle King Zheng Chukai. If there were a few more like Zhan Wuming, even the battle emperors might be driven to madness. Apologies. Zhan Wuming suddenly turned towards the Lingjian sect, clearing his throat. I couldn't help but see potential in Anen. Elder Zhang, please forgive my youthful indiscretion. Damn, someone muttered under their breath. This was no innocent remark, it was a deliberate attempt to further embarrass them. Shut up. Zheng Chukai finally snapped. In just one day, all his elite disciples had been defeated, and if word got out, the Lingjian sect would be utterly humiliated. What made him truly despair was that there was no one left to fight. Wu Ming, you cheeky child, you can't just speak your mind so freely. There's a time to be honest, and a time to hold back. You need to learn subtlety and humility. The elder in the green robe beside Lai Wenxiu said with a smile to Zhan Wuming on stage. Zhan Wuming was slightly taken aback. He looked up to see Lai Wenxiu winking at him, clearly indicating they were in cahoots. However, this old man was no simple character either. His words were filled with provocation, exuding a drive you crazy without remorse attitude. Wu Ming, this is your second uncle master, Jin Duo. Pay your respects to him when we're done. Lai Wenxiu introduced the elder with a laugh. Wu Ming, I'm your seventh uncle master. A short, plump man jumped up, waving and shouting loudly at Zhan Wuming. Zhan Wuming felt a headache coming on, utterly confused. He had just started acknowledging his master, and already these people were rushing to claim kinship. The customs of this sect were truly bizarre. Since everyone was so enthusiastic, he felt he couldn't dampen the mood, so he forced a smile, which was so strained that even Lai Wenxiu felt a pang, thinking it was too forced. Meanwhile, people from other sects cast disdainful glances. She hadn't even officially joined, yet he was already acknowledging uncles and masters, without even knowing who his master was. Such a leap in relationships was simply baffling. Moreover, Zhan Wuming became the personal disciple of the Battle Emperor upon arrival. Was it because of this peculiar charisma? One couldn't help but think that if such a disciple appeared in their own sect, everyone wouldn't be vying to be uncles and masters, but rather to be his master. The experts of the Lingjian sect turned various shades blue, white, red, black, and even a hint of green. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward, and Zheng Chukai felt a wave of discomfort, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Master, I want to challenge him and crush his arrogance. A clear voice suddenly rang in Zheng Chucai's ear. Zheng Chukai turned sharply to see that it was one of his newly accepted disciples, Nanjao. This disciple had quickly gained fame in the Lingjian sect, ranking as the top talent on the selection gold list, with extraordinary charisma and highly valued within the sect. Zheng Chukai was somewhat surprised. Nanjao, you want to go up? Nanjao nodded, his eyes firm, and replied respectfully, I wish to give it a try. A hint of hesitation flashed in Zheng Chucai's eyes. Although Nanjangchu's skills were outstanding, the unpredictable combat ability of Zhan Wuming gave him pause. While Zhan Wuming had a formidable physique, his speed seemed to be his weak point. Nanjangchu whispered, his physical strength is indeed formidable, but his speed isn't particularly fast. Zheng Chukai remained silent for a moment before nodding. All right, if that's the case, go ahead. But be careful, don't overestimate yourself. At this moment, the atmosphere on stage tensed once more, with all eyes from within and outside the Lingjian sect focusing on Zhan Wuming and Nanjangchu, eagerly anticipating the upcoming confrontation. Zheng Chucai's expression shifted slightly, and he said solemnly, Zhan Wuming's speed in evading Anen's attack was nothing short of impressive. It's comparable to the speed of most combat sect warriors. His strength and speed show very few flaws. That's only relatively speaking, Nanjangchu replied, a glint of confidence in his eyes. Speed is my forte. His physical prowess might be formidable, but with the right combination of speed and a sharp spiritual weapon, I'm confident I can defeat him. Zhang Chukai pondered for a moment. There was truth in that. Although Zhan Wuming had defeated Anen, he had paid a price. Anen's sword had left marks on his body, even piercing his chest. Though the bleeding had stopped, the injury remained. Furthermore, his battle with Anen must have drained a lot of his energy. Perhaps Nangang Chu really had a chance to win. Zhang Chukai weighed his options. As the top contender in the grand selection, Nangang Chu was no ordinary individual. The Nangang family was renowned for their exquisite agility and extraordinary speed. If Nangang Chu employed the right tactics, his chances of victory were indeed significant. What made Zhang Chukai hesitate was the potential risk to Nangang Chu during the fight. If anything happened to him, Zhang Chukai would have a hard time explaining to the Nangang family, and the Lingjian sect would lose face. But at this point, he had no other choice unless he conceded to Zhan Wuming, which his pride would never allow. Finally, Zhang Chukai nodded slightly. Be careful. If things go awry, just retreat. He shouldn't be able to stop you. Rest assured, master. I will return victorious. Nangang Chu replied with a proud smile, though his eyes were filled with a hint of killing intent. This intent wasn't because Zhan Wuming had embarrassed the Lingjian sect, but because he had stolen Nangang Chu's spotlight. In Nangang Chu's eyes, he was the true protagonist of this event. The genius king ranked first on the grand selection list. Zhan Wuming, who was unknown just days ago, had defeated Tian Qi in Nanjao City and then beat the 67th-ranked Taiishu in the street. But these feats were insignificant to Nangang Chu, the top-ranked contender. In his mind, Zhan Wuming wasn't even qualified to challenge him. Yet today, Zhan Wuming had become the center of attention, overshadowing the sensation Nangang Chu had caused in the morning and turning his grand induction into the Lingjian sect into a farce, a joke. Nangang Chu's pride stemmed from his noble family lineage and his undefeated record among his peers. He never believed anyone in his tier could surpass him. To him, Zhan Wuming deserved to die. Whether there was any personal grudge was irrelevant. Even within his family, he couldn't tolerate anyone outshining him. This is why he was so aloof and indifferent, and why he never pondered the reasons behind his killings. As Nangang Chu stepped onto the challenge stage, all eyes were drawn to him. Everyone present knew him his impressive debut that morning, being chosen by the Lingjian sect with great fanfare, becoming Zhang Chucai's direct disciple, and being renowned as the top contender in the sect's grand selection. Legend has it that the grand selection list was crafted by the mysterious Mo family, known for their ability to foresee destiny. The Mo family, scarce in numbers and rarely seen, was unparalleled in their knowledge of the world. Only someone with the Mo family's insight could truly understand the top talents' backgrounds and compile such an authoritative ranking. Lai Wenxiu watched Nangang Chu ascend the stage, his expression a mix of surprise and intrigue. He never expected the challenger to be Nangang Chu, who had only joined the Lingjian sect that very morning. Although he was aware of the relationship between the Nangang family and the Lingjian sect, understanding it was merely a collaborative performance, those attending the election were not privy to this and believed the Lingjian sect had significant influence. It wasn't until the appearance of Zhan Wuming that Nangang Chu's impact was subdued, forcing the Lingjian sect into a dilemma. Unexpectedly, Nangang Chu showed up again. On stage, Nangang Chu's gaze was sharp as a knife. He was the genius of the Nangang family, rumored to possess a powerful ancestral bloodline with extraordinary speed and agility that instilled fear. However, despite his strong lineage, no one had ever witnessed his transformation, leaving the exact nature of his bloodline a mystery. As Zhan Wuming listened to Lai Wenxiu's whispered introduction, he suddenly realized that the person before him was the top candidate on the election's golden list. It turned out he was also from the Nangang family, and Zhan Wuming had deep ties to them. His grandfather was a member of the Nangang family, making Zhan Wuming effectively their grandson. However, because the Nangang family was partly responsible for the destruction of the Ling family, this relationship prevented Zhan Wuming from acknowledging his heritage. Consequently, his grandmother endured a lifetime of humiliation with the Zhang family rather than seek help from his grandfather or allow his mother to acknowledge her roots. In both past and present lives, the Nangang family owed him a significant debt. Therefore, when Nangang Chu took the stage, Zhan Wuming couldn't help but chuckle. The choice before him was simple. Either bow to the Lingjian sect and join them as an ordinary disciple or let the Isho sect deal with him. Facing Zhan Wuming, Nangang Chu smirked and casually extended 2 fingers, saying, "Choose one." The audience was taken aback. They had always thought Zhan Wuming was arrogant, but Nangang Chu's demeanor was even more strikingly confident, facing Zhan Wuming's challenge with such nonchalance. His eyes carried the pride of a genius, as if everything was under his control. Taimu, he smiled slightly, feeling a sense of respect for Nangang Chu. As a newly advanced 9-star war sect powerhouse, he could sense the terrifying nature of Zhan Wuming's power, which couldn't be measured by the war sect realm alone, as if an ancient beast lay dormant within his soul, ready to shake the world with just a glance. Although Taimu, he didn't believe he could defeat Nangang Chu, he felt that Nangang Chu's words were overly arrogant. Even if Zhan Wuming was injured, he was not someone to be underestimated. Despite Nanjao Chu's immense talent and strength, Zhan Wuming's true power was still deserving of respect. The expressions of the Isho sect members changed as well, filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Yet, with Zhan Wuming having complete control over the battlefield, they could only watch the events unfold, unable to intervene. After all, just as Zhang Chukai had previously done, they were powerless to act. Below the stage, a short, chubby man looked worried and whispered to Lai Wenxiu. Third senior brother, should we let Wuming take a break? He's injured now, and his combat ability is surely reduced. It's unfair. Lai Wenxiu's eyes flashed with disdain as he shot a glance at the chubby man and coldly replied. Who was the first to oppose last night? Saying what kind of genius is worth opening the sect to recruit. Now you're concerned? Rest assured, Zhan Wuming is performing excellently. He's a genius worthy of opening the sect for discipleship, and even the ancestors would be pleased to see it. The stocky man admitted his mistake straightforwardly. On the sidelines, an elderly man in a blue robe showed a glint of contemplation in his eyes and spoke slowly. We can't interfere with what's happening on stage. It's his agreement with the Lingjian sect. However, as the second senior brother mentioned, this young man has many tricks up his sleeve and may not necessarily lose. On the battlefield, Zhan Wuming sized up his opponent from head to toe, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Kid, you're in the wrong place. This is the arena, and you look as pale as tofu. Your voice is so soft, talking about death and corpses it's quite inauspicious. He then deliberately rolled up his sleeves to reveal his muscular biceps, exaggeratedly showing off. Look at big brother's muscles, and then look at your bean sprout-like frame. You should go back, drink some more milk, and come back in a few years. This statement caused an uproar in Yinshan Dang, leaving the spectators dumbfounded. His verbal prowess was unmatched, capable of infuriating the entire Lingjian sect within a day. Nanjao Chu, born into a prestigious family, was pampered from a young age, with skin as smooth as cream. The Nanjao family had a set of heavenly battle techniques that emphasized training the body to be small and agile, maximizing mobility in combat. Yet, in Zhan Wuming's mouth, this became a joke about not having enough milk. What was even more astonishing was that Zhan Wuming said these words with a straight face, as if discussing something serious. This blatant humiliation made the usually proud Nanjao Chu flush with anger. You're courting death. Nanjao Chu gritted his teeth and spat out. Zhan Wuming only became more enthusiastic, his face adorned with an infuriating smirk. Oh, is little brother shy? Your face is all red. Don't be so bashful. Don't let people mistake you for a sissy. Although I'm a bit of a lecher, I'm not interested in sissies. These words completely ignited Nanjao Chu's fury. Never in his life had he seen such a lewd expression, and the look in Zhan Wuming's eyes made him feel like a naked lamb being scrutinized. Seeing Nanjao Chu's furious attack, Zhan Wuming let out an exaggerated sigh. Oh dear, is Lingjian sect accepting these sissy-like kids as disciples now? What a tragedy. These words, like a sharp sword, deeply wounded the pride of every Lingjian sect disciple present. Zhang Chukai almost spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. The talented individuals in line looked at the disciples of the Lingjian sect with strange eyes, making their hair stand on end. They wanted to argue that Nanjao Chu was not a rabbit husband, but the words stuck in their throats, leaving them to silently endure the humiliation. Smack! Just as Zhan Wuming finished speaking, Nanjao Chu's palm landed heavily on him. Zhan Wuming only then realized that Nanjao Chu's speed was indeed as swift as lightning, leaving him barely any time to react. It was as if Nanjao Chu's speed had broken the boundaries of time and space. Zhan Wuming staggered backward a few steps, his fists raining down in retaliation, throwing more than a dozen punches, but only 3 landed effectively. During Zhan Wuming's counterattack, Nanjao Chu deftly dodged and quickly distanced himself, standing 3 yards away from Zhan Wuming. All of this happened in a flash, leaving the audience dazzled. After the exchange, Nanjao Chu stood as if he hadn't moved at all, while Zhan Wuming had retreated several steps, his face flushed. Clearly, Zhan Wuming was slightly at a disadvantage in this round, though not seriously injured. Your speed is impressive, but it seems you haven't had enough milk. You're lacking strength, Zhan Wuming sighed, brushing the dust from his clothes. Disobedient children need a spanking. Tell me your name, and let's see if you're worth the trouble. I hope you can laugh last. I think the girl who came with you is quite pretty. If you die, I'll make sure to take good care of her. Nanjao Chu. Nanjao Chu spat out his name with force. As soon as he spoke, he noticed the playful expression on Zhan Wuming's face vanish, replaced by a cold indifference. You've successfully angered me. Zhan Wuming's voice was calm, yet it carried a deadly chill. I enjoy seeing people angry, and even more, I love hearing them scream, screaming continuously until their blood runs dry. Nanjao Chu licked his lips, as if savoring the taste of blood. You will hear screams, Zhan Wuming said as he steadied himself, his whole demeanor suddenly becoming as lifeless as a withered tree, silent and profound. Lai Wenxiu exhaled a long breath. Nangongchu's speed had indeed reached its peak, and even he might not be able to track Nangongchu's movements. The Nangong family's agility was unparalleled, and he began to worry about how Zhan Wuming would counter Nangongchu's extreme speed. At this moment, Zhan Wuming reined in his energy, adopting a stance of responding to change with constancy. This approach, though reasonable, forfeited the initiative. Sometimes, holding the initiative is crucial, and once lost, it might take 10 times the effort to regain it. Many were puzzled by Zhan Wuming's decision to relinquish it voluntarily. However, a trace of approval flickered in Nangongchu's eyes. In the next moment, Nangongchu moved. His figure flickered, creating a trail of afterimages that enveloped Zhan Wuming's body. The audience from various sects and the gathered talents felt a suffocating pressure, as this speed left them with no way to respond. From below, Zhan Wuming seemed to be in a forest of human shadows. He remained motionless, while the shadows around him multiplied. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became thousands, ultimately forming a true storm. Yes, a storm. Nangongchu's movements disturbed every inch of space, his body spinning rapidly as his battle energy accelerated, creating crackling sounds from the intense friction in the air. Dust, debris, and even broken branches and dry leaves from all directions were gradually swept up by the swirling storm. The formidable power of the Nangong family's unique skill, Tempest's Might, was on full display. Zhang Chukai stared intently at this astonishing scene, a naked greed flickering in his eyes. This was merely a duel between two battle sects, yet mastering the Tempest's Might could make one nearly invincible even among battle emperors. His gaze shifted back and forth over his newly accepted disciple, Nangongchu, calculating various possibilities. At the storm's center, Zhan Wuming stood immovable like a statue. Nangongchu's figure zipped through the storm at a dizzying speed, making it hard to follow. This bizarre tactic forced Zhan Wuming to focus entirely on tracking his opponent, though the dizziness was tormenting him. He knew that continuing in this stalemate would be highly disadvantageous. "Aren't you tired of running? I'm about to fall asleep standing here." Zhan Wuming's voice pierced through the storm, surprisingly calm. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand how Zhan Wuming could remain so relaxed. Nangongchu's attack seemed fierce, yet it appeared as ineffective as a donkey turning a millstone. Before the words had fully settled, the storm changed abruptly. Countless hands emerged from all directions, each as vivid as if hundreds of Nangongchu were attacking simultaneously. Amidst the thunderous noise, Zhan Wuming grunted and crashed into the ground like a meteor. Before he could rise, the solidified storm spun again, engulfing him instantly. When Zhan Wuming's figure reappeared, everyone present gasped. The once dominant Zhan Wuming was now in tattered clothes, his body covered in bloodstains, with none of his former majesty. This scene shocked everyone. Even Anen, known for his formidable physique surpassing that of the ancestral giant ape, was moved. Lai Wenxiu was so tense that his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. His entire being was captivated by this earth-shattering duel, not even noticing Zhang Chucai's satisfied glance in his direction. This battle seemed to have already determined the first place on the Grand Selection's gold ranking. Zhan Wuming was once again swept into the storm. This sight made the onlookers gasp. No one thought he could survive such a furious tempest. However, not far from the Lingjian sect's main hall, two early-stage battle emperors from the Nangong family watched the battle with grave expressions. These two were the experts escorting Nangongchu to Nanjao City. Although their skills were not on par with Zhang Chukai, they were well-versed in the Nangong family's battle techniques. Zhang Chukai noticed their unusual expressions and felt a tinge of unease. He tentatively asked, "Brother Jian, is Chu in trouble?" The gaunt elder, Nangong Jian, furrowed his brows and pondered. "It's hard to tell right now, but there were two anomalies. That kid managed to cause a momentary pause in Chuer's storm fury, and, more surprisingly, he broke through the eye of the storm." As Nangongchu's elder, he was well aware of the power of the storm fury, making these phenomena highly unusual. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from the arena. The rapidly spinning storm came to an abrupt halt, and the scene revealed after the dust settled made Zhang Chukai exclaim in shock. "This is not good." Zhan Wuming stood firmly in the center of the arena, gripping Nangongchu's throat. His eyes were closed, seemingly cut off from the outside world. Nangongchu's face was ashen, clearly not expecting this outcome. The once dominant genius had planned to toy with his prey. He wanted to shred Zhan Wuming's clothes and flesh like tearing cloth, making his opponent die in despair. Even when Zhan Wuming broke through the storm, he considered it a fluke and immediately launched a new wave of attacks. What puzzled Nangongchu was that Zhan Wuming closed his eyes, neither dodging nor counterattacking amidst the violent storm, even abandoning any defense. This led him to change tactics, abandoning the use of spiritual weapons to try breaking his opponent's bones with his fists and feet, just as Zhan Wuming had previously handled Yin Jianzi and Song Luzi, crippling them before thoroughly humiliating them. Nangongchu's plan was effective. His relentless blows caused Zhan Wuming to spit out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The sword wound on his chest burst open again, and blood gushed out like a fountain. If this continued, the blood loss alone would be enough to claim Zhan Wuming's life. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Nanjao Chu's eyes, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhan Wuming was not as formidable as he seemed. After all, Nanjao Chu was the top of the golden list, and apart from a few exceptional brothers, who else could rival him? Just as Nanjao Chu's mind began to relax, Zhan Wuming, who had been enduring the attacks like a punching bag, suddenly moved. Nanjao Chu's fist landed on Zhan Wuming's waist, and the impact caused a barely noticeable pause. This almost imperceptible hesitation became a fatal flaw. At that moment, Nanjao Chu truly felt the terrifying nature of Zhan Wuming, a person who was not only ruthless to others, but equally merciless to himself. He could endure being pummeled like a sandbag, all the while calmly searching for a flaw in Nanjao Chu's attacks. That flaw was the brief pause right after the punch made contact with the body. After enduring a barrage of ferocious attacks, Zhan Wuming finally seized the opportunity and grabbed Nanjao Chu by the throat. The slender Nanjao Chu seemed like a child in Zhan Wuming's grip, yet no one in the audience dared to see Nanjao Chu as a child. Witnessing the terrifying speed of the attacks, the crowd couldn't fathom how Zhan Wuming managed to break through the storm and precisely seize Nanjao Chu by the throat. Nanjao Chu's clothes remained spotless, not a speck of dust on them, while Zhan Wuming was drenched in blood, his clothes shredded into countless pieces scattered across the arena. His bare upper body was covered in dark bruises, clearly showing the intense barrage he had just endured. His legs, covered in fine hair, were similarly bruised, his entire body a mix of black and red, flesh and blood indistinguishable. Incredibly, Zhan Wuming still stood firmly on the stage, holding Nanjao Chu with one hand. The stark contrast between the two left the audience in awe. Some wondered if they could maintain their form after such an assault. Others questioned whether Nanjao Chu's punches were too weak, or if Zhan Wuming's body was more terrifying than a high-level beast. In truth, everyone knew that even the lightest punch from a 9-star war sect was enough to shatter stone, and normal spiritual weapons would be reduced to scrap under such relentless attacks. Yet Zhan Wuming survived, albeit covered in wounds. I heard you can transform, but you won't get the chance. Zhan Wuming opened his eyes, coldly gazing at Nanjao Chu, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Nanjao Chu was filled with regret. He had countless opportunities to deliver a fatal blow but chose to torture his opponent in the most brutal way. His arrogance led him to underestimate this enemy, especially when the opponent seemed defenseless. He even scorned using his ancestral bloodline power, seeing Zhan Wuming as nothing more than a toy, not worth the effort of drawing his weapon. Zhan Wuming's resilience and determination far exceeded his expectations. Lai Wenxiu's fingers slowly relaxed, but his expression remained grave. Zhan Wuming had won, unexpectedly and decisively. He knew that Nanjao Chu possessed ancestral blood, yet he still underestimated his opponent's speed. Given such superhuman speed, Zhan Wuming saw almost no hope of victory. Lai Wenxiu focused intently and unexpectedly noticed that Nanjao Chu was fighting barehanded. Zhan Wuming's body was covered with clear scars, all from punches, with no sword wounds. If those punch marks had been sword wounds, Zhan Wuming would have long been bleeding profusely. Recalling how Zhan Wuming had previously used brutal means to disable Yin Jianzi and Kang Luzi, Lai Wenxiu couldn't help but silently commend the decision's wisdom. It was Zhan Wuming's ruthlessness that provoked Nanjao Chu to retaliate with equally savage methods. However, Nanjao Chu clearly overestimated his strength and underestimated Zhan Wuming's physical resilience. In the past, Zhan Wuming needed only a few punches to shatter Yin Jianzi's bones and flesh, and nearly 100 punches to turn the two into pulp. Yet now, Nanjao Chu had landed nearly 1,000 punches on Zhan Wuming, who still stood unyielding. Lai Wenxiu cautiously signaled to the second senior brother and the seventh junior brother, whispering, "No matter what happens, we must protect him." "Don't worry, third senior brother. Anyone wanting to trouble Wuming has to get past me first," the short and stout one said firmly. They all understood that Nanjao Chu's situation was very different from Ainan's. Ainan was merely a disciple of the Lingjian sect, and any incident involving him wouldn't justify a war between the two sections. But Nanjao Chu was different. He was a genius of the Nanjao family, fighting for the Lingjian sect, yet backed by his family's support. Although the Nanjao family wasn't as formidable as the major sects, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Accompanying Nanjao Chu were his brothers Nanjao Jian and Nanjao Pe, both of whom were at the initial stage of battle emperor strength. They posed no threat to a few of them, but could kill Zhan Wuming with ease. Lai Wenxiu was well aware of Zhan Wuming's character. Not only was he arrogant, but also vengeful. After suffering such a severe setback today, he might recklessly attempt to kill Nanjao Chu. Even if you manage a lucky victory, what then? Nanjao Chu's eyes flashed with disdain as he glanced at his two granduncles not far away, feeling even more confident. In this Yin Mountain arena, who would dare harm him in front of 2 battle emperors? He firmly believed that even if given 1,000 chances, he could take Zhan Wuming's life before being subdued. Zhan Wuming's eyes sparkled with amusement as he lifted a scarred hand, gently pinched Nanjao Chu's cheek, and chuckled. Little brother, you're really so naive. This is a death match, not child's play. Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? Just because he's part of the Nanjao family. If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, I'll wipe out your entire clan. Nanjao Pahua's cold and harsh voice pierced through the air like the frost of winter, striking everyone's ears. Nanjao Jian and Nanjao Pahua suddenly leaped forward, charging towards the challenge stage with an imposing aura. However, their movements froze midair as an overwhelming pressure descended upon them like a mountain, rendering them immobile in an instant. Lai Wenxiu stood there, exuding a powerful presence, his eyes sharp and unyielding, forcing the two to halt in their tracks. At this moment, Nanjao Chu was still firmly held by Zhan Wuming, whose eyes showed no hint of mercy. To him, Nanjao Chu was merely a toy to be played with, and until now, Zhan Wuming hadn't actually killed any disciples of the Lingjian sect, as he didn't desire direct conflict with them. However, this battle wasn't Nanjao family's fight, it was one they had instigated themselves. This is an agreement between the Isho sect and the Lingjian sect. Surely, the Nanjao family won't break the rules so blatantly. Lai Wenxiu sneered, his gaze as sharp as a knife, locking onto Nanjao Jian and Nanjao Pahua. He stood in front of them, his presence as solid as an iron wall. You. Nanjao Pahua seethed with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, but faced with Lai Wenxiu's relentless pressure, he could only swallow his anger, the fire within him burning fiercely without an outlet. Zhan Wuming continued to smirk nonchalantly. He extended a finger, lightly lifting Nanjao Chu's chin, a teasing smile playing on his lips, as if mocking an insignificant clown. Oh, I'm so scared. You're from the Nanjao family? His actions were flippant, almost mocking. Nanjao Chu's face flushed with anger, on the verge of exploding. As the top-ranked individual, how could he endure such humiliation? Yet, Zhan Wuming's monstrous strength bound him like iron chains, leaving him no room to resist. His cheeks were pinched pale, and watching Zhan Wuming's taunting gestures, the spectators gasped, their expressions turning complex. Zhan Wuming's bare upper body, covered in bruises, moved with a lightness that made everyone think of unsavory scenarios. This guy, even after being beaten like that, still acts so flippantly towards Nanjao Chu. It's truly bizarre. The audience was utterly shocked. Release my young master, and I won't hold you accountable for today's offense. Nanjao Pahua's voice was low, filled with threat. His hand was slightly raised, hiding a murderous intent. However, due to the Isho sect's formidable power, he dared not act recklessly. After all, Nanjao Chu was still in Zhan Wuming's grip, and any excessive action would be seen as an inability to accept defeat. If you dare to continue this humiliation, the Nanjao family won't let you off easily. Nanjao Jian's voice was high-pitched, his eyes flashing with intense, killing intent. He couldn't help but sneer, watching Zhan Wuming continue his audacious behavior, a wave of burning anger surging within him. All of this left him deeply dissatisfied, as the Nanjao family, a prestigious clan of the Dian dynasty, would never take a small family from my city seriously. Zhan Wuming suddenly burst into laughter, a piercing sound like a chilling wind from hell. His eyes were cold, filled with endless sarcasm. Haha, you really surprised me. You actually use a family from my city to threaten me, thinking I care about your broken family. He chuckled coldly, his gaze revealing intense disdain. As his laughter faded, he slightly lowered his head, fixing his eyes on Nanjao Jian, speaking icily. Do you know why I initially wanted to join the Lingjian sect? Because I envied the disciples who joined they could do whatever they wanted, without any restraints, which suits my character perfectly. As Zhan Wuming's words echoed, the crowd was silent, all eyes fixed on him, unsure whether they felt shock or anger. So, from a young age, I was determined to join the Lingjian sect. Zhan Wuming stood in the center of Yinshan Dang, his gaze intense and his voice resonant. The surrounding crowd held their breath, no one daring to interrupt him. Unfortunately, the night before last, I killed a disciple of the Lingjian sect, Tu Yanqing Prince of Tu Yin Kingdom. Zhan Wuming's lips curled with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He, like you, threatened me, saying I wouldn't dare harm him because he was a disciple of the Lingjian sect. Zhan Wuming paused, surveying the crowd before continuing. I thought to myself, if I want to be reckless and lawless, why did I encounter such a reckless and lawless sect disciple? His voice rose several notches. I figured, if just because he's a Lingjian sect disciple, he could be reckless and lawless towards me, that's no fun. So I cut off his head. He thumped his chest, his voice echoing throughout Yinshan Dang. In life, you must act freely, not be threatened. What's the point of living if you're always cautious? Losing your head is just a scar the size of a bowl. Zhan Wuming spread his hands, showing some regret. But because of this incident, I can't enter the Lingjian sect. What a pity. Not only did they refuse me entry, but they also want to kill me and my friends. His eyes sharpened. Because of this, I told Elder Zhang of the Lingjian sect, if you want to kill me, that's too easy. You're a mid-level battle emperor. Killing me wouldn't leave me satisfied or convinced, and you wouldn't have any face either. Zhan Wuming's voice reverberated in Yinshan Dang. So I told him, all the Lingjian sect disciples below the Battle King are trash. If those above the Battle King don't step in, the Lingjian sect is just a pile of crap, and no one can kill me. He straightened his back, proudly declaring. So today, I came to Yinshan Dang to let the strongest and most exceptional disciple of the Lingjian sect fight me. If I die, I'll accept it. If I win, the matter of killing the Lingjian sect disciple is written off. Zhan Wuming grinned. Honestly, the Lingjian sect disciples are quite skilled, but there's still no match for me. Who am I? I'm about to be accepted as the founding disciple of the Isho sect. Standing nearby, Zheng Chutsai's face turned from red to green. Zhan Wuming's words were like a sharp blade piercing the dignity of the Lingjian sect. What did he mean by saying all disciples below the Battle King were trash? And that if those above the Battle King didn't intervene, the Lingjian sect was just a pile of crap? Zheng Chukai trembled with anger. And this guy shamelessly claimed he wanted to join the Lingjian sect just to be reckless and lawless? The crowd in Yinshan Dang exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions. Can the disciples of the Lingjian sect really act recklessly and lawlessly? After pondering for a moment, they seemed to realize that Sonyan Empire, just saying you're a disciple of the Lingjian sect means no one dares to provoke you. If provoked, it could lead to the destruction of one's family. People in the crowd started nodding, agreeing with Zhan Wuming's words. When people heard Zhan Wuming bluntly state that all Lingjian sect disciples below the Battle King were trash, those geniuses who were planning to join the Lingjian sect were filled with confusion. Was the Lingjian sect still worth joining? Just one Zhan Wuming from the Isho sect had left the Lingjian sect unable to lift its head, causing a significant loss of face. It seemed the Isho sect had more potential. Geniuses started to reconsider their choices, either opting for other sects or the Isho sect. Zhan Wuming turned to an elder, his gaze sharp. Old man, you were wrong to use my family and Muyesity against me. You've checked my background, so you know that before coming to Nanjao City, I was just a playboy. Do you know why? He let out a cold laugh. It's because my family restricted me, preventing me from causing trouble, because when I do, it's reckless and lawless, potentially implicating my family. So when I heard about the sect selection, I left. My family can't be implicated, so I sought the Lingjian sect as a backer, to see who dares to provoke me. My family knows that Zhan Wuming is born to be a troublemaker. Every time I step out of my city, I inevitably bring disaster to my family. Perhaps it was my shrewd grandfather or my strategic father who foresaw this, but in any case, the moment I left my city, the Zhan family had quietly vanished from the world. There's an old saying that goes, if you can't fight them, avoid them. Are you really trying to use this to threaten me? Zhan Wuming shook his finger with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. You come to challenge me, putting on airs. You could have killed me, but you overplayed your hand, and now you've become my trophy. He continued with a cold smile. Can't the people of the Nangang family be a bit more humble? So what if you lost? It's not the end of the world. Look at Tai Mu from the Tai family. He also lost to me. His breakthrough on the street shows wisdom and magnanimity that you people lack. Zhan Wuming's tone grew even more mocking. I can't stand people like you, pretending to be high and mighty even when you're already defeated. Don't you know that overplaying your hand will bring disaster? These words left the two battle emperors of the Nangang family trembling with rage. A mere battle sect member daring to lecture the Nangang family like this. Zhan Wuming's disdainful tone and mocking expression were blatant provocations. The gathered heroes were dumbfounded, and the elders of various sects began to reevaluate Zhan Wuming. This young man was not simple. His sharp tongue was as lethal as his strength, and his speech had reached an impressive level. Nangang Chu was even more humiliated and furious. Zhan Wuming's words were more painful than a whip. Indeed, he had numerous opportunities to finish Zhan Wuming, but his desire to torment him slowly led to missed chances. In contrast, Zhan Wuming seized a slim chance and turned the tables. Watch your words, boy. Nangang Po finally couldn't contain his anger. A battle sect member being so arrogant was not only an insult to him personally, but also a mockery of the entire Nangang family. Suddenly, Zhan Wuming shifted his gaze to Lingjian sect and said, look at yourself. I'm accepting a challenge from Lingjian sect. Why is the Nangang family interfering? It seems like you don't think much of Lingjian sect, or is it because they can't handle losing that they sent you to meddle? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world for such actions? These words immediately changed the expressions of Zheng Chukai and the experts from Lingjian sect. They had been scheming to let the Nangang family clash with Zhan Wuming and Isho sect, hoping to benefit from the chaos. Unexpectedly, Zhan Wuming directly exposed their intentions, reminding everyone that this was originally a conflict between Lingjian sect and him. Now that Lingjian sect was utterly defeated and disgraced, They still had to ensure Zhan Wuming's safety while he remained on the challenge stage. I admit, you truly are a rare genius, and your abilities have undoubtedly earned the respect of Lingjian's sect. However, it's too early to declare victory in your duel with Lingjian's sect after just one day without a conclusive outcome. Zheng Chu couldn't help but reflect on this. He had to voice it, but surrendering was absolutely out of the question. How could Lingjian's sect, one of the top sects on this continent, bow down to a junior? If they did, upon returning to Lingjian's sect, he'd surely be punished by the elders, and his future prospects would be bleak. Since the duel isn't over, and to show that Lingjian's sect isn't deliberately interfering, at least to avoid seeming like they're provoking on purpose, I don't want to hear any more barking like mad dogs. As Zhan Wuming spoke, he turned his head towards Nangong Jian and Nangong Po with a contemptuous look, giving them a slow thumbs down, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. He sneered, "Shut up, all of you. The Nangong family has no say here. Don't forget, Nangong Chu is already a disciple of Lingjian's sect. He challenged me on their behalf. Now that he's lost, why didn't you step in earlier to stop it? Why wait until defeat to start barking? Does the Nangong family think they can openly disrespect Lingjian's sect and Isho sect? You're overdoing the act." Zhan Wuming's words were like thunderclaps, plunging Yinshan into a stunned silence. Geniuses from across the empire, gathered for the sect selection, turned their heads. This young man, who had appeared on stage with them, had unknowingly become their hero. The so-called first on the golden list became a joke. Such audacity, such arrogance, to shame two battle emperors with his martial prowess and publicly humiliate the high and mighty Nangong family. This is a true hero, the real king of geniuses. They began to silently admire Zhan Wuming. Such spirit was something they had never witnessed. Who else in the world could surpass him? The people of Lingjian's sect were torn between anger and helplessness. Zhan Wuming was clearly using their reputation as a target, yet they had to pretend to accept it all, supporting this young man's feigned authority. They quietly whispered to the two battle emperors of the Nangong family, trying to smooth things over and avoid further embarrassment. Whatever they said in private, Zhan Wuming couldn't hear, nor did he care. For him, the most important thing was to fearlessly trample on their pride. He completely ignored the two battle emperors from the Nangong family and turned to the people of Isho's sect with a smile, inwardly praising himself for choosing Isho's sect. They had stood by him at critical moments, reinforcing his position, earning his deep trust. The battle emperors and battle kings of Isho's sect looked at Zhan Wuming with admiration and appreciation. Though he seemed reckless and unruly, he had already brought great honor to the sect even before officially joining, which was impressive. Even if they might face some trouble because of him in the future, so be it. Sect rivalries? Let them be damned. Every sect engages in open and secret struggles, don't they? The current conflict only served to boost their pride. The disciples of Isho's sect were completely won over by Zhan Wuming's overwhelming spirit. Unlike the arrogant dominance of Lingjian's sect, couldn't Isho's sect also exhibit such imposing presence? The two battle emperors from the Nangong family were like rampaging beasts, leaping around and stirring the disciples of the Isho sect into a fury. Some were even tempted to step forward and teach these arrogant guys a lesson, thinking that the elders wouldn't just stand by and watch them get bullied. An old madman meets a young madman, and now the world has more trouble. A middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly sighed softly, shaking his head with a wry smile. Tianhe, you're right. This young man and that old madman are quite a match. Neither of them are easy to deal with. Back in our younger days, we were nowhere near their level. The speaker was Nan Yuanzong, the ancestor of the Nanjao kingdom, who lived in seclusion at the Jinxiu Palace. The Tianhe he referred to as the middle-aged man he played chess with that night at Jinxiu Palace. In recent years, the Lingjian sect has indeed overstepped. They've taken control of many secular dynasties, violating the original agreements between the major sections. Tianhe frowned slightly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Sects shouldn't meddle in secular affairs lightly. This agreement should have been upheld, but now it seems it needs to be re-evaluated. He took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. As an elder of Xiantian's sect, the largest sect in the world, I'm well aware of the affairs of all sections. Although the Lingjian sect's expansion has been discreet, its influence is significant, and I'm aware of some of their minor actions. The growing dissatisfaction from other sects towards Lingjian sect is palpable. Their pace far surpasses that of other sects, and if not stopped, it might eventually threaten Xiantian's sect's position. Nan Yuanzong sighed helplessly. Ah, Tianhe, you might be stable within your sect, but my Nanjao kingdom has been almost completely infiltrated by the Lingjian sect. To them, we're just a trivial small dynasty, unable to cause any real waves. Our family is now in a predicament, and the future is uncertain. Tianhe's eyebrows furrowed, a flash of anger in his eyes. He hadn't expected his old friend to also suffer from the Lingjian sect's encroachment. As the ancestor of Nanjao kingdom, even with the strength of a peak battle emperor, Nan Yuanzong seemed insignificant compared to the Lingjian sect. If it weren't for each dynasty having a battle emperor elder, they wouldn't be so rampant. It's time to report these matters to the sect leader. The Lingjian sect has gone too far. Determination was evident in Tiana's words, his gaze gradually turning cold. If this continues, perhaps this young man's commotion is the opportunity we need. At this moment, the focus shifted back to the center of the battle. Zhang Chukai stood at the edge, his voice strong and resonant. Zhan Wuming, you've won this battle. Now let go of Nanjao Chu. Zhan Wuming sneered, dismissively responding. Oh, I've won, so there will be many more battles to come, right? Our agreement is for one day. As long as you remain undefeated within this day, your grievances with the Lingjian sect will be written off, Zhang Chukai explained, his tone slightly urgent. Before he finished speaking, a round of boos erupted from the sidelines. Some muttered curses at Zhang Chucai's shamelessness, as previous challengers from the Lingjian sect had failed to win their matches. Zhang Chucai's statement was clearly testing Zhan Wuming's limits. Zhan Wuming cast a cold glance at Nanjao Chu, a wicked smile on his lips. All right, since you say so, I'll do as you wish. Does the Nanjao family consider themselves noble? Unfortunately, I don't kill unnecessarily. I've spared the first 3 challengers from the Lingjian sect. If you're the last challenger, perhaps your life can be spared. Tension filled the air, and the spectators held their breath, closely watching every detail of the battle. The Lingjian sect deemed me too merciful and decided to have the disciples engage in a series of challenges. Nanjao Chu sensed the murderous intent emanating from Zhan Wuming, and his face turned pale as he trembled. You can't kill me. Zhan Wuming sneered. There is nothing in this world I dare not do. The Nanjao family means nothing to me. Before he finished speaking, his fingers clenched suddenly, causing Nanjao Chu's neck to snap and his head to slump to the side. At the moment Nanjao Chu's life ended, Zhan Wuming felt a wisp of resentment attach itself to his soul. He spread his arms, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes to calm his mind. Amidst the fading colors of life, strands of azure light swirled around him, as the remaining power of the Taiishu within him gradually absorbed the gray resentment, transforming it into a peculiar energy that infused his body. In that instant, he suddenly realized the source of Nanjao Chu's astonishing speed, the power of the wind. He could distinctly sense the presence of wind elements, and with a bit of practice, he could master the secret of Nanjao Chu's speed. This realization made Zhan Wuming understand what it meant to wrest life from the heavens. Life is composed of various elements from the universe, and each person's fate is a unique combination of these elemental forces. The so-called life essence is precisely this unique mixture of elements. To wrest life from the heavens is to use one's mind to sense the spiritual energy of the world, deeply feel and control these elemental forces, and supplement one's life essence to achieve the perfection of life. Although most people spend their entire lives mastering only one type of elemental force, and even reaching a divine status allows for control over just one law, true perfection requires mastery of all elemental forces in the universe. At this moment, the long-standing deadlock in Zhan Wuming's mind regarding the Taiishu divine arts concept of replacing life with life was resolved. He finally understood that taking life from others meant extracting the necessary life essence from them, just as he had acquired the power of the wind element from Nanjao Chu. With the mastery of the wind element, a certain seal in his mind was broken, and Mo Tianji's description of his fate became clear. Those blurred memories also became vivid. His connection with the beast-taming sect, which would become the foundation for his rise. From now on, not only could he readily absorb the wind elements from the universe, but he also understood a truth. The elements of the universe exist not only in nature, but also within various life forms and heavenly spiritual beings, containing pure elemental energies. Zhan Wuming felt an urge to shout to the heavens as the mysteries that had long troubled him suddenly unraveled. He realized his mindset was already beyond the level of a battle sect, capable of achieving the status of a battle king. However, he decided against it because the Xiantian secret realm was about to open, and those above the battle king level couldn't enter. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. These thoughts flashed through Zhan Wuming's mind, but his actions left everyone at Yinshan Dang in shock. Despite the Lingjian sect's clear demand for release and the watchful eyes of 2 battle emperors from the Nanjao family, Zhan Wuming unhesitatingly grasped Nanjao Chu's throat, ending his life as effortlessly and coldly as if he were crushing a chick. Even more astonishing was that after killing Nanjao Chu, the bruises on Zhan Wuming's body faded visibly, and the wound on his chest healed rapidly, as if nourished by some mysterious power. Nanjao Zheshan and Nanjao Powei stood frozen, incredulous. They couldn't fathom how, with the Lingjian sect openly demanding the release of the hostage, Zhan Wuming dared to be so audacious, ending the life of the Nanjao family's new generation genius and top contender in the grand selection before their very eyes. Nanjao Powei roared, filled with deep-seated hatred. Zhan Wuming, I will annihilate your entire clan. Zhan Wuming remained unfazed, casually responding. Sorry, I was too tense, so I couldn't control my strength and squeeze too hard. This absurd explanation left the crowd below dumbfounded, and their eyes soon gleamed with admiration. This was truly a remarkable person, capable of uttering words that even the gods could not foresee. Zhang Chucai's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, an icy anger burning in his chest. In centuries, he had never been so enraged, and it was all because of this young man before him. From the start, he had been led by the nose, and the reputation and dignity of the Lingjian sect had been trampled by this insignificant battle sect. Even with the Yishuo sect's interference, he would not let Zhan Wuming leave Yinshan alive. However, perhaps the Lingjian sect wouldn't need to act at all. As long as he could hold back the Yishuo sect's battle emperor experts, Nangong Jieshan and Nangong Powei would naturally take Zhan Wuming's life. Who would step in to save this arrogant young man? You are courting death, Zhang Chucai said coldly, no longer concerned about how to explain to the sect upon returning or how to face the Nangong family's questioning. Zhan Wuming sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Since I dared to kill him, I have never been afraid of you. Since I dared to accept your challenge, I never planned to part amicably with you. The Lingjian sect, the Nangong family, are nothing more than this. With that, he casually took the storage rings from Nangong Chu's hand and slipped them onto his own fingers, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. You brat die? Nangong Jieshan was utterly enraged. Watching Zhan Wuming's nonchalant ring-taking action felt like a heavy hammer striking his head, igniting a profound sense of humiliation that made him explode completely. The war emperor of the Nangong family struck out in anger, veins bulging on his face as a fierce aura erupted from him. Seeing this, members of the beast-taming sect immediately moved to shield Zhan Wuming. They flashed in front of the young boy, recognizing him as the future hope of their sect, determined to protect him from any harm. The Nangong family is renowned for their speed, and Nangong Jianxi was no exception. He blurred forward like a shadow, but even his speed was like wading through mud within Lai Wenxiu's battle aura domain. As the pressure from Lai Wenxiu's domain intensified, Nangong Jianxi's movements became increasingly sluggish, each step feeling like he was carrying 1,000 pounds. This was the difference in cultivation level. Speed was not everything. True strength lay in the power of one's domain, controlling every inch of space. With a thunderous crash, Nangong Jianxi's body was thrown like a broken kite, crashing through 3 ancient trees before coming to a halt. At the same time, Nangong Powei was intercepted by the short, stout elder of the beast-taming sect, their clashing auras stirring up a cloud of dust. If the Nangong family insists on breaking the agreement between the beast-taming sect and the Lingjian sect, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lai Wenxiu roared, his voice booming like thunder. The Lingjian sect is shameless. Nangong Chu fought on their behalf, yet they deliberately allow the Nangong family to stir up trouble. He killed a member of the Nangong family. He must die. Nangong Jianxi's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Nangong Chu was a promising young member of the family, and seeing him killed by Zhan Wuming in public, with his storage ring taken right before their eyes, was a blatant humiliation that nearly drove Nangong Jianxi to madness. The Nangong family would be a laughingstock if they didn't kill this boy. Zhan Wuming stood calmly, saying, blame him for representing the Lingjian sect in battle. I've already shown them enough courtesy. I've spared the first 3 opponents, but since you don't appreciate it. His gaze sharpened as he turned towards the Lingjian sect, flipping his thumb downward coldly. From now on, no one will be spared. In that moment, Zhan Wuming openly defied the centuries-old prestige of the Lingjian sect, expressing disdain and contempt for the colossal entity before the assembled heroes of the world. The onlookers felt their blood boil, deeply shaken. A true prodigy should be this bold and unyielding. Compared to him, many suddenly felt their own title of genius was laughable. A wave of confusion washed over many hearts. They had joined sects, becoming subordinates, chasing an elusive future, traveling great distances to humbly seek acceptance, and would be overjoyed to become even an ordinary disciple. Yet this young man expressed such brazen disdain for the Lingjian sect's might. Those considered geniuses were no fools. Their minds were already quite clear. Listening to Zhan Wuming's words, they seemed to grasp a truth: one who seeks invincibility must possess an invincible heart. For how can one be invincible if their heart harbors fear? Suddenly, an extraordinary scene unfolded at Yinshan. Hundreds of geniuses sat cross-legged, glowing with light. The chaotic battle aura of heaven and earth surged above them. At this moment, they were inspired, simultaneously breaking through ranks, unmoving and oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Elders of various sects were astounded. Never before had such an event occurred. In hundreds of years, the prodigies participating in the sect selection had never simultaneously ascended in rank, causing such chaos in the battle aura of Yinshan. Zhan Wuming was also slightly taken aback, not understanding what had provoked these people to break through right there in Yinshan. Previously, Taiishu's public breakthrough had become a celebrated tale, and now hundreds were achieving it at once. It was astonishing and would surely become a legendary story. Zhan Wuming stood atop the heights of Yinshan Valley, his deep and resonant voice echoing through the canyon. Talents from all corners. His gaze swept over the gathered crowd, eyes blazing. You are the undisputed elite, destined to leave an indelible legend on this continent. But the path of the strong requires a heart of strength. He let out a cold laugh and continued. Look at this so-called sect selection. It's utterly laughable. Are we, the elite, to be picked like vegetables? We harbor the will to be invincible, yet are expected to beg for a meager room, allowing our pride to be trampled upon. Standing tall with a proud expression, Zhan Wuming declared, I, Zhan Wuming, have never considered the talents within the sects to be any different from us. If there is a gap, it is only in the effort each of us has put in. That's precisely why I demanded that the Isho sect open its doors wide for me, to recruit disciples. I reject all acts that desecrate talent. With a hint of pride in his voice, he added, Fortunately, the Isho sect has the insight to recognize talent and has given me the respect I deserve. This is a sect worth relying on. His tone suddenly turned icy. And look at the Lingjian sect. How laughable. Their top-ranked Nangong Chu challenged me as a Lingjian sect disciple and died in battle. And what did Lingjian sect do? They dared not show themselves and hid behind the Nangong family. Zhan Wuming's voice grew more impassioned. Talents of the world, do you wish to follow such a sect without dignity? By following such a sect, you will become a laughingstock, a stepping stone for us. We will tread on your bones and tell your families. The sect you relied on will only stand by and watch, waiting for your family to join you in death. This is your fate. His sudden declaration left everyone in shock. Not only was the Lingjian sect caught off guard, but even the people from the Isho sect were momentarily stunned. Lai Wenxiu of the Isho sect silently lamented, realizing that while Zhan Wuming's words elevated the Isho sect, they also thoroughly offended the Lingjian sect. Given the strength of their current expedition, the Isho sect was in no position to fully protect Zhan Wuming from the Lingjian sect and the Nangong family's two battle emperors. Members from other sects exchanged glances, realizing they were being drawn into the Lingjian sect's turmoil. However, Zhan Wuming's words resonated with many. The talents present, many of whom surpassed sect disciples in aptitude, especially those who had breakthroughs on the spot, displayed a level of spirituality and understanding that surprised the major sections. Therefore, despite the severity of his words, rather than anger, many began to view him with newfound respect. The members of the Lingjian sect displayed two distinct expressions. One was anger and madness, seen on the faces of the sect's elders and welcoming officials. The other was guilt and regret, evident on the faces of those who had just passed the Lingjian sect's test and earned the right to become disciples. Zhan Wuming's words pierced the hearts of everyone present like a sharp sword. The new disciples hung their heads low, their eyes filled with confusion and disappointment. They had yet to develop a sense of belonging to the Lingjian sect, and what they witnessed today only deepened their doubts. Zhan Wuming's remarks stirred their emotions, subtly planting seeds of discord in their hearts, and their sense of disapproval towards the sect left them in turmoil. Lai Wenxiu, did your Isho sect incite him to say such things? Zheng Chutsai's face was ashen, his voice chillingly cold. I hope the Isho sect can provide an explanation for this slander against our Lingjian sect. What exactly do you mean by this? The shrewd Zheng Chukai did not directly attack Zhan Wuming, as that would have made him appear enraged and embarrassed. With his years of experience, he found the perfect excuse to act. In a flash, he positioned himself in front of Lai Wenxiu. Simultaneously, two other warlords from the Lingjian sect moved swiftly to block Lai Wenxiu's two brothers. It seemed as if this was all meticulously planned. The three warlords of the Isho sect were immediately restrained, unable to assist. This maneuver by the Lingjian sect did not appear to provoke a war between the two sects, but cleverly created an opportunity for Nangong Jianxi and Nangong Powei. Without Lai Wenxiu's interference, Nangong Jianxi and Nangong Powei were eager to confront Zhan Wuming. Murderous intent gleamed in their eyes as they shouted in unison, "Prepare to die." They lunged at Zhan Wuming like arrows released from a bow. Murderous intent filled the air in Yinshan Valley, clearly indicating the Nangong family was truly enraged. Everyone present saw through the shameless tactics of the Lingjian sect. Although the three warlords from the Lingjian sect were slightly weaker than those from the Isho sect, their goal was simply to prevent the three from aiding Zhan Wuming, not to engage in a life-or-death battle, thus maintaining the upper hand. How dare you? Lai Wenxiu roared in anger, waving his hand as a powerful battle aura surged toward Nangong Jianxi and Nangong Powei like a rainbow piercing the sun. You old madman. Don't try to change the subject before giving me an explanation. Zheng Chukai also intervened, barely managing to block Lai Wenxiu's battle aura. The collision of their energies in the air created a strong gust, forcing Zheng Chukai to take a step back, revealing that Lai Wenxiu's combat power was indeed superior. Nangong Jianxi's advance was momentarily halted by Lai Wenxiu's interference, but he gritted his teeth and continued his assault, clearly not expecting Lai Wenxiu to hinder him despite Zhang Chucai's presence. Think you can kill me so easily? Zhan Wuming, watching the advancing Nangong Jianxi and Nangong Powei, smirked coldly as he swiftly pulled several clay pots from his robe and hurled them into the sky. The pots exploded high above, releasing a strange scent that spread like smoke over Yinshan Valley. As the peculiar aroma filled the air, Zhan Wuming dove into the waters of the valley with astonishing speed. In the moment Nangong Jianxi and Nangong Powei were distracted by Lai Wenxiu, he had already disappeared beneath the surface. Simultaneously, a deep growl from a beast echoed throughout the valley, resonating in everyone's ears. Nangong Jianxi was about to pursue again when he was shocked to find that Zhang Chucai's mount, the greenied golden beast, suddenly let out a thunderous roar and charged at him in a frenzy. Everything happened too suddenly. The greenied golden beast, a peak-level warlord spirit beast, had been Zhang Chucai's loyal mount and companion for years. Among the Lingjian sect disciples, this beast was regarded with great reverence, akin to a senior teacher or uncle. Nangong Jianxi never expected the beast to suddenly turn hostile. Boom! Nangong Zhengwo was sent flying by the impact. The greatest advantage of a magical beast is its formidable physical strength. A peak-level battle king like the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast would make even a beginner battle emperor retreat. The beast suddenly erupted in a sneak attack at close range, leaving Nangong Zhengwo stunned and seriously injured. As everyone stood in shock and confusion, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast turned and charged towards the lake's surface. With a long howl, a figure leaped from the water onto the beast's back. It was Zhan Wuming. The members of the Lingjian sect were dumbfounded, Zhang Chucai was dumbfounded, and the Isho sect members were also dumbfounded. What was happening? Zhang Chucai's blue-eyed golden-eyed beast attacked Nangong Zhengwo and then carried Zhan Wuming away. You foolish Nangong family members, this was all prearranged with Elder Zhang. Zhan Wuming's voice echoed. He knew your Nangong family wouldn't willingly send your best talent to the Lingjian sect, and even if you did, you'd have ulterior motives. He wanted me to eliminate Nangong Chu for him, but I'm not as ruthless as that old man, who even thought of burning bridges. This blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was a gift from Elder Zhang, so I'm taking it with me. I will kill you, Zhan Wuming. Nangong Pohei and Nangong Zhengwo shouted in fury, their gazes now altered towards Zhang Chucai. What is going on, Elder Zhang? You can't be so treacherous, using my disciple to plot against the Nangong family. Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the Isho sect and the Nangong family? Lai Wen shouted, adding to the chaos. Zhang Chucai opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. What was happening? He didn't even know himself. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, which had been perfectly fine moments ago, suddenly defected. It was a peak-level battle king mount, and the idea that it was temporarily subdued by Zhan Wuming was unbelievable, even to him. What use was it to explain to Nangong Zhengwo? Zhang Chucai coughed up blood in frustration. Ever since he encountered Zhan Wuming, everything had gone downhill. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast hadn't completely disappeared when the air was filled with the howls of other mount beasts from Yinshan Lake. Screams and shouts followed, leaving not only Zhang Chucai, but also geniuses from various sects and parts of the continent in shock. Their magical beast mounts were all rioting. Even typically docile ones like the white sparrow beasts and black hoof beasts joined the chaos. Beasts were charging everywhere, and Yinshan Lake was in turmoil. Fortunately, those geniuses who were seeking a breakthrough didn't need much time. If someone were transitioning from a battle sect to a battle king, they'd be in trouble taking too long, unable to come out of meditation, and getting trampled into madness by their own beasts. The mounts brought by sects like the Xianling sect, Tianling sect, and Five Poison sect were also in chaos. Especially the mounts of the Elder Monsters, which were at least high-tier Battle King level, causing immediate disaster for the surrounding disciples. They were relatively lucky because those elders were nearby their mounts, but the Lingjian sect disciples weren't so fortunate. Besides the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast that helped Zhan Wuming escape, the mounts of the other two battle emperors were also high-tier battle kings. The two battle emperor elders from the Lingjian sect were in a tense standoff with the elders of the Isho sect, leaving no one to tend to their beast mounts. In just a brief moment, tragedy struck the new battle sect geniuses, and the disciples brought by Zhang Chucai fell one after another, with 5 or 6 already lost in an instant. The scene was chaotic, and the disciples of the Lingjian sect were caught in a dilemma. They were up against the elders' precious high-level spirit beast mounts, and if they injured them severely, they would surely face the elders' wrath later. However, if they held back, the frenzied beasts showed no mercy. Hooves swept across, tails struck fiercely, and some even opened their jaws wide to devour people, with danger lurking everywhere. Nangong Construction and Nangong Destruction were sweating profusely. Their two mid-tier Battle King beasts, obtained through great effort, were now completely out of control. When the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast defected, they wanted to mount their beasts to pursue Zhan Wuming, but the mounts wouldn't obey, instead bucking wildly. Fortunately, with their cultivation, they could suppress the mid-tier Battle King beasts, but the delay allowed Zhan Wuming to vanish without a trace. Amidst the chaos, only the Isho sect remained calm. As the pioneers of beast taming on this continent, they had their methods for dealing with rampaging beasts. When the jar thrown by Zhan Wuming exploded in the air, releasing a peculiar scent, they immediately recognized it as Luan Shuntian Kinxiang, a terrifying substance that could instantly drive beasts below the 5th tier wild. This was a catastrophic blow. Today, the geniuses gathered at Yinshan had almost all arrived on beast mounts, or at least in beast-drawn carriages. These treasures from families across the land wouldn't have traveled to the southern Zhao kingdom on foot. If these beasts went wild simultaneously, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the Isho sect was prepared. They quickly administered antidotes to their beasts, preventing them from joining the chaos. Only then did everyone realize that Zhan Wuming's move was a strategic masterstroke, causing chaos in the Lingjin sect and leaving them unable to stop the Isho sect's rescue efforts, while the geniuses from various regions became innocent victims. The most puzzling case was that of the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast. Unlike other beasts that simply went berserk, it chose to defect outright, severely injuring Nanjao construction before fleeing. Even Zheng Chukai couldn't understand why. After meeting Zhan Wuming only once that night, the beast would be so easily swayed. Nanjao construction and Nanjao destruction were furious, never having faced such humiliation. They decisively killed their disobedient mounts and swiftly pursued in the direction where Zhan Wuming had disappeared. The Nanjao family has always been renowned for their speed. The Bian Jingjing beast, though incredibly fierce, is not known for its speed, but rather its physical strength and power. If Nanjao Jinsha and Nanjao Powei, the two battle emperors, were to pursue with all their might, they could catch up with Zhan Wuming in no time, given their profound cultivation. Moreover, in a long chase, human endurance pales in comparison to that of a magical beast's mount. At this moment, the Nanjao brothers were blinded by rage, their eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched, willing to abandon their own mounts to hunt down Zhan Wuming. If they did not kill him, Zhan Wuming would become an eternal demon in their hearts, hindering their cultivation from ever reaching perfection. Seeing this, Lai Wenqiu was shocked and was about to give chase, but was stopped by Zheng Chukai. Zheng Chucai's face was ashen, his fists clenched, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Your disciple lured away my Bian Jingjing beast. Who dare say there's no trace of the beast-taming sect involved?" His gaze was like a knife, fixed on Lai Wenqiu. "I refuse to believe Zhan Wuming has such beast-taming skills. That Bian Jingjing beast was something I snatched from you back in the day, and even you couldn't take it back. How did a mere battle sect member manage such a feat?" Zheng Chucai's hatred for Zhan Wuming was as relentless as a raging river, leaving no room for Lai Wenqiu to intervene. The Spirit Sword sect had to send a battle emperor to suppress the rampaging spirit beast mounts, and the beast-taming sect could only dispatch a short, chubby member to rescue Zhan Wuming. Unfortunately, his speed was far inferior to the Nanjao brothers. Though Lai Wenqiu was blocked, he let out a sigh of relief. He released a long howl into the distance, which was promptly answered by a deep, bovine bellow from afar. Lai Wenqiu's lips curled slightly as he faced Zheng Chukai, not bothering to engage in combat, merely standing off against him. With his own Qingniu and his 7th junior brother in pursuit, he believed Zhan Wuming should be relatively safe. Moreover, Zhan Wuming had a Bian Jingjing beast by his side. Lai Wenqiu was quite puzzled as to how Zhan Wuming managed to associate with that beast. It was a spirit beast tamed by Zheng Chukai, and even he couldn't make it defect. Otherwise, he would have long avenged the trickery Zheng Chukai used to take it from him years ago. I must ask Zhan Wuming about this later, Lai Wenqiu thought to himself. This Yedoba formally inducted disciple had already provided him with numerous surprises. Zhan Wuming seemed born to be part of the beast-taming sect, already adept at handling magical beasts even before officially joining, truly a case of surpassing his mentor. At this thought, Lai Wenqiu couldn't help but blush slightly. Surpassing the mentor? He hadn't even taught him yet, so how could he claim that? Zhan Wuming emerged as a prodigy on his own, with no connection to him, truly a natural talent. Opening the sect doors and accepting disciples, his decision was sure to earn the ancestors' praise. Lai Wenqiu looked at Zheng Chukai, feeling quite pleased with himself. Zhan Wuming knew full well that he couldn't easily shake off the pursuit of the battle emperors. The Bian Jingjing beast, though of noble blood and a top-tier magical beast, was not known for speed. Tamed magical beasts generally had their wild nature controlled, and such beasts were referred to as spirit beasts. The Bian Jingjing spirit beast had immense potential, rumored to be a beast capable of breaking through the 9th rank to become a god, but they were extremely rare. Precisely because of this, when Zhan Wuming saw Zheng Chukai with a Bian Jingjing beast, he was quite envious. But given the vast difference in their ranks, with Zheng Chukai being a battle emperor, forcefully taking it wasn't feasible. However, he was not one to give up easily. In his previous life, Zhan Wuming was intimately familiar with the Bian Jingjing beast. Standing in the treasure pavilion, He fixed his gaze on the Qinglin nine-leaf grass displayed in the cabinet, a glint of insight in his eyes. Although this sixth-grade spiritual herb was rare, it was often overlooked because it could be substituted by a fifth-grade herb. However, Zhan Wuming understood its true value when combined with the Tianhuang sacred lotus. It could be used to concoct a miraculous pill called the Beast Nirvana pill, capable of revitalizing a magical beast's bloodline. Coincidentally, he had a Tianhuang sacred lotus in his possession. Zhan Wuming deliberately haggled, citing the herb's lack of interest, and managed to get a 50% discount from the treasure pavilion. Although the deal seemed painful, it was indeed worthwhile. Across the continent, the recipe for the Beast Nirvana pill had long been lost because cultivators possessing the Tianhuang sacred lotus would keep it for themselves rather than expend effort to refine pills for mere spirit beasts. As a result, this recipe gradually faded from public memory. Zhan Wuming, however, was well aware of the Beast Nirvana pill's irresistible allure to magical beasts. By carefully controlling the spread of its aroma, no magical beast could resist its temptation. This was the key to easily luring the Bian Jingjing beast combined with the disorienting heavenly fragrance. It temporarily reverted the beast, which had already developed intelligence, back to its wild nature, leading to the scene where it first attacked the nearby Nangong Jianqing and then ran into Zhan Wuming's arms. At this moment, the Bian Jingjing beast was galloping deep into the Yanshandang. Zhan Wuming knew that returning to Nanjao City would mean walking into the encirclement of the Nangong family. Fortunately, he had arranged for Lu Wanru and Yin Yi, among others, to seek refuge at a branch of the beast-taming sect, eliminating any worries. Today's challenge was bound to anger the Lingjian sect, and although they had the protection of the beast-taming sect, Lu Wanru and the others might not receive the same level of care. What prompted Zhan Wuming to take this bold step was the fact that the Nangong family had even enlisted the help of a family from Yeyesity to pose a threat. This clearly indicated they had received intelligence from the Lingjian sect, but they would never have guessed that the Zhan family had already scattered across different places. Zhan Wuming himself had helped design their secret communication methods, and the family's assets in Yeyesity had been completely liquidated. No matter how powerful the Nangong family was, they could not pose a substantial threat to a Zhan family that no longer existed. The reason the Zhan family acted so decisively was not due to their own resoluteness, but because the mother had discovered the remnants of the Ling family's power. Although the Ling family was destroyed, its influence persisted, and its widespread businesses couldn't be easily eradicated by the Zhongyan emperor or the Nangong family. These hidden forces became the Zhan family's confidence, enabling them to scatter their family across different locations. Suddenly, the being Jingjing beast perked up its ears, its fur standing on end, emitting a low warning growl. Zhan Wuming's heart tightened as he immediately became alert. The perception of a spiritual beast is far sharper than that of humans, and the being Jingjing beast's unusual reaction could only mean one thing: the pursuers from the Nangong family were closing in. I didn't expect the Nangong family to act so quickly, and the Isho sect couldn't stop them. Zhan Wuming muttered with furrowed brows, gently patting the being Jingjing beast's head. Head to Qixiao Peak. Qixiao Peak was the highest mountain within 1,000 miles of Yanshandang, though not particularly tall compared to the surrounding hills. The peak was steep and densely forested, making it one of the few scarcely populated places in Yanshandang. When Zhan Wuming fled, Lai Wenxiu had transmitted a message telling him to go to Qixiao Peak, promising to send Qingyo for assistance. Qingyo's strength far surpassed that of the being Jingjing beast. Although it had not yet broken through the 5th rank, it was an exotic breed of the Tianmu King beast. The Tianmu King beast was originally a celestial beast, and the Isho sect somehow managed to infuse Qingyo with a rich bloodline of the Tianmu King beast. This mix did not weaken it, but instead created a stronger variant. Qingyo had integrated its own wind attributes, surpassing the speed of the Tianmu King beast while retaining its formidable combat power and Qingyo's robust defense. Such a Qingyo had a combat power that even surpassed some descendants of celestial beasts, enough to contend with an average early-stage battle emperor. Even if the 2 battle emperors from the Nangong family pursued him, Zhan Wuming was not entirely without a fighting chance. After Zhan Wuming and his group left, Yanshandang descended into chaos. Fortunately, the effects of the Luanshan Tian Kanxiang's potion were limited in duration. If handled properly, the effects would dissipate within a quarter of an hour, allowing the spiritual beasts to regain their composure. However, the incident was so sudden that many geniuses were caught off guard, resulting in numerous casualties. After the chaos, those initially intending to join the Lingjian sect dispersed. The standoff between the 3 battle emperors of the Lingjian sect and the 2 battle emperors of the Isho sect didn't last long, as neither sect was ready to engage in a full-blown conflict. Zheng Chukai wasn't too worried about the short, stout man chasing Nangong Jian. Given the speed of the 2 battle emperors from the Nangong family, few of their peers could catch up to them. The 7th elder of the Isho sect wasn't known for speed, and by the time he arrived, Zhan Wuming's body might already be cold. As long as Zhan Wuming died at the hands of the Nangong family, Zhang Chukai had no desire to entangle with the Yisho sect. If Zhan Wuming died at the hands of the Nangong family, the Yisho sect would have no grounds for complaint, as Zhan Wuming hadn't formally joined the Yisho sect and was at most an honorary disciple. The Yisho sect couldn't do much about the Nangong family, as the incident didn't occur under their watch. After calming their respective spiritual beasts, the major sects cast resentful glances at the Yisho sect. Although the magical beast riot seemed to be Zhan Wuming's doing, they shared the same view as Zhang Chukai must have been a hidden move by the Yisho sect for Zhan Wuming. Otherwise, why were only the Yisho sect's spiritual beasts unaffected by the riot? Fortunately, apart from the Lingjian sect, the other major sects suffered no losses, which allowed the Yisho sect to breathe a temporary sigh of relief and avoid the hassle of explaining to other sections. The once lively sect selection event was now overshadowed by a sense of gloom, with a faint scent of blood hanging in the air, dampening everyone's spirits. The Yisho sect seized the moment to announce loudly, "The talents selected today will officially join the sect with the grand ceremony of the mountain opening." This declaration immediately stirred excitement among the crowd. More notably, the Yisho sect offered extremely generous terms. Anyone under the age of 18 who had reached the 7th grade zone realm could directly become an inner disciple. This news was like a bombshell. Talents who were initially hesitant flocked to the Yisho sect, forming long queues in front of its hall. Seeing this, other sects had no choice but to follow suit, imitating the Yisho sect's offer. The Lingjian sect found itself in an awkward position. Its hall was pitifully deserted, with only a few people lingering. The chosen disciples looked worried, deeply regretting their decisions yet too afraid to switch allegiance. In desperation, the Lingjian sect proposed even more enticing conditions. They promised that new 7th grade zone entrants could be immediately promoted to core disciples. However, this move not only failed to turn the tide but also drew ridicule, with everyone seeing it as a farce. In this now lackluster selection, the elders of the Battle Emperor level were already disengaged. They entrusted the specific tasks to the Battle King disciples, only keeping an eye on potential developments from the shadows. Meanwhile, Lai Wenxio's mind was preoccupied with one person, Zhan Wuming. He was willing to forego all the talents of the day for him. Once he shook off Zhang Chutsai's entanglement, he immediately raced toward Qixia Peak. At that moment, Nangong Pohei's voice, filled with murderous intent, came from afar. "Boy, if you can escape from my grasp, I will no longer bear the name Nangong." Before the words had fully settled, he had already locked onto Zhan Wuming's aura, his mind fixated on one thought: to kill him first, then eradicate his clan. Wherever Zhan Wuming ran, Nangong Pohei relentlessly pursued. Even a safe haven like the branch of the Yisho sect couldn't halt Nangong Pohei's relentless chase. As a member of the Nangong family, he understood the necessity of maintaining respect for a powerful sect like Yisho. Fortunately, Zhan Wuming's escape route bypassed the branch, heading towards the remote Qixia Peak, playing right into Nangong Pohei's hands. In this densely forested and sparsely populated area, even if Zhan Wuming were to be executed on the spot, without any Yisho sect witnesses, the sect would have no grounds to trouble the Nangong family. Zhan Wuming rode on the back of a Bian Jinjing beast, struggling to channel his faint Taiishu spiritual power to heal his injuries while gritting his teeth in response. The beast's speed was limited, while the Nangong family's freakish short-distance speed could rival flying beasts. Seeing Nangong Pohei closing in, Zhan Wuming regretted his choices deeply. Had he known, he would have chosen the wind attribute Qingyo, known for its speed. Although it might not have outrun the Nangong family in short bursts, it could have lasted longer. Once they ran out of stamina after 1,000 miles, he might have had a chance to escape and reunite with Laiwen. It was his greed that led him to steal the Bian Jinjing beast. "You brat, so arrogant. You'll soon taste the Nangong family's 10 punishments." Nangong Pohei's sinister voice echoed from behind. "I'll hook out your poisonous tongue to marinate, peel your skin, and smear honey on you, letting ants devour your flesh bit by bit." This threat sent chills down Zhan Wuming's spine, and he cursed inwardly. Could this old monster really mean it? That would be a fate worse than death. The Nangong family truly was despicable. Just hearing about these 10 punishments was terrifying enough. He resolved that he would never fall into this old man's hands alive. He'd rather self-destruct than be skinned and fed to ants. Such a dark family had no right to exist. "I'll make you wish for death." Nangong Pohei's figure flitted through the forest like a phantom, his eerie voice drawing ever closer. "I'll use elixirs to keep you alive, making you experience it all consciously. You old pervert, your entire Nangong family is full of freaks." Zhan Wuming felt suffocated by the old monster's horrifying words. "Young man, I can sense your fear. Tremble well. I won't let you die easily." Nangong Pohei's voice was now almost upon him. "Tremble at your Nangong ancestors for 18 generations. Who's to say who'll die? I managed to kill that bastard Nangong Chu despite being weaker, so dealing with you, old pervert, might not be my end either." You people from the Nangong family are really shameless. You call yourselves a noble family, but you're nothing more than common prostitutes of the Nangong streets. A mighty war emperor, yet you dare to flaunt yourself in front of me, a mere war sect. Wait until I become a war emperor, then we'll see. I'll wipe out your Nangong family, kill all the men, and sell the women into brothels. Zhan Wuming was trembling with rage, unable to suppress his fury. The old monster had hit a sore spot. No matter how strong he was, he still felt fear in the face of true threats. But how could he let Nangong Pahua be so smug? His anger ignited, and he could no longer hold back. I'm not afraid of your intimidation. I've got nothing to lose. The more viciously I curse, the more satisfying my death will be. Nangong Pahua sneered, watching Zhan Wuming become more agitated with each insult, feeling a strange thrill. This kid, acting all arrogant, yet when faced with crisis, he behaves like a raving lunatic, spouting nonsense. It was amusing to see him resist this way. However, Nangong Pahua was puzzled. This kid, despite being a pampered scion of a small family, should have some decorum, yet he acted like a street thug. This both annoyed him and sparked a desire to torture the kid even more. Kid, the more you curse, the longer I'll let you live. Nangong Pahua's voice was low and raspy, laced with an undeniable threat. He had already decided to prepare a jar once he returned, to shave this kid down to a stick, strip his skin, and salt him alive. Zhan Wuming was furious, glancing back. Nangong Pahua was only a few hundred yards away, but he noticed Nangong Jiansheng was lagging due to his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he muttered fiercely, "Damn it, I'm not afraid to fight to the death, just to end it all." Despite facing a formidable speed-type war emperor like Nangong Pahua, he felt uncertain. After all, the old man was a speed-type war emperor, and his Saiyan golden-eyed beast was powerful but not skilled in fighting against such opponents, especially speed-types, against whom the beast might not even touch their shadow. Nonetheless, he was determined not to retreat today. If he was going to die, he wanted to die with dignity. Taking a deep breath, a hint of resolve flashed in his eyes. Go. To the left. He then urged his Saiyan golden-eyed beast to swiftly enter a chaotic stone forest ahead, leaning slightly and pulling out a handful of small balls from his pocket, scattering them to set a trap, hoping to surprise Nangong Pahua. Nangong Pahua grinned sinisterly, his lips curling into a smug smile. Kid, your end is near. He felt Zhan Wuming's helplessness and fear, which delighted him immensely. Though the kid spoke arrogantly, every word revealed his inner turmoil. Clearly, his earlier words had made him lose control. The thought of soon taking this kid's life filled Nangong Pahua with excitement. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Zhan Wuming's small orbs hit the ground, they exploded with a loud noise, releasing thick black fog that quickly spread. Without hesitation, Zhan Wuming dashed into the forest of scattered rocks, which was now completely shrouded in the black mist, resembling a giant black curtain obscuring all vision. Standing outside, Nangong Pahua furrowed his brows, hesitating for a moment. The dense black fog made it impossible to see what was happening inside, covering an area of 1,000 feet before it finally stabilized, ceasing to expand further. Kid, do you really think this bit of toxic mist can save you? Nangong Pahua scoffed coldly, scanning his surroundings warily. Despite his status as a battle emperor, he could only see a few dozen feet ahead, his vision entirely blocked. He immediately grew vigilant. This kid was always full of tricks, and had even brought the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast here. Could there be a trap laid out in advance? Cautiously, he stepped forward, his wariness growing. If Zhan Wuming truly managed to outsmart him, it would be a great embarrassment for a battle emperor to be fooled by this kid. Nangong Pahua halted his steps, quickly expanding his spiritual awareness and extending his battle energy field. Although the black fog obscured his sight, it didn't hinder his control over the space. Confident that he could handle any attack unless faced with an equally skilled opponent, he was prepared to deal with any potential threat, even from the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. However, as his spiritual awareness penetrated the fog, he was taken aback. This black fog wasn't ordinary poison. It had a strong corrosive nature, specifically targeting spiritual awareness. Such toxic mist was extremely rare, especially in this gaseous form, making it a top-tier escape artifact. Feeling a burning pain like fire, Nangong Pahua had to quickly retract his spiritual awareness. His anxiety increased as the winding paths of the rocky forest further hindered his vision. If this delay continued, Zhan Wuming would surely seize the opportunity to escape. Growing more impatient, he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! How can I disperse this fog? He worried that Zhan Wuming might use this chance to flee far away. Grinding his teeth, Nangong Pahua decided to stop searching and shouted, Kid, do you think these illusions can fool me? No sooner had he spoken than his battle energy surged forth, drawing in surrounding spiritual energy to form a powerful whirlwind. The wind speed increased rapidly, causing the air to tremble, and the black fog was torn open by the violent storm. The opening widened, and in an instant, The entire area of 1,000 feet of black fog was blown away by the storm. However, what happened next left Nanjao Powei utterly stunned, his heart pounding at the sight before him, almost leaving him rooted to the spot. "Big brother!" Nanjao Powei shouted, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. When the storm ripped apart the black fog, he saw a sight that nearly drove him mad. Not far away, a tall cross stood, with a naked, bloodied figure nailed to it. The figure was faintly visible, still shrouded in the lingering black mist, appearing ghostly and eerie. Standing on the cross was none other than his older brother, Nanjao Jianxi. At this moment, Nanjao Jianxi was covered in blood, riddled with wounds, his hair disheveled, and his expression twisted in agony and despair. Nanjao Powei couldn't comprehend how Nanjao Jianxi had become a captive in such a short time. Suddenly, a soul-chilling aura emanated from Nanjao Jianxi, as if some deity was looking down from above. This was an oppressive force stemming from the essence of life itself, causing the spiritual energy in the sky to become incredibly chaotic. Nanjao Powei felt an inexplicable fear rising within him, an emotion he had never experienced before, engulfing him entirely. He had never felt such a peculiar pressure, as though he was a mere mortal on the ground, gazing up at a mighty deity, trembling and reverent, not daring to disrespect or resist. In a moment of distraction, Nanjao Powei suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. However, as he snapped back to reality, a gigantic head came crashing down with a thunderous noise. Nanjao Powei barely had time to react. His body felt as though it had been struck by a meteorite, and he heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Nanjao Jianxi on the cross spew a mouthful of blood and slide off. As his weight pulled him down, he was suddenly freed from his bindings, and his body leapt upwards, surpassing the height of the cross by a head. Nanjao Powei was overwhelmed by a roaring noise in his mind, left blank with an overwhelming surge of anger and regret. He spat out 3 words: Zhan Wuming. It turned out that the one on the cross was not Nanjao Jianxi, but Zhan Wuming. In such a short time, Zhan Wuming had used disguise techniques to masquerade as Nanjao Jianxi. Using bone-shrinking techniques, he made his body appear as frail as Nanjao Jianxi's, and the scars and blood covering him required no extra effort. Zhan Wuming's body was already marked with them. Everything had gone as Zhan Wuming anticipated. Nanjao Powei, seeing the dire state of Nanjao Jianxi on the cross, momentarily lost his composure. At that moment, Zhan Wuming unleashed his Taiishu true qi with full force, and the oppressive aura swept over, causing a strong soul shock that left Nanjao Powei momentarily dazed. Despite the vast difference in their cultivation levels, if Nanjao Powei hadn't been caught off guard, the impact of the Taiishu true qi wouldn't have been so effective. However, even so, the soul rebound force from Nanjao Powei's counterattack inflicted significant damage on Zhan Wuming, making him dizzy and losing control, reverting to his original form. Zhan Wuming's face was full of smugness. He had succeeded. The sneak attack by the gold-eyed beast had almost crippled Nanjao Powei, and the beast's combat strength was not inferior to an average battle emperor. Now, the beast's pressure had completely turned the tide. Nanjao Powei, disregarding everything, forcibly swallowed his blood and prepared to escape. He knew that if he didn't flee, it would be the end. "Bead, kill him!" Zhan Wuming growled. The gold-eyed beast roared fiercely. Having been chased all over the mountains by Nanjao Powei, it was already full of resentment. Now that the opportunity had finally come, how could it let this old man escape? The situation was instantly reversed. Nanjao Powei exerted all his strength to flee, but his speed was no match for the gold-eyed beast. Its powerful pounce left him with nowhere to escape. Just then, the beast's tail swept heavily toward Nanjao Powei's legs, shattering his leg bones almost entirely. The tail of the golden-eyed beast swung with such force that rocks shattered around it. At that moment, Nanjao Powei was caught off guard, his mind in disarray, and his sturdy leg bones were instantly broken into pieces by the beast's powerful strike. He wanted to escape, yet he had lost even the most basic means to save his life. "Finish it quickly," Zhan Wuming shouted urgently, a flash of urgency in his eyes. He was well aware of the current situation. Nanjao Jianxi, who had already been injured at Yanshan, was on his way, but his severe injuries slowed him down considerably compared to Nanjao Powei. If he arrived, killing Nanjao Powei would become significantly more difficult. Nanjao Powei's heart was boiling with anger. A dignified battle emperor being outwitted by a younger warrior at the battle sect level, and now at the mercy of others. Despite his fury, he had to face reality. Was indeed a trapped beast. This young man's cunning exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated an ambush in the thick black fog and proceeded cautiously, inadvertently giving Zhan Wuming ample time to disguise himself. When he saw the pitiful Nanjao Jianxi on the cross, he believed the elaborate trap without question. Nanjao Powei had to admit that the ability to grasp an enemy's psychology so precisely was no ordinary feat at this moment. He had only one thought: escape. He must reunite with his brother as soon as possible. In Zhan Wuming, he sensed a mysterious power capable of stirring the entire Nanjao family, a power that could change the world's balance. It was for this reason that he was willing to sacrifice his dignity to flee, just to spread this monumental secret. Explode! Zhan Wuming shouted softly. Just as Nanjao Powei dodged the attack from the golden-eyed beast and passed through a pile of rocks, the stones beside him suddenly exploded. Although the explosion of the fire spirit stone wasn't enough to threaten a battle emperor, the impact caused him to lose control, flipping him in the air. In that split second, a massive beast's claw appeared before him. Boom! Nanjao Powei's vision went black, as if the world exploded in an instant, and he lost consciousness. This explosion of the spirit stone was a hidden trick Zhan Wuming had casually set up, which accidentally caught Nanjao Powei. Severely injured, he had already lost his former agility, and having just avoided the golden-eyed beast's attack, the blast propelled him into a fatal position. The golden-eyed beast, though slow, seized this fleeting opportunity, its claw landing precisely on Nanjao Powei's head. Even for a battle emperor, the head wasn't as indestructible as a top-grade spiritual weapon. This strike was like a heavy hammer smashing a tin can filled with soft tofu. Even if the exterior remained intact, the tofu inside was reduced to a mushy pulp. Watching all this, Zhan Wuming finally exhaled a sigh of relief, even feeling that his own wounds seemed to hurt a bit less. This victory hadn't come easily, but considering the treasures a battle emperor carried, it was all worth it. The Nanjao family, with its wealth, found that nothing was as quick as robbery to amass riches. Zhan Wuming swiftly gathered the rings and all the valuables left behind by Nanjao Powei. A cold smile etched on his face. The Bian Jinjing beast yawned, its gaze indifferent as it swept over the scene, showing no interest in the spoils of the dead. Instead, its attention was drawn to the corpse of Nanjao Powei, for the body of a battle emperor was a source of energy, a feast for its advancement. The body is yours, Zhan Wuming said casually, pointing to the fallen corpse while confirming the loot from Nanjao Powei. Silently, he absorbed the wind elements escaping from the body into himself, feeling them swell within him, making him feel increasingly light. The wind elements within Nanjao Powei were far stronger than those of Nanjao Chu, as he was a battle emperor. Zhan Wuming's energy was unlike others. It was a chaotic vortex. Any power entering it would be flung into his meridians, transforming into his own life force. He quickly dispersed this power, pushing it deep into his meridians. Despite absorbing the energy of a battle emperor, Zhan Wuming had no intention of immediately breaking through. He knew he needed to accumulate strength and wait for the right moment to advance. He planned to bide his time, then venture into the Xiantian secret realm. However, just as he was immersed in the changes within his power, a low bellow of a bull sounded from afar, followed by an angry roar. Zhan Wuming snapped back to reality, turning in surprise to see Nanjao Jianxi arriving, accompanied by a blue bull. This blue bull, a Tianmu king beast, possessed formidable combat power, leaving Nanjao Jianxi in a disheveled state. Zhan Wuming realized that Nanjao Jianxi had been delayed in catching up with Nanjao Powei due to being entangled with this blue bull. Their battle was evenly matched. Though Nanjao Jianxi was stronger than an average battle emperor, his injuries had significantly reduced his speed and combat effectiveness. The blue bull not only had strong combat power, but also matched Nanjao Jianxi in speed due to its wind attribute, resulting in a balanced fight. Nanjao Jianxi was confident, knowing his brother was waiting ahead and believing that he could easily deal with Zhan Wuming and the under 5-year beast. Once he finished here, he would join Nanjao Powei to deal with the troublesome blue bull. Yet fate played a cruel joke. As Nanjao Jianxi arrived, he was stunned by the sight. The Bian Jinjing beast was devouring Nanjao Powei's corpse. Zhan Wuming couldn't help but laugh, a sense of triumph filling his heart. Look at this, 2 battle emperors reduced to such a state, played to death by 2 beasts not even at the 5th tier. The might of a battle emperor, in the end, was nothing extraordinary. Bian, here's another snack, Zhan Wuming said, pointing at Nanjao Jianxi, who was frantically trying to escape the blue bull's grasp, his laughter growing more exuberant. The Bian Jinjing beast, savoring its current meal, glanced over at the struggling Nanjao Jianxi, letting out a low growl. Nanjao Jianjian was on the verge of breaking down. Everything before him seemed unbelievable. His brother's death felt like a nightmare. He knew his brother's strength, capable of easily handling even a battle sect expert. So how could he possibly lose to just a battle sect and a 4th-tier magical beast? His heart was filled with hatred and rage, but what drove him crazier was the persistent blue ox clinging to him like glue, its thick hide and resilience maddening. Every time he struck it, the beast came at him unscathed, even rising on its hind legs to fight him. Its hooves were hard and black, capable of withstanding spiritual weapons, but even with all his strength, he could only leave a shallow white mark on its body, unable to harm it. Meanwhile, its sharp horns could easily cut his flesh with just a light graze. I must not let this damned ox escape. Nanjao Jianjian gritted his teeth, nearly losing his sanity over the situation. The blue ox's fearless tenacity left him helpless, and he realized if he couldn't quickly deal with it, he might end up dead under its horns. The addition of the green-eyed golden beast only made things seem more hopeless. Zhan Wuming sat leisurely nearby, casually popping a few pills into his mouth like candy, watching Nanjao Jianjian struggle against the two fourth-tier beasts. He seemed unconcerned about the battle's outcome, the crunch of the medicine in his mouth ringing clearly. With a faint smile, he gestured towards Nanjao Jianjian and casually instructed the green-eyed golden beast, "Go, finish him off." His words carried no doubt, as if the outcome was already decided. The green-eyed golden beast obeyed without resistance. As Zhan Wuming's new pet, it felt much better than with its previous owner. In just one day, it had gained enough spoils of war, even feasting on a battle emperor's corpse. Now, fighting alongside its master, it couldn't be happier. With an excited roar, it charged at Nanjao Jianjian, growling deeply. For it, hunting a battle emperor not only satisfied its hunger, but also elevated its status to glory. Nanjao Jianjian felt a wave of despair. Originally, he had just returned from Yinshan, only to be ambushed by this damned green-eyed golden beast, leaving him severely injured. Then, on the road, he encountered Lai Wenxiu's blue ox, swift and fiercely powerful. Frustratingly, after getting injured, his battle energy was disrupted, and he couldn't perform at full speed. Otherwise, he could have defeated the blasted blue ox. But now, he couldn't get around it. No matter how he moved, the ox quickly adjusted to face him head-on, making a breakthrough impossible without a direct confrontation. Now, the green-eyed golden beast was closing in. Its ferocity exceeded Nanjao Jianjian's expectations. The beast had just devoured his brother, and if he fell here, his body would surely become its meal, leaving nothing behind. This thought filled him with despair and a sense of helplessness. Fate is playing a cruel joke on me, he sighed inwardly, overwhelmed by a sense of unwillingness. But what could he do? Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming remained at ease, even taking out water from his ring to slowly clean the blood off himself. The wild mountain environment didn't affect his mood. It only made him appear more noble and refined. As a renowned genius, his image was naturally impeccable. Regardless of the circumstances, his elegance remained untouched. Nanjao Jianjian's eyes blazed with anger, his teeth clenched in hatred. At that moment, Zhan Wuming was the person he most wanted to kill. Standing there fearlessly, even leisurely applying healing salve, Zhan Wuming watched the scene unfold. Nanjao Jianjian thought helplessly of how he was trapped by an injured battle emperor and two peak fourth-tier magical beasts, unable to fight back. Watching Zhan Wuming's carefree demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of futility. Fate, indeed, has played a massive prank on me. This made him furious. As the Grand Master of the Dian dynasty, he wielded absolute power over this land. Yet, such incidents kept occurring one after another, leaving him in no mood for calm. Zhang Weiwu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that anyone daring to target the Zhang family was no ordinary foe. At the very least, they were not afraid of the Zhang family's retaliation, which kept him on high alert. "What news has come from my city?" Zhang Weiwu asked in a deep voice, his gaze intense. He was still preoccupied with the Zhan family in Mai. If he could obtain the Han Emperor's art, the ancestor might have a chance to break through to the Saint tier, which was the most important matter for the Zhang family. The shadow of his two sons dying in the monster forest loomed over him, and he felt it was somehow connected to the Zhan family. His subordinate replied respectfully, "Master, the Zhan family seems to be keeping a low profile. According to the information we've received, the Zhan family has been selling off their assets recently, and it's unclear what their intentions are. Their business outside my city has suddenly disappeared, which is puzzling. Perhaps the Zhan family is facing a crisis we are unaware of, but based on our intelligence, there is no apparent threat to them. So, it's unclear whether this is a smokescreen to mislead others or due to some other reason. We've been closely monitoring every move of the Zhan family." A trace of barely noticeable surprise flashed in Zhang Weiwu's eyes, indicating that he too was puzzled by the Zhan family's actions. Although he had ordered a crackdown on the Zhan family's businesses across various regions, it was unlikely to cause them to go bankrupt so quickly, let alone force them to sell off their ancestral properties. Unable to figure it out, he switched topics and asked coldly, "Who dares to target our Zhang family? Any leads?" They appear and disappear suddenly. The subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "We haven't found any family who holds such a grudge against us. Messages from spies within the Liu family and other families indicate no unusual movements, so it shouldn't be them. Therefore, I am still investigating. If my estimation is correct, this force might target other branches as well, so we must remain vigilant." "A bunch of useless fools." Zhang Weiwu slammed the table, causing a teacup to fall and shatter into pieces. "We've been bullied, and you can't even identify the enemy. What's the point of having you around?" With his sons dead and the family secretly suffering losses, As the patriarch, he was clueless. In that moment, Zhang Weiwu seemed to age 10 years. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened, and his gaze dimmed. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming took a quick shower, the warm water washing away the fatigue of battle. He comfortably trimmed his nails, changed into clean clothes, and appeared relaxed and at ease. By this time, Nanjao Jinsha was covered in bruises, his clothes stained with blood sticking to his body, and his breathing was rapid and heavy. The Bayan golden-eyed beast and the green bull had a few more scratches on them, but these wounds were inconsequential to the two spirit beasts. They continued to circle around Nanjao Jinsha energetically. Hey, old Nanjao, you're done for better self-destruct now. Zhan Wuming leaned against a tree trunk, speaking leisurely. You know, our Bayan here really loves meat, especially someone like you. A battle emperor whose muscles are nourished by the battle energy of heaven and earth, making them tender, smooth, and nutritious, just perfect for chewing. He whistled at Nanjao Jinsha, teasingly. Nanjao Jinsha was infuriated, enduring the frenzied attacks from the two spirit beasts while being mocked and ridiculed by Zhan Wuming. To think that a dignified battle emperor had fallen to such a stadium was truly unpredictable. Just hours ago, he was still full of spirit at Yinshan, receiving respect even from the beast-taming sect and the spirit sword sect. Now, he was being completely overpowered by two beasts and a mere battle sect member. He indeed considered self-destruction, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Wow, the Qianquan ring that Nanjao destroyed really has a lot of treasures hidden inside. Oh my, what is this? Women's underwear? And this color? Wow, there's even a love letter addressed to his sister-in-law. Nanjao Jian, you're in trouble. Your wife has been unfaithful to you, and it's with your own brother. Zhan Wuming was almost shouting with excitement, his words becoming more outrageous and provocative, his voice getting louder. He found a piece of paper and, leaning in to read it, began to mockingly recite. Dear sister-in-law, your tenderness captivates me. You said that child was ours, and I hope you won't tell my brother about it. I'm afraid he can't handle it. Nanjao Jian's face changed instantly, and he was almost losing his mind. Shut up, he roared in anger. Zhan Wuming, however, continued reading with a cheeky grin. Sister-in-law, I'll always remember that night when we did that thing. Your posture was so graceful, and your moans were so enticing. Nanjao Jian's heart skipped a beat, nearly exploding with rage. This scoundrel Zhan Wuming had picked up a drawing and managed to spin such a ridiculous tale from it, driving him insane. He was almost pushed to the brink by these disgusting love words, his mind completely thrown into chaos. Suddenly, boom, the horn of the green bull pierced heavily into Nanjao Jian's back, and the intense pain brought him back to his senses. Immediately after, the massive claw of the blue-eyed gold-eyed beast slapped him hard across the face. Nanjao Jian's vision went black, his head spinning. He never imagined he would die in such a humiliating way. He had met many shameless people in his life, but never someone like Zhan Wuming, so annoying and disgusting that he could disturb his mind to this extent. The letter, which had no real content, was enough to drive him insane, plunging him into a state of extreme humiliation. Wow, jackpot! Zhan Wuming exclaimed with excitement, as if he had found a treasure. He not only captured a war emperor, but also gained a lot of wealth, even absorbing wind elements to boost his own power. In one day, he managed to capture 2 war emperors, with spoils of war so abundant that they surpassed the wealth of the Zhan family in Makino City. It seemed that robbing was the fastest way to get rich. Zhan Wuming was contemplating how to absorb the wind elements from Nanjao Jian's life energy, when he suddenly paused. Something was off. He couldn't absorb these wind elements. Before he could figure out what was happening, Nanjao Jian's body was already swallowed by the blue-eyed gold-eyed beast. The green bull, though it had evolved into a Tianmu king beast, still maintained its herbivorous habits and didn't compete with the blue-eyed gold-eyed beast for food. Its appetite was extraordinary, preferring to consume spiritual herbs and medicines, which were far more valuable than ordinary food, and didn't even bother to glance at common items. Such a spiritual beast could only be afforded by large sects like the beast-taming sect. Hey, little martial nephew, I'm here. Are you okay? Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. Zhan Wuming turned to see a spherical object flying toward him like a stone flung from a catapult. With a loud crash, the ground shook violently, and the object created a shallow pit upon impact. When Zhan Wuming got a clear look, he burst out laughing. It was none other than the chubby war emperor Pushi from the beast-taming sect, who insisted he be called 7th martial uncle. Zhan Wuming was utterly speechless. This martial uncle was excessively overweight, rolling down the mountain path through the forest. No wonder his speed was. He couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that if he had to rely on him for rescue, he'd be long gone by now. Truly unreliable. Panting heavily, Pusher looked around, his round face glistening with sweat, and asked loudly, "Where are they? Where did they run off to?" Zhan Wuming shrugged, spreading his hands with an innocent expression. "You're late." "I'm late? They ran away." Pusher looked Zhan Wuming up and down, his eyes sweeping over the mess in the forest, full of doubt. "Martial uncle, you weren't late. They knew you were coming after them and didn't dare to stay, Zhan Wuming said with a straight face, though he couldn't help but commend his own imagination. Pu Shi frowned and said, why would the two battle emperors of the Nanjao family chase me? Even if they knew you were behind them, they wouldn't just leave without completing their task, right? Did their young master die, and they're rushing back for the funeral? That can't be. As he spoke, he embarrassedly patted his round belly. I didn't think Pu Shi, could be so intimidating. I knew the two old men from the Nanjao family must be afraid of me. Of course, Zhan Wuming held back a laugh. Seventh martial uncle, your weight is like 3 of them combined. There are only 2 of them, and together they don't even weigh as much as you. You wouldn't need to fight. Just sitting on them would do the trick. How could they not run for their lives? Pu Shi awkwardly rubbed his hands together and said sheepishly, being this fat is something I can't help. I've been trying to lose weight for a long time, but to no avail. He sighed. You have no idea. During that time I was trying to lose weight. I was so hungry, I barely had the energy to breathe. Luckily, I came to my senses later. He shook his head. People who want to lose weight are so foolish. After losing it, it takes so much effort to gain it back. It's better to be fat than to starve. Before he could finish his sentence, the greenied golden beast suddenly let out a loud burp, opening its foul-smelling mouth to spit out 2 golden waist tokens, glistening with saliva. Huh, aren't these the Nanjao family waist tokens? Pu Shi's eyes changed as he bent down to pick up the 2 tokens. How did they come out of your stomach? The greenied golden beast burped again, cautiously eyeing the chubby Pu Shi, and quickly retreated 2 steps, coming to Zhan Wuming's side and wagging its tail ingratiatingly. Pu Shi immediately covered his nose, stepping back several paces with a pale face. The stench from the greenied golden beast after eating someone was unbeatable, and the burp almost made him vomit up his meals from the past 2 days. Well, Zhan Wuming let out an awkward laugh, fabricating a story. The 2 brothers were running and running, and when they saw you approaching, they panicked and ran the wrong way, right into the greenied golden beast's mouth. Maybe the beast's intestines were too narrow, and the tokens got stuck when they squeezed in. You cheeky boy, how dare you tease your uncle? Pu Shi immediately realized Zhan Wuming's joke, chuckling without a hint of displeasure. He looked at Zhan Wuming in surprise, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. You actually managed to deal with 2 battle emperors from the Nanjao family. That's incredible, truly incredible. Tell your uncle, how did you do it? It had nothing to do with me. Zhan Wuming quickly waved his hands, giving credit to the 2 spirit beasts. It was all thanks to the greenied golden beast and the Tianmu king beast. The Nanjao brothers were accidentally taken down by them. I was just cheering from the sidelines. He remained cautious, not wanting the beast-taming sect to know his cards. The fewer people who knew, the better. Before leaving Maisheng, even Lian's family was unaware of his true strength. Pu Shi looked at him helplessly. This young disciple was as slippery as an eel, impossible to get any information from. Although he was somewhat puzzled, he understood after all, the young disciple was only at the battle sect level, many ranks away from the battle emperor, and couldn't possibly pose a threat. If the Nanjao brothers were truly dead, it was likely due to the 2 spirit beasts, and Pu Shi didn't pursue the matter further. As long as Zhan Wuming was safe, it would be fine to report back to 3rd senior brother after all. He was a precious talent, and if anything happened to him, Lai Wenxiu would surely lose his mind. Lai Wenxiu was called the old madman for a reason. This isn't a place to linger. We should meet up with senior brother and then return to the sect, Pu Shi suggested. All right, I'll follow your lead, uncle, Zhan Wuming agreed. He indeed felt exhausted. The consecutive battles had drained him. Though the Bian golden-eyed beast had carried him swiftly, using his mind was tiring. Following his chubby uncle felt safe, especially since he was a mid-level battle emperor. The sect selection lasted 5 days, but the atmosphere was disrupted on the first day. Major sects had to change the rules, giving geniuses more opportunities. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuming's solo challenge against the Lingjian sect spread across the Tsungyan continent. This selection left Lingjian's sect humiliated. Even Elder Zhang Chutsai's spirit beast defected witnesses claimed the Bian golden-eyed beast, about to break through the 5th rank, was lured away by the genius king Zhan Wuming. Geniuses eagerly discussed Zhan Wuming. Because of him, they gained higher status within their sects, and many even broke through on the spot, creating a legendary tale. This mysterious, arrogant, and shameless young man piqued everyone's curiosity, had previously enlightened Taiishu on the streets of Nanjao City, prompting a breakthrough, leading to Taiishu being taken as a disciple by Elder Tianhe of the Xianling sect, promising a bright future. This nearly invincible young man also spoke at Yinshan Dang, inspiring hundreds of geniuses to collectively break through. It was unbelievable. Even the reclusive ancestors of major sects couldn't inspire hundreds of geniuses to break through simultaneously with a single sentence. Yet this young man did. If enlightening Taiishu was a coincidence, his performance at Yinshan Dang couldn't be explained away as chance. Thus, all the geniuses involved in the sect selection recognized this young man, who effortlessly slew Nanjao Chu, the top of the golden list as the genius king. This selection made a mysterious Zhan Wuming famous, creating a legend while also bringing down the Lingjian sect. In the Taiishu Empire, Lingjian sect became the subject of ridicule. Although no one dared to openly mock them, they were a joke behind closed doors. After all, Lingjian sect remained one of the most powerful sects on the continent, wielding significant influence across major dynasties and cities. As for whether Zhan Wuming successfully escaped the Nanjao family's pursuit, rumors and speculation abounded. The fate of Zhan Wuming is a subject of much debate. Some insist he perished at the hands of the Nanjao family. Others claim he managed to escape and sought refuge with the Taiishu sect. There is even a shocking assertion that not only did he escape unscathed, but he also killed 2 pursuing war emperor-level experts from the Nanjao family during his flight. This last theory caused an uproar in the cultivation world, with most dismissing it as implausible. After all, how could a young man who had just reached the war sect level possibly contend with war emperor-level powerhouses? However, the repercussions of the sect's grand selection were far from over. Zhan Wuming not only brought disgrace to the Lingjian sect, but also placed himself in a precarious position. The Nanjao family issued a kill order, and even with the protection of the Taiishu sect, Zhan Wuming's path ahead was fraught with danger. Shortly after the selection, a catastrophic disaster struck the city of Myexing. This city, located on the edge of the Beast Forest, was Zhan Wuming's birthplace. The Lingjian sect and the Nanjao family joined forces to raze the entire city to the ground, wiping out several small families within it. Their brazen actions left the entire Dian dynasty in terror. The truth soon emerged: the Nanjao family not only lost their prodigious genius Nanjao Chu, but also 2 family elders, Nanjao Jian and Nanjao Pu, mysteriously disappeared while pursuing Zhan Wuming, with their bodies never recovered. When they arrived at Myexing, they found that the ancestral home of the Zhan family had been sold, and the 4 major families had quietly relocated, prompting them to destroy the city in anger. The spread of this news only solidified the rumors of Zhan Wuming having slain 2 war emperors. Suddenly, this young genius, who could defeat war emperors while only at the war sect level, became a legend among countless young cultivators. However, as his fame grew, the pursuit orders from the Nanjao family and the Lingjian sect became even more relentless, not only to kill Zhan Wuming himself, but also to implicate anyone associated with him, determined to extinguish this genius on his path to greatness. The destruction of my city, the pursuit by the Nanjao family and the Lingjian sect, all of these were unknown and irrelevant to Zhan Wuming. At this moment, he had already ventured into the vast 10,000 Beast Mountain of the Taiishu sect. This mountain range, stretching across the southern part of the Dark Moon Empire, is said to span tens of thousands of miles, rivaling the grandeur of the demonic Beast Mountains of the Taiishu Empire. It crosses both empires, with a small section within the Taiishu Empire, while the main body resides in the Dark Moon Empire. Here, the Taiishu sect holds a unique position as the protector sect of the Dark Moon Empire. The long-standing saying, 10,000 peaks of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, the Taiishu sect reigns supreme in darkness, vividly illustrates the sect's unparalleled status. The Taiishu sect's prominence in the Dark Moon Empire is largely due to the fact that nearly all the empire's spirit beast mounts originate from here. This has also forged the most formidable military force of the Dark Moon Empire, the Dark Cavalry, ensuring its unassailable position on the continent. Zhan Wuming's entry into the sect caused quite a stir. He not only became a core disciple immediately, but was also taken as a personal disciple by the third elder, who granted him a spiritual peak. Even the Dark Devourer King of the Dark Moon Empire attended his initiation ceremony, marking a moment of great prestige. This year, the Taiishu sect's recruitment in the Taiishu Empire was remarkably successful, with an intake of talents surpassing even the world's foremost sect, the Xinling sect. Securing the genius king of the Taiishu Empire, Zhan Wuming brought immense credit to Lai Wenxiu and second elder Qin Zong, who were in charge of recruitment. Historically, the Taiishu sect had struggled with recruitment outside the Dark Moon Empire. However, 2 months later, the situation took a dramatic turn. On Tianxiang Peak of the Taiishu sect, the humble overseer of the medicinal garden, with a mournful tone, addressed sect leader Chang Qingzi, whose face had turned a shade of green. Sect leader, senior brother, look, there are only a few 9-star beast grasses left. Could we possibly make an exception this month? Chang Qingzi's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. The drastic reduction of the 9-star beast grass infuriated him, and if not for some remaining stock, the supply of beast fragrance would have been cut off. This was the most vital cultivation resource for the sect's disciples, and any shortage could have dire consequences. What was more troubling was that all of this seemed to be connected to Zhan Wuming. In just 2 months, he had not only appropriated a large amount of 9-star beast grass, but also caused chaos within the sect. One day, the guardian spirit beast of a mountain would go missing. The next day, a pet spirit beast from another peak would be abducted. Yet, every time a search was conducted at his Qinya peak, the missing spirit beasts were always found. Most amusingly, upon being found, these spirit beasts displayed an affection towards Zhan Wuming that surpassed their bond with their original owners, and they were reluctant to return to their original peaks. Faced with this situation, the disciples of the Isho sect were frustrated, yet they found themselves helpless against Zhan Wuming. Why? Because Zhan Wuming's guardian beast at Qinya Peak is the bead golden beast, which has just broken through to the 5th tier. Without the cultivation level of a mid-tier battle emperor, who could possibly defeat the bead golden beast? Within the beast-controlling sect, disciples spoke of Zhan Wuming with fear. Some, skeptical of his reputation, brought their own prized battle beasts to challenge him. Yet, before the battle even began, their beasts defected, kneeling at Zhan Wuming's feet, acknowledging him as their master. For a disciple of the beast-controlling sect, having one's companion beast defect was akin to losing both arms, casting a shadow over their path of cultivation. For 2 months, Zhan Wuming's name spread like a plague throughout the sect. Disciples flocked daily to Liyan Peak to complain to Lai Wengxiu about his beloved disciple's actions. However, Lai Wengxiu consistently refused to appear, citing retreating for cultivation as his excuse. Everyone understood that this peak master simply did not dare to face the wrath of the masses. Lai Wengxiu found himself in a dilemma. Rejecting complaints would surely lead the sect leader to reduce Liyan Peak's offerings. Accepting them, he couldn't bear to punish his promising disciple. After all, Zhan Wuming's reputation had struck fear into all disciples below the battle emperor rank in the beast-controlling sect. At the mere mention of his visit, everyone would lock their spirit beasts away, fearing they might lose their beloved companions. Zhan Wuming wandered between peaks, and few dared to refuse his visits. The unspoken rule was clear: decline him today, and your beast would disappear tomorrow. Wherever Zhan Wuming went, complaints and grievances followed. Du Tianqing harbored deep resentment against Zhan Wuming. Several of his disciples had fallen into Zhan Wuming's traps. They came to him, teary-eyed, to complain, fueling his anger until he confronted Lai Wengxiu. But the old madman, stubborn and unyielding, nearly turned the confrontation into a fight. Du Tianqing knew well that among their peers, Lai Wengxiu was a martial arts fanatic, unmatched in combat within the same rank. Engaging him would only lead to humiliation, so he swallowed his pride. This month, while collecting 9-star beast control grass, Pu Shi found his herb garden had once again been cleared out by Zhan Wuming. Though Pu Shi appeared simple and honest, he was swift and decisive in action and didn't tolerate nonsense. With no other choice, he reported the matter to the sect master. Tell me honestly, did Wuming take it? Chang Qingzi demanded sternly. Master, it's not really Wuming's fault, Pu Shi stammered, clearly reluctant to offend the young martial nephew. To his peers, Zhan Wuming was a cherished treasure, never denied anything. Pu Shi, due to his position guarding the herb mountain, became Zhan Wuming's favored uncle. Zhan Wuming often visited to select rare herbs and surprised Pu Shi with miraculous pills like the Dragon Tiger Essence pill. As the elder steward of Tianxiang Herb Mountain, you can't even guard a small herb garden. From today, your salary is docked for a year. Whether it was Wuming or not, call him here, and I'll ask him myself. Chang Qingzi rebuked, both frustrated and amused by Pu Shi's protective stance. Master, docking my salary for a year is too much, Pu Shi wilted, pleading with a sullen face. Du Tianqing, watching with schadenfreude, scorned Pu Shi. The entire Earth Hall was like this, crying poor over a year's salary cut. Seeing this fat man suffer was truly gratifying. Sect Master, shall I go to Qinya Peak right now to fetch Zhan Wuming? Du Tianqing volunteered eagerly. Chang Qingzi pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute, and said, no need. Let's go directly to Qinya Peak and see what that kid is up to. He hasn't been quiet for the past 2 months. Before he finished speaking, Pu Shi's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, Master Shibois, I'll go with you. At this moment, Qinya Peak was bustling with activity, looking like a natural playground for magical beasts. From apex-level monkeys to the simplest rabbits, various magical creatures were frolicking through the mountains at ease. The peak was filled with the sounds of monkeys and birds, creating a chaotic scene. Jia Qing, with feathers in his hair, emerged from a bird's nest, clutching a large egg the size of a plate, and excitedly shouted, I've got the Dark Moon Rock's egg. Meanwhile, Lu Wanru ran out of the woods holding a jade bottle, announcing loudly, I've obtained the blood of the 1,000-feather phoenix. Just then, a loud bang came from the thatched hut at the mountain top, and smoke billowed out. Wow, it's on fire. Yin Yi, quick to react, grabbed a large water jar from outside the door and poured it over the smoking hut. As soon as he set the jar down, Yin Yi noticed several figures had somehow appeared at the mountaintop. Among them, besides the familiar Pu Shi, an elderly man with an aura of sage-like wisdom stood out. This elder, standing in front of Pu Shi, was none other than the sect leader Chang Qingzi, whom Yin Yi had never met, but could not mistake due to his natural, harmonious presence with the world. At that moment, a soot-covered figure burst out of the hut, cradling a fluffy little creature. After a few coughs, The person realized there were newcomers on the mountain and quickly tried to hide the creature behind his back. What's going on, Wuming? Pushi finally recognized the smoke-covered figure with a single white tooth as Zhan Wuming, whose appearance was quite amusing. Greetings to Master Shizhu, 7th Shizhu, and Tianxing Shizhu, Zhan Wuming said awkwardly with a smile. Chang Qingzi's sharp eyes noticed his furtive behavior and asked, "What are you holding?" This is just a little thing I tinkered with, not worth your attention, Master Shizhu. Zhan Wuming stammered. Sensing an unusual spiritual energy, Chang Qingzi sternly said, "Let me see it." With no other choice, Zhan Wuming reluctantly handed over the fluffy little creature. A nine-tailed spirit fox. Chang Qingzi gasped in shock. A nine-tailed spirit fox? How is that possible? Du Tianxing also exclaimed in surprise. Chang Qingzi's hands trembled as he accepted the snow-white little creature from Zhan Wuming. His eyes scanned the furry little being, observing every detail meticulously. When he noticed the tiny protrusions at its tail and the single snow-white fluffy tail already growing, disbelief flashed across his eyes. This nine-tailed spirit fox was just born. Does such a legendary creature truly exist on this continent? Chang Qingzi murmured to himself. Everyone present focused their gaze on Zhan Wuming, awaiting his explanation. Zhan Wuming shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed. Well, maybe. What do you mean maybe? It either is or it isn't. The sect leader won't blame you, said Pushi straightforwardly. Chang Qingzi's expression suddenly turned serious. This nine-tailed fox has just been born. Could the mother be nearby? The thought of an adult nine-tailed spirit fox, with power comparable to a war god, made him break into a cold sweat. If this youngster had indeed stolen a divine beast's cub, it could spell disaster for the beast-taming sect. Don't worry, sect leader, Zhan Wuming quickly explained. This little fox wasn't stolen. I hatched it. Everyone was stunned by this revelation. Chang Qingzi pressed for more details. Take me to see it. Zhan Wuming showed a hint of helplessness. Well, I accidentally blew up the incubation furnace earlier, and only this little thing came out. Pushi eagerly asked. Tell us, where did you get the nine-tailed fox egg? It was actually an egg of a nine-tailed fox bird, Zhan Wuming explained. I used special methods to infuse it with the bloodlines of the celestial fox beast and the ghost blue-eyed fox. I didn't expect it to hatch into this little thing. So, I can't confirm if it's the legendary nine-tailed spirit fox. Chang Qingzi and Du Tianxing exchanged glances and stared at Zhan Wuming as if he were a marvel. Chang Qingzi noticed the peculiar expressions on Lu Wanru and Jia Qing's faces, recalling overhearing them discussing something about a dark moon condor egg and thousand feather phoenix blood when he climbed the mountain. This nine-tailed fox cub, do you think you could possibly? Chang Qingzi began, but Zhan Wuming interrupted. Sect leader, do you want this nine-tailed spirit fox? Chang Qingzi was at a loss for words. As the sect leader, it was inappropriate to ask a junior for such a precious divine beast cub. While there were many beasts with nine-tailed spirit fox bloodlines, a pure-blood divine beast was unheard of. This little creature could drive the entire beast-taming sect into a frenzy. More importantly, its innate ability to channel and absorb spiritual energy so purely was something even Chang Qingzi himself had greatly benefited from. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. The Grandmaster understands that this little fox might be the only nine-tailed spirit fox on the continent. Even if it's not a pure-blood divine beast, it's still a spirit beast with one of the closest bloodlines. Having such a divine beast as the guardian of the beast-taming sect would surely ensure its prosperity, Chang Qingzi said solemnly. This fox, even if it can't compare to a pure-blood divine beast, is not far off. If nurtured, it will become a treasure of the sect, he added with anticipation in his voice. Well, disciple, I've been causing quite a bit of trouble within the sect lately, and many senior brothers have complaints against me. But I just can't resist bringing back more spirit beasts for research. I'm worried that I'll offend even more of them in the future. If I stop researching, I might never find another nine-tailed spirit fox, so I'm really reluctant to part with this little creature, Zhan Wuming said with a pained expression, his voice tinged with deep reluctance. Is that all? How could those guys have minds as dull as magical beasts? If any senior brother gives you trouble in the future, tell them to come directly to me. This is all for the benefit of the sect. I can't believe they don't understand, Chang Qingzi said, somewhat agitated. Don't worry, I'll back you up. Research as you wish, and tell your uncles Pu Shi and do what you need. Chang Qingzi's words carried an undeniable determination. This was a true genius disciple, capable of producing a divine beast with such pure bloodlines through research. If the sect could obtain this fox and research all spirit beasts, they might be able to create more pure blood divine beasts. Then, the beast-taming sect could potentially become the greatest sect on the continent. If we could harness the power of divine beasts to break through the heavens and achieve beyond the war gods, the beast-taming sect could truly maintain its prosperity. Chang Qingzi's eyes gleamed as his thoughts drifted. As the head of the beast-taming sect, he had secretly decided to make strategic plans for the sect's future. Tens of thousands of years ago, the continent was rich with spiritual energy, allowing many war gods to ascend. However, in recent tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to overcome the ascension tribulation. Even the rare geniuses who forcefully tried to transcend fell due to the thin spiritual energy. Now, spirit energy beads have become the most precious resource on the continent, with war god ancestors from various sects relying on them to replenish their energy. The scarcity and value of spirit energy beads are evident. Therefore, Zhan Wuming's experiments to continually purify the bloodlines of spirit beasts, enhancing their potential and possibly nurturing divine-level beasts, is undoubtedly a leap forward for the sect. Chang Qingzi's voice was filled with praise and expectation. Zhan Wuming truly is the treasure of the beast-taming sect. Chang Qingzi's eyes sparkled with a comforting light. He knew that once such a genius was cultivated, the future of the sect would be bright. As for offending senior brothers, what does it matter? Any spirit beast you need, you shall have. Chang Qingzi waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, since you've decided to research, there will be no issues. The sect's resources will fully support you. Thank you, Grandmaster. I feel relieved now. Otherwise, I'd be anxious every time I leave the mountain. Zhan Wuming's voice carried a hint of helplessness, but his deep emotions were unmistakable. Pu Shi and Du Tianqing exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly as they sighed inwardly. This kid worried about leaving the mountain? Who can compare to us? Our hearts are truly uneasy. Zhan Wuming had brought back so many spirit beasts in one go that the sect's disciples were as wary of him as they would be of a thief, fearing he might covet any treasured spirit beast. Regardless, this disciple was destined to be different. His research might indeed change the destiny of the entire beast-taming sect. Fight it. But how could you possibly defeat that beast with emerald eyes and golden pupils? Complain? Huh. That Lai Wenxiu is notorious in the sect for being a crazy old man fiercely protective of his own. Whenever disciples of the Isho sect hear your name, Zhan Wuming, they all become immediately anxious. Chang Qingzi looked at Zhan Wuming with a half-smile and suddenly spoke. No need. I will grant you a token. Those who see this token will regard it as if they are seeing me. Whatever you need, just ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Qingzi flipped his hand and pulled out a token glowing with a purple light from his sleeve, casually tossing it to Zhan Wuming. The purple gold token traced an arc through the air and landed in Zhan Wuming's hand. The moment the token landed in his hand, the expressions of Pu Shi and Du Tianqing changed simultaneously. As elders, they only held the golden beast token, yet this purple gold token was the highest symbol of status, second only to the sect master himself. Now that Zhan Wuming held it, he was considered their equal, if not slightly above them in stature. From now on, within the Isho sect, apart from the sect master's generation or the reclusive old monsters, no one could restrain Zhan Wuming. Zhan Wuming was overjoyed. He recognized the purple gold token immediately. As a core disciple, he originally held a silver token. The tokens in the Isho sect are ranked from wood, iron, copper, silver, gold, to purple gold. He had just leaped 2 ranks straight to the top. From now on, no one in the sect could boss him around. He planned to thoroughly explore the 10,000 mountains, especially since the sect master had tacitly approved. Thank you, sect master ancestor. Zhan Wuming put away the token, feeling elated, treating it as a passport for roaming the world and a master key for all sorts of schemes. Chang Qingzi nodded slightly, a flash of appreciation in his eyes, then curiously asked, very well. But why are you conducting research in that thatched hut? Replying to the sect master ancestor, Zhan Wuming immediately put on a bitter expression. Qinya Peak is remote, and I'm not skilled at building houses. I dug a cave for experiments before, but an explosion buried me alive, and I barely crawled out from the rubble. So, I simply set up a thatched hut. It's light, so even if it blows up, I can easily crawl out. At this point, Zhan Wuming looked pitiful as he complained. Doing research is costly, and I'm short on spirit beasts and herbs, even for healing. I'm really struggling to make ends meet. Upon hearing this, Chang Qingzi immediately waved his hand. Pu Shi, take charge of these matters. Make sure to build him a sturdy residence with protective arrays to ensure experiment safety. He then turned to Du Tianqing. Tianqing, from now on, double Wuming's monthly stipend and treat it as elder level. Zhan Wuming quickly knelt in gratitude, full of appreciation. He knew he had made it big, with a status rivaling the elders. He felt immensely pleased, thinking to himself, the Isho sect is indeed a good place, full of straightforward and righteous people. Pu Shi looked at his smiling face with helplessness. This young junior was cunning and resourceful, with a promising future. Even as an elder, he had to be respectful since the sect master personally approved. Pu Shi glanced at Du Tianqing, a hint of concealed pride in his eyes. At this moment, Zhan Wuming's expression suddenly grew serious. Bowing to Chang Qingzi, he said, Sect Master Ancestor, I recently went out to hunt demons and encountered something puzzling. I came specifically to seek your guidance. Speak. Chang Qingzi, in high spirits, responded amiably. Zhan Wuming said solemnly, While traveling to the northern wasteland plains, I witnessed a battle between two nations, with corpses strewn everywhere and the ground stained with blood. Strangely, after the battle, no one cleaned the battlefield. The remains were left to rot, devoured by wild beasts. It's truly perplexing. The disciple felt uneasy at heart and was about to bury the deceased's remains when two suspicious figures in black robes suddenly appeared before him. They were holding a peculiar device, pacing around the corpse. Their cultivation level was unfathomable, and the black robes seemed to shield them from spiritual detection. Even more unsettling was that when the disciple gazed at the device, he felt a tremor in his soul. It was clearly an evil artifact known as the soul-capturing bell, which could imprison the souls of the deceased, condemning them to eternal unrest. Although the northern wasteland plains are under the jurisdiction of the Dark Empire, these two are clearly not from our beast control sect. Could it be that the Dark Empire harbors a sinister sect? Zhan Wuming asked with a frown. Upon hearing this, Chang Qingzi's expression changed dramatically, and he muttered under his breath, using the battlefield to capture souls. Could it be them? Nearby, Pu Shi and Du Tianxing were also shocked, looking at Chang Qingzi in confusion. Do not meddle in this matter. I will make the decisions, Chang Qingzi instructed gravely. If you encounter those people again, do not approach them alone. Notify the sect immediately. A strange look flashed in Zhan Wuming's eyes as he thought to himself. It seems that the legends about life cultivators are indeed circulating among the major sections. If I could obtain the souls and life essence accumulated by those two, my Taiishu technique would surely advance to a higher level. Although their methods defy the natural order, if I were to intercept them in secret, it might be considered an act of divine justice. With this in mind, Zhan Wuming made up his mind. Chang Qingzi's act of taking away the nine-tailed spirit fox did not cause a stir in the beast control sect. He knew well that if the outside world learned of Zhan Wuming's talents, hostile forces would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Therefore, only Chang Qingzi, Pu Shi, Du Tianxing, and the high-ranking members of the beast control sect were aware of the matter. From then on, Zhan Wuming's status in the beast control sect rose rapidly. The elders and stewards treated him with respect, all because of that purple gold beast token. He became the sect's unique troublemaker, often borrowing spirit beasts from various peaks, but never harming them, only taking some blood. He frequently invited the beasts' owners to watch beast fights, and they had no choice but to come. After all, their spirit beasts were in his hands. As a result, Qinya Peak was bustling year-round. Interestingly, every disciple who came to watch the battles not only stopped resenting Zhan Wuming, but also hoped he would borrow more spirit beasts. They found that the spirit beasts trained by Zhan Wuming not only became more powerful, but their bloodlines also grew purer. From then on, the disciples of the beast control sect no longer simply feared Zhan Wuming, but held him in genuine awe. No one dared to say that this junior brother was unreliable. In their eyes, he had become an enigmatic figure. Since then, everyone treated the people of Qinya Peak with utmost caution, their eyes filled with flattery and anticipation. They secretly hoped that one day, if someone from Qinya Peak was in a good mood, they might take a few magical beasts away. This would not only enhance their bloodline, but also boost their combat power, a truly great fortune. However, Zhan Wuming's days were far from leisurely. Many saw him as someone who neglected his duties, spending all his time in the spirit beast laboratory. He was always engrossed with various strange tools, his eyes fixed on the restrained magical beasts, constantly recording observations and creating peculiar items that seemed useless to ordinary people. What others didn't know was that, in Zhan Wuming's eyes, the process of evolving the bloodlines of magical beasts and experimenting with combining various beast genes to regenerate pure divine beast bloodlines was his way of cultivating life. His eyes could see through the flow of life essence within the beasts, clearly identifying what life essence each was inherently missing. As he gradually supplemented these missing essences, the beasts' bloodlines became increasingly pure. In his experiments, some spirit beasts mutated during the supplementation of life essence. Some grew stronger, while others declined. These beasts vividly demonstrated the entire process of life essence's transformation and fluctuation in Zhan Wuming's hands. Each success and failure deepened his understanding of the path of life cultivation. Beyond gaining insights into life cultivation, Zhan Wuming had a more practical goal for studying magical beasts using their blood to temper his 206 bones until they became as smooth and resilient as fine white jade. This method of body refinement with beast blood was something he learned from the archives of the beast taming sect. By chance, deep within the beast taming sect's library, Zhan Wuming discovered a little-known secret manual, the Manual of 10,000 Spirits Body Refinement. Although the sect had many body refinement techniques, this manual was the most challenging to cultivate. The conditions were extremely harsh, and the process involved enduring excruciating pain. Cultivating this manual required gathering the blood of 99 spirit beasts with bloodlines above that of immortal beasts. The more diverse the types of these high bloodline beasts, the more effective the manual. Practitioners needed to blend these 99 bloodlines into their own bodies, much like refining pills, to elevate their own bloodline. However, many perished during the fusion due to bloodline conflicts, and over the years, numerous talented disciples of the beast-taming sect died because of this secret technique. Many couldn't even gather the blood of 99 immortal beasts. Consequently, this body refinement manual had been shelved and forgotten for years. Zhan Wuming knew about this manual in the beast-taming sect because he possessed memories of his past life. He vividly remembered someone using this technique to achieve an unimaginably formidable physical body, so strong that even divine weapons couldn't pierce their skin. In this life, as Zhan Wuming pursued the dual cultivation of spirit and body, aiming to sanctify his flesh and achieve the ultimate void, he couldn't pass up this manual. Therefore, even before the sect's grand selection, he had his eyes set on the beast-taming sect. Later, the appearance of Lai Wenxiu made everything even more perfect, as if it was all predestined. Another reason Zhan Wuming chose the beast-taming sect was the Dark Empire. In his past life memories, life cultivation first emerged in the Dark Empire. So, when he saw those two individuals collecting death energy and souls on the battlefield recently, he felt a sense of déjà vu recalling his past life. He realized that many people's destinies weren't meant to be that way, yet they were pushed into place by an invisible hand. As Zhan Wuming delved deeper into the path of fate cultivation, he gradually uncovered the truth of his past life. Memories vividly resurfaced in his mind. Every person connected to him was linked by an invisible string of fate, each unknowingly propelling him towards greatness, guiding him to fulfill his destiny of the seven absolutes. The culmination of all this was Mo Tianji, who was meant to harvest everything from him. This harsh realization sent a chill through Zhan Wuming's heart. Every step he had taken was meticulously orchestrated, controlled by the enigmatic fate cultivators. These cultivators constantly seized others' life essence and absorbed their fortunes to break through their own limits. The more advanced fate cultivators would carefully nurture individuals whose destinies complemented their own, only to harvest them once they were perfected, thus achieving a divine status. But in this lifetime, Zhan Wuming was no longer a puppet to be manipulated. He spent the first decade of his life keeping a low profile, blending in like a speck of dust among the masses, successfully avoiding the notice of the fate cultivators. By the time he revealed his talents, his power had soared, and those who sought to control him couldn't even get close. After discovering the myriad spirits tempering technique, Zhan Wuming began a new plan. He searched nearly every mountain in the Beastmaster sect. Although 10,000 mountains and 10,000 peaks was an exaggeration, the existence of thousands of peaks was undeniable. His greatest skill was promoting the evolution of spirit beasts' bloodlines using life essence to make the spirit beast's life essence more complete, ultimately evolving them into pure-blooded celestial beasts. Through relentless effort, he collected blood from 108 types of spirit beasts, and even more impressively, he gathered blood from 18 divine beasts. However, he didn't simply use these bloodlines to strengthen his body. Instead, he developed a unique method, transforming the life essence from these bloodlines into a complementary force for himself, while integrating the innate destinies of these beasts into his own fate using the Great Void True Qi. At this point, Zhan Wuming was ready to break through to the Battle King level at any time. Unlike other cultivators, he lacked no insights. If it weren't for the constraints of destiny and life essence, he could directly ascend to the Battle God realm with sufficient energy. Yet, he was not in a hurry to break through, as the Shantian secret realm presented an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Thus, he secluded himself within the Beastmaster sect, focusing on using the myriad spirits tempering technique to refine his bones and elevate his bloodline. Meanwhile, the beast fighting craze he had sparked in the sect had not subsided. It had intensified, becoming a popular form of entertainment. Elder Sun Kong found this trend troubling. The gambling frenzy grew, with some disciples becoming so engrossed that they neglected their cultivation. He was forced to severely punish a few leading disciples, ordering them to meditate in isolation. However, when he went to check on them, he found them gathered together, betting on cricket fights, their noise incessant. In frustration, Sun Kong canceled the meditation cave, opting to isolate each one in separate stone chambers. Of course, Zhan Wuming, deep in his secluded training, was oblivious to these disturbances. He was wholly absorbed in the exhilarating agony of the myriad spirits tempering process. Tianlan Peak stands majestically among the vast mountains of the beast-taming sect, akin to the king of all mountains. A heavenly staircase winds its way up, reaching into the clouds, with the sect's gates hidden within the mist, shrouded in mystery. Inside the beast god hall, Chang Qingzi held a letter, his eyes scanning the page. After reading the last word, he looked up at Qin Zong, who stood in the hall, and asked calmly, "Nephew Qin, what do you think of the contents of this letter?" Qin Zong pondered for a moment before replying, "I have inquired with friends from the Dan sect and Doomsday City, and it appears to be true. He continued with a detailed explanation. The news initially came from explorers in the Doomsday Sea. That sea is quite peculiar. Anyone entering it experiences a powerful suppression. Even a warrior of the Emperor class can only exhibit the strength of a beginner king there. Explorers have found remnants of the fierce beast Kun Peng's feathers there, leading to rumors that it was once the Kun Peng's domain. After changes in the world, the sea vanished without a trace. Recently, it has reappeared near Doomsday City, speculated to be the ancient Kun Peng domain. Chang Qingzi nodded. Indeed, our sect's records mention fierce and divine beasts, including the supreme Kun Peng's domain in the Doomsday Sea. Although our sect can tame extraordinary beasts, we hold deep respect for a beast king like Kun Peng, comparable to a divine beast. It is said Kun Peng disappeared after a great battle, possibly dying after returning to its domain severely wounded. If the rumors are true, Chang Qingzi's eyes gleamed. The reappearance of the Kun Peng domain is a tremendous opportunity for us. Obtaining Kun Peng's essence could not only elevate our sacred mountain beast, but also extend its lifespan by thousands of years. Kun Peng favored rare treasures, so its domain must be filled with countless valuables. Qin Zong appeared worried. The suppression in that sea is too strong, even for an emperor. Everyone's power is capped at the beginner king level, making it difficult for sects to leverage their strengths. It will likely attract numerous independent cultivators, leading to a fierce struggle. Chang Qingzi, initially confident in the unbeatable combination of his sect's disciples and their companion spirit beasts, furrowed his brow at Qin Zong's next words. Master Uncle, the biggest advantage may lie with Doomsday City and the Sea Clan. They are familiar with the Doomsday Sea and are excellent swimmers. While some of our disciples have water attribute spirit beasts, most lack aquatic skills, and some beasts might get seasick, becoming liabilities. After thinking for a moment, Qin Zong added, let me handle this matter. Among our 10,000 disciples, nearly 1,000 are at the beginner king level. Selecting a few skilled in water should not be difficult. Chang Qingzi nodded in agreement. Very well. I am eager to see what the Kun Peng domain looks like. A spark of excitement flashed in Chang Qingzi's eyes. It was the domain of a divine beast, an incredibly alluring place for the beast control sect, which specialized in the command of spirit beasts. Xinya Peak. Zhan Wuming's new abode was lavishly decorated, gleaming with golden splendor, resembling the mansion of a nouveau riche. The residence was divided into 3 levels. The upper level served as a reception room, where Zhan Wuming would entertain guests, engage in beast battles, and enjoy leisurely drinks. The middle level contained his living quarters, alchemy room, and study. Though not luxurious, they were simple and functional. Unlike typical alchemy rooms, Zhan Wuming's contained a massive iron cauldron. At first, Du Tianqing was stunned by Zhan Wuming's request for such a cauldron, unable to fathom why Zhan Wuming would cook for himself. Later, he realized that the cauldron was large enough to fit an entire water buffalo, and its surface was inscribed with formations for concentrating fire, spirit, and energy, as well as retaining heat. Du Tianqing speculated that the true purpose of the cauldron was to brew soup from the green-eyed golden beast. As for Zhan Wuming himself, he couldn't be bothered to explain to others. The alchemy room was rarely disturbed, so the true purpose of the iron cauldron remained a mystery. At this moment, Zhan Wuming was immersed in the cauldron in the alchemy room. The blood-red broth inside churned incessantly, its surface seemingly alight with a faint flame. As time passed, the red hue gradually faded, and the liquid became clear and transparent. Finally, after 14 days of continuous brewing, the broth turned as clear as water. With a gentle splash, Zhan Wuming slowly emerged from the surface. His black hair had vanished, replaced by a shiny bald head. His body emitted a faint red glow, and his skin was as smooth as white jade, as if every inch of it contained boundless vitality and spirit. It seemed as though every bone and muscle within him was brimming with strength, and he no longer felt any fear, even when facing the mightiest of warriors. After 14 days, the blood of 108 spirit beasts had completely integrated into Zhan Wuming's body, transforming his bone marrow and granting him enhanced blood production capabilities. Now, with every movement, he possessed the strength of 10,000 pounds. Second martial uncle is looking for me. Zhan Wuming noticed a note on the alchemy room's table as he dressed, feeling a warmth in his heart. It was left by Lu Wanru. In this life, Lu Wanru was just as pure and kind as she had been in the previous one, offering herself to him without reservation. Whether during the sect's selection trials, where she faced danger multiple times, or within the beast control sect, Lu Wanru never showed fear. She always stood by his side, never considering leaving him, silently protecting him. He secretly vowed to ensure her happiness and longevity in this life, to repay her love across 2 lifetimes. With a warm smile on his face, Zhan Wuming walked out of the alchemy room. Ming, you're finally out. Lu Wanru exclaimed excitedly as she rushed to him. Zhan Wuming happily wrapped his arm around Lu Wanru's waist, gently caressing her pretty face, and said with a smile, You've already reached the 8th rank of Battle Master. Your cultivation speed is really fast. Lu Wanru's eyes sparkled with joy as she leaned slightly into Zhan Wuming's embrace. It's all thanks to you, Brother Ming. If it weren't for you purifying me with the essence blood of spiritual beasts, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. She looked up at him with curiosity in her eyes. But I still can't see through your cultivation level. Have you already advanced to Battle King, Brother Ming? Although she had been away from her family, Lu Wanru found her days with Zhan Wuming full of joy. She was naturally lively and loved having fun, while Zhan Wuming was unconventional in his actions, often taking her on mischievous adventures. They got along splendidly. Meanwhile, Jiaqing diligently sent messages back to the Lu family, keeping them informed. The Lu family was thrilled to learn that their daughter had joined the Taiishu sect. Discovering that she was with Zhan Wuming, a treasured disciple of the sect, brought them great relief. Things hadn't started so smoothly, though. Initially, the Lu family heard from Yan Quan that Zhan Wuming, despite his extraordinary intelligence, couldn't even cultivate battle energy and was merely a disciple of a minor family in Yesody. This news infuriated them. It was only when Yan Quan hinted that Zhan Wuming might be a life master that they refrained from immediately retrieving Lu Wanru from Yesody. Otherwise, today's outcome would have been drastically different. Zhan Wuming's fame soared after he made a name for himself in Nanjao, becoming a prominent figure in the Taiishu Empire. Though just a modest battle master, he was hailed as a genius king of the empire, much to the Lu family's delight that their daughter had found such an outstanding individual. The Lu family had been concerned about Zhan Wuming's enmity with the Lingjian sect and the Nangang family. Fortunately, neither discovered Lu Wanru's connection to the Lu family, allowing them to breathe easy. From the Lu family's letters, Zhan Wuming learned that the Zhang family's power was under attack from all sides in recent months. They even suffered mysterious assaults in the capital of the Dian dynasty, leaving them overwhelmed and unable to interfere with others. This situation provided the Lu family, along with the Zhang family and other families oppressed by the Zhangs, a chance to catch their breath and strengthen their influence within the Dian dynasty. The Taiishu Empire was in turmoil, with wars between dynasties escalating. The Dian dynasty, having lost the support of the Zhan family's explosive flame pills, faced repeated defeats on the battlefield, causing nationwide panic. The Lu family quietly shifted their power into the shadows. Many families sensed an invisible hand manipulating the wars, with more dynasties being drawn into the conflict. If this continued, even the Taiishu Empire might lose control. Upon learning these developments, Zhan Wuming's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He hadn't told Lu Wanru that all this was orchestrated by his mother, who led the Zhan and Ling families. The only way to avenge the Ling family was to destroy the Nangang family and the Taiishu Empire. The Taiishu Empire had ruled this land for tens of thousands of years, and it wouldn't be easily toppled. According to Zhan Wuming's plan, the chaos among the dynasties would first destabilize the empire. When the empire is strong, no problem is insurmountable. When it's unstable, even minor issues can trigger a chain reaction and turn into disasters. Many wish to overthrow the Taiishu family's rule, but have been too afraid to act. If the dynasties fall into chaos, the opportunity will arise. If the Ling and Zhan families become strong enough to unify the empire, the Taiishu family will be like meat on the chopping block. Even if the Ling and Zhan families aren't strong enough yet, dealing with a defeated enemy who has been dethroned is still well within their capabilities. The NC stands at the edge of the continent, and no one knows what lies beyond it. Rumors abound. Some say the NC is boundless, while ancient texts record that in ancient times, it was a waterway to another continent, bustling with trade ships. The City of the End is said to be an ancient relic from that glorious era. Unfortunately, these legends can no longer be verified. The existence of other continents is no secret, but they have now become abandoned lands, disconnected from the Yuan realm and unable to absorb its energy. The passages to other continents are completely sealed, and even the NC can no longer reach them. Legend has it that the ancient beast Kun Peng once flew to the edge of another continent, where a massive sealing barrier stood. Using its powerful body and innate abilities, Kun Peng tore through the barrier, only to be immediately besieged by the continent's top experts. Severely injured, Kun Peng tore through the barrier again to escape back to the NC, where it eventually died from its wounds. Major powers believe that Kun Peng's training ground must contain a map to the other continent, making it a prize everyone covets. As soon as Kun Peng's training ground appeared, various factions rushed in to compete for it. The moment Zhan Wuming stepped into the City of the End, the entire city's atmosphere grew tense. The disciples of the Lingjian sect and members of the Nangang family looked at him with eyes full of hatred, as if they wanted to rush up and cut him to pieces. However, Zhan Wuming was backed by a large group from the Taiishu sect, including one of their powerful elders. Until the major sects made their moves, all they could do was glare and plot how to take down this arrogant, shameless guy once they got into the NC. Junior brother, it seems you're not very welcome here, a senior brother teased, a playful smile on his face. Zhan Wuming shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Can't help it. I accidentally stepped on their tails once, and they've held a grudge ever since." Turning towards the Lingjian sect and the Nangong family, he rudely flipped them off and shouted arrogantly, "Hey, little ones, I'm here too. Are you happy to see me? I'll be waiting for you in the NC." A young man from the Nangong family glared coldly at Zhan Wuming, made a throat-slitting gesture, and said, "I'll be waiting for you in the NC." "Oh, I'm so scared." Zhan Wuming exaggeratedly pretended to be frightened, shamelessly wiggling his hips. "Are you really from the Nangong family? Will you really clean yourself up and wait for me? Well, I can't let you down then. Qing'er, don't be rude. Come and greet Elder Yu Lingshan." The young man from the Nangong family fumed, ready to retort, but was stopped by a white-bearded elder who pointed to a gaunt old man from the Isho sect behind Zhan Wuming. The white-bearded elder immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, quickly approaching the gaunt elder from the Isho sect and bowed deeply. "Junior Nangong Jichang greets Elder Yu. Your esteemed name has been known to me since childhood. I never expected it would be you leading the team today. It's truly an honor to meet you here." Zhan Wuming was quite surprised. The Nangong family truly wasn't simple. He had a significant grudge against them, and while the younger members of the Nangong family already showed hostility towards him, the elders could feign sincerity. It must be said that the Nangong family's skill in maintaining a facade was as impressive as their renowned agility. "Oh, how is that old ghost Nangongju doing?" Yu Lingshan asked calmly and casually, his face expressionless, merely replying out of politeness. "The ancestor is doing well." Nangong Jichang replied respectfully with a slight bow, then added, "Please send him my regards. It's been centuries since we've seen him. He should get out more." Yu Lingshan's tone remained indifferent, but a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed his face, as if recalling distant memories. Listening to their conversation, Nangong Qing's expression changed slightly. From their exchange, he realized that this seemingly ordinary old man was of the same generation as his own ancestor and had connections dating back centuries. Did this mean the old man before him had achieved sainthood? With this realization, his demeanor instantly became more respectful, and he quickly straightened up and bowed to Yu Lingshan. "You needn't be so anxious," Yu Lingshan said with a disinterested glance at Nangong Qing. "I don't usually meddle in the affairs of the younger generation." However, his voice suddenly cooled. "If someone disregards their status, then I won't be reasonable." Without waiting for Nangong Jichang's response, Yu Lingshan calmly walked away with Zhan Wuming and the others, his steps steady and composed. Although the people from the Lingjian sect didn't come to greet Yu Lingshan, they dared not show any overt hostility. They had heard his words clearly, and the implicit warning was unmistakable. Yuesho sect had invited their ancestor Yu Lingshan to accompany them precisely because Zhan Wuming was also headed to the Doomsday Sea. The entire sect regarded Zhan Wuming as a treasure, fearing even the slightest mishap. For a sect that relied on spiritual beasts, the sudden acquisition of a divine beast's Cuba nine-tailed spirit fox was extremely precious. Even their ancestor, who had lived for millennia, had never seen a true divine beast, yet Zhan Wuming managed to study one. In terms of value, Zhan Wuming's worth already surpassed that of the nine-tailed spirit fox itself, so Yuesho sect naturally placed great importance on him. Although Yuesho sect wasn't a local power in the Zhongyan Empire, they were well aware of everything that happened there. They knew about the actions taken by the Lingjian sect and the Nangong family against the Zhan family after the sect elections. However, since these actions hadn't caused any substantial harm to the Zhan family, they turned a blind eye. The Lingjian sect and the Nangong family both wanted to kill Zhan Wuming. If they truly resorted to such shameless actions and forcibly eliminated him, what good would it do if Yuesho sect retaliated against the Nangong family? Thus, Yuesho sect invited Yu Lingshan to accompany them this time to deter the Lingjian sect and the Nangong family, preventing them from acting recklessly. Zhan Wuming was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected there to be a sage in the group. He had assumed at most there would be a war emperor-level expert, and Yu Lingshan, with his unassuming demeanor, seemed like an ordinary old man. Zhan Wuming, who usually roamed the peaks, had never encountered this elder and was unaware of his high status. He understood the sect's intentions and felt a warm surge of gratitude, deeply moved. Upon hearing Yu Lingshan say he wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, Zhan Wuming felt a surge of pride. Among his peers, he was confident that no one could rival him. Even though the Nangong family was troublesome, it wouldn't be like the last time against Nangong Chu, where he could barely fight back. If the opponent hadn't overplayed their hand, he would surely have died. Recently, Zhan Wuming's life force had significantly increased, and his control over the wind element had become more proficient. Facing the speed the Nangong family prided themselves on, he felt more confident. "Junior brother, the Nangong family isn't easy to deal with. Be cautious when we're at sea," his senior brother quietly reminded him, concern evident in his eyes. "Don't worry, senior brother. I've never been at a disadvantage. As long as they're willing to play, I'll make sure they regret it," Zhan Wuming said confidently, a mischievous spark in his eyes. He fiddled with a purple gold invitation in his hand, frowning slightly. A banquet from Princess Qianqian? The name was unfamiliar to him. Is she a princess of an empire or a dynasty? Junior brother, you don't even know Princess Qianqian? Duan Luchang approached gracefully, waving a feather fan, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. His arrival immediately caught the attention of those around. Being one of the top 3 in the last sect selection, his influence within the sect was undeniable. Seeing Zhan Wuming's bewildered expression, Duan Liuchang's eyes lit up. Princess Qianqian is the daughter of the Lord of Doomsday City, renowned for her wisdom and beauty. Many talented disciples from major sects are willing to stay in Doomsday City just for a chance to meet her. His expression became more enamored as he spoke. She loves discussing the Tao, gathering fascinating stories, and organizing various viewpoints to seek the sound of the Tao. Come on, seeking the sound of the Tao? Zhan Wuming scoffed. Hanging out with so many young talents. That remark seemed to hit a nerve with Duan Luchang, who immediately widened his eyes. You're so vulgar. What do you mean, hanging out? If she wanted admirers, they'd line up. Oh damn. He abruptly stopped, annoyed, and slapped his face. You've corrupted me. Princess Qianqian is so pure and elegant, so beautiful and wise. Enough, senior brother, you've lost it. Zhan Wuming raised the invitation. Since you're so smitten, why don't you go to the banquet for me? When it comes to women, I'm always disciplined. Duan Luchang snatched the invitation, his hands trembling with excitement. It's really Princess Qianqian's handwriting. Look at how graceful the script is, its charm like a secluded orchid. He couldn't help but embrace Zhan Wuming's shoulder. Junior brother, you're my benefactor, my god, my lucky star in this life. Zhan Wuming turned his head away in disgust, swatting Duan Liuchang's head and wiping his face. You talk in rhymes, but there's too much spit. Keep it up, an elder you might accuse you of trying to drown the most promising junior brother with your saliva. Duan Luchang awkwardly rubbed his hands. Just a slip, too excited. Suddenly, his expression fell as he handed the invitation back to Zhan Wuming. This invitation can only be used by the invitee, unless you take me in. Quite a big deal, but I'm busy, Zhan Wuming shrugged. Dear junior brother, if you're busy, I can help with whatever you need. Just make time to go, it won't take long, Duan Luchang pleaded, his expression so earnest that Yin Yi couldn't help but glance over. As a servant of Zhan Wuming, he rarely spoke, always following quietly and bearing everything silently. Both were talented disciples of the Beast sect, both core disciples, yet their statuses differed. Although they were both at the early stage of the Battle King, Zhan Wuming knew that if it came to a fight, Duan Luchang could easily defeat him twice. After all, the difference between geniuses and ordinary people in the sect was vast. My issue isn't difficult, just requires a bit of money. 5 spirit stones, Zhan Wuming said with a helpless sigh, spreading his hands. Lately, I'm so broke that all I have left is bread. I need to find a way to get some spirit stones. Duan Liuchang's expression turned complex, as if he were considering something. After a long pause, he finally lowered his head, speaking in a soft voice. Junior brother, don't worry. Senior brother isn't short on cash right now. I happen to have 5 spirit stones. Why not let me lend them to you? Lend? Zhan Wuming was taken aback, looking at Duan Luchang in surprise. Are you really willing? Duan Luchang suppressed his inner reluctance, feeling a pang in his heart. After hesitating for a long moment, he painfully took out 5 low-grade spirit stones, like handing over his precious children, and said with reluctance, for the sake of us being fellow disciples, consider these 5 spirit stones a gift from me. No need to repay. Just remember to lend a hand if I ever need help. Seeing Duan Liuchang's somewhat pained expression, Zhan Wuming couldn't help but laugh. You're too generous, brother Duan. There's really no need to be so magnanimous. These 5 spirit stones are your month's income. Giving them to me, won't it make you sad? No worries, Duan Luchang forced a smile. I may be frugal with myself, but I'm sincere with my brothers and friends. These spirit stones aren't much. I'll just tighten my belt and get by. In that case, I won't refuse, Zhan Wuming said with a smile, taking the spirit stones, feeling the slight bulge in his waist pouch. Let's get ready and head out to see if Princess Qianqian is really as wonderful as you say. Duan Luchang nodded. Give me a moment, I'll change my clothes. With that, he turned and hurried off. Watching him leave, Zhan Wuming smiled slightly, but inside he felt a sudden chill. Duan Liuchang's carefree facade was somewhat hard for him to witness. Princess Qianqian's residence wasn't within the City Lord's mansion but was located at Yueshio Peak, opposite the City Lord's mansion, connected by a flying cable. The distance wasn't far. The princess's residence occupied a small peak surrounded by a sea of flowers. The winding mountain path, like a coiling dragon, led to the princess's residence. The mountain was adorned with a few pines and bamboo, creating an atmosphere that was serene yet spirited, making Zhan Wuming feel that the princess was indeed unique. The fragrance of flowers filled the air, lifting Zhan Wuming's spirits. As he walked along the mountain path, many spirit beast-drawn carriages passed by in an orderly manner. Clearly, The geniuses attending Princess Qianqian's banquet didn't want to lose face and were keen to showcase themselves. Zhan Wuming walked calmly, choosing not to ride a spirit beast. He noticed that Duan Luchang initially wanted to bring a flashy spirit beast, but was persuaded otherwise. Seeing Duan Liuchang's meticulously styled hair, Zhan Wuming couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Duan Liuchang's attire and demeanor were as if he were meeting his future mother-in-law. If he brought a spirit beast, it would make him look even more ridiculous. Zhan Wuming didn't want to compromise their dignity with such vanity, preferring to walk, which seemed more confident. Look, everyone brought their spirit beasts, and we're the only ones walking. Doesn't it seem out of place? Duan Luchang said, though he was walking quickly, possibly feeling a bit uneasy. Still, we're the prodigies of the Beast Master sect, Duan Luchang muttered under his breath, his eyes darting nervously towards Zhan Wuming, worried about angering his senior brother. If Zhan Wuming didn't take him along, the loss would be significant. Hey, isn't this the so-called genius of the Beastmaster sect? What's the matter? Ran out of spirit beasts and have to walk on foot. A sharp, mocking voice suddenly chimed in from the side. Zhan Wuming turned his head, slightly taken aback. He didn't recognize the speaker, but the luxurious spirit vehicle beneath the person made it clear they were from the Spirit Sword sect. That's Wang Ba, a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect and a member of the Wang family from Doomsday City. Duan Luchang whispered with a hint of irritation but quickly suppressed his anger, urgently advising, "This is Doomsday City. Don't provoke him, junior brother." The Wang family in Doomsday City, though not as influential as the Nanjao family, still had an ancestor who had reached the rank of a saint. As a result, their status in Doomsday City was exceptional. Even the city lord held them in high regard. Zhan Wuming ignored the provocation, thinking that once they entered the Doomsday Sea, he'd show this guy just how formidable he could be. Look, he's angry but doesn't dare to respond. Wang Ba taunted, more emboldened as Zhan Wuming and Duan Luchang remained silent. He stopped his vehicle, turning to shout to other sect disciples. What's wrong with the Beastmaster sect? Their disciples are too timid, can't even get angry. Wang Ba, you're really pushing it. Zhan Wuming suddenly turned, letting out a cold snort. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, landing a precise punch on Wang Ba's abdomen. It all happened too fast. Just moments ago, Zhan Wuming seemed to be holding back, but then he changed in an instant. They were already close, and Wang Ba had stopped the vehicle directly in front of them, clearly intending to block and humiliate them. Zhan Wuming had been moving forward with his head down, and in 2 steps, he was beneath the vehicle, suddenly bursting forth, his punch like lightning, hitting Wang Ba without warning. Wang Ba made a fatal error, underestimated Zhan Wuming's physical strength, unrivaled among his peers. Zhan Wuming didn't need to use battle chi, so there was no fluctuation or shift in energy. Despite Wang Ba's vigilant watch on their energy, Zhan Wuming's purely physical attack took him by surprise. By the time Wang Ba realized, the punch had already landed hard on his midsection. The force sent Wang Ba flying over 10 meters, rolling on the ground before coming to a stop. Ugh! Wang Ba spat out a mouthful of blood. The punch nearly shattered his internal organs. He didn't know that Zhan Wuming had held back. Zhan Wuming didn't want to push the Wang family in Doomsday City too far, despite having Yu Lingshan's support. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If it was merely a dispute among juniors, the Wang family wouldn't escalate it into a direct conflict with the Beastmaster sect. Furious, Wang Ba tried to get up, but a mud-covered foot stomped heavily on his head, grinding the dirt into his face. He couldn't move. The pressure felt like a mountain, and his head was the sole support. Any movement would bring the mountain crashing down, so he dared not budge. Your name's Wang Ba, right? Could have chosen a better name. Just because a turtle shell is hard doesn't mean you can bark around, Zhan Wuming said coldly, looking down at him. I was out for a leisurely walk in this beautiful season, intending to compose some poetry, when you interrupted my inspiration. Now, how should I deal with you? Zhan Wuming stood over Wang Ba, one foot firmly planted on his face. It all happened so quickly that even the Wang family's coachman had no time to react. Although he was also of the warrior king level, he was no match for these sect prodigies. From the moment Zhan Wuming made his move to the point where he had Wang Ba's face pinned, it was all over in the blink of an eye. Let go of our young master, the coachman shouted urgently, hoping the other would show mercy. A mere servant, this is not your place to speak. Zhan Wuming's eyes widened as he turned his gaze to Wang Ba, his voice tinged with mockery. I took your advice from earlier, and my feet do feel a bit tired. How about lending me your spirit carriage? Wang Ba was about to curse when he heard the creaking of his jawbone. If Zhan Wuming applied even a bit more pressure, it would shatter. Fear surged through him, and he regretted provoking this calamity. Rumor had it that even 2 battle emperors from the Nanjao family couldn't catch him. Regret was futile now. Any objections? Zhan Wuming's voice grew colder. No. Wang Ba gritted his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated. Losing face publicly like this, how could he ever show his face before Princess Qianqian again? Although Zhan Wuming was only of the battle sect level, Wang Ba couldn't even dodge a single punch, and now had to meekly surrender the spirit carriage. But his life was more important. Didn't you hear your young master? Get off the carriage. Zhan Wuming barked at the coachman. The man turned pale but dared not protest, fearing his master might be harmed because of him. Reluctantly, he jumped off the carriage. Senior brother, I'm used to being lazy, so I'll leave the driving to you. Zhan Wuming gestured to Duan Luchang. Duan Luchang was stunned. He hadn't expected his junior to act so decisively. Now he was convinced that this person was indeed reckless and unrestrained. You disciples of the Lingjian sect are indeed straightforward and very helpful. I'll gladly accept this spirit carriage, Zhan Wuming sneered. You can collect it from Princess Qianqian's residence later. Don't block the way now. If I accidentally damage the carriage, I might not be able to compensate you. With that, he kicked Wang Ba into the flower bushes and effortlessly boarded the spirit carriage. Duan Luchang felt a surge of pride. His junior's bold way of borrowing the carriage was truly impressive. Watching the Lingjian sect's disciple unable to withstand even a single move, he suddenly felt a sense of vanity. Onward, the spirit carriage sped away, leaving a trail of dust. Wang Ba climbed out of the flowers, his face ashen. Under the strange gazes of the onlookers, he wished he could disappear. Earlier, he had arrogantly gathered these people to watch the show, but now he had become the laughingstock, while Zhan Wuming had become the star of the spectacle. He silently vowed that this time, he would not let Zhan Wuming leave the Doomsday Sea alive. Even if he had to call upon his family's experts, he was determined to avenge this enmity. Otherwise, he would find it hard to hold his head high in Doomsday City again. Princess Qianqian's banquet was particularly notable due to the Kun Peng dojo incident, attracting warlords and elites from sects and prominent families across the land, turning the gathering into a true assembly of geniuses. The guest list was filled with outstanding disciples from major sects, each possessing extraordinary skills. When Zhan Wuming arrived by carriage, the princess's mansion was already bustling with voices. Numerous young talents were gathered in a vast reception hall, engrossed in admiring the princess's collection. The hall scale astonished Zhan Wuming. Dozens of bookshelves were arranged in an orderly fashion, each filled with various annotations, unique combat techniques, and cultivation methods. The most captivating were the fragmented manuscripts, as each page seemed to contain endless mysteries that sparked the imagination. The paintings and diagrams on the hall's walls were equally impressive. Some appeared to be casual doodles, but upon closer inspection, each stroke concealed profound insights, revealing the creator's extraordinary perception. Zhan Wuming picked up a few notebooks, carefully studying Princess Qianqian's handwritten notes and her speculations on the incomplete texts. To his surprise, her thoughts were remarkably similar to his own deductions, prompting him to view the enigmatic princess with newfound respect. As the ruler of Doomsday City and one of the top leaders of the world's major powers, his daughter is naturally exceptional. Zhan Wuming mused, casually flipping through the books in the reception hall. He was amazed to discover the vast scope of Princess Qianqian's collection. Not only did she have unique insights into combat techniques, but her collection of incomplete texts also spanned multiple fields, including alchemy, formations, and artifact crafting. Each book bore her clear and forceful handwritten notes, showing signs of thorough study. What kind of genius can delve into such a wide range of subjects and achieve such depth of understanding? Zhan Wuming's curiosity about Princess Qianqian grew even stronger. Meanwhile, Duan Liuchang's infatuated behavior made Zhan Wuming frown. The fellow was utterly captivated by Princess Qianqian's art and was incessantly repeating insipid praises. To Zhan Wuming's surprise, Duan Luchang had found a few like-minded companions, and they were gathered in a circle, exchanging nauseatingly flattering remarks. Among them were indeed some learned individuals, capable of praising for half an hour without repeating themselves. Zhan Wuming couldn't help but admire one person's vocabulary, yet he was also exasperated by Duan Luchang. I wish I hadn't come with this guy. It's so embarrassing, he cursed inwardly, watching Duan Luchang transform from an admirer of the princess to a follower of the praise master, even wanting to learn how to compliment the princess. Zhan Wuming wished he could just kick Duan Luchang out the door. This is a disgrace to the Taiishu sect. If your vocabulary is lacking, just remember a few key words. Sincerity is what matters. Wanting to learn how to praise, what a piece of work. He resolved never to bring Duan Luchang to such occasions again. Seeing those people bonding over their shared interests, Zhan Wuming finally understood why Duan Luchang fancied himself a romantic. Junior brother. Duan Luchang called out excitedly, waving at Zhan Wuming. These are my new friends. This is Gongsun Changsho from the Gongsun family of Doomsday City. This is Donghua Duoqing from the Donghua family. And this is Tai Luyun from the Iron family of the Zhang dynasty. Zhan Wuming almost covered his face with his hand. Duan Luchang enthusiastically introduced his new friends, all of whom were staunch fans of Princess Qianqian, and they seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Strangely, there was not a hint of jealousy among them. Zhan Wuming's mind buzzed, barely managing to remember a few names. And, not wanting to embarrass Duan Luchang, he nodded and smiled in greeting. though inwardly wishing he could send Duan Luchang straight back to the 10,000 mountains. In the grand reception hall, Duan Luchang and his group were just a small team, while others avoided this bunch who were loudly praising Princess Qianqian. The guests around cast disdainful glances at them. Senior brother, I also think Princess Qianqian is truly knowledgeable. It's my first time here, and I hope to have more time to look at her writings. Don't disturb me, Zhan Wuming said hastily, then quickly walked away. He really didn't want people to know he was associated with Duan Luchang, who was utterly unreliable. Zhan Wuming inwardly chuckled, surprised that he was now judging someone else's unreliability. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold enveloped Zhan Wuming. He turned his head warily and caught a glimpse of a cold gaze shifting away from him. Zhan Wuming's lips curled slightly. It was indeed a small world. It was Nangong Qing from the Nangong family, the very same genius who had provoked him upon entering Doomsday City. The murderous intent in that gaze was unmistakable, yet it was cleverly withdrawn the moment he turned. Princess Qianqian is here. A clear announcement broke the stifling atmosphere of the hall. Immediately, everyone put down their items and turned to the door. A young woman in simple makeup and elegant white dress walked in, surrounded by several charming maids. Her white attire was as pure as snow, her beauty like a fairy from a painting, and her demeanor was serene and graceful. Zhan Wuming was thunderstruck, standing motionless. This face had appeared countless times in his dreams, so real and familiar that seeing the young woman before him completely disarmed him. When he regained his senses, Duan Luchang was shaking his hand. Junior brother, wake up. I thought you were calmer than this. Your composure is even worse than mine, so don't tease me anymore. Welcome to the fan club of Princess Qianqian. Duan Luchang looked at Zhan Wuming with excitement, as if he had discovered a great secret. Stop it. Zhan Wuming shook his head, trying to steady his mind. He pondered. She's definitely not Ruo, but why does she resemble her so much? The appearance, the aura, even that hint of melancholy in her eyes. Ruo's family isn't even from this continent. So how can someone look so similar? Suddenly, a more shocking realization struck. Zhan Wuming couldn't sense any battle energy from Princess Qianqian. She seemed like an ordinary girl. How is that possible? Zhan Wuming was astonished. The daughter of the Doomsday City Lord, an ordinary person? The City Lord, a powerful ruler, yet his daughter couldn't cultivate battle energy. An ordinary girl who couldn't cultivate battle energy but was well-read, had thoroughly researched ancient texts, and was versed in alchemy and formations. She was such a brilliant girl. No, something was wrong. Zhan Wuming's heart sank. He vaguely sensed that this girl's life force had a significant deficiency, as if part of her soul had been severed. Incredibly intelligent yet with a fragmented soul, Zhan Wuming realized that this was why she was so exceptional yet unable to cultivate. His interest in her grew. No one is born with a fragmented soul. Even he had been sealed in the womb by the Zhang family. How could the daughter of the Doomsday City Lord have her life force sealed? Junior brother, stop daydreaming. Princess Qianqian has invited us to the inner hall for a discussion, and everyone else has already left. Duan Luchang's voice pulled Zhan Wuming back to reality. Duan Luchang noticed that his junior fellow disciple had been distracted by Princess Qianqian twice now, and his level of infatuation seemed even more intense than his own. He shook his head secretly, thinking that at least they had found a common topic. Having Princess Qianqian gain more admirers would be beneficial for everyone. Zhan Wuming collected his thoughts and focused on Princess Qianqian's face. He vaguely sensed a mysterious connection between her and Ruo. Although he couldn't directly uncover the secrets of her soul, he was determined to uncover the mysteries surrounding her. With this resolve, he entered the inner hall connected to the reception room. As he stepped in, a familiar feeling washed over him. The entire space was adorned in silver, and the cool atmosphere made the not-so-spacious room feel exceptionally serene. White chrysanthemums were cleverly arranged in the shape of a scepter, with a small, warm jade bed placed at the scepter's end. Behind the light silk curtains, Princess Qianqian's silhouette was faintly visible, stirring one's imagination. Zhan Wuming immediately activated his Taiishu energy to calm his inner turbulence. The memories of his current and past life began to overlap, and he needed to maintain a clear mind. Through the Taiishu technique, he could sense the deficiency in Princess Qianqian's life force. Her fate appeared with a mix of purple and gray, indicating that someone had altered her destiny, resulting in her current predicament. This reminded him of Lu Wanru's situation. After absorbing the life force of 3 masters from the Nangong family, and perfecting his own life force with the blood of 108 spiritual beasts, he realized that Lu Wanru was not naturally short-lived, but had her fate altered in childhood. He even suspected that the renowned Mr. Mo, who had once predicted the Lu family's fate, had actually taken the opportunity to change their destiny. His own appearance had disrupted this plan, thereby altering the fates of the Lu family and Lu Wanru. Princess Qianqian was meant to be of noble status, but now her soul was incomplete, her life force insufficient, and calamities were looming. No wonder he had no memory of her in his past life. He hadn't begun his cultivation until the age of 25, and by the time he became a battle king in his 30s, Princess Qianqian had long since passed away. Gazing at her face, which closely resembled Shirua's, a wave of sorrow washed over Zhan Wuming. Having encountered her in this life, he couldn't stand idly by. At that moment, Princess Qianqian broke the silence of the room. Today, I am fortunate to have invited such talented individuals, which is truly my honor. Some of you are people I've admired for a long time, but never had the chance to meet, while others are old friends. To be able to gather with everyone here is a great fate. Recently, I've had much on my mind and composed a piece. I would like to take this opportunity to play it for you all, and then discuss it together. What do you all think? Listening to Princess Qianqian's music is worth the trip to the end sea. Even if we gain nothing else, said a man in a brocade robe, his face filled with enchantment and eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's been so long since I heard Princess Qianqian's melodies. They haunt my dreams, and my longing has nearly driven me mad. Another man agreed, his voice trembling. If Princess Qianqian would play a tune, it would be like saving my life. Princess Qianqian's talent is unmatched. Any new composition from her will surely amaze everyone. I can hardly wait, a third person said, rubbing his hands together, his eyes fixed on the center of the hall. Zhan Wuming stood at the edge of the crowd, observing coldly. Each man tried to outdo the other in flattery, speaking saccharine praises with unchanging expressions, which he found both impressive and amusing. Watching their eager faces, Zhan Wuming's lips curled into a slight smile, finding the scene both funny and pitiful. To him, a warrior who loses their true self, no matter how gifted, could never become invincible. Of course, everyone has different pursuits. Some find solace in the way, some in love, and others in the sword. Each path could lead to one's happiness. In response to the adulation, Princess Qianqian merely offered a gentle smile, her slender fingers brushing a lock of hair. A maid in simple attire approached, respectfully presenting a beautifully crafted guqin to the princess. Princess Qianqian accepted the guqin, her fingers like spring blossoms delicately plucking the strings. Instantly, a cascade of notes, like a clear stream, flowed from the instrument, resonating through the hall. Zhan Wuming felt a shock to his spirit, as if something deep inside him had been gently touched. The music, like nimble hands, caressed his soul, turning the pages of his memories. He found himself irresistibly drawn in. The deeper his memories, the deeper his immersion. Suddenly, Zhan Wuming was startled. The realization hit him. If he continued to indulge in the music, he would be trapped in the cycle of his past lives. Unlike others, whose memories span mere decades, he possessed memories of 99 previous lifetimes. Though most were sealed by his primordial spirit for self-preservation, the music could unlock deeper layers. In this unfamiliar place, full of uncertainties, recovering more memories could be a tremendous opportunity, but he dared not risk it, especially with enemies present in the room. Biting his tongue hard, Zhan Wuming used the sharp pain to stay alert. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he marveled at the miraculous music, a celestial sound that cleansed the soul. Yet, he couldn't afford to lower his guard. Looking around, Zhan Wuming noticed that everyone else in the hall was deeply entranced by the music, lost in their own memories. Some were weeping, others laughing out loud, some appeared dazed, and others showed signs of madness, each reacting differently. He was astounded by Princess Qianqian. Despite being an ordinary person without any martial energy, her understanding of music and human nature reached such an incredible level. Those captivated by her music were all top talents from various sects, known for their strong will, yet they were so out of character now. Soon, Zhan Wuming observed a few others beginning to struggle back to consciousness. They too sensed something was amiss and forced themselves awake, calming their minds. Princess Qianqian's fingers halted on the strings, and the music ceased abruptly. She looked at Zhan Wuming and the others who had awakened, offering a gentle smile. That smile seemed to make flowers bloom and the world fade away. Zhan Wuming took a deep breath, finally understanding why Duan Luchang was so enamored. The laughable ones were not Duan Luchang, but those who mocked him. Princess Qianqian was indeed a remarkable woman who could captivate the world's heroes. From the bottom of his heart, he reflected that this journey to the city of the end was truly worthwhile. Zhan Wuming quickly sensed an unusual stirring deep within his soul, as if some force had touched it, causing a slight tremor. Immediately, he circulated his Taiishu, true qi, and the scene before him became clear. The sound of the Yaoqin transformed into rippling waves, layer upon layer, spreading through the void. Everyone's life soul gently oscillated within these waves, each flickering with its own unique color. However, his gaze was drawn to Princess Qianqian's life soul. Within it appeared a black hole, deep and all-consuming, seemingly capable of swallowing all her life essence. Whenever a hint of vitality flowed in, the black hole mercilessly devoured it, leaving no trace. No matter how much life essence she absorbed from the world, it couldn't compensate for the loss caused by the black hole. Zhan Wuming suddenly realized that Princess Qianqian's life-or-death tribulation had manifested. Over the years, the Lord of Doomsday must have exhausted countless treasures to supplement her life essence, barely sustaining her life. Yet, as the black hole continued to expand, its devouring power grew stronger, rendering even the Lord of Doomsday powerless to save her, helplessly watching her life wither like a fading flower. Zhan Wuming became fully immersed in the circulation of Taiishu true qi, sensing the subtle changes in the world. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of Princess Qianqian's life soul. Despite feeling a pang of pity for her fate, he knew that replenishing life essence was no easy task. The only thing that could fill her missing life essence was the primal energy of the Yuan realm, but this land had none. Even the Xiantian secret realm held only a few energy beads. Genuine energy beads were produced only in the secret realms of the otherworldly battlefield, and they appeared only once every century. Moreover, it was rumored that other continents also vied for these energy beads, making the competition fiercely intense. Thus, even the Lord of Doomsday could not use them to heal Princess Qianqian. Zhan Wuming couldn't help but admire Princess Qianqian. Her music could resonate with life souls, and although she couldn't cultivate, her understanding of the ways of the world was impressive. If she could cultivate, she would undoubtedly surpass ordinary limits and become far stronger than himself. Such an extraordinary woman was truly rare. Suddenly, the strings emitted a clear note, and the music abruptly stopped, leaving the audience dispersed. At the final vibration of the string, Taiishu true qi surged, and a flash appeared in Zhan Wuming's eye. She saw the strand of primal energy that had touched Princess Qianqian's life soul being forcibly absorbed by the black hole within her soul. Startled, Zhan Wuming quickly accelerated the circulation of Taiishu true qi, attempting to forcibly extract the energy from the devouring vortex. To his shock, he discovered that the black hole in Princess Qianqian's life soul concealed mysterious array patterns. This black hole was not innate but artificially arranged. Zhan Wuming's heart trembled, and a series of questions arose in his mind. Who could possess such a terrifying realm to set up such a dreadful black hole in a life soul? To what extent had the array setters' understanding of fate reached? Had they surpassed the level of controlling destiny? What was the purpose of setting up this array? In that moment, Zhan Wuming clearly felt a peculiar connection between his destiny and Princess Qianqian's life soul. It was as if an unseen gaze swept across his fate, causing an inexplicable stir within him. This feeling lingered, inseparable. Nonetheless, he remained confident in the Taiishu technique, for the power of Taiishu, returning fate to the void, could not be easily discerned. For a long time, the inner hall was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. Gradually, everyone returned to their senses, many with their clothes drenched in sweat, as if the music had not only resonated in their ears, but had also touched their souls. Yet, every face bore a look of almost blissful satisfaction, as if their spirits had been liberated and cleansed by the melody. Princess Qianqian's music is as profound as Zen, bringing a tranquility to my heart, as if it has been baptized. The way of the universe flows like a stream through her notes. Qin is immensely impressed. A clear voice broke the silence first, and everyone turned to see it was the person who awoke right after Zhan Wuming. Zhan Wuming glanced over, feeling a bit more favorable towards this person. Qin's praise brought a hint of joy to Princess Qianqian's eyes. She smiled gently, her gaze soft, and her tone light. To receive such compliments from young Master Qianqian is truly satisfied. It is said that young Master Murong's jade flute is unmatched, not only in martial arts, but also in musical talent. When might I have the honor to witness your flute's brilliance? Princess Qianqian's tone was natural, her eyes showing familiarity with Qin, as if she knew him well. Qin chuckled and shook his head. After hearing Princess Qianqian's music, how could I dare to show my humble skills? Perhaps I should ask the princess for guidance in other matters. His tone was open and sincere, without a hint of pretension. Princess Qianqian nodded slightly, not pressing further. At this moment, Qing stepped forward, his voice clear and strong. I am Qing. Listening to Princess Qianqian's music today, my spirit feels cleansed, as if all dust has been washed away, like clouds parting for a clear sky. Truly a heavenly sound. With that, he bowed deeply. Others soon followed, expressing admiration and praise, describing the music as dreamy, soul-cleansing. Duan Luchang was particularly enthusiastic, almost as if he wished to kneel and sing praises, making Zhan Wuming frown in silent disapproval. These people had turned this music appreciation into a tribute session. As the praises subsided, everyone's eyes eventually fell on Zhan Wuming. Realizing he hadn't spoken yet, he felt a bit awkward, coughed lightly, and stammered. Does everyone have to speak? This question left everyone momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, suppressed laughter erupted. The question seemed ridiculous at first, but it also resonated with a common thought: who said everyone must speak? There was no such rule. However, The situation remained awkward as all eyes focused on Zhan Wuming, making him feel uneasy. Humph, ignorant of elegance, yet daring to be here, truly disgraceful. Nanjao Qing sneered, seizing the chance to ridicule. He had always held a grudge against Zhan Wuming, and now he finally found an opportunity, his tone dripping with disdain. A demon hunter from a small family in my city, carrying a wild aura, probably doesn't even understand music. We should teach him a lesson, lest we shame Nanjao Chu's spirit. Zhan Wuming listened but merely smiled lightly, his eyes showing no anger, only a hint of sarcasm. He could see Nanjao Qing's words were nonsensical, merely venting frustration. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Princess Qianqian spoke gently, her voice soothing. Brother Nanjao, you speak too harshly. This is young Master Zhan from the Isho sect, a guest I personally invited. My music was played on a whim, never claimed to be of high art, nor do I demand everyone to comment. As long as young Master Zhan is willing to listen, I am delighted. Her gentle words clearly defended Zhan Wuming. He felt a slight tremor in his heart, a tinge of pity for her. Such a wonderful person, yet she had to navigate the complexities of human relationships constantly. He sighed softly. Princess Qianqian noticed his sigh, her eyebrows furrowing slightly, and she asked softly, "Why does the young master sigh? Did I not host you well, causing you displeasure?" Her gaze was clear, her voice carrying a hint of puzzlement. Everyone turned to Zhan Wuming. Why was he sighing amidst such a beautiful melody worthy of praise? In that moment, the entire hall fell into an inexplicable silence once more. Everyone had witnessed Zhan Wuming's audacious gestures towards the Nanjao family upon entering the city of Doom. On his way to Princess Qianqian's residence, he even defeated Wang Ba of the Lingjian sect, seizing the spiritual carriage and arriving there with great flair. It was evident that he was not a benevolent person, and no one was inclined to offend him. Zhan Wuming suddenly paused, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He had been muttering to himself, not expecting his words to be heard by everyone present. Princess Qianqian's clear, water-like eyes were fixed on him, waiting for an explanation. "I just think the heavens are unfair," Zhan Wuming said after a brief moment of thought, his voice low and resolute. "They granted the princess such talent and wisdom, yet not a favorable fate. If, in the near future, the princess were no longer with us, how many admirers would find life dull?" The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Several fierce gazes pierced Zhan Wuming like swords, their murderous intent almost palpable. Duan Luchang stood to the side, feeling utterly vexed, wishing he could immediately silence his junior, who seemed to lack tact. "If you can't speak words of praise, ask your senior." Duan Luchang raged inwardly. "I could teach you some pleasant phrases. You didn't have to utter such ominous words about Princess Qianqian. How is her fate unfortunate? She is the daughter of the city lord of Doom, a noble woman admired by all young heroes. How is that a bad fate? And saying she won't be around much longer, isn't that cursing her? As your senior, I can forgive your ignorance, but Princess Qianqian has countless admirers. If they hear about this, they might hunt you down relentlessly." Zhan Wuming was unfazed by their stares, his expression unchanged. If looks could kill, given the situations he had faced, he would have died many times over. Nanjao Qing and Murong Qing quickly glanced at Princess Qianqian, hoping to discern her reaction. However, they were disappointed. Princess Qianqian's face remained calm, her lips still curled in a faint smile, as if his words had no effect on her. "What do you mean by that, sir?" Princess Qianqian asked softly, though her beautiful eyes flashed with a subtle, peculiar interest in Zhan Wuming's words. Zhan Wuming straightened his back, his gaze steadfast. "In life, there are three destinies: the soul, the essence, and the fate. I, Wuming, observe the princess's destiny just now. Her essence is lacking, her soul flawed, and her fate damaged. A person's lifespan can be reduced by 100 years, the earth's by 60, but the heavens by no more than 10. The princess's fate is already marked by the heavens, unlikely to last 10 years without a reversal of fortune. Therefore, I feel deep regret." His words struck like a thunderbolt, stunning everyone present. Even the usually composed Murong Qin was visibly shocked. Princess Qianqian's cheeks flushed, her slender fingers trembling slightly as she whispered to herself, "Marked by the heavens, truly marked by the heavens." At that moment, several maids beside Princess Qianqian inadvertently revealed their powerful auras, astonishing everyone in the hall. These seemingly ordinary maids were actually at the level of war sovereigns. They had previously concealed their presence, and because their cultivation far surpassed everyone else's, no one had noticed. However, Zhan Wuming's words had shaken them, causing them to momentarily forget to restrain their aura. Everyone marveled at the fact that she was indeed the daughter of the city lord of Doom, with even her maids being formidable warriors. These maids were undoubtedly assigned by the city lord to protect Princess Qianqian. Who would have thought that besides your unfathomable cultivation, sir, you are also skilled in the mystical arts of fate? Princess Qianqian remarked, regaining her composure with a hint of relief in her voice. "What you said, I have long known. But I believe that even if one's life is as brief as a shooting star, as long as it shines brilliantly, life and death merely follow the natural order. As you mentioned, the heavens granted me wisdom, beauty, and talent, and there must be a balance, not perfection. Is that what you meant, sir? Princess Qianqian smiled serenely, her expression transcendent, as if she had long accepted life and death. The princess was mistaken. Zhan Wuming's expression shifted slightly as he spoke calmly. What does the gentleman think should be done? Princess Qianqian asked with curiosity. Mortals may adhere to destiny, with life and death naturally predetermined. But we, who cultivate, do so to defy fate and claim our own destiny. How can we simply follow the heavens' decree? If the heavens leave life incomplete, I will mend it through cultivation. If the soul is lacking, I will also mend it. If fortune is missing, I will fight to seize it. Cultivation is about achieving perfection. If not for perfection, why cultivate? Zhan Wuming stated solemnly. Zhan, your insights are profound. Our cultivation is indeed about defying fate and seizing fortune from the heavens. In our pursuit, becoming a battle master extends life by 50 years, a battle sect by 200, a battle king by 300, a battle emperor can live up to 500, and a battle saint up to 1,000 years. The path of cultivation is essentially a battle against destiny, and we must not give up lightly. Murong Qin agreed, recognizing Zhan Wuming's extraordinary nature. Such a promising young man was worth befriending, so he was the first to offer goodwill. However, Nangong Qing's expression darkened, aware that the Murong family was as prestigious as his own Nangong family, and Murong Qin's influence was significantly greater. Zhan Wuming responded to Murong Qin with a smile. Does the gentleman have a way to defy fate for our princess? A maid beside Princess Qianqian asked eagerly. Zhan Wuming pondered for a moment. Regardless of whether this lady was connected to Lin Shirua, he admired her talent and wisdom. Having not met her in his past life, he felt compelled to help now. Thus, he nodded firmly and said, It's difficult, but there is always a sliver of hope in the fate of heaven. The means exist, but with my current abilities, I cannot achieve it. A smile gradually appeared on Princess Qianqian's face, but her maid looked disappointed. Someone had clearly spoken of the princess's fate and lifespan, giving her a glimmer of hope. However, Zhan Wuming was too young, and they believed he spoke the truth. With his current abilities, he likely couldn't save the princess. Thank you for evaluating my fate, sir. I am content in this life. If you have time later, I would like to talk with you further. What do you think? Princess Qianqian said calmly, her tone devoid of any sorrow for her limited time. With such a gracious invitation, how could I refuse? Zhan Wuming thought for a moment and agreed, deciding not to hesitate once he had chosen to act. You may call me Qianqian, and I shall call you Brother Zhan. Is that all right? Princess Qianqian smiled. Zhan Wuming nodded with a smile. The crowd in the hall was immediately filled with envy. The dinner hosted by Princess Qianqian wasn't lavish, but was exquisitely arranged. Zhan Wuming tasted several unique magical fish from the NC for the first time, finding them incredibly delicious. In the past, the talented guests would engage in lively discussions, eager to impress Princess Qianqian. Today, however, knowing the princess's time was short, the atmosphere at the dinner was somber. Zhan Wuming was very satisfied with the dinner Princess Qianqian prepared. Her talent was evident, and her broad knowledge even impressed Zhan Wuming. Among the elite attendees were not only cultivation geniuses, but also formation experts and disciples of the dance sect. Their debates on alchemy and formations provided Zhan Wuming with new insights. The aspect that intrigued Zhan Wuming the most was the speculation surrounding the ancient scrolls. There was much debate and differing opinions among the people about the scrolls, drawing everyone into the discussion. During the banquet, the other cultivators tried to capture Princess Qianqian's attention with their eloquent speeches. However, Zhan Wuming remained unbothered, as he had already arranged to meet with Princess Qianqian after the banquet, making it unnecessary to vie for attention at that moment. He leaned back in his seat, savoring his drink while quietly observing the verbal duels among the elites of the various sects, gaining insights from their exchanges. Apart from the Nangong family and the Spirit Sword sect, Zhan Wuming had no quarrels with the other sections. Especially after hearing he had read Princess Qianqian's fortune, many were keen to befriend him, speaking to him with considerable courtesy. The members of the Spirit Sword sect and the Nangong family seemed to have devised a plan, as they did not confront him during the banquet. This did not surprise Zhan Wuming. He understood their way of doing things. They only ignored someone when they considered them as good as dead. Zhan Wuming was determined to go to the Doomsday Sea, and they would undoubtedly try to eliminate him at all costs. In the Doomsday Sea, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, their abilities would be suppressed to the level of a novice battle king. However, at the same level, if one possessed the insights of a battle emperor, they would naturally excel in the application of battle techniques. Those experienced practitioners could still unleash power far beyond that of an ordinary novice battle king, even with their abilities suppressed. The more outstanding Zhan Wuming appeared, the more resolute the Spirit Sword sect and the Nanjao family became in their intent to kill him. Their calm demeanor at the banquet only signaled greater danger for Zhan Wuming in the Doomsday Sea. Nonetheless, Zhan Wuming smirked, unconcerned to believe that as long as everyone's abilities were at the novice battle king level, he would be unbeatable at the same rank. As for scheming, he considered himself a master. After the banquet, Zhan Wuming followed Princess Qianqian to the study in the Huanshe Pavilion. Upon entering, he was astonished that it was more like the library of the beast-taming sect than a study. Books of all kinds filled the shelves from floor to ceiling, and the scent of ink lingered among the tens of thousands of volumes. The thousands of scattered books he had seen in the reception hall earlier were just a small part open to friends. This is the first time Qianqian has brought an outsider here, Princess Qianqian said with a light smile, showing no concern about Zhan Wuming browsing the secret texts in the study. I feel truly honored, Zhan Wuming said, glancing around and thinking to himself. In any sect, a place like this would be highly restricted, not casually open to outsiders. It was indeed surprising that Princess Qianqian had brought him here, as any of these texts could be considered treasures or secrets of Doomsday City. Qianqian has read all the texts here. Princess Qianqian's words left Zhan Wuming dumbfounded. There must be no less than hundreds of thousands of volumes here, and she had read them all. Truly remarkable. At that moment, Zhan Wuming finally understood why Princess Qianqian, though unable to cultivate battle energy, was so knowledgeable about the unique techniques of various sects, could easily point out others' deficiencies in their practice, and why her deductions about the ancient scrolls were so meticulous and unique. I am truly in awe. I've been mischievous since childhood, never really studying at home and always fooling around. Compared to the princess, I am indeed uncultured, Zhan Wuming sincerely remarked, his eyes reflecting genuine admiration. If I were to read so many books, they would probably all vanish in a fire within a few days, Zhan Wuming said, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Princess Qianqian chuckled softly at his words. She looked at Zhan Wuming's candid expression and said gently, I've been frail since childhood, but I have the advantage of being well-read and having a photographic memory. Although I can't practice martial arts, I've read extensively since I was young. A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes as her slender fingers gently brushed the books beside her. She continued, I've always wanted to find a way to heal my body, so I've searched through ancient texts and fragments on everything from martial arts secrets to alchemy, medicine, and even formations, but I still haven't found a solution. Qianqian's voice grew slightly somber, and hope shone in her eyes. I've also heard of a miraculous life technique that can change one's fate. However, life masters are mysterious and elusive. My father went to great lengths to find several for me, but none could solve my worries, nor did they dare to make rash judgments about my illness. The only one who claimed there was a way to cure it was you, Brother Zhan. A wave of compassion rose in Zhan Wuming's heart. He could imagine the immense willpower required for a girl who had known from a young age that she was terminally ill, to quietly search for a way to save herself, conquering despair and fear of death. Qianqian signaled her maid to leave, then personally picked up the teapot and poured a fragrant cup of green tea for Zhan Wuming. Her movements were graceful, her demeanor serene, as she softly asked, Brother Zhan, are you a life master? Zhan Wuming shook his head, lifting the teacup as the aroma rose gently. He said slowly, just because someone appreciates tea doesn't mean they grow it. Like you, Qianqian, I have been seeking a way to change fate, which is why I took an interest in life techniques. Fortunately, I stumbled upon some knowledge, but I have no master, so I don't even know if I qualify as a life master. A curious glint appeared in Princess Qianqian's eyes. She leaned forward slightly, surprised. Brother Zhan, you've been seeking a way to change fate as well? Yes. Zhan Wuming admitted without hesitation, feeling a sense of kinship with this person whose fate was so similar to Lin Shi's. A master once told me my fate was the 7-star calamity, destined to bring misfortune to all my loved ones, leaving me lonely and desperate until my end. What kind of fate is this 7-star calamity? Princess Qianqian asked, her face clouded with concern, sensing the deep-seated resentment and defiance in Zhan Wuming's eyes, realizing he had an extraordinary story. Zhan Wuming pondered for a moment, then explained the complex principles of fate in simple terms. If we describe destiny concretely, it can be seen as a number, what we call fate. At birth, a person is considered to have 10, known as a complete destiny. Fate is divided into 2 parts, life source and fortune, which blend to form the soul of fate. His fingers traced lightly on the table, as if illustrating some profound law. Some are born with 6 life source and 4 fortune, some with 5 life source and 5 fortune, and others with rare configurations, like 9 life source and 1 fortune. The ratio of life source to fortune varies, and so does the trajectory of destiny and the power of the soul of fate. With a deep gaze, Zhan Wuming continued, legend has it that those with 1 life source and 9 fortune or 9 life source and 1 fortune are called 9 lives. 1 life source and 9 fortune means fortune defies heaven, turning misfortune into blessings, surviving even the gravest perils. 9 life source and 1 fortune is also 9 lives, but a false one. His voice lowered. The 7-star calamity is a fate with a number of 7. No matter how it changes, life source and fortune together equals 7, considered an inherently flawed destiny, accompanied by disaster. That's why my family named me Wuming, meaning without a complete fate. Qian gazed at Zhan Wuming with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she wholeheartedly believed in his talk of destiny, her eyes showing sympathy for his fate. If the heavenly destiny is 10, does that mean it is perfect? Princess Qian pondered for a moment before asking, her voice gentle, yet filled with a thirst for knowledge. No. Zhan Wuming shook his head, his gaze firm. A heavenly destiny of 10 only means it's not lacking. To achieve perfection, one must mend it through cultivation. People cultivate to truly complete their destiny. What, then, is the true number of perfection? 20. Zhan Wuming replied resolutely, his eyes gleaming with determination. Hearing this, Qian was taken aback, her slender fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes. Although she knew little about destiny arts, she immediately understood what this meant. To achieve perfection in both destiny and fate to the number 10 was nearly impossible. But if the heavenly way is born missing one, deemed imperfect, how can one pursue true perfection? She asked, her brow slightly furrowed. Zhan Wuming took a deep breath, his tone steady. The heavenly way is indeed born missing one. So even if one reaches the divine level through cultivation, achieving a destiny of 20 is nearly impossible. The strongest in the world have a destiny of 99, always missing one, allowing them to revolve within the control of the heavenly way. His voice rose. If someone could find that missing one, they could truly achieve perfection. When destiny becomes 20, one could transcend the heavenly way and control the world. He paused, a slight smile forming on his lips. Unfortunately, no one has ever achieved this. It's merely my speculation based on destiny calculations. Perhaps I'm wrong, but since we've already defied destiny and embarked on the path of cultivation, why not aim for perfection and transcend the heavenly way? With his final words, a surge of boldness erupted from Zhan Wuming, as if it could pierce the heavens. In both past and present lives, Zhan Wuming's ultimate goal was to transcend the heavenly way and master his fate. Princess Qian remained silent for a long time, then let out a long sigh. Her gaze lingered on Zhan Wuming, her eyes different from before. She clearly felt the aura emanating from him unyielding and sovereign. The demeanor of a ruler looking down on the world appeared in a boy not yet 20, astonishing Qian. Zhan Wuming carried an air of mystery, explaining why he was so fearless, daring to confront both the Lingjian sect and the Nanjao family. Listening to Brother Zhan, it's as if a window has opened before me, revealing a wider world. Princess Qian said softly, her eyes sparkling. I see Brother Zhan's grand ambition, and I hope that one day, I can witness you standing at the pinnacle of destiny, transcending it. Despite her words, the thought of her limited time left cast a shadow over her eyes. Zhan Wuming, perceptive of Qian's change in expression, was reminded of Lin Shiru's saddened face as she lay in his arms. His heart ached, and he blurted out, I will make sure you see that day, and I will defy destiny to restore you to completeness. Princess Qian stared at Zhan Wuming, her once clear eyes now misted over. She saw the burning intensity and determination in his eyes, something she had never seen in anyone else, not even in her father's gaze. This stirred a warmth within her, a long-lost sense of peace. Over the years, her body had grown weaker, life quietly slipping away, much like a flower about to fall, though she was only 20. She had once desperately sought a way to reclaim her life, only to find hope elusive. Even her father, a powerful ruler, had lost hope. So she began to enjoy life, relishing the new knowledge gained from interacting with the world's geniuses. But in time, she found those so-called geniuses to be shallow. Until she saw the unyielding determination in Zhan Wuming's eyes, she suddenly regained hope, willing to believe in this young man who, like her, had been fighting against destiny, even if she didn't know where his conviction came from. As Princess Qian was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed Zhan Wuming tightly holding her hands. She let out a low gasp, and after a slight struggle, she stopped. It wasn't that she couldn't break free from Zhan Wuming's strong grip, but rather she suddenly didn't want to. Zhan Wuming was the first man, aside from her father, to hold Zhu Qianqian's hand so tightly. The feeling was completely different from anything she had experienced before, as if a fiery energy flowed into the depths of her heart, making her feel both tingly and itchy. It was a strange sensation that left her feeling both uneasy and unexpectedly calm. These hands were nothing like her father's, and the touch brought a completely different experience. She couldn't help but shyly look at Zhan Wuming. At that moment, they were alone in the pavilion, surrounded by silence, but there was a faint sense of danger in the air. If the man before her had other intentions, even her father's profound skills might not allow him to come to her aid in time. Fortunately, Zhan Wuming's eyes held only clarity and determination, allowing Qian to finally feel at ease, realizing she might have been overthinking. After all, she had seen many men's intentions but had never encountered someone as pure as Zhan Wuming. Moreover, given her noble status, even if others had thoughts, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Zhan Wuming's fingertips emitted a strange heat, like a silent serpent slipping into her meridians. Qian could clearly feel the flow of this warmth, and as it spread, her body was gradually nourished by a vast and pure force of nature. This power transcended the boundaries of the continent and felt exceptionally noble and sacred. Having studied Nanjao for many years, she was well versed in every meridian and acupoint of her body and had delved into various sects' secret texts, yet she had never heard of such a peculiar force. Calm your mind, don't let your thoughts wander. Zhan Wuming's voice was gentle yet firm, as if his words, along with the power from his fingertips, entered her body, striking her soul with a clarity that quietly seeped into her heart. Also, please keep my secret, even from your father. These few words, lightly spoken, carried an indescribable depth, touching the deepest chord within Qian's heart. She took a deep breath, her eyes welling with an inexplicable emotion. This man, whom she had only met once, felt as if she had known him for a long time. It was as if his trust had already taken root in her heart, like a familiarity from a past life. A profoundly shocking sense of kinship quietly surged within her. At that moment, Qian felt a familiar aura emanating from Zhan Wuming, an aura that had appeared countless times in her dreams but had been sealed away until now. The release of this feeling sent a tremor through her heart, causing tears to well up and gently fall. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Zhu Qingguang's gaze was fixed on Yueshio Peak, his eyes deep and contemplative. He was aware of everything that had transpired at tonight's banquet concerning Qian. He knew that Qian and the young man, named Zhan Wuming, were alone amidst the sea of flowers on Yueshio Peak. Although it was late at night, the starry sky above made Yueshio Peak appear even more mysterious and silent. Yet, the young man named Zhan Wuming had not emerged. Earlier, Qian's maid had sent word that Qian was alone in a room with that man. Zhu Qingguang sighed softly. In truth, the reason he allowed Qian to live on Yueshio Peak alone and transformed it into a paradise-like sea of flowers was because he feared facing his daughter. Every time he saw Zhu Qian, a wave of guilt would overwhelm him, tormenting him with inner demons. Over the years, he had been unable to achieve the breakthrough to become a war god, haunted by his remorse. As a ruler, he had never been able to give his daughter the life of an ordinary person, which caused him deep anguish. Zhu Qingguang knew he was powerless to change any of this, but he had promised Qian's mother that he would protect her for a lifetime. Despite giving his all, he had never been able to provide his daughter with true happiness. He understood that no matter how hard he tried, he could never alter the heavy destiny that weighed upon his daughter. In other families, a 20-year-old young woman might already be married. Zhu Qingguang gazed at the light in the study, his brow slightly furrowed. He had never considered seeking a match for his daughter, Zhu Qian, because her unique condition made him uneasy about entrusting her to someone else. However, tonight's situation forced him to confront this issue. Late at night, a young man named Zhan Wuming was alone with his daughter in the study. As the lamp flickered, Zhu Qingguang pondered. Perhaps, even if his daughter couldn't live like ordinary people and her life was nearing its end, she deserved a sweet romance of her own. A young man who could make his typically aloof daughter spend so much time with him must be extraordinary. With curiosity and anticipation, Zhu Qingguang hesitated for a moment before quietly heading towards Yueshio Peak. Inside the study, Zhan Wuming had just withdrawn his hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face slightly pale. Zhu Qian gently wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. In that moment, Zhan Wuming's mind flashed with the image of Lin Shuo. A faint pain in his chest couldn't help but see Lin Shuo's shadow in Zhu Qian. The condition of your meridians is better than I expected, Zhan Wuming said. But I can't repair your life soul just yet. What's puzzling is that given your status, outsiders shouldn't be able to get close to you. Yet you've fallen victim to such a malicious life-draining scheme. You mean my condition is due to someone's plot? Zhu Qian asked in surprise. Zhan Wuming nodded solemnly. Based on my investigation, that's indeed the case. Can you explain in more detail? Zhu Qian's heart rippled with unease. As the daughter of the ruler of the City of Doom, she had always held a position of honor, making it difficult for outsiders to approach her. If someone had acted against her, it must have been when she was very young, yet her father had never mentioned it. I used a secret technique to observe your fate, Zhan Wuming said, his brows furrowed, and found it to be very peculiar. It might be the number 11, but I'm not entirely sure. What's so strange about a fate number of 11? Didn't you say practitioners could defy fate? It's just one more, isn't it? Zhu Qian asked, puzzled. Zhan Wuming shook his head with a bitter smile. A complete fate number should be 10, either 9 elements and 1 cycle or 1 element and 9 cycles. Postnatal adjustments emphasize supporting the weak and aiding the strong, but if the strong become stronger, the weak become weaker, resulting in a distorted fate. It's like a person who is top-heavy finds it hard to stand, while one who is bottom-heavy finds it hard to move, creating imbalance. Your situation is that your elements are full, but your cycle is 1, hence forming the number 11. If I'm not mistaken, your original destiny was to have 9 lives in 1 cycle, Zhan Wuming said, gazing intently at Zhu Qianqian as he slowly revealed his astonishing observation. This is a rare occurrence, a person with 9 lives, almost unheard of, but now, someone has forcibly altered your fate, completing your destiny, and this act defies the natural order. He paused for a moment before continuing. The way of heaven is like a drawn bow, raising the low and lowering the high. Heaven only diminishes the excess and compensates for the lack. But in your case, your life force is overflowing while your fate is lacking, forcing your soul to adjust itself, consuming life force to maintain balance. Zhan Wuming frowned deeply. The heavenly law dictates that the highest innate destiny cannot exceed 10. Those who reach the pinnacle of divine cultivation can manipulate the laws of heaven and earth to supplement their fortune. But you are a mere mortal, possessing a perfect life force without fate. Even if someone supplements your fate for you, you cannot escape the punishment of the heavenly order. When your soul continues to consume life force and fate until your fortune is exhausted, that will be the day of your demise. Perfect life force. Zhu Qianqian's face turned pale with shock. She recalled Zhan Wuming had mentioned that only those who transcend can reach the double 10, meaning both life force and fate break through 9 to reach 10, finding the elusive 1. But at her current level, it was impossible for her to achieve that. Zhan Wuming nodded gravely. Your life force is indeed at 10, but it's falsely increased by 1. Someone has used defiant methods to cast an illusion on you, creating the appearance of a full life force to deceive the heavenly order. He pondered another revelation. The black hole in Zhu Qianqian's soul wasn't naturally formed, but was an intricately designed devouring spirit array. This meant Zhu Qianqian's plight wasn't a punishment from the heavens, but a man-made trap. The perpetrator's skill was extraordinary, making her life force appear falsely complete to deceive the heavenly order. The heavens continuously replenished her life force to uphold the rules, but all the heavenly essence entering her body was consumed by the devouring spirit array. In this land with scarce energy, the replenishment couldn't keep up with the consumption, causing the array to start devouring her fate. What shocked Zhan Wuming even more was that Zhu Qianqian's remaining fortune wasn't her own, but was borrowed from the ancestral fortune of the Zhu family in the City of Doom. Without this protection, she would have perished long ago. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on Zhan Wuming's back. The perpetrator's target wasn't just Zhu Qianqian's 9 lives, but also aimed to devour the entire fortune of the City of Doom through her. As long as Zhu Qianqian lived, the city's fortune would be linked to her and ultimately consumed by the devouring spirit array. He had a vague sense that the life force and fortune being devoured weren't disappearing, but were being transferred to someone else, likely the very person who set up this defiant spirit array. In the depths of his mind, Zhan Wuming seemed to grasp something elusive, yet he couldn't quite piece it together. He furrowed his brow, realizing that his low level of cultivation was to blame. If not for this, with the profound techniques of the Taiishu cultivation method, he might have been able to trace the connection of fate and identify the terrifying figure lurking in the shadows. Zhan Wuming tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, his expression grave. He knew that even if he found this person, he would not be able to contend with them. The mastermind behind the scenes was likely a top-tier fate master even 20 years ago when Zhu Qianqian was born, with cultivation possibly surpassing that of the Lord of the Doomsday City. Otherwise, how could this person have managed to harm Zhu Qianqian in Doomsday City and continue to siphon its fate unnoticed for so many years? The thought sent a shiver down Zhan Wuming's spine. He chose silence, withholding the truth. If Doomsday City learned the reality, it might sever the last bit of fate Zhu Qianqian had. The Lord of the City would be torn between his family and his daughter. And if Zhu Qianqian's fraction of fate were cut off, she would be doomed even with 9 lives. Zhan Wuming stood up and walked to the window, gazing into the distance. A person with 1 fate, 9 lives, and one with 9 fates, 1 life, might both possess 9 lives, but they are vastly different. The former thrives against all odds, rarely facing calamities, always finding life in dire situations. This is the fate of 9 lives. The latter, though resilient, often encounters danger due to insufficient fate, rarely meeting a good end despite having 9 lives. This is the fate of 9 deaths. The 9-death fate is particularly unique. If complemented by a 9-life fate, it becomes a 9-elephant in death fate, making it almost impossible for any calamity in the world to claim such a life. As he pondered this, Zhan Wuming's eyes suddenly brightened, and he leaned forward slightly. 9-elephant in death fate? He murmured, as memories from his past life surged forth, connecting scattered events. The most likely person needing Zhu Qianqian's fate as a complement was someone with a 9-life fate. In his past life, that person mysteriously vanished after reaching the peak, becoming his greatest threat. Later, Imo Tianji devised a plan and set up the 9 Deaths formation. Since then, that person never reappeared, and Zhan Wuming assumed they were dead. Reflecting on it now, there were many doubts. When he arrived, someone was breaking through the boundary at the 9 Deaths site. If Imo Tianji had eliminated that person, who was ascending? If he hadn't, and instead helped them ascend, what was the relationship between that person and Imo Tianji? Zhan Wuming's fingers unconsciously tapped the window frame. Imo Tianji, having almost reached the pinnacle of fate mastery, was only one step away from breaking through to godhood. If the 9-life person was connected to Imo Tianji, they were likely a formidable fate master as well. The deeper his thoughts went, the stronger Zhan Wuming's unease grew. His breathing became rapid, and a sense of urgency arose within him. He resolved that after dealing with the matters in the Doomsday Sea, he must quickly find that 9-life person, otherwise, they would become a major threat in the future. In his previous life in the upper realm, he was relentlessly hunted by that person. If not for encountering Imo Tianji, he wouldn't have achieved his final success. With Imo Tianji's support, he gradually stabilized his position and eventually found an opportunity to counterattack. Clenching his fists, his gaze firm, Zhan Wuming realized that by then, the person's 9 elephant in death fate had likely reached near completion, or they wouldn't have been more blessed by fate than he was. The 7 absolute heavenly calamity fate was the fiercest fate in the world. Though it severed all familial ties, it bestowed immense fortune upon the individual, leading them to the pinnacle. Yet, the 9-life person surpassed him, and the only possibility was that their 9 elephant in death fate had reached a minor completion. Warrior, is it really that tricky? Zhu Qianqian watched Zhan Wuming's silent, focused profile. Seeing his furrowed brow and changing expressions, she softly asked. Zhan Wuming snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze meeting Zhu Qianqian's face. He nodded calmly, took a deep breath, and said, I was just wondering who would be so ruthless to target Qianqian, and what their motive might be. If it's too difficult, let's just leave it. Zhu Qianqian smiled faintly, shaking her head. I've been prepared for years. Meeting a friend like you before I die is enough. No. Zhan Wuming interrupted her firmly, his voice resolute. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we shouldn't give up easily. Just as he finished speaking, a sigh suddenly echoed nearby. Zhan Wuming stood up abruptly, on high alert. Father! Zhu Qianqian exclaimed softly, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Zhan Wuming saw a tall figure slowly emerge from the shadows. The image of city lord Zhu Qingquang was quite different from what he had imagined. Instead of a spirited, dominant figure, this person resembled a weary middle-aged scholar graying temples, eyes lined with fine wrinkles, and an expression of exhaustion, much like an ordinary father who had worked tirelessly for his children, lacking any air of authority. Zhan Wuming couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He sensed Zhu Qingquang's deep love for Zhu Qianqian and recognized the efforts this father had made for his daughter. A peerless master with the cultivation of a sage, yet with graying hair, must have been burdened with immense worries. From Zhu Qingquang's appearance, Zhan Wuming could also deduce that the city of Doom had lost a significant amount of its fortune over the years. Otherwise, as the city lord, Zhu Qingquang should have been blessed with the city's fortune, impervious to evil, and not eroded by time. Moreover, a sage's lifespan is up to 2,000 years, and achieving such a level at a young age marks Zhu Qingquang as an extraordinarily talented individual. Qianqian has a good eye, Zhu Qingquang remarked after studying Zhan Wuming intently for a while, his gaze sharp. Father! Zhu Qianqian playfully exclaimed, her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Zhan Wuming chuckled awkwardly, his thoughts a whirlwind. He couldn't quite define his feelings for Zhu Qianqian. Perhaps subconsciously, he saw her as a substitute for Lin Shiro, which would be unfair to Zhu Qianqian. Without memories of his past life, he might genuinely have feelings for her, but he couldn't foresee how he would handle things when he met Lin Shiro again. Junior Zhan Wuming greets the city lord. Zhan Wuming quickly bowed. Zhu Qingquang smiled slightly, his sleeve flicking gently as an invisible force lifted Zhan Wuming back to his seat. No need to be formal, Zhu Qingquang said warmly. As Qianqian's friend, you are a valued guest in the city of Doom. You can call me Uncle Zhu. Zhan Wuming was momentarily stunned, but joy surged within him. With Zhu Qingquang's approval, he felt fearless in the city of Doom. He had recently offended the Wang family of Doom City and was worried about future repercussions, but now, with the city lord's recognition, the Wang family wouldn't dare to act against him lightly. Thinking of Zhu Qianqian's predicament, Zhan Wuming's mood grew heavy again. He asked seriously, Uncle Zhu, did you hear my conversation with Qianqian just now? Zhu Qingquang sighed, nodded slowly, and walked to the study window, gently pushing it open to let the cool evening breeze flow inside. His gaze seemed to pierce through time, reaching back to some distant past. Does father know who did it? Zhu Qianqian's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with doubt. If my guess is correct, it might very well be him. Zhu Qingguang's tone was laced with anger, his facial muscles twitching slightly as an uncontrollable fury flickered in his eyes. Zhan Wuming's heart skipped a beat. He probed cautiously. Uncle Zhu, who are you referring to? Could you tell me so I can understand? He leaned forward, eager to confirm his suspicions from Zhu Qingguang's words. Zhu Qingguang took a deep breath, looking into the distance. In my youth, I traveled across various countries, seeking out the world's masters and extraordinary people. During that time, I met someone who was skilled in the art of fate. His voice was deep and measured. This person was incredibly mysterious. Even after decades of acquaintance, I never learned about his master or his background due to the restrictions of his family. He paused before continuing. The only thing I know is his surname is Mo, and his name is Changchun. Hearing that surname, Zhan Wuming's heart raced. Zhu Qingguang went on. He was not only exceptionally gifted in cultivation, but also in understanding fate. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Without him, I wouldn't have become the Lord of Doomsday City or achieved my current status and skills. However, we parted ways over certain disagreements, and he vanished without a trace. Zhan Wuming's mind was racing, thinking, so it is the Mo surname. There are indeed many people with that surname on this continent. I've never heard of Mo Changchun, but he must be connected to Mo Tianji. He quickly linked memories from his past life with current events, becoming convinced that the Mo family was a formidable clan. Even Lu Wanru's family had encountered members of the Mo family. What was their ultimate goal? Why did they appear in both the lower and upper realms, always as fate masters? Zhu Qianqian suddenly interjected. Father, what caused the fallout between you two? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhu Qingguang's eyes softened with a misty tenderness as he sighed deeply. During one of our travels, we met your mother. We both fell in love with her. His voice softened. Your mother found him too calculating and chose me. After he realized your mother and I were together, he left in anger. Zhu Qingguang's gaze became distant. Later, when I was away, your mother told me Mo Changchun came looking for her, hoping to take her away. At that time, she was already pregnant with you, and even if she weren't, she wouldn't have left with him. So she refused him. He lingered around Doomsday City for several days before leaving. Zhu Qingguang's voice grew heavy. After I returned, your mother gave birth to you prematurely. She had always been healthy, but she became extremely weak during childbirth and died from complications. Before she passed, she wished for me to raise you well. He paused, a terrifying murderous intent flashing in his eyes as his fists clenched involuntarily. I didn't think much of it at the time. Later, when you were born with such an abnormal constitution, unable to cultivate battle energy, I suspected foul play. I even suspected your mother was harmed. After hearing what young Zhan said earlier, I wonder if it was Mo Changchun who, out of spite from being rejected by your mother, set this fate-altering trap, which not only killed your mother but also caused your abnormal condition at birth. Both Zhan Wuming and Zhu Qianqian fell silent, the air seemingly frozen. They hadn't expected such a story to unfold, and their hearts were filled with disdain for Mo Changchun's actions. After a moment, Zhan Wuming pondered and asked, did you ever see him again, Uncle Zhu? Zhu Qingguang shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness. I searched for him, hoping he would help Qianqian out of consideration for the past, but I could never find him. I suspect he deliberately avoided me, not wanting to be found. Zhu Qingguang sighed, his shoulders slightly drooping as if bearing an invisible weight. Zhan Wuming clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Mo Changchun had schemed against the woman he loved and an unborn child, and such a despicable person filled him with rage. A person who manipulates fate with such a dark heart is destined to live a life devoid of genuine friendship, forever trapped in the shadows of their own machinations. This twisted mindset would inevitably lead him to extreme actions. What was his cultivation level when he left back then? Zhan Wuming asked in a deep voice. Zhu Qingguang replied expressionlessly. Back then, his cultivation was on par with mine. Given his talent, he should have reached the mid-level saint stage by now. Mid-level saint. Zhan Wuming frowned deeply. Eliminating Mo Changchun was clearly not an easy task. A heating confrontation would be suicidal. However, given enough time to plan, he was confident he could subdue this scoundrel. What was even more troubling was that every member of the Mo family was cunning and ruthless. Mo Changchun's support in making Zhu Qingguang the Lord of Doomsday City was clearly not without purpose. The devouring spirit array he had set up was still absorbing the city's fortune, indicating a meticulously planned conspiracy. Zhan Wuming decided to reveal the truth to Zhu Qingguang, believing that as a father, Zhu Qingguang would not ignore his daughter's safety. Uncle Zhu, do you know who designed the Sea of Flowers outside Yueshio Peak? Zhan Wuming suddenly asked. He Tianqing. Zhu Qingguang stared intently at Zhan Wuming, as if sensing something. He Tianqing? The formation master He Tianqing. Zhan Wuming furrowed his brow slightly. He had long heard of the renowned formation master, who was said to be capable of repairing even the lost teleportation arrays. He Tianqing had once claimed that with sufficient energy, He could restore the ancient teleportation array in Doomsday City, allowing people from this continent to travel to another. However, the teleportation arrays on this continent were merely legends. Apart from battle energy, energy could only be supplemented by energy beads seized from the Shantian secret realm and foreign battlefields. Even the ancient warriors, who accumulated energy over thousands of years, couldn't gather enough to transcend tribulations, let alone activate a teleportation array. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years, few ancient teleportation arrays remained intact. Even if He Tianqing claimed he could repair them, it was uncertain if they could truly be used. That's him. Zhu Qingguang nodded. He is not only proficient in formations, but also has some understanding of fate. When he set up the array at Yueshio Peak, he said that the grand array of 100,000 flowers could gather the fortune of Doomsday City and channel it to the Lord's mansion in Yueshio Peak, greatly benefiting Qianqian's health. So, I entrusted him with the arrangement. This array indeed has the effect of gathering fortune, and it's very beneficial for Qianqian. I mentioned earlier that Qianqian still has a fortune, and this fortune is the fortune of Doomsday City, which is gathered by this array. Qianqian's own fortune has been secretly consumed entirely. Yueshio Peak has become her last refuge. Once she leaves, her luck will vanish, and her life will be in grave danger. Although the formations on this mountain have preserved her life, they have also become accomplices to those who have plotted against her. Zhan Wuming spoke with a heavy expression. What I told Qianqian earlier was not the whole truth. Her situation is not a punishment from the heavens, but rather someone has placed a devouring spirit formation on her life soul to specifically consume her life essence and fortune. His eyes were piercing as he continued. I suspect that the life essence and fortune being devoured are being secretly collected and used by someone. As long as Qianqian is alive, they can use her to devour the fortune of Doomsday City. This is one of the reasons why Doomsday City has become increasingly chaotic in recent years. Zhu Qingguang and Zhu Qianqian were shocked upon hearing this. Is this true? Absolutely, Zhan Wuming explained. When I walked up the mountain, I measured the path and found something unusual. It should have been a perfect number of 81, which is a flawless number. But upon closer inspection, the path secretly aligns with Qianqian's fate number, turning into 101. The difference is subtle, but unless you are well-versed in fate numbers and deliberately observe, it's impossible to notice. His eyes were sharp. The person who set up the grand formation of 100,000 flowers must know Qianqian's fate number, otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. This person, knowing the fate number and setting up this formation, must be closely related to the one who planted the hidden hand on Qianqian. Zhan Wuming was secretly alarmed, realizing that the Mo family's influence far exceeded his imagination. Although he hadn't directly confronted the Mo family, whether it was the Lu family, Doomsday City, or Mo Tianji from his past life, the Mo family's influence was everywhere. They seemed to offer selfless help, but in reality, they always had hidden motives. Zhu Qingguang's eyes flashed with cold light. If what Zhan Wuming said is true, Mo Changchun has not only been secretly monitoring the Zhu family in Qianqian, but has also planted someone like He Tianqing as a hidden pawn. The fortune of a city concerns its survival. When it thrives, the nation is prosperous and peaceful, but when it declines, there is endless war. Mo Changchun's plotting against the fortune of Doomsday City is truly malicious. With the currents surging lately, it must be as Zhan Wuming said, the fortune is being continuously devoured. He Tianqing is courting death. Zhu Qingguang gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Zhan Wuming reminded him, Uncle Zhu, calm down. Since we know He Tianqing might be related to Mo Changchun, why not follow the trail and find Mo Changchun? To deal with someone who can see through the secrets of heaven, we must strike with a single, decisive blow, or there will be endless troubles. Zhu Qianqian pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Father, Wuming is right. Since they are so cunning, we might as well use this clue to see what they truly intend to do. The life of my daughter is a small matter, but the millennia-old foundation of Mo Ri City cannot be destroyed, Zhu Qianqian said quietly, her slender fingers gripping the armrest of her chair. No. Zhu Qingguang suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Even if it means exhausting the fortune of Mo Ri City, I must save your life. He gazed lovingly at Zhu Qianqian, gently caressing her pale cheek. A glint flashed in Zhan Wuming's eyes as he thought. He Tianqing and Mo Changchun are not easy opponents. They are likely closely connected to the one with the 9-life fate. My goals align with those of Mo Ri City, so I can use their strength to achieve my own ends. However, he showed no sign of this on his face, speaking steadily. As long as we can find Mo Changchun quickly, I am confident I can dismantle his setup and return a healthy Qianqian to Uncle Zhu. If nephew Zhan can cure Qianqian, Mo Ri City will reward you handsomely. Zhu Qingguang felt a glimmer of hope after hearing Zhan Wuming's words, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Zhu Qingguang knew well the cunning of Mo Changchun, furrowing his brow unconsciously. This person's schemes were beyond comprehension. It was thanks to him that Zhu Qingquang had been able to eliminate his rivals and ascend to the position of Mo Ri City's leader. Even the strongest opponents eventually fell to Mo Changchun's plans. Now, he too had become a target of Mo Changchun's designs, and the situation was certainly not simple. As Zhan Wuming had said, Zhu Qingquang had been unaware of being manipulated by Mo Changchun for 20 years, proving that this person would not be easy to deal with. Zhan Wuming's unexpected appearance and the information he had on him intrigued Zhu Qingquang. Outsiders only knew that Zhan Wuming possessed a powerful physique and strength rivaling a one-star battle king, with a reputation for boldness and cunning that had caused trouble for the Lingjian sect and the Nanjao family. Ultimately, he joined the Yusho sect as the genius king of the Zhongyan Empire. Unexpectedly, Zhan Wuming was also a fate master who had identified his daughter's fate and the fact that she had been targeted, indicating that his mastery of fate was even more formidable than his physical prowess. This made Zhu Qingquang admire his talent. Perhaps he could indeed help Qianqian break free from her fate and regain her health. Uncle Zhu, there's no need for such words. Zhan Wuming quickly waved his hand, his expression sincere. Qianqian considers me a friend, and I'm just helping a friend. It's the right thing to do. A faint blush appeared on Zhu Qianqian's face, her voice soft yet firm. Brother Zhan has already done so much by identifying my illness, and I'm very grateful. Discovering the perilous nature of the 10,000 flower array on Yueshio Peak has made you a great benefactor to Mo Ri City. What are Uncle Zhu's plans next? Zhan Wuming asked seriously. The sooner we address Qianqian's situation, the better. Zhu Qingquang tapped his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed. I need to consider this matter carefully before making any decisions. Since Mo Changchun has been scheming against me for over 20 years, he must be prepared. I know him well. Without a foolproof plan and overwhelming force to deliver a fatal blow, if he escapes, it will be hard to track him down again. He looked up at Zhan Wuming. If you remain in Mo Ri City in the coming days, I will send word to you once I've decided on a course of action. Would that be acceptable? If I'm still in Mo Ri City, of course, that's fine. Zhan Wuming nodded slightly. However, I'm here with my sect to investigate the Kun Peng dojo in the Mo Ri Sea, and I might soon have to venture deep into the sea, so I'm unsure when I'll return. Zhu Qianqian's eyes widened at this. Brother Zhan, are you really going to the Kun Peng dojo in the Mo Ri Sea? Is there a problem? Zhan Wuming raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, Brother Zhan's cultivation is at the peak of the battle sect, not yet at the battle king level, right? Zhu Qianqian asked with concern, her slender fingers twisting together unconsciously. Zhan Wuming's lips curled slightly. You could say that. However, the Kun Peng dojo only suppresses higher-level cultivations, so there are no restrictions for someone like me with lower cultivation. The Mo Ri Sea is extremely dangerous, with magical beasts rampant in the waters. Zhu Qianqian's voice was tinged with undisguised worry. In the Kun Peng dojo, an invisible force of suppression blankets the entire area. This force grows stronger the deeper one ventures, firmly restraining cultivators' powers to the level of an early-stage battle king. At the edge of the dojo, cultivators might still exhibit the strength of a two-star battle king. Zhu Qingquang observed, his gaze fixed on the distance, his brows furrowed. But the deeper you go, the more you're limited to the power of a one-star battle king. As for the deepest part, his voice grew somber. No one has been able to clearly describe the situation there. More concerning is the fact that this area has the opposite effect on beasts. Zhu Qingquang continued. In that sea region, some beasts not only remain unaffected but can display the power of a three-star battle king. Those with particularly strong physiques might even unleash the strength of a fourth-stage beginner. For cultivators at the battle sect level, this is nothing short of a disaster. As Zhu Qingquang spoke, worry flickered in his eyes. He had just found hope for healing his daughter from Zhan Wuming, and he was reluctant to see him perish in the Doomsday Sea region. Don't worry, Uncle Zhu, Zhan Wuming responded with a gentle smile. I know what I'm doing. Besides, I'm going in with my fellow brothers, not venturing alone. They'll certainly look out for me. At that moment, Zhu Qianqian suddenly asked, Brother Zhan, have you heard of the title 10 Kings of Broken Flame? The 10 Kings of Broken Flame? Zhan Wuming nodded. I've heard of them. They're all geniuses at the peak of the battle king level, coming from various sects and families. He began listing these 10 formidable individuals. Senior Brother Quan Russian from our beast-taming sect is the Beast King among them. There's also the Xian King Du Gyus from the Xianling sect, the Ling King Wu Xingyun from the Tianling sect, the Demon King Gongsun Ji from the Fate Demon sect, the Poison King Yin Qingqing from the Five Poison sect, the Sword King Feng Wuxiue from the Lingjian sect, the Wind King Nangong Cheng from the Nangong family, the Wolf King Wanyin Zhong from the Wanyin family, the Medicine King Shi Runin from the Dan sect, and the Ghost King Li Xinghuan from the Ghost Taming Gate. Since joining the Beast Taming sect, Zhan Wuming often heard rumors about these 10 individuals. It is said they once ventured into the Xiantian secret realm together, bringing back a wealth of spiritual herbs and energy pearls, thus earning great attention from various major powers. Especially for the beast-taming sect, having a beast king is a significant honor, and all disciples take pride in it. A few days ago, the 10 kings gathered in Destiny Valley of Doomsday City for an epic showdown to redefine their rankings. In the end, Xian Wang narrowly defeated Mo Wang, securing the top position. The rankings were reshuffled. Mo Wang fell to second place. Ling Wang Wu Xingyun rose to third. Jian Wang Feng Wuxia climbed to fourth, while Shou Wang Quan Russian dropped to fifth. The 6th to 10th positions were filled by Gui Wang Li Xinghuan, Yao Wang Shi Runan, Du Wang Yin Qingqing, Feng Wang Nangong Cheng, and Lang Wang Yin Zhong, respectively. Have you heard about the changes in the rankings? Zhu Qianqian asked Zhan Wuming, looking at him with a hint of concern. Zhan Wuming shrugged nonchalantly. What does it matter to me? Their rankings have never been of interest to me. It's just a pity that senior brother Quan's rank has slipped. Zhu Qianqian's expression grew serious. You should be careful. Feng Wuxia has received a secret order from the sect to take your life on this trip to Doomsday Sea. Nangongcheng also considers you a must-kill target. But most importantly, be wary of Yao Wang Shi Runan. Shi Runan. Zhan Wuming furrowed his brow. I have no acquaintance with her, nor any ties with the Dan sect. Why should I be particularly cautious? Zhu Qianqian explained that she had discovered the existence of a mysterious family through various ancient scrolls and legends. This family has a cruel tradition of abandoning newborns near major sects, leaving them to fend for themselves. Only those who awaken their bloodline talents have the right to return to their ancestral family. Do you remember Anen, the prodigy from the Lingjian sect you once severely injured? His bloodline talent was destroyed after battling you. And Shi Runan not only shares the same bloodline of the great Earth King Kong Ape, but also comes from the same sect as Anen. Hearing this, Zhan Wuming was surprised. Such a cruel family exists. Yet, inwardly he chuckled. He knew the real reason Anen's bloodline talent was destroyed was because he secretly siphoned off Anen's King Kong Ape bloodline essence during their fight. He just hadn't expected Anen to have a sister among the 10 kings. Zhu Qianqian sighed. If you truly intend to enter the Doomsday Sea, don't just guard against these 3. You can't underestimate any of the 10 kings. Zhan Wuming appeared confident. Surely not? Quan Russian is at least my fellow sect member from the Beastmaster sect and shouldn't act against me. As for the others, apart from the Nangong family, Lingjian sect, and Shi Runan, I have no grudges with the other sects and families. I've also heard that the 10 kings are constantly at odds, with none of them willing to yield, especially the Poison King and the Medicine King, who are archenemies. One poisons, the other cures, causing chaos among the major sects for a while. Zhu Qianqian's voice carried a hint of worry. Could it be that all 10 of them might dislike me? Zhan Wuming frowned slightly, looking at her skeptically. Zhu Qianqian sighed softly and continued. Except for the Poison King, I've had interactions with the others. Once, I accidentally learned a secret from the Wind King, Nangong Cheng. Her voice unconsciously lowered. Although the 10 kings openly compete, they actually made a vow together in the Xiantian's secret realm. What vow? Zhan Wuming pressed. I couldn't get the details. Zhu Qianqian shook her head. Nangong Cheng was drunk at the time when he revealed that they had survived a tribulation in the Xiantian secret realm and received guidance from a mysterious figure, which led to great gains in the realm. Under the guidance of this mysterious person, they all swore an oath, something about advancing and retreating together, and specifically mentioned braving the path of the Battle Emperor together. Zhan Wuming's eyes narrowed, a hint of caution crossing his mind. All these years, the 10 kings have clashed openly and secretly, but did you notice? No one has ever heard of any injuries from their conflicts. Zhu Qianqian tapped her fingers lightly on the table. People like Demon King Gongsun Ji and Ghost King, how could they hold back in a fight? Every time the 10 kings' rankings are determined, no outsiders are involved. It's always an internal ranking. Despite rumors of fierce battles, there's never been a word of any of the 10 kings being removed. She looked sharply at Zhan Wuming. The world is vast, and there are countless talents surpassing the 10 kings, yet outsiders never get a chance to compete, because those who do have the opportunity and qualification are all killed by the 10 kings. This is highly abnormal. Zhu Qianqian's voice grew more serious. There must be an unspeakable secret among the 10 kings, one that makes them likely to join forces when threatened. So, Brother Zhan, you must be cautious of them. Her careful analysis stirred a sense of crisis in Zhan Wuming's heart. Would Beast King Quan Russian's senior brother really not act against him? If he continued to be favored in the beast-taming sect, it would undoubtedly threaten Quan Russian's status there. Given how much these people value the title of 10 kings, Quan Russian must also care deeply about his position in the sect. It seems possible that Quan Russian might make a move against him. Zhan Wuming pondered for a moment. Zhu Qianqian had no reason to lie to him. Now, all the 10 kings have reached the peak of the Battle King level, making it entirely possible for them to embark on the path of the Battle Emperor together. Zhan Wuming's gaze was deep, recalling memories from his past life. Legend has it that the path of the Battle Emperor is a vast trial ground, interconnected with several continents of this world. In his previous life, Zhan Wuming knew that there were 9 continents in total, and the Broken Flame continent where he resided was merely a sealed, abandoned place, unable to attract the elemental energy of the Yuan realm. The path of the Battle Emperor requires a great amount of elemental energy to open, and the 10 kings had brought back a substantial amount of energy beads from the Xintian secret realm, half of which were meant to open the path. Zhan Wuming remembered that in his past life, someone had entered the Broken Flame continent through the path of the Battle Emperor. The passage could only be accessed by those below the Battle Emperor level, otherwise, they would be destroyed by the rules. He hadn't expected the 10 kings to have such a significant secret. Zhan Wuming's face remained expressionless as he considered the possibility of this situation. Having experienced betrayal by his brothers in the past, he knew that being cautious was not a bad thing. Brother Zhan, you can't be too careful, Zhu Qianqian said solemnly. Although the NC suppresses one's cultivation, each of the 10 kings is a genius among geniuses. Even at the initial stage of the Battle King level, they are invincible among their peers and should never be underestimated. If 10 people joined forces, they might be unstoppable in the Doomsday Sea. A hint of worry flashed in Zhu Qianqian's eyes as she earnestly advised, if possible, Brother Zhan, don't get involved in this dangerous situation. As the intelligence controller of Doomsday City, she held a prestigious position among the young elites. Even the 10 kings would make a special trip to visit her at Yueshio Peak when they came to Doomsday City, so she knew many hidden secrets. Zhan Wuming paused, took a deep breath, and spoke with pride in his eyes. Thank you, Qianqian, for your concern and warning. If that's the case, I must meet these kings of geniuses. Anyone who wants to deal with me will pay a bloody price. Don't worry, Qianqian, if only one person can survive the Doomsday Sea, it will be me, not the 10 kings. Zhu Qingquang listened and smiled approvingly. He admired Zhan Wuming's fearless spirit and said, to walk the path of invincibility, one must have an invincible heart. Now I understand that this saying is no coincidence for you. Qianqian and I will wait for you in Doomsday City. After leaving the Kun Peng dojo, you can seek help from Doomsday City anytime. As he spoke, he handed Zhan Wuming a white jade token. Anyone who holds this token is a distinguished guest of Doomsday City, and we will do our utmost to protect them. Thank you, Uncle Zhu. When I return, I hope you will have devised a strategy. Zhan Wuming accepted the token and looked out into the deep night. It's late. I should take my leave. Qianqian, see Brother Zhan out. Zhu Qianqian gracefully stepped forward with a gentle smile. Watching the young pair leave, Zhu Qingquang's face softened with a fatherly smile. He had never seen his daughter so relaxed and joyful, as if Zhan Wuming had lifted a burden from her heart overnight. Although she remained the composed Zhu Qianqian he knew, as a father, he could sense that her heart was moved. After leaving Yueshio Peak, Zhan Wuming felt unsettled. He realized he had underestimated certain things. If not for this trip, he might have continued to underestimate the Mo family's power and the forces behind the 9 Lives person. In his previous life, he had only dealt with Mo Tianji, and the Mo family remained a mysterious giant, shrouded in fog. What was more thought-provoking was that in his past life, he never doubted Mo Tianji, just as Zhu Qingquang trusted Mo Changchun 2 decades ago. Now, it seemed the Mo family only interacted with those of a particular destiny. The more he learned, the more wary he became of the Mo family. 20 years ago, Zhu Qingquang and Mo Changchun were equally skilled, and now they should have reached the war saint level. Mo Changchun alone could establish a prominent family, yet he hadn't done so. This meant he wasn't acting alone. There must be a powerful force behind him. Strangely, there was no notable Mo family on this continent, which was quite intriguing. The true hidden family was the Mo family. Though he wished to keep his family hidden, compared to the Mo family, his resources were too few. Now, with the support of the Doomsday City Lord, he might have a better chance against that mysterious 9 Lives person. Another significant revelation for Zhan Wuming was the unsettling news that the 10 kings of Poyan were planning to target him in the Doomsday Sea. If Zhu Qianqian's intelligence was accurate, and especially if the Beast King Quan Russian was involved, this posed a threat that could not be ignored. Although Quan Russian hadn't joined the main group traveling to Doomsday City, his presence as the leader of the Doomsday Sea expedition forced Zhan Wuming to be on high alert. After all, overt threats are easier to avoid than covert ones, and internal threats are often the most lethal. Upon leaving Princess Qianqian's residence, Zhan Wuming immediately noticed Duan Luchang waiting at the foot of the mountain. This senior brother was not concerned about his safety, but was rather curious about his conversation with Princess Qianqian. After all, it was rare for the princess to engage in long conversations with guests after a banquet, which particularly intrigued Duan Luchang. However, Zhan Wuming was not about to disclose the details of his private discussion with Zhu Qianqian and instead deflected with a few casual remarks, ultimately leaving Duan Luchang to sigh in resignation and depart. Recently, the most booming business in Doomsday City was the leasing of spirit ships. With various forces gathering here, traveling to the Kunpeng arena thousands of miles away became essential. Unless one had reached the level of a battle saint and could traverse the sky, reliance on spirit ships was necessary for crossing the seas. Even low-level battle kings, who could fly for short periods, risked becoming prey for sea beasts once their battle energy was depleted. The powerful major sects naturally had no need to rent ships, as they had established branches in Doomsday City specifically to collect rare resources from the Doomsday Sea. These sects were equipped with large spirit ships capable of withstanding nearshore storms, but even the best spirit ships had difficulty surviving against deep-sea behemoths. Consequently, Doomsday City primarily offered medium to high-quality spirit ships. The spirit ship of the beast-taming sect was an impressive high-grade spiritual vessel, adorned with intricate spell patterns, standing over 10 zhang tall, nearly 100 zhang long, and more than 10 zhang wide. It exuded grandeur. At this moment, in the Deepwater Harbor, the tower ships of the Xianling sect and the Lingjian sect were also ready to set sail. Due to the recent storm, the ships had been delayed in the harbor, but now that the weather cleared, they could finally depart together. Yulingshan was also accompanying the voyage. Since the journey from Doomsday City to the Kun Peng arena didn't suppress cultivation, many sects' elders personally escorted their disciples to the arena's outskirts, with some even having large spirit ships waiting outside. The beast-taming sect dispatched over 100 disciples this time, a sizable contingent led personally by one of the 10 kings, Quan Russian, underscoring the importance attached to this expedition. As Zhan Wuming gazed at the seamless horizon of sea and sky, a calm voice interrupted his thoughts. Junior brother Zhan. Looking up, he saw that the newcomer was none other than the Beast King, Quan Russian. The news of Quan Russian's return to the sect had already spread. All the sect members held deep respect for senior brother Quan. So even though his ranking among the 10 kings had dropped by 1 place, he was still celebrated as a hero upon his return. When Zhan Wuming first saw Quan Russian, a peculiar feeling arose in his heart. To him, Quan Russian's fate seemed shrouded in mist, beyond his current cultivation level to discern. However, one thing was certain: Quan Russian's fate had been altered by a highly skilled individual. This reminded him of Zhu Qianqian's previous warning. Senior brother, I've not yet had the chance to formally greet you since your return. Please forgive me, Zhan Wuming said, bowing respectfully. Quan Russian smiled gently, his tone warm. I heard about you from Uncle Qin. You're this year's genius king of the Zhangyan Empire. I was out training during the apprentice ceremony, so I couldn't make it back in time. I hope we can get to know each other better in the future. His demeanor was like that of a caring elder brother. Zhan Wuming had to admit that this man's charm was extraordinary. If someone like him harbored hidden intentions yet maintained such a pleasant exterior, he was indeed not someone to be underestimated. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, Zhan Wuming replied with a respectful smile. You are one of the 10 kings of the Breaking Flame continent, admired by countless geniuses. You are also a role model for me to learn from. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. We are fellow disciples. There's no need to be so formal. Quan Russian waved his hand, showing concern on his face. Your cultivation level is the lowest on this journey, and the sea will be dangerous. You should stay close to me so I can look after you. Thank you, senior brother, but I've already made arrangements with senior brother Du Yueming and the others. They'll take care of me. Zhan Wuming quickly expressed his gratitude. Oh, with junior brother Du Yueming. I'm relieved. Quan Russian sighed with relief, patting Zhan Wuming on the shoulder with a smile. But this journey is perilous, so be careful. You are our beast sect's genius king, and I don't want to see you get hurt here. Zhan Wuming simply smiled in response, but inwardly, he sighed. When Quan Russian's hand touched his shoulder, his Taiishu true qi clearly sensed a trace of a primordial spirit attaching itself to him. It seemed Zhu Qianqian's warning was indeed valid. Thinking about facing the strongest 10 war kings of the continent at Kun Peng's arena made Zhan Wuming's head ache. Senior brother Quan is here too. Junior brother Duan Luchang greets you. Duan Luchang approached quietly like a ghost while Zhan Wuming was talking to Quan Russian, showing immense respect upon seeing the latter. Are you looking for junior brother Zhan? Quan Russian nodded and asked with a smile. Duan Luchang quickly replied. If you have matters to discuss with him, senior brother, I can come back later. No worries, we were just having a casual chat. You two go ahead. I'll take a walk, Quan Russian said calmly before turning to leave. Do you need anything, senior brother Duan? Zhan Wuming asked with a slight smile as he saw Duan Luchang. Can I come to find you without a reason? Duan Luchang rolled his eyes at Zhan Wuming, a bit exasperated with this junior brother. That day, he had talked with Princess Qianqian for so long, yet no matter how he asked, Zhan Wuming wouldn't say more than a word, keeping his lips tightly sealed. However, he understood that following Zhan Wuming would surely lead to more opportunities to meet Princess Qianqian in the future. It was obvious that Princess Qianqian regarded Zhan Wuming differently. He had witnessed her personally, seeing Zhan Wuming out of the gate that night. What an honor. This was something he had dreamed of for a long time. Duan Luchang stood in front of Zhan Wuming, his brow slightly furrowed. Today, he was reluctantly acting as a messenger between Princess Qianqian and Zhan Wuming, which left him feeling quite frustrated. As Quan Russian's figure disappeared from sight, Zhan Wuming squinted his eyes and sized up Duan Luchang. Senior brother Duan, judging by your expression, something good must have happened. You could tell. Duan Luchang was surprised, thinking to himself that this kid not only reads destinies, but can also figure out if someone has good news. That's quite impressive. Come on, spill it. I'm a busy man, Zhan Wuming said with a mischievous smile. Duan Luchang immediately put on a resentful expression. Busy? You? You were the least considerate. I gave you my entire month's salary, and yet you got close to Princess Qianqian, leaving me to freeze outside in the cold wind for half the night. Oh, come on. It was just 5 spirit stones. Don't be so stingy. Zhan Wuming waved his hand dismissively. Didn't I take you to listen to Princess Qianqian's music? That banquet was at the Sea and Sky Supreme Tower, easily worth 1,000 or so gold coins. Plus, didn't you make a few friends? Seeing Zhan Wuming looking troubled over the topic, Duan Luchang shrugged. He felt those 5 spirit stones were well spent, but he couldn't help feeling envious of his junior brother the chance to spend half the night alone with someone. How did it end up with this oblivious fellow? Duan Luchang felt even more aggrieved. Clearly, he was more handsome, charming, and talented than Zhan Wuming. Yet at the banquet, his junior brother couldn't even say a single flattering word. How could Princess Qianqian be interested in someone like him? This is from Princess Qianqian's maid, Xiun, who asked me to give it to you. Duan Luchang took a ring out of his pocket. She said Princess Qianqian specifically instructed her to pass it on since it wasn't convenient for her to meet you directly. As he handed the ring to Zhan Wuming, Duan Luchang continued to complain. It's certainly a good thing to do something for Princess Qianqian. At least it shows she trusts me. But it's just not fair. I'm handsomer, more literary, and I'm a warlord. Yet you're the war patriarch. You can't even compliment someone. So why does Princess Qianqian like you and not me? Zhan Wuming took the ring, amused by Duan Luochang's envious words. Senior brother, look at it this way. You've already earned Princess Qianqian's trust. If this is something valuable, it means she trusts you a lot. If it's not, then it shows she doesn't think much of me either. Either way, it's a win for you, right? Duan Luchang was taken aback, then broke into a smile. That does seem to be the case. Quickly, see what's inside. Is it valuable or not? Zhan Wuming used his spiritual sense to probe the ring and discovered it contained a high-grade spiritual artifact, a small spirit ship. This was indeed very useful to him. Knowing that Zhu Qianqian was concerned for his safety and had prepared this as a backup plan warmed his heart. With this spirit ship, he could safely return even if he were alone. So what is it? Duan Luchang asked eagerly. It's quite valuable, but Princess Qianqian didn't tell you, and I can't either, Zhan Wuming replied calmly. I borrowed this from her the other day. It's not a gift, and I have to return it. Zhan Wuming feigned profundity and said, valuable, something that needs to be returned? Duan Luochang's eyes lit up as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes as he exchanged smiles with Zhan Wuming. If Princess Qianqian's superior-grade spirit ship were auctioned, it might fetch thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Even if Zhan Wuming exhausted all his resources, he might not be able to afford this ship. The emergence of the Kun Peng dojo has only increased its value. As the grade of the spirit ship improves, so does its speed. With enough spirit stones in the ship's slots, its speed could even surpass that of a battle king's flight. In the sea area of the Kun Peng dojo, a superior-grade spirit artifact ship could be a matter of life and death. As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, such a ship can fly over the sea, even in low altitude, saving effort and conserving a significant amount of spirit stones. The ship is engraved with the characters Qianqian, clearly a gift from Zhu Qingquang to Qianqian. The hull is small and exquisite, unlike the large ships used by the Taiishu sect, making it appear more agile and lively. Before setting off, Zhan Wuming secretly purchased 2 lower-grade spirit ships as a precaution. Zhu Qianqian's reminder had made him vigilant. Relying solely on the large ships of the Taiishu sect means that if an unexpected situation arises, escaping would be nearly impossible. Having a spirit artifact as a means of transportation makes things much easier. Lower-grade spirit artifacts are not expensive. After all, he had once seized the Qianquan rings of 2 battle emperors, making him quite wealthy. Despite this, Zhan Wuming did not expose Quan Russian's actions. Without Zhu Qianqian's reminder, he might not have noticed this detail. A simple pat on the shoulder from a senior brother seemed ordinary enough. Who would pay attention? But with prior mental preparation, Zhan Wuming was acutely aware of every subtle move Quan Russian made. There was no camaraderie to speak of. If someone wanted to kill him, the best course of action was to ensure that person died first, regardless of who they were. After 2 days of sailing, they finally approached the Kun Peng dojo. Along the way, no sea monsters dared to act recklessly. This was, after all, the inner sea region, not yet the Doomsday Sea. The powerful aura emitted by the sect's experts on the ship caused sea monsters within dozens of miles to hide. Of course, this was nothing to the major superpowers. However, it was different for many scattered cultivators who traveled in groups, most at the level of battle kings. They held no advantage against the sea monsters, and many perished before even nearing the Kun Peng dojo. The major sects usually turned a blind eye to this. After all, those people would become their competitors upon entering the dojo. The more that died, the greater their advantage in the competition. Zhan Wuming stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance at the Kun Peng dojo sea area. The sea surface seemed shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see through. It was as if an endless circular barrier completely enveloped this sea area. He felt a tremor in his heart, sensing an inexplicable pressure emanating from the Kun Peng domain. Kun Peng, truly an extraordinary existence. Even after so many years, its residual power remained formidable. Once, its dominance over this continent was no coincidence. Ahead lay the Kun Peng dojo sea area. All the disciples were ready to form their own teams and enter, and this mysterious sea area was filled with unknown dangers. Their journey was just beginning. The sect ship will remain here for a month, and the aged voice of Yu Lingshan resonated like a bell in everyone's ears. After 1 month, the ship will return to Doomsday City. Those who fail to return in time will need to find their own way back. Zhan Wuming took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He calculated that the effect of the Wanling body tempering had been quite ideal for him. If he could find the essence blood of the Kun Peng and combine it with the tempering method, he would surely complete the marrow refining in one go, directly stepping into the blood exchange realm. He silently pondered the legend of the Kun Peng. This creature, comparable to a divine beast, had not ascended to the upper realm, not due to a lack of power, but because of the scarcity of the world's spiritual energy. Tearing through the heavens with just its physical body was indeed a daunting task. However, the fact that the Kun Peng Supreme could easily break through the continental barrier to reach another continent suggested that this beast was nearly mature, and its essence blood must be extraordinarily potent. Everyone must leave a soul token, Yu Lingshan added. The disciples of the beast-taming sect then imprinted their soul marks onto special wooden plaques. The unique feature of these soul tokens was that as long as a person was alive, the token remained intact. If someone died, the token would immediately shatter. If someone failed to return on time, as long as the soul token remained whole, the sect would send a small boat to wait for them. As for the large spiritual vessel before them, due to its enormous daily consumption of spirit stones, it had to return to Doomsday City on schedule to recuperate. Zhan Wuming chose to team up with Duan Luchang and 10 others. Although Duan Luchang regretted that Zhan Wuming didn't join Quan Rushan's team since Quan Rushan, as one of the 10 kings of Breaking Flame and a Beast King, had the highest cultivation and unmatched combat strength, was quite touched by Zhan Wuming's decision to travel with him, seeing it as a sign of loyalty and camaraderie. Other brothers in the team shared this sentiment, viewing Zhan Wuming not as a burden but recognizing his extraordinary beast-taming talent as crucial in these uncharted seas. The suppression on battle energy is indeed significant, remarked Du Yueming, the 7-star battle king. As the nephew of Elder Du Tianqing, he was well regarded within the sect. Recently, due to the improved relations between Elder Du Tianqing and Zhan Wuming, coupled with the incident involving the mountain guarding spirit beast where despite Zhan Wuming stealing his spirit beast and causing him to be beaten up, the beast ended up gaining celestial beast bloodline. Multiplying its strength, Du Yueming had grown increasingly fond of Zhan Wuming. It was he who invited Zhan Wuming to join this team. How do you feel, Brother Du? Duan Luchang asked. Upon entering this sea area, can you still exert the power of a 3-star battle king? Du Yueming clenched his fists, feeling the changes within his body, and murmured to himself, but I can only exert the power of a 2-star battle king. Could it be different for everyone? The speaker was Qin Haoran, a nephew of Qin Zong, whose power originally reached the level of a 5-star battle king. Du Yueming pondered for a moment and nodded in response. It might be because my cultivation level is slightly higher than yours. I've heard that the deeper we go, the smaller this gap becomes. My battle energy level is still dropping, Qin Gu suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, his expression changing slightly. Yeah, mine is still decreasing too. Du Yueming closed his eyes to sense it, his face growing more serious. At this moment, the medium-sized spaceship was speeding through the sea towards the Kun Peng dojo, cutting through the foggy air. They could clearly feel their battle energy steadily and continually weakening. The surrounding moisture was unusually dense, almost condensing into dew, with humidity clinging to the deck and their bodies, as if they were in a realm covered by water spirits. Everyone, be careful. If there are beasts lurking in this area, it would be very unfavorable for us. Zhan Wuming suddenly warned, his gaze sharp. He secretly activated his senses and found that the rules and domain here did not suppress physical strength. It seemed that since physical strength did not engage external rules, it was unaffected. This discovery brought him a slight sense of relief. As for the decline in battle energy, he didn't care at all. His cultivation level hadn't reached Battle King yet, so the suppression of rules was insignificant to him. Junior brother Wuming is right. We'll take turns piloting the ship, 5 people in a group. One will control the ship, while the other 4 stand guard. If anything happens, sound the alarm immediately. Du Yueming, as the group's leader, ordered solemnly. The group quickly divided into two teams, each with clear roles, while the others took the opportunity to rest with their eyes closed, restoring their energy in preparation for the unknown dangers ahead. However, at that moment, a scream that tore through the night sky came from not far ahead, as if piercing the barrier of this silent sea. Everyone on the ship immediately tensed, their murderous intent rising. Be careful ahead. Someone might have encountered a beast. Keep an eye on the water surface. Du Yueming shouted, his eyes quickly locking onto the direction from which the sound came. Senior brother, should we go and check it out? Asked Chen Yunhu, a 3-star battle king, in a low voice. His battle energy had now dropped to 2 stars and was nearing the threshold of 1 star. From the sound, it doesn't seem to be a disciple from our beast sect, so there's no need to get involved. Du Yueming shook his head decisively, his tone firm. We've just entered the dojo, and there are countless unknown dangers ahead. Better safe than sorry. Remember, here, apart from fellow disciples, everyone else is a potential opponent. We not only need to guard against beasts, but also be wary of other sects' hidden threats. Zhan Wuming remained silent, his expression calm, but he fully agreed with Du Yueming's judgment. At times like this, staying calm was key to survival. However, his mind was still active, secretly pondering what exactly was Quan Rushan doing at this moment. As his thoughts churned, Zhan Wuming's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Quick! Turn the bow to the right, leave the water, and ascend." Qin Gu, who was controlling the ship, was momentarily stunned, but he reacted quickly and immediately jerked the bow to the right, significantly increasing the output of spirit stone energy. In the next moment, the ship trembled violently, lifting the mist as it shot into the air. Though unsure of the reason, the others, trusting Zhan Wuming's instincts, gripped their weapons tightly, preparing for battle. Before Zhan Wuming's words had even faded, as the ship just left the water, a tremendous explosion followed. A gigantic wave surged from the water, and a massive head suddenly emerged. A colossal beast, entirely black and exuding overwhelming murderous intent, leaped into the air. Its gaping maw resembled an open abyss, with a foul wind mixed with a strong stench of blood rushing towards them, making them nauseous. The faces of everyone on the ship turned pale instantly, almost feeling the overwhelming malice pouring from that monstrous mouth. The group was startled. If Zhan Wuming hadn't warned them, that enormous mouth could have swallowed their spirit ship whole. The sea monster was astonishingly large, leaping more than 10 yards above the water before crashing back down heavily. Boom! The impact sent the ocean into a swirling vortex, white waves splashing everywhere, making everyone's backs break out in a cold sweat. What kind of creature is that? Qin Gu asked, his face pale as he looked at the churning sea with lingering fear. If not for Zhan Wuming's timely warning, the consequences would have been dire. A heavenly demon shark, Zhan Wuming explained, taking a deep breath. And this one isn't even the biggest. The largest ones can reach 100 yards in length and possess the strength to move mountains and overturn seas. The one we just encountered is likely a newly matured adult, equivalent to a 4th-tier magical beast. The group exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. A creature with a body 100 yards long must possess terrifying power. The one they saw was already several dozen yards in size, and if it had collided with their mid-grade spirit ship, it would have shattered instantly. Although a single heavenly demon shark wouldn't necessarily be fatal, damage to their ship in the vast ocean would be catastrophic. They all silently thanked their luck for having Zhan Wuming on board. Amid the dense mist, screams rang out continuously. Du Yueming and the others looked towards the frothing sea, which resembled a giant cauldron of boiling water, witnessing a bloody feast. The prey were those ships that hadn't ascended in time, while the predators were the massive heavenly demon sharks. Heavenly demon sharks are pack creatures, Zhan Wuming pointed out as he gestured to the group of sharks in the sea. If there's one, there's bound to be a group hunting nearby. These beasts can quickly become a sailor's nightmare. Though they're only mid-tier 4th-level beasts, they can exert the power of high-tier 4th-level beasts. Their only drawback is their massive size, which makes it impossible for them to leap high or fly. Even if they had large wings, they couldn't support their weight. So as long as we keep our ship elevated, these beasts pose no threat to us. Junior brother, how do you know so much about sea creatures? Du Yueming asked in surprise. Before coming to the City of Doom, he had studied the sea beasts of the End Sea, but there was no mention of the heavenly demon shark. Indeed, brother Zhan, I've read about coastal sea beasts, and there's no record of heavenly demon sharks. If such beasts were near the coast, major sects would suffer greatly, as even superior spirit ships couldn't withstand their attacks. These creatures aren't coastal beasts, they usually live in the deep sea, Zhan Wuming explained. But this isn't an ordinary coastal area, it's the Kun Peng arena. The beasts here were intentionally driven here by the Kun Peng long ago. Since then, they've remained to guard the arena, never leaving. Most people are unaware of their habits. Previous explorers were few in number, and their lack of vitality meant they escaped the shark's notice. I see. It seems the disciples of all sects have suffered significant losses this time. Du Wuming observed, looking at the struggling figures on the sea, most of whom were from other sections. The beast-taming sect's disciples suffered minimal casualties, with only a few ships in distress, but they eventually managed to ascend into the air. Clearly, the disciples of the beast-taming sect, due to their innate talent, can exhibit a sense of foresight when facing beast attacks, resulting in minimal losses. However, individuals like Du Wuming, who can effortlessly lift a ship into the air, are extremely rare. To expedite their escape from the area, Du Wuming knew that if the scent of blood spread, it would inevitably attract more beasts to this frenzied hunt. Particularly troublesome would be if flying beasts were drawn in. Zhan Wuming advised, listen to Wuming. Qin, focus on steering the ship. Du Wuming took a deep breath, his voice stern. Got it. Qin responded, quickly increasing the output of spirit stones and energy, propelling the ship faster into deeper waters. Before long, they finally distanced themselves from the chaotic sea, just beginning to relax. Suddenly, Zhan Wuming shouted, quick, go down, dive underwater. His command instantly heightened the tension. Without hesitation, Qin plunged the ship into the water, swiftly diving over 10 meters below the surface. At that moment, a series of crisp cries echoed from above. The group quickly used their senses to scan the area, discovering countless seabirds swooping down like a dark cloud in the direction they were headed. Seeing the dense flock moving away, they exchanged glances, realizing with a start that there were flying beasts here. Although the seabirds were just birds of prey, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Had the ship remained airborne, it might have been torn apart by now. Suddenly, the ship shook violently as a powerful force yanked it downward. Boom! Startled, everyone turned to see massive tentacles, like the claws of a demon, tightly wrapped around the ship. Bloodthirsty demon octopus! Zhan Wuming exclaimed, and almost simultaneously, he hurled a bead that hit one of the tentacles precisely. Upon contact, the bead exploded into a ghostly green flame that burned underwater, undeterred by the water. Roar! The ship trembled violently as the octopus seemed terrified of the flame. The burning tentacle thrashed wildly, nearly throwing everyone off the ship. Slash! With a flash of blades, the ship was suddenly freed, leaping from the water. Du Wuming, Qin, and Duan Luchong quickly severed the tentacles, allowing the ship to surface again. Qin remained vigilant, immediately boosting the ship's speed and soaring into the sky. The dangers of this sea exceeded their expectations. Earlier, they had been too focused on evading the birds to notice the lurking underwater beast, leading to chaos. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty demon octopus wasn't a social creature, or the situation would have been far worse. The injured tentacles writhed in pain as the octopus roared, realizing these humans were not easy prey. It quickly retreated into the depths, vanishing into the dark sea. High-level beasts aren't foolish, Du Wuming remarked quietly, calming the group's nerves. They know when it's not worth fighting and retreat swiftly. Zhan Wuming's presence faded, and the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that moment, none of them realized how quickly everything had unfolded, leaving them almost completely unprepared. Everyone, be careful. This sea is far from simple, Du Wuming's voice reminded them again. They nodded silently, understanding that the recent life-and-death struggle was a stark reminder that they couldn't afford to be careless here. A single mistake could lead to their demise. Brother Zhan, how did you detect those beasts? Qin couldn't help but ask once they were more stable. Zhan Wuming's ability to accurately predict the movements of the two groups of beasts surprised Qin greatly. A natural sixth sense, Zhan Wuming replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhan Wuming smiled, a hint of deeper meaning flashing in his eyes. The Taiishu true energy flowing within him far surpassed ordinary battle energy, and this environment, which could suppress battle energy cultivation, posed no threat to him. However, he would never reveal this secret to anyone. His reserves of Taiishu true energy were limited, mostly used to strengthen himself. Unlike battle energy, he couldn't easily absorb Taiishu true energy from the surroundings. He could only slowly convert various energies through the special techniques of the Taiishu nerve. Unfortunately, the battle energy in the world was scarce and of poor quality, making this conversion as difficult as constructing a solid wall with soft cotton. Of course, there was a quicker method absorbing the life essence of others, or the life essence and crystal cores of magical beasts. This kid has plenty of secrets. Don't expect to pry anything out of him, Du Wuming teased with a laugh. Everyone shared a knowing smile, having experienced Zhan Wuming's skills and the benefits he brought. Even secrets like how he promoted the evolution of magical beast bloodlines remained unsolved mysteries to the sect's senior members. Senior brother Qin, steer the ship 10 miles to the left, Zhan Wuming suddenly advised. Everyone trusted his judgment, and Qin immediately complied. Another magical beast heard ahead. Du Wuming asked warily. No, Zhan Wuming replied, taking out a beast skin map densely covered with black lines and dotted with red circles and skull markers. This is the exploration record of Doom City. The black lines are safe routes, the red circles indicate dangerous areas, and the skulls mark dangerous magical beast gatherings. Ahead lies a perilous vortex where someone nearly perished. This sea chart was given to you by Princess Qianqian, wasn't it? Duan Luchang asked with a hint of jealousy. Zhan Wuming merely smiled, not denying it. The group exchanged banter, shifting the topic from Princess Qianqian to the islands marked on the map. Zhan Wuming explained that although these small islands lay at the edge of Kun Peng, they were rich in natural treasures, but also teeming with magical beasts. The blank area in the center of the map was the unexplored core of Kun Peng. I suggest we start exploring from this small island, Du Yuiming analyzed. We can gather natural treasures to prepare for entering the core area. With our sect strength, as long as we don't encounter magical beasts above the 5th tier, we should be fine. Don't forget to watch out for others, Zhan Wuming reminded. Aside from our sect brothers, everyone else is a potential rival. Qin Haoran readily agreed, skillfully steering the spiritual ship towards the small island. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.